Chapter 1. At the Qianyuan Gate, within the herbal peak's wooden cabin that a young man stood before the stove, diligently stirring the medicinal herbs in the iron pot with a spatula. Occasionally, he would reach into a nearby bamboo basket to select a few more herbs to toss into the pot. In a short while, a rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air, revealing a pot of glossy black elixirs within the iron vessel. If anyone were to witness this feat of alchemy, they would undoubtedly revere Zhao Wenyu as a celestial being. However, Zhao Wenyu gazed at the pot of elixirs and let out a long sigh. While others who traversed realms often basked in the glow of protagonist auras, or, at the very least, were supported by extraordinary systems, he found himself in the unfortunate position of being the elder of the herbal peak, unable to cultivate, relying solely on a legacy that offered minimal assistance. He had acquired a plethora of skills in cooking, literature, and calligraphy, yet in this realm of cultivation, they were utterly useless. The only skill of any merit was alchemy, which, although it would not aid him in establishing his foundation, did confer some benefits to his health. Congratulations, host, you have completed the alchemical process. Proficiency increased by 291. Congratulations, host, your alchemy has reached the great achievement stage, and the disciple cultivation system has been officially activated. What? Officially activated? So, it turns out that one must reach a certain level of proficiency in a skill to activate the system. If I had known, I would have sacrificed sleep to achieve this sooner. Zhao Wenyu hastily opened the disciple cultivation system. The interface resembled a family tree, with himself at the top and blank spaces below, presumably to display future disciples he would take under his wing. The essence of this cultivation system was to nurture disciples, and in return for their growth, he would receive exquisite elixirs, magical artifacts, and other rewards. At last, the system had proven itself useful, although he could not cultivate. Possessing exquisite elixirs could extend his lifespan, and having magical artifacts would grant him the means for self-protection, alleviating the daily anxiety he currently endured. Wait, Zhao Wenyu suddenly realized something. Though he held the title of elder, it was merely a nominal position despite having the capacity to take on disciples. No one had come to seek his guidance. Could it be that I am yet again faced with another futile endeavor? Just then, a gentle woman's voice reached his ears. Elder Zhao, are you present? This is Zhang Qian, a junior seeking an audience. It was not uncommon for disciples from the sect to visit, so Zhao Wenyu was not surprised. He stepped out of the wooden cabin and turned to face the woman who spoke. Clad in a flowing azure veil, she possessed a graceful figure and a strikingly beautiful face, subtly enhanced by a touch of makeup, making her all the more enchanting. In the vernacular of his previous life, she was undoubtedly a goddess. Ahem, I am here. What brings you to me? Zhang Qian had anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would be a middle-aged man, but to her astonishment, the figure emerging from the cabin was a vibrant young man. He donned the attire bestowed by the elder of the sect, yet there was no trace of cultivation discernible upon him. Nevertheless, his every gesture exuded an air of extraordinary grace, as if he were seamlessly woven into the fabric of the medicinal garden, yet remained strikingly out of place. Even the peak master lacked such an aura. This young man before him was undoubtedly a transcendent figure, potentially capable of resolving his quandaries. Elder Zhao, here is a letter addressed to you. You shall comprehend its significance upon reading, Zhang Qian said, extending a letter to Zhao Wenyu. As Zhao Wenyu unfolded the letter, he discovered it to be a correspondence from Pang Liu, the peak master of Lingshan Peak. The essence of the letter conveyed that Zhang Qian was one of his disciples, possessing exceptional talent. During an outing for training, she had unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment, and in her efforts to protect him, another disciple was gravely injured, while Zhang Qian sustained irreversible damage to her dantian. According to the sect's regulations, she could no longer remain at Lingshan Peak. Thus, Pang Liu sought Zhao Wenyu's favor, requesting that he accept Zhang Qian as his disciple, allowing her to stay within the Qianyuan sect. Upon reading the letter, Zhao Wenyu felt an overwhelming joy. Just as he had been lamenting his inability to acquire a disciple, this one had presented herself to him. After tucking the letter away, his gaze turned toward Zhang Qian. Do you wish to take me as your master? Without hesitation, Zhang Qian knelt before him. Disciple Zhang Qian pays respects to master. Rise from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Yet, Zhang Qian remained on her knees, unheeding of Zhao Wenyu's words. Zhang Qian, why do you linger in this position? Master, you are aware of my current predicament. I am in immense pain. If you possess a means to alleviate it, I implore you to assist me. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Zhao Wenyu had nearly memorized every adage about the plight of youth and the strength emerging from Wutan town, and he could deeply empathize with Zhang Qian's anguish. He gazed at her with clear eyes, devoid of any change in expression. His calmness was not a fraud, but rather a reflection of his genuine uncertainty on how to proceed. To present oneself with such a dilemma from the outset, had he been capable of resolving such issues, he would have long since embarked on his own cultivation journey, rather than remaining confined to this medicinal peak. Yet, observing the hopeful glimmer in Zhang Qian's eyes, his mind raced, seeking a way to navigate this predicament. Why not tend to the medicinal herbs in the garden? Weed the garden? Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Wenyu in disbelief, fearing she had misheard. Did you comprehend my words? Zhao Wenyu contemplated, aiming to assign her some simple task, buying himself time to concoct a story to sidestep the matter altogether. Despite his internal musings, his voice remained resolute. Master, I understand clearly. I shall proceed at once. Zhang Qian, anxious about incurring Zhao Wenyu's ire, did not utter another word and hastened to the medicinal garden. As she departed, the system's voice echoed once more in Zhao Wenyu's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. You have received the first disciple reward. A one-time use item, Shadowless Finger 1 Pei Yuan Dan formula. Shadowless Finger. Upon its use, the protagonist can unleash the full power of a cultivator in the transformation phase. Nourishing Essence Pill. A high-grade elixir that allows the consumer to cleanse their marrow and bones, replenishing the forces of heaven and earth. Observing the effects of the Nourishing Essence Pill, Zhao Wenyu glimpsed a flicker of hope and swiftly prepared the necessary materials, stirring them in an iron wok. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian in the medicinal garden struggled to harness the forces of nature through her dantian, relying solely on sheer strength wielding a hoe. For a frail woman, the hoe proved to be excessively heavy. She stumbled several times before mastering its use. Yet, merely half an hour later, she was already drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. As she gazed at the vast expanse of the medicinal garden, doubt crept in. Single-handedly tending to such a large plot, she feared it would take her a week to clear the weeds. Within, just as she contemplated giving up, a thought struck her. The last question Zhao Wenyu posed to her. What Master had said was, "Did you understand?" rather than "Did you hear?" Her master was subtly guiding her through the act of weeding. Did I truly comprehend? Zhang Qian pondered, and as she did, a realization illuminated her mind. Master is not merely instructing me to weed, but is using this task to refine my mindset. No matter how arduous or challenging a situation may be, solutions will inevitably arise. If I persist in my complaints, my state of mind will falter, leading me to self-sabotage and drift further from the path of martial arts. I understand now. I have been misguided in my pursuit of a solution for my dantian. My error originated at the very root. With renewed resolve, she vigorously resumed her weeding, and it was not until 3 hours later that she finally set down the hoe and rested on the ground. As she relaxed, an unprecedented sensation of soreness and fatigue enveloped her entire body. Though exhausted, she felt invigorated, as if the confidence she had once lost had returned. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyu had finished preparing the Nourishing Essence Pill. Upon consumption, he felt a gentle warmth rising within his dantian. There's promise. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, and he sighed. Could it be that after years of consuming pills, he had developed a tolerance? Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Zhang Qian. Oh dear, I almost forgot about that girl. With thoughts of Zhang Qian in mind, Zhao Wenyu hurried to the medicinal garden, where he found Zhang Qian standing still, eyes closed, fully immersed in the exhilarating sensation. Yes, this is the feeling of empowerment. Master not only revealed to me my misplacement of priorities, but also illuminated a path for my cultivation, that of body refinement. Although training the body is undeniably more arduous than cultivating magical abilities, it can equally lead to a solid foundation and a distinct path of cultivation. It must be so. Master's intentions are profoundly considerate. He likely feared to hurt my pride, hence guiding me in this manner. Upon this realization, Zhang Qian began to wield the hoe vigorously, practicing the most fundamental body refining technique of the Qianyuan sect, known as the body refining decision. After encountering issues with her dantian, the celestial energies within her dispersed throughout her muscles, augmented by her relentless determination to cultivate. Consequently, these celestial forces radiated throughout her entire being. Now, employing the body refining technique alongside the hoe in her grasp, the celestial energy coursing through her body fully evaporated, only to be subsequently absorbed back by her muscles. Through repeated practice, Zhang Qian's muscles grew increasingly robust. Zhao Wenyu, unaware of the transformations occurring within Zhang Qian, merely observed her fervently swinging the hoe in place, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought that perhaps her mind had been dulled by the toil of weeding. As he contemplated calling out to awaken her, Zhang Qian suddenly opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Establish my foundation." At the sound of her voice, her entire physique surged with power, an overwhelming force unleashed that startled even Zhao Wenyu. This was the foundation establishment through body refining. It is important to note that the difficulty of establishing a foundation through body refining far surpasses that of qi refining. The latter relies on the dantian, while the former utilizes the self as the very cornerstone of foundation. The disparity is evident, and it was unexpected that Zhang Qian could achieve foundation establishment through body refining, truly a testament to her extraordinary talent. Before Zhao Wenyu could extend his congratulations, Zhang Qian had already knelt upon the ground. Zhao Wenyu wore a bewildered expression, which Zhang Qian regarded with indifference. Indeed, with such a high-level master as her mentor, all of this had long been anticipated. How could there be any surprise? Disciple, I am grateful for your teachings, master. Zhao Wenyu finally comprehended the situation. He had merely intended for Zhang Qian to weed in the backyard, yet she had managed to establish her foundation while wielding the hoe.um. You may rise, he said, suppressing his excitement and maintaining a composed demeanor. Such extraordinary fortune. Initially, he had been pondering how to navigate this situation, yet it had resolved itself so effortlessly. You must be weary after such a lengthy endeavor. Let us return for a meal. Afterward, I shall arrange your living quarters. Yes, master. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Zhang Qian eagerly proposed, Master, allow me to prepare the meal. Zhao Wenyu shook his head. You are still unfamiliar with the items in the cabin. It would be best for you to familiarize yourself first today. I shall take care of it. Please wait in the cabin. Understood. Zhao Wenyu made his way to the kitchen. Zhang Qian began to examine the books laid upon the wooden table within the cabin. Upon turning to the first page, she was instantly captivated by the content. The illustrations depicted a small figure, intermittently throwing punches and executing palm strikes, continuously defeating opponents. Inspired by the images, Zhang Qian instinctively began to mimic the movements. As the illustrations continued, she mastered an entire set of boxing techniques. Isn't this a complete body refining technique? It must surely be what master prepared for himself. She has now regarded her master, who possesses not an ounce of celestial power, as a divine being. Compared to her master, the esteemed Pang Feng is utterly insignificant. What level of cultivation does her master possess? Could it be the transformation stage? Perhaps even an unparalleled being of the nirvana stage? Meal is ready, come and dine. Zhao Wenyu's words jolted Zhang Qian back to reality. She hastily put away her cultivation techniques and walked towards the dining area next door. At that moment, the table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Zhao Wenyu served 2 bowls of rice, handing one to Zhang Qian. Thank you, master, for bestowing upon your disciple the cultivation technique. I shall endeavor to practice diligently. Cultivation technique? When did I ever grant her a technique? It wasn't until she revealed the book from the table that he nearly choked on his rice. What she held was not a cultivation technique, but rather a comic strip he had doodled out of boredom. However, having said that, she cannot back down now. Such techniques are merely aids to cultivation. You must maintain a proper attitude and not lose sight of the fundamentals. Zhao Wenyu could only deliver this admonition, cautioning her not to practice the whimsical drawings she had concocted lest she fall into obsession. I will heed your teachings, master. All right, let us eat. After the meal, Zhao Wenyu tidied up Zhang Qian's living space before returning to his own chamber. System, Zhang Qian has successfully established her foundation. Is there no reward? No sooner had Zhao Wenyu's words left his lips than the system's voice resounded. Congratulations, host. Your disciple has successfully established her foundation. You receive the system reward. Shadow as 1 technique. Shadow as 1. After cultivation, it allows the practitioner to teleport 8,000 miles in an instant. This is a valuable asset with it. Even when faced with formidable foes, one possesses the ability to flee. Zhao Wenyu wasted no time, immediately integrating Shadow as 1 into his consciousness. The technique provided by the system requires no physical practice. One merely needs to fully absorb it to wield it proficiently. Yes, soon as he completed the integration, before he could gather his thoughts, he heard a cacophony outside. Zhang Qian, you wretched woman, come out. You'll see how you can continue to put on airs in front of me now. Zhao Wenyu rose and opened the door, only to find over 20 young disciples clad in sect robes encircling the courtyard, all staring at Zhang Qian. The speaker was a woman, flanked by a handsome young man, presumably her boyfriend. Zhang Qian glared at the man, gritting her teeth, and said, Sun Kai, what do you mean by this? You abandoned me when my Dantian was damaged, and now you come here to humiliate me? Are you even a man? And you, Su Jingxi, I know you want to outshine me in every aspect. Now that you have Sun Kai, and I've ended up like this, why can't you let go? Su Jingxi looked at Zhang Qian with mockery, saying, "Oh dear, our proud daughter of heaven is uttering such words. This is quite a sight." Huh. The surrounding youths erupted into laughter, as they had come merely to witness a spectacle. Zhao Wenyu quickly grasped the situation and declared sternly, "This is Yaofeng, not a place for your reckless antics. Leave at once. From now on, you are forbidden to set foot in Yaofeng without my express permission." Su Jingxi cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wenyu, disregarding him entirely, and turned her attention back to Zhang Qian. "Zhang Qian, if you simply kneel and apologize to me, I shall forgive you and never disturb you again. What do you say?" While Zhao Wenyu's expression remained unchanged, Zhang Qian realized that Su Jingxi had audaciously slapped the face of her master. It was one thing to insult oneself, but to disrespect her master was utterly intolerable. "Su Jingxi, did you not hear what my master said? Leave Yaofeng immediately, or do not blame me for being unkind." "You're welcome." Su Jingxi chuckled softly. "Ha ha, I am quite curious to see how you two, master and disciple, will be impolite." She was well aware of how Elder Zhao Wenyu had come to be. Even if she offended him, the sect would not punish a talented woman like her because of him. This was the source of her confidence. "Prepare yourself," Zhang Qian shouted fiercely, channeling her strength as she charged towards Su Jingxi. Su Jingxi regarded the approaching Zhang Qian with indifference, lightly raising her right arm as she quickly summoned the power of the heavens and earth. In her eyes, Zhang Qian was nothing more than a useless being, and striking first would only bring humiliation upon herself. However, to her astonishment, Zhang Qian's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she stood before her, throwing a punch accompanied by a sharp sound of air being cut. By the time she registered what was happening, it was already too late. With a crisp crack, Su Jingxi's expression twisted in pain as she was sent flying, crashing heavily against a large tree, followed by a pained wail. Body Refinement Foundation. This was Body Refinement Foundation. In just 2 short days, she had actually achieved it. How could this be possible? The reality before them left everyone around dumbfounded. Fearing Zhao Wenyu's displeasure, Zhang Qian scolded, "Get out of the medicine peak at once, and do not disturb my master's tranquility." The surrounding young men and women dared not utter a word, dispersing in haste. This small incident, however, sparked a tremendous uproar within the Qianyuan sect. "Have you heard?" Zhang Qian, who was previously unable to continue her cultivation, has, after merely 2 days of being accepted as a disciple by Elder Zhao of the Medicine Peak, managed to achieve Body Refinement Foundation. How come no one has mentioned this? It has spread throughout our sect. Su Jingxi is still lying in the infirmary. Zhang Qian is the second person in a century within our sect to achieve Body Refinement Foundation. What an extraordinary fortune. Achieving Body Refinement Foundation requires not only immense luck, but it is undoubtedly connected to Elder Zhao of the Medicine Peak. Thankfully, we did not offend him earlier due to his status in the main peak. Within the Qianyuan Hall, Sect Leader, I have strictly instructed the disciples of each peak to keep this matter confidential and informed them not to disturb Elder Zhao without cause. Sect Leader Huijiale waved his hand, saying, "Good, you may leave now." After the visitor departed, Huijiale turned to Pang Liu beside him. "Pang Peak Master, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Pang Liu pondered for a moment before replying, "Sect Leader, I believe this incident is certainly related to Elder Zhao. You have personally confirmed Zhang Qian's condition. There was no possibility of recovery for her Dantian. Perhaps Elder Zhao's cultivation level." Before Pang Liu could finish, Huijiale interrupted him. "Yes, it is best to keep this matter discreet. Regardless, it is a fortuitous event for our Qianyuan sect, which may very well bring great opportunities to us." At that moment, someone hurriedly entered the hall. "Master, the princess has arrived." A woman clad in a resplendent golden gown, strikingly beautiful with a figure that was both delicate and curvaceous, stepped into the chamber, accompanied by a vigilant guard clad in golden armor. The woman approached Huijiale with a smile. "Uncle Hua, your niece has missed you and specially came to see you." Huijiale, upon seeing Meng Lingxing, shed his authoritative demeanor, allowing a smile to grace his face. "Lingxing, I never imagined you would think of your uncle without a reason. Speak up. Is it that your father seeks me for something?" Meng Lingxing playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Father has not summoned you. It is I who heard of a renowned master at Qianyuan sect and wish to ask you for an introduction. You know I have been at a bottleneck for quite some time. Indeed, no news can escape the keen eyes of your royal family. Very well. I shall arrange your meeting shortly, but to be honest, my interactions with Elder Zhao have been limited, so the rest will depend on you. Understood. In recent days, Zhao Wenyu had found it rather peculiar that the number of visitors to Yaofeng had significantly diminished compared to before. However, this suited him just fine. He relished the tranquility. Sitting in the courtyard savoring the tea, he had stir-fried himself, while observing Zhang Qian practicing the techniques from the comic. Life was indeed leisurely and carefree. Under guidance, Meng Lingxing arrived at a modest wooden cabin. Your Highness, this is Elder Zhao. Zhao Wenyu noticed Meng Lingxing and, judging by her attire and her aura, particularly the golden-armored guard at her side, it was evident that her status was anything but ordinary. Yet, he felt no more than a passing curiosity, as he did not recognize her. Nevertheless, her beauty could undoubtedly be described as captivating. Yet, it was Zhao Wenyu's unique gaze that momentarily stunned Meng Lingxing. The bright-eyed youth regarded her with a look that suggested her royal identity held no significance in his eyes. A master, this is undoubtedly a master, Meng Lingxing thought, sensing intuitively that this eminent figure could help her break through her limitations. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wenyu, his momentary daze led Meng Lingxing to ponder deeply. I am Meng Lingxing, a junior, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. No need for formalities. What brings you here? Zhao Wenyu inquired. Meng Lingxing continued, esteemed elder. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and seek your guidance. Guidance? Goodness, I am still struggling with my own practice. How could I possibly guide you? Before Zhao Wenyu could elaborate, the golden-armored guard had already drawn his sword. Princess, this man appears to be an ordinary mortal. Do not be deceived by him. With the sword pointed at Zhao Wenyu, the guard declared, you are merely masquerading, and your tricks may fool others but will not deceive me. Speak the truth at once, or do not blame me for my rudeness. The guardian, known as Wui, serves not only as the princess's attendant, but also as the vice-captain of the royal guard, a genuine cultivator at the nascent soul stage. As he gazed at the figure of Zhao Wenyu before him, he sensed not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. This could signify only two possibilities. Either he was an ordinary mortal, or his cultivation was unfathomably profound. However, in the realm of Shenyan, he had never encountered such a youthful prodigy. Thus, he concluded that Zhao Wenyu must be a charlatan. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian, observing the situation, hurried over, casting a wary glance at Wui. Do not act disrespectfully towards my master. Little did she realize that this woman was actually a princess of the royal family. Truthfully, Zhao Wenyu felt a surge of anxiety within, yet he knew he must maintain his composure. Otherwise, his life would be in peril. Zhang Qian, this matter does not require your intervention. Yes, master. Zhao Wenyu refrained from further discussion and summoned the system in his mind. System, activate the shadowless finger. Understood, host. Please proceed to lock onto your target with your finger. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Wenyu directed his finger towards Wui's sword. An immense force, sudden and unanticipated, surged forth from his fingertip, causing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth to erupt with a deafening crack. This visible power collided directly with Wui's sword. In astonishment, Wui felt his muscles tremble at the sight of this force. He sought to evade it, yet under the oppressive weight of such power, he found himself unable to harness the energies around him. With a resounding crack, his inferior-grade magical artifact shattered as if it were merely a twig. After what felt like an eternity, Wui emerged from the grip of terror, repeatedly apologizing. Senior, I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. I hope you can pardon my indiscretion. He was acutely aware that should that force strike him, he would surely suffer grave injuries, if not death. The young man before him possessed a cultivation level of at least the transformation stage. Even those of the transformation stage required time to gather their strength. Yet this individual could unleash such formidable power with merely a casual gesture. The potential of his cultivation was a thought he dared not pursue further. He was acutely aware that he must earn the forgiveness of this esteemed senior, for failing to do so would bring about unbearable consequences for the royal family. Zhao Wenyu, however, chose to ignore him and instead directed his gaze towards Meng Lingxing. The wisdom of relinquishing one's desires surpasses the folly of blind obsession. For in the delicate balance between determination and delusion lies a thin veil, difficult to navigate. This served as a poetic admonition to abandon one's pursuits. A veiled suggestion from Zhao Wenyu to Meng Lingxing that she ought to forsake her desire to seek his guidance, as he wished to avoid entanglements with the royal lineage. A moment's lapse could expose his vulnerabilities, and he was acutely aware that his fortune today was not to be taken for granted. Meng Lingxing had just witnessed Zhao Wenyu's formidable prowess, further solidifying her previous convictions. Upon hearing his words, she did not interpret them as a call to abandon her quest for knowledge, but rather as an encouragement. The notions of wise abandonment, blind devotion, and maintaining balance resonated deeply within her. The senior's words seemed to convey the importance of relinquishing excessive attachment and being mindful of moderation. Enlightenment dawned upon her. She had been too fixated on breaking through her limitations. While determination can spur one's cultivation, from another perspective, it can also serve as a hindrance. Only by striking a balance between these two extremes could she truly advance. With this realization, Meng Lingxing's heart found tranquility, and at that very moment, the power within her dantian surged. She seated herself in meditation, mastering the energies within her. Unlike before, she relinquished her obsessive fixation, effortlessly breaking through to the later stage of foundation establishment. Her gaze towards Zhao Wenyu brimmed with admiration as she knelt and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your guidance. I wish to take you as my master. I implore you to accept me." Zhao Wenyu found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth? I merely suggested you let go, and you managed to break through. Yet, he had just employed a life-saving technique, and now, with a disciple appearing before him, he saw an opportunity to replenish his own strength. Given your sincerity, I shall accept you as my disciple. However, concerning the sect leader, she is not a disciple of Qianyuan's sect, and my acceptance of you may not sit well with him. Rest assured, master, I can handle matters with the sect leader. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. Since you are my disciple, I shall not pursue the matter further. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Weia quickly rose, casting a glance at Meng Lingxing before departing. Eager to relay this news, a single utterance had catalyzed the princess's breakthrough. The opportunity to study under such a master was a monumental fortune, one that could bestow endless blessings upon the royal family. Once Weia had left, Zhao Wenyu turned to Zhang Qian, saying, "Zhang Qian, I leave the arrangements for your junior sister's residence in your capable hands." "Understood, master. I will ensure everything is arranged properly for her. You need not worry." Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Zhao Wenyu wasted no time. "System, what about the disciple reward?" "Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new disciple. The reward is the Primordial Chaos Array." The Primordial Chaos Array. This formation can simulate the illusions of the primordial chaos. Indeed, this is a remarkable asset. With this formation, I shall possess an additional layer of security here on the medicinal peak. Without further contemplation, he integrated the Primordial Chaos Array into his consciousness and began to arrange the grand formation. As the final node was established, the entire medicinal peak appeared to be enveloped in a gentle mist, resembling a celestial realm, while the interior remained devoid of sensation. That night, as he lay in bed, Zhao Wenyu pondered. The notion that a mere word from him could enable his disciples to break through seemed somewhat dubious. To truly facilitate their advancement and earn rewards, he realized he needed to produce something tangible. This train of thought led him to alchemy, his sole genuine skill. Consuming the concoctions himself yielded negligible effects. Yet perhaps his disciples might stumble upon some fortunate outcome. Early the following morning, he rose and began to stir the medicinal herbs in a large iron pot. After half an hour, 2 baskets of elixirs were ready. Once Zhang Qian and her companion awoke, Zhao Wenyu called them over. "You two have pledged yourselves as my disciples. As your master, I must present you with rewards. Consider these 2 baskets of elixirs as my gift, one for each of you." Zhang Qian was taken aback by the sight of the elixirs. In the Qianyuan sect, elixirs were exceedingly precious, obtainable only through considerable accumulation of points. To her astonishment, her master had bestowed an entire basket upon her. She hurriedly embraced her share, while Meng Lingxing did not regard the elixirs with the same intensity, as she lacked for resources. However, upon examining the intricate patterns on the elixirs, she was momentarily transfixed. "What is it?" Zhao Wenyu inquired. "Nothing, master," Meng Lingxing replied, also securing her elixirs. This was truly astonishing. She resolved to confer with her uncle that evening. "With that settled, you may commence your training," Zhao Wenyu encouraged. Unlike Meng Lingxing, who was preoccupied with thoughts, Zhang Qian swiftly consumed one of the elixirs and began her practice in an open space. After ingesting the elixir, she distinctly felt an infusion of celestial energy coursing through her, her muscles greedily absorbing the overwhelming power. She diligently practiced the techniques illustrated in her manual. As she continued, the energy within her surged increasingly, and she seemed to enter a frenzied state. Meng Lingxing, noticing the transformation in Zhang Qian, realized that her physical cultivation technique was excessively potent. Master, this is not good. If my senior sister continues to train like this, she may fall into a state of madness. Witnessing Zhang Qian's condition, Zhao Wenyu's heart grew heavy with concern. Had he known it would come to this, he would have been more explicit in his guidance. If Zhang Qian truly succumbs to obsession, I would lose a disciple, and how would I be able to produce rewards? No, I must devise a strategy. As his mind raced with thoughts, Zhang Qian sensed a transformation within herself. Although she recognized the influence of the cultivation technique on her body, she simultaneously felt the empowering sensation coursing through her muscles. If she could endure, a breakthrough was within reach. Suddenly, she recalled the words of Zhao Wenyu when she first acquired the technique. The cultivation method merely serves as an aid. One must maintain a righteous attitude and not lose sight of the essence. No wonder my master cautioned me. This is the crux of the matter. I understand now. While a breakthrough can be facilitated by the technique, a moment's carelessness could lead to obsession. I must not lose my way. With this realization, just as she was on the verge of a breakthrough, her pace of cultivation slowed, and her body returned to a state of equilibrium. She bowed deeply to Zhao Wenyu. Master, thank you for your prior guidance. Guidance? When did I ever instruct you? Zhao Wenyu appeared bewildered, questioning whether he had indeed said anything. Nevertheless, he maintained his characteristic boldness. It's fine. One must not rush the pursuit of martial arts. It is best when it flows naturally. Beside them, Meng Lingxing held Zhao Wenyu in even greater esteem, for she knew that the state Zhang Qian had just experienced could only be aided by formidable masters. Yet, the fact that her master's teachings could enable her to halt her own progress was nothing short of extraordinary. As night fell and Zhang Qian retired to sleep, Meng Lingxing retrieved an exquisite jade box she carried with her and extracted a dark green jade tablet, channeling the power of heaven and earth to shatter it. In a moment, a white figure materialized before her. It was her uncle, Meng Qianxuan. Child, why are you still awake at this hour? Is there something amiss? Uncle, I have something I wish to show you. With that, Meng Lingxing presented a pill. Look at this pill. I recall you have a treasured pill that resembles this one. Upon seeing the pill in Meng Lingxing's hand, the entire figure of Meng Qianxuan trembled slightly. This, indeed, only pills infused with the essence of heaven and earth would exhibit such markings, and the source energy patterns upon it were entirely intact. The pill in her uncle's collection was of superior quality, yet the incomplete source energy patterns on that pill paled in comparison to this one. Child, where did you acquire this pill? Meng Lingxing was momentarily stunned. The source power of heaven and earth represented the fundamental force of the universe, and she understood its significance all too well. In previous years, the emergence of a medicinal pill possessing merely half a source power stripe had drawn countless formidable beings to the Yellow Dragon continent, resulting in the near extinction of its inhabitants. The mere thought of a complete source power stripe pill manifesting in her possession sent a shiver down her spine. Uncle, this is a gift from my master. And look, she said, bringing forth a basket filled with pills. My master mentioned that this is our initiation gift. My senior sister and I each received a basket. A basket? Meng Qianxuan initially thought he had misheard her. But upon seeing the basket of pills in Meng Lingxing's hands, he gasped, his speech faltering. Child, focus on your cultivation under your master. This is a tremendous fortune for our family. I must take my leave. Your master likely knew of my arrival long before. With that, the white figure dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Watching Meng Qianxuan's departing figure, a subtle smile graced Meng Lingxing's lips. When it came to knowledgeable individuals within her sect, her uncle Meng Qianxuan was the only one who came to mind, given that he had acknowledged the uniqueness of the pills and offered her words of caution. It was enough to affirm that Zhao Wenyu possessed remarkable capabilities. In the past, it would take them months to procure a single high-quality pill, and even then, the number of pills genuinely utilized by their sect leader was exceedingly scarce. Yet, Meng Lingxing had never anticipated that on her first encounter with Zhao Wenyu, she would receive an entire basket of pills. Moreover, Zhao Wenyu appeared utterly generous, a testament to her superiority over the previous sect leader. This realization filled Meng Lingxing with quiet joy. These exquisite pills would provide her with ample opportunity for cultivation, as long as she utilized them wisely and diligently practiced. It was likely that one day she would surpass her senior sister and break through the challenging bottleneck she currently faced. Lost in her thoughts, Meng Lingxing couldn't help but smile. Initially, she approached this endeavor with a mere sense of trial, but she had unexpectedly found a truly suitable master. Sitting by the window and gazing out at the world, she suddenly resolved to commence her cultivation immediately. She could not allow the pills she had acquired to go to waste. A flickering flame of crimson danced before Meng Lingxing, as she skillfully manipulated the fire with her hands, simultaneously launching assaults against the wall. Gradually, the red flames began to transform, shifting to a deeper shade of purple, and her expression subtly changed. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmed, unable to bear the intensity of the moment. If she continues to practice in this manner, it is likely she will become as obsessed as the world during the day. It seems imperative that she makes judicious use of these pills, otherwise, her efforts may yield little reward. In an instant, Meng Lingxing regained her composure and hastily splashed her face with cool water to invigorate herself. Feeling a refreshing chill, she vigorously shook the droplets from her hair, only then realizing that she had indeed awakened. However, she could not afford to squander the precious night. It was a time for her to mend her ways, firmly believing in the adage that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. She must not let this night go to waste. Perhaps her senior sister was still engaged in her cultivation. Meng Lingxing gazed at the abundant pills and voiced her thoughts aloud. This was her singular focus. Having become a disciple under Zhao Wenyu, she could not bring shame upon her master. She needed to significantly enhance her abilities in a short span of time. With this determination, Meng Lingxing stepped outside, resolved to seek her master's counsel and discover his insights regarding the situation at hand. Zhao Wenyu had just prepared for slumber when he suddenly noticed a fleeting shadow outside the door. Instantly, he felt a surge of tension, having only just acquired his powers. He was uncertain of what might transpire. Before he could rise, a rapid knocking echoed through the stillness. "Who is it?" Zhao Wenyu replied, irritation evident in his voice. Recognizing the sound of the door, he surmised it was one of his two disciples, though he questioned who would so brazenly disturb him during his rest. Was there no decorum within their sect? "Master, it's me. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Could you please explain what is happening?" Meng Lingxing called out urgently from outside. In her mind, Zhao Wenyu was still awake and thus aware of her intentions at this hour. Yet, Zhao Wenyu wore an expression of annoyance. The very disciples he had taken on were meant to facilitate his acquisition of the system's benefits. Yet they seemed to draw upon him unnecessary troubles, leaving him at a loss for words in this awkward predicament. "Whatever it is, come back tomorrow. There is nothing to discuss between us at this moment. Besides, I have already disrobed. Isn't it a tad inappropriate for you to be here now? Don't you find this rather amusing?" Zhao Wenyu declared, choosing not to open the door. He certainly did not wish to be embroiled in this matter. However, Meng Lingxing showed no intention of leaving, even though she was aware that Zhao Wenyu would be unwilling to open the door for her at this hour. She felt a twinge of guilt for disturbing others in the dead of night. Yet, a lingering sense of discontent remained in his heart. "Master, please open the door. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Otherwise, I would not have come here at all. Why are you so reluctant to assist others?" Her tone inevitably revealed a hint of disdain. She had never anticipated such a situation, which left him struggling to restrain himself. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenyu felt particularly irritable. He believed he had no reason to trust anyone. Even under these circumstances, there were aspects he found difficult to control, which was far from what he wished to engage with at this moment. "I advise you to leave for now, if you would. Otherwise, your words at this hour make it impossible for me to maintain my composure. Does your master not require sleep? Why can't you consider my feelings?" Zhao Wenyu was deeply frustrated. He could hardly believe that the disciple he had taken under his wing was incapable of comprehending even the simplest of words. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite laughable. "Please, just open the door, will you? I genuinely have matters to discuss with you. Otherwise, I would not have come here. Even if I have to plead, you must listen to me today," Meng Lingxing implored once more. Upon hearing the woman's voice, laden with urgency, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss. After all, he had unwittingly accepted her as a disciple during the day when he was barely awake. With no other option, he decided to open the door and seek clarification. A wave of regret washed over Zhao Wenyu. Had he known that taking on a disciple would lead to such complications, he would have settled for just one. If he were to consider a second disciple, it should have been someone who could understand him effortlessly and be of great benefit, rather than someone who elicited such distaste within him merely to gain the advantages offered by the system. Zhao Wenyu hastened to the door and, with palpable impatience, swung it open. To his astonishment, he was met by a woman whose complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, standing before him and utterly shocking him. On the day they parted ways in the afternoon, everything seemed well. Little did he know what unspeakable deeds his apprentice had committed upon returning. as evidenced by the now pallid complexion that was so starkly apparent. Could it be that he had fallen ill? If that were the case, Zhao Wenyu would find himself utterly incapable of providing an explanation. After all, this individual had only recently arrived at his side, and now, under such unfortunate circumstances, it seemed rather unfavorable. What is the matter? You cannot possibly be unwell, can you? I had advised you to take a moment to stabilize yourself before contemplating the next steps. Why are you in such a haste? Zhao Wenyu's expression bore the weight of embarrassment, intertwined with genuine concern. He would never permit any disciple to encounter issues within his sect. Such matters were beyond anyone's control. There's no need to worry, Master. I merely feel a bit unwell, Meng Lingxing hurriedly replied. At present, he sought no one's concern, as that alone was a relief, sparing him from unprecedented troubles. However, Zhao Wenyu let out a cold laugh. His indifference was palpable. He merely felt it unacceptable for his disciple to encounter misfortune in his presence. He was hardly in a position to scold, let alone attend to other matters. Thus it was inconceivable for him to express such sentiments. It was far from simple. Do you think I am concerned about you? I merely advise you not to cause disturbances on my territory. Otherwise, you need not maintain any affiliation with me henceforth. In fact, I could declare to the world that you are not my second disciple. You have only just arrived and already caused so much trouble, Zhao Wenyu said, his face reflecting clear impatience. He did not wish for his disciple to unwittingly create such trouble for him. Today presented an opportunity to address this matter thoroughly. Meng Lingxing initially believed that her master was showing her considerable concern, and within her heart, she felt a sense of extraordinary importance, naturally deeming it quite remarkable. However, upon hearing a particular remark, she was suddenly engulfed by embarrassment. It seemed that Zhao Wenyu was not someone easily trifled with. It was indeed her own fault for having previously underestimated the complexity of the situation. Consequently, the present circumstances were far from the simplicity she had envisioned. Observing Meng Lingxing bow her head, rendered speechless, Zhao Wenyu felt a flicker of compassion. He recognized that he should not speak to a woman in such an excessive manner. Otherwise, misunderstandings could easily arise, leading to unforeseen consequences. Could you please refrain from crying? I harbor no ill intentions. It is simply that on your very first day, you have already brought me this trouble, which is quite difficult for me to accept, and it is not due to any other reasons. Please do not let this incident affect you too deeply, Zhao Wenyu hurriedly clarified. He was most terrified by the sight of a woman in tears. The mere act would plunge him into an abyss of anxiety, particularly under such circumstances today, rendering him utterly incapable of coping. Meng Lingxing could hardly fathom that her master would offer her comfort. His tears were simply an expression of his own grievances. Are you particularly intolerant of women crying? Meng Lingxing seized the opportunity to inquire directly. Upon realizing that his vulnerability had been exposed, Zhao Wenyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed he could not fully reveal himself before others. Otherwise, it would prove exceedingly difficult to take action in the future. Could you possibly refrain from such frivolous talk? Is a master merely a target for your jests? If that is the case, you might as well return from whence you came tomorrow. I simply cannot handle you. And you are far less considerate than my first disciple, Zhao Wenyu retorted, his anger palpable. He harbored a profound disdain for others who attempted to speculate about his thoughts. Now, upon hearing such words, he felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Meng Lingxing swiftly retracted her earlier remarks. At this moment, he dared not act impulsively. That mere basket of elixirs was something he could never hope to acquire in the outside world during his entire lifetime. Standing beside Zhao Wenyu, with so many advantages at hand, he could not afford to contemplate departure. He was determined to seize this opportunity to break through his bottleneck, significantly elevating his cultivation to several realms. Only then could he justify his journey. Otherwise, his apprenticeship would amount to naught, and upon returning, he could only imagine the embarrassment that awaited him. Master, I apologize. I will not utter such words again. I understand it stems from my own shortcomings. I am truly remorseful, and it was not my intention to speak thus. I promise to refrain from making similar mistakes in the future, and I ask for your guidance. Meng Lingxing hurriedly began to acknowledge her fault. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The only sentiment he could express was a desire for the support of others. Zhao Wenyu had initially been reluctant to take on this disciple. Yet upon witnessing the girl's tear-filled eyes and her obedient demeanor, he felt a pang of compassion. Given that he had already acquired the Qian Kuan array technique through the acceptance of a disciple, he felt an undeniable obligation to accept this land. Even if he were to commit a grievous mistake, it would be of little consequence. After all, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner at this juncture. Enough, Zhao Wenyu interjected. Do not waste your breath. Tell me, what is it that you seek from me today? Please share your thoughts, so I may ascertain whether I can be of assistance in the future. Otherwise, I cannot promise you anything lightly. You must first inquire about the intentions of the other party, for only in doing so can he avoid an unprecedented embarrassment. Upon hearing that Zhao Wenyu was actually going to undertake tasks for him, Meng Lingxing felt an exhilarating surge within her. She had never anticipated such an occurrence and had believed he would inevitably face numerous insurmountable challenges this time. Master, I have just quietly engaged in my cultivation. Yet I have seen no favorable results, leaving me at a loss as to how to proceed. I fear I am unable to break through my bottleneck. If I continue this way, I will surely fall into madness, just like my senior sister, Meng Lingxing lamented, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. She felt an immense heaviness in her heart, leaving Zhao Wenyu uncertain about how to respond. Her behavior was difficult for him to accept. Yet she found herself unable to confide in anyone. Perhaps you are not yet ready to break through your bottleneck. However, I believe that if you begin with a few pills and progress gradually, your body may slowly acclimate. If you attempt to consume something you have never encountered in your lifetime all at once, falling into madness would be an inevitable outcome. What do you think? Zhao Wenyu casually suggested. This was merely his conjecture, yet at that moment, Meng Lingxing appeared to have received genuine guidance, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. The mere fact that Zhao Wenyu could offer such words was immensely satisfying to her. Master, thank you for your guidance. I now understand what I must do in the coming days. Rest assured, I will diligently adhere to your teachings. Upon my return, I will know exactly how to proceed. Thank you for your insights, she expressed, deeply bowing to Zhao Wenyu before departing in a whirlwind. Witnessing this spirited young woman, Zhao Wenyu found himself utterly perplexed. He had merely expressed his own perspective moments ago and could hardly be regarded as offering any guidance. Yet, the circumstances surrounding the child remained a mystery, as it was perplexing to hear such words at this juncture. This left him feeling a tinge of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Meng Lingxing returned to her chamber and resumed her cultivation, which, at this moment, was indeed a remarkable endeavor for her. Hearing those words filled her with a sense of contentment, and she chose not to speak further, trusting in her own mastery of the situation. Throughout the night, she gradually absorbed the energy of 5 elixirs. Previously, even a single elixir had sustained her for a considerable time. With the cultivation from 5 elixirs, she anticipated a gradual breakthrough upon awakening the next day. Meanwhile, a seismic shift was unfolding elsewhere. Boss, we absolutely must initiate a war. If we allow him to continue unchecked, he may soon dominate the entire realm. We must temper his arrogance, for he is poised to become our most formidable competitor. One cunning individual remarked, gazing at their leader. The leader, an elderly man with a head full of gray, stroked his white beard, uncertain of how to respond. The atmosphere in the various chambers had grown exceedingly tense. Yet, they were at a loss for how to resolve the matter sensibly. Unsure of the appropriate words for the next step, what do you suggest we do at this moment? It feels exceedingly awkward. If I were to take the initiative for war, it might seem petty. Besides, he has only just begun to rise. He should not pose a significant threat to us. The elderly man suddenly turned to his companion and remarked, drawing from years of accumulated experience. He was acutely aware of what actions to take and what to avoid in such a critical juncture. He understood that the next course of action was a matter of necessity. Should such a situation arise now, it would undoubtedly be somewhat unreasonable. However, if they did not curtail his arrogance, it could lead to unnecessary troubles in the future. It was imperative that they did not allow such a scenario to persist. Several assistants echoed their agreement once more. They naturally hoped that Zhao Wenyu would vanish from their side immediately, sparing them from further heavy blows in the same location. Indeed, my esteemed leader, we must decisively quell his arrogance. Otherwise, if this continues, he may cause a tremendous upheaval within our entire cultivation realm, which could threaten your esteemed position and place our sect in grave peril. Thus, I find my senior brother's perspective to be quite reasonable. I too concur with the sentiments expressed by the others. A well-structured competition must be arranged promptly. I firmly believe that with the strength of our sect, defeating them should pose no significant challenge, and we will reclaim our dignity, dispelling any doubts regarding our capabilities. The individuals surrounding them engaged in animated discussions, each harboring their own insights on the matter, inevitably feeling a tinge of discomfort. However, at that moment, the silver-haired leader found himself at a loss. Given that everyone around him shared a similar viewpoint, they had no choice but to proceed according to the plan proposed by their sect. lest they find themselves in an awkward position. After contemplating for a while, the elder subtly nodded. Since circumstances had escalated to such a degree, he felt he had no alternative but to allow events to unfold while refraining from further comments. Children, do not fret. Since you have offered me such invaluable advice, I shall certainly give it due consideration. Rest assured, I will ensure that their sect appears silently and vanishes just as quietly, leaving only the faintest trace behind. The elder proclaimed with confidence. Having garnered the support of his disciples, he felt compelled to launch an offensive against Zhao Wenyu without delay. For further inaction was not an option. Clearly, Zhao Wenyu's sudden rise posed a threat to the great powers within the realm, and if this continued, it would yield no favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyu sat at the table, suddenly sensing a warmth in his ears. What could be the cause of this sensation? Could something be amiss? What troubles you, master? You appear somewhat unwell. If something is amiss, please share it with me so I may understand the situation better, inquired the eldest disciple, approaching Zhao Wenyu. She too found herself puzzled by Zhao Wenyu's condition, often feeling a strange sense of uncertainty about how to respond. I can't shake the feeling that someone is speaking ill of me. Could it be that my actions toward your junior sister last night were inappropriate? Perhaps that has engendered such animosity towards me, Zhao Wenyu mused, pondering the source of his discomfort. Zhao Wenyu could not help but furrow his brow. At this moment, this was the only conceivable thought he could entertain. There was little else to articulate. His eldest disciple, Zhang Qian, let out a laugh. Astounded that her master could believe in such matters, it left her at a loss for words, as this was certainly not something a rational person would contemplate. Master, I have always perceived you as someone who only believes in oneself, yet I never imagined you would subscribe to such notions. I believe those who come to seek your guidance regard you as family. Surely, no matter what, my junior sister wouldn't dare to scold you? With that, Zhang Qian burst into laughter. She was truly taken aback to discover that the mentor she had always respected was, in fact, an idealist, which hardly aligned with the demeanor of a true master. Upon hearing the mockery in Zhang Qian's tone, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of speechlessness. Could it be that even a master could not maintain a fade? If that were the case, it was rather amusing. And he would not permit anyone to cast doubt on his actions. In truth, I have always been a materialist. I do not place much faith in those things. Yet, at times, I feel as though there are indeed voices criticizing me. Why don't you go to your junior sister's room and see what she is up to? Zhao Wenyu advised Zhang Qian, gazing at her intently. He must know what his disciple is truly engaged in, as this knowledge would ultimately prove beneficial to him. However, Zhang Qian felt a certain awkwardness, believing that pursuing this matter in such a manner was somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, being confronted with this notion left him feeling a twinge of sadness. Noticing Zhang Qian's hesitance, Zhao Wenyu felt a flicker of helplessness within. He simply could not comprehend the situation. What is it, Zhang Qian? Do you no longer wish to heed my words? You once assured me that as long as I accepted you as my disciple, you would invariably follow my guidance. Why has your stance changed so abruptly? Surely you do not believe you have already achieved your purpose? Confusion was vividly reflected in Zhao Wenyu's gaze. He could hardly believe that Zhang Qian was such a person. Yet the myriad of facts presented before him left him at a loss for words, rendering him somewhat helpless in this moment. Zhang Qian herself never anticipated that a single statement could provoke such an uproar. She had always felt that their acquaintance was rather superficial. Thus, her current actions seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, after Zhao Wenyu's remarks, she hesitated to outright refuse, fearing it might cast a negative light on her in Zhao's eyes, which would indeed be quite awkward. How could you say such a thing? I had previously vowed to fulfill your request, and I am more than willing to traverse mountains and seas of fire for you. Zhang Qian's tone inadvertently bore a hint of uncertainty. He truly could not guarantee that he would be able to act in such a manner. Thus, he exhibited a somewhat awkward demeanor, which, in the grand scheme of things, was rather inconsequential. Observing Zhang Qian's hesitance left Zhao Wenyu unable to restrain himself. He would not permit his disciple to dally in such a manner. This behavior would be of no benefit to their future, only leading to unforeseen consequences. Disciple, speak your mind directly. There is no need for such hesitation before me. Otherwise, I might genuinely believe you are unfit to remain here. I harbor no intention of deceit. I merely perceive the possibility that the truth may indeed be as I have stated. Some matters are simply beyond my endurance, and I hope you can understand my position. Zhao Wenyu stated earnestly. He finds himself at a loss for words, naturally yearning for the understanding of others. In such a situation, it would indeed be quite satisfactory, sparing him from any unprecedented pressure. Zhang Qian merely feels a hint of awkwardness. As for anything further, she wishes to refrain from saying more. However, the remarks made by those around her leave her unable to maintain her composure. It seems that she has no choice but to acquiesce to the situation, whether she likes it or not. Master, I promise you I will go see her right away, Zhang Qian declared, making her way directly to her junior's room. At this moment, she truly finds herself devoid of options and must comply with Zhao Wenyu's request. As for what may transpire upon her arrival, she will address it when the time comes. Upon reaching the door of Meng Lingxing, Zhang Qian feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The two individuals were not particularly familiar with each other, and after this incident, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. The situation was undeniably awkward, leaving him with no choice but to let his feelings surface. Eventually, Zhang Qian mustered her courage, recognizing the necessity of fulfilling her master's request to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, even if it left her feeling somewhat helpless. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated through the air. At that moment, Zhang Qian was deep in slumber. Startled by the sudden noise, she hurriedly opened the door, initially believing it to be Zhao Wenyu come to oversee her. The thought alone filled her with trepidation. However, as Meng Lingxing opened the door, she was taken aback to find Zhang Qian standing before her, which instantly heightened her discomfort. Sister, what brings you here? Meng Lingxing's tone unmistakably betrayed her disappointment. She had hoped it was her master come to seek her out, a prospect that would have excited her. Yet it was evidently not to be. Noticing Meng Lingxing's disillusionment, Zhang Qian's embarrassment escalated further. She had not anticipated this turn of events. What is the matter? I came to see you because someone asked me to, not for my own reasons. Is it really appropriate for you to behave this way? Zhang Qian expressed her frustration vehemently. She found it particularly irksome to deal with women like Meng Lingxing, whom she perceived as cunning, making it challenging for her to accept the situation. In that moment, Meng Lingxing felt a pang of discomfort. Her sentiments were not aimed at her senior, rather, she believed that guidance from her master would be more beneficial, and she dared not dwell on anything further. I apologize, sister, perhaps you have misinterpreted my intentions. I assure you, I had no such thoughts. If you insist on perceiving it that way, it's rather unfortunate. I genuinely thought it was my master checking on my progress, and I didn't deconsider you at all. I am truly sorry for the misunderstanding, Meng Lingxing said, hastily inviting Zhang Qian inside. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Qian's thoughts lingered on the matter, struggling to comprehend why Zhao Wenyu had taken the time to provide guidance to the other party, which left her at a loss for words. Sister, could you please refrain from being upset? I truly did not foresee how this situation would unfold. I sincerely hope to gain your support. If you would be so kind, she implored. Meng Lingxing gazed at Zhang Qian, who was apologizing, her heart yearning for everything to fall within his control. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian's countenance grew increasingly grave. She felt an urgent need to seek out Zhao Wenyu to clarify why these intricate matters had been entrusted to him. While the favorable outcomes seemed to befall only her junior sister, this was a reality she found exceedingly difficult to accept, and she required a satisfactory explanation to avoid further awkwardness in the situation. Yet, finding such clarity proved to be no simple task. All right, you should quickly tidy up and come outside. Master is waiting for you, Zhang Qian said, before making her way into the hall. He must first seek out Zhao Wenyu to inquire about the situation at hand, to discern precisely what transpired. Otherwise, she would find it impossible to quell the turmoil within her, lest she invite unnecessary complications into her life. Throughout the journey, Zhang Qian struggled to maintain her composure. She never anticipated encountering such blatant injustice on her very first day as a novice. This predicament left her unable to restrain herself, and she was at a loss as to how best to navigate this troubling circumstance, which proved to be far from simple. After considerable effort, she arrived at the hall, where she found Zhao Wenyu seated at a table, sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation or any wrongdoing on his part. Observing her master's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Qian approached slowly, momentarily unsure of how to initiate the conversation, yet certain that some matters were simply intolerable. Ah, you've returned so swiftly. Why are you alone? Where is your junior sister? Naturally, I wish to inquire, Zhao Wenyu exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Qian's return. This was his sole concern at that moment. He hoped someone would comply with his wishes, thereby avoiding any complications. Hearing her master place all his hopes on her junior sister left Zhang Qian feeling utterly despondent, as she felt unable to articulate her own thoughts amidst her turmoil. The weight of the situation was becoming unbearable, and she feared she might lose control if this continued. What are you really thinking? Why do you show so little concern for me, yet direct such attention towards him at this time? Zhang Qian's frustration boiled over, and she could no longer contain herself. This inability to manage her emotions had led to the current predicament, and she realized that extricating herself from this unprecedented trouble would not be easy. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wenyu quickly gathered his thoughts, striving to comprehend the nature of the events that had unfolded. However, he too struggled to maintain his composure, recognizing that the situation was far from straightforward. Where did you hear such things? I have repeatedly advised you against believing hearsay. Moreover, now that you are my disciple, you ought to adhere to my guidance rather than engaging in actions that defy understanding. If I express myself clearly, you should be able to accept it, correct? Zhao Wenyu spoke with considerable anger. For him, the situation was utterly unbearable, and he would never permit his disciple to speak frivolously in his presence. Zhang Qian, caught off guard, was at a loss for words, fully aware of Zhao Wenyu's notoriously fiery temperament. She understood that any utterance from him could bring about unprecedented pressure, which was far from ideal. I truly cannot fathom why you chose to assist your junior sister last night, but not me. This is a question that weighs heavily on my mind. Consequently, I find myself unable to rein in my emotions. My previous words may have been offensive, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Ultimately, Zhang Qian managed to voice her thoughts. He found himself utterly unable to restrain his emotions. Thus, it was entirely natural for such a situation to arise. It was at this moment that Zhao Wenyu began to comprehend the underlying issues these individuals were attempting to convey to him. With a cold smile, he regarded the matter as trivial. However, he was perplexed as to why such thoughts had emerged in their minds, as he, too, was struggling to manage his own feelings. Am I to understand that you are angry over this matter? Or do you have thoughts at this moment that you wish to share with me? I would appreciate knowing your intentions, Zhao Wenyu reiterated. He wished to first observe the thoughts of these individuals, believing that such an endeavor might yield him certain advantages, thereby alleviating any potential troubles. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, she was not inclined to elaborate further. Since her anger stemmed from this particular issue, she felt compelled to acknowledge it candidly, choosing to withhold other matters for the time being. After all, in this day and age, there was no need to elucidate matters to anyone. Master, as fellow disciples, I believe you ought to treat us both with equal regard, rather than showing favoritism, she asserted. It is this conviction that led me to seek your guidance. Otherwise, I would never have approached you. Moreover, as a senior sister, I truly wish to avoid any rivalry with my junior. Yet, at times, I find myself in awkward situations that challenge my self-restraint. Do you understand my sentiments? Zhang Qian explained. It was not that she sought trouble. Rather, she felt a profound discomfort within her heart. This emotional turmoil and pressure were inevitable, leading her to such a state. Zhao Wenyu, feeling quite helpless, detested the jealousy and discord among those around him, especially when matters escalated without any clear communication. Zhang Qian, if it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should return to where you came from. I know that whatever I say will be futile. The complexities of a woman's heart elude my understanding. Therefore, if that is your choice, I trust your sect will be just with you. Zhao Wenyu stated resolutely before preparing to turn away. Confronted with such unreasonable behavior, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Yan Zhenjin, witnessing Zhao Wenyu's departure, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment fill Zhang Qian's heart. She could not bear the thought of her newly acknowledged master vanishing from her sight due to circumstances beyond her control. This was a burden too great for her to bear alone. Could you please cease your jesting? I am at a loss for words at this moment. Moreover, your actions only exacerbate my inability to maintain my composure. I genuinely feel that you are being unjust towards both of us. If this is your fault, why must I endure the suffering that is not mine to bear? Zhang Qian exclaimed passionately. Initially, Zhao Wenyu had no intention of engaging in a dispute with her, for he believed that arguing with women would ultimately yield no benefits, only unnecessary complications. However, he now recognized that these issues could not be resolved solely by his own efforts. If the matter is not clarified, he may unknowingly bear an unjust stigma within the realm. Alas, I must take this moment to elucidate my thoughts to you, hoping you comprehend my perspective. I can only responsibly declare that my encounter with him last night was purely coincidental. Should you seek my counsel in the dead of night, I would impart all the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life. Do you understand? Zhao Wenyu explained calmly. For him, it was merely a matter of clarifying the facts to foster mutual understanding, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qian suddenly came to a realization. The root of the issue lay with her junior apprentice, Meng Lingxing, who had no connection with the master, thus misidentifying the enemy. This misunderstanding had led to the current predicament, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. I apologize. It seems I am at fault. Master, I assure you such occurrences will not arise again. If they do, I shall accept full responsibility. Zhang Qian hastily admitted her mistake. Having finally become a disciple of Zhao Wenyu, she yearned to absorb knowledge during this time, rather than see it abruptly end at its inception, a fate few could endure. Very well, I shall not hold this against you any further. You are new to my tutelage and are unaware of many rules. Thus, my actions may have seemed unjust. However, do not forget my sentiments. Should a similar situation arise again, I shall not be so lenient, Zhao Wenyu stated with utmost seriousness. While certain matters were within his purview to discuss, many others remained beyond his comprehension. Zhang Qian nodded fervently. The mere fact that Zhao Wenyu spoke to her in such a manner filled her with immense joy, rendering her incapable of making further demands. I truly did not anticipate such a situation arising. Rest assured, Master, I will not allow this to happen again. Since I have articulated my thoughts, I must possess my own convictions, Zhang Qian said, quickly retreating to the side. At that moment, she preferred silence, wary of Zhao Wenyu. Fearing that she might ultimately be unable to remain within the sect, a scenario that would be exceedingly awkward. Before long, Meng Lingxing entered the hall. Noticing the apparent tension between the two individuals, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, utterly perplexed by how she had offended them. What is wrong, Master? Is something amiss? Upon noticing the disquiet on everyone's faces, Meng Lingxing hurriedly inquired about the matter. She initially feared that something had transpired within their sect. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu gestured dismissively, indicating that nothing of consequence had occurred. He certainly wished to keep the situation concealed from others, for where women abound, strife is often inevitable. A truth he fully understood. Suddenly, a wave of gratitude washed over Zhang Qian as she regarded her master before her. She had anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would surely betray her, but it seemed she had underestimated his discretion. Zhang Qian felt a profound appreciation, as she had feared her master would unreservedly disclose her recent actions. Yet, it appeared that her suspicions had been unfounded. Today, you both shall practice in the rear garden. The daylight offers ample opportunities for training, and with no pressing matters at hand, I propose you exercise your abilities freely. Should you encounter formidable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Thus it shall be, Zhao Wenyu declared as he prepared to depart. There were many aspects he did not comprehend, preferring to remain silent rather than provide others with ammunition for gossip. Master, please wait a moment. I have several questions regarding my practice from yesterday that I would like to discuss with you. Your guidance would greatly benefit my training today. If you would be so kind, Meng Lingxing implored, hastening towards him. Last night, she had diligently followed Zhao Wenyu's prescribed methods during her training. Yet she sensed lingering uncertainties that she wished to address with him. Upon hearing Meng Lingxing's request, Zhang Qian could no longer restrain herself. Seeing her junior sister's ambition stirred within her the desire to not lag behind as the senior disciple. However, she understood that revealing her true feelings at this moment might be inappropriate. If you must seek my advice, it is not out of the question. Yet, daytime is your designated training period. I believe we could engage in mutual discourse regarding any matters at hand. You might also consult your senior sister, as she may possess insights that differ from yours, Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. His statement served a dual purpose, to ease the tension between the master and disciple, and to foster a more amicable relationship between the two women. Otherwise, the harmony within his sect would be jeopardized, a thought he preferred to avoid. Upon hearing her master's words, Meng Lingxing felt a twinge of embarrassment, acutely aware that Zhao Wenyu was clearly trying to reject her, albeit subtly. Zhang Qian also experienced a wave of awkwardness, initially believing her discomfort stemmed from elsewhere. However, upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's remarks, she suddenly comprehended that her master was a person of considerable fairness and integrity, a realization she had previously overlooked. There's no need to hold back, Master. Feel free to express your thoughts to her. I believe it's nothing to be concerned about. Moreover, after you speak with her, I would appreciate the opportunity to listen, as it would be somewhat beneficial for me, and I wouldn't find it troublesome at all. Zhao Wenyu seized the moment, recognizing this as his only recourse. Yet, at that instant, he resolutely shook his head. Once he had made a decision, nothing could sway him. Given that he had already articulated his position, he was prepared for any eventuality, rendering other matters insignificant. Let us put this aside for now. You both should continue your training. I will return shortly. and we can discuss any issues privately. However, I truly have pressing matters to attend to today, Zhao Wenyu declared before departing. With such urgency, he felt no desire to prolong the conversation with the group. Seeing Zhao Wenyu walk away with such determination left Meng Lingxing feeling quite unsettled. She could distinctly sense that his attitude toward her had shifted compared to the past. For a moment, she found herself unable to accept this change. Zhang Qian, too, felt an increased awkwardness, as she believed the situation had arisen due to her actions. Yet, at that time, she had not intended for things to unfold as they did. Junior sister, if you have anything to say, please feel free to share. I understand that your willingness to speak to me signifies your respect, and I am eager to assist you wholeheartedly. As long as what you express is constructive, there should be no issue at all. Zhang Qian gazed at Meng Lingxing, who had been unusually silent for quite some time, and offered her consolation. She understood the significance of the situation for Meng Lingxing and could empathize with the sense of loss she was experiencing at that moment. Hence, she deliberately chose her words with care. Indeed, her gentle prompting seemed to resonate with Meng Lingxing, who felt as though she had found a kindred spirit. It was imperative for her to express her thoughts fully to avoid any unnecessary complications. Sister, do you think Master's mood today is somewhat off? I've never seen her like this before. Last night, she was quite amiable towards me. I truly cannot fathom what has transpired, and it frightens me, Meng Lingxing confessed, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. She had never encountered such turmoil before, and now, with Zhang Qian's words echoing in her mind, she found herself unable to accept the situation, unsure of how to navigate the complexities that had arisen. Zhang Qian felt a pang of guilt. She was fully aware of the reasons behind this predicament. Previously, she had contemplated restraining herself in similar situations, yet often found herself at a loss for words. I'm truly sorry. I never anticipated that our actions would escalate to this extent. The blame lies with me. Zhang Qian finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. In these trying times, she felt compelled to speak her mind. Meng Lingxing had never considered that this matter could be linked to Zhang Qian. Hearing her speak in such a manner was disconcerting, leaving her uncertain about how to address the situation with others. Sister, what do you mean by that? She inquired, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. If this issue indeed stemmed from Zhang Qian, she was unsure of how to confront it alone. Zhang Qian wrestled with whether to reveal her thoughts, sensing that silence could jeopardize their relationship. Ultimately, she wished to resolve the matter through her own efforts, accepting whatever outcome might arise. It's a long story, but I sincerely apologize, sister. I feel quite ashamed, she admitted. As the first disciple of Zhao Wenyu, she recognized that she must possess a broad-minded spirit to maintain her esteemed position within the sect. If she continued to harbor doubts about herself and others, it would only lead to more complications. Sister, please feel free to share what's on your mind. Your silence weighs heavily on me. I know you are a person of deep feelings. We can surely resolve any misunderstandings between us, Meng Lingxing urged, eager to understand if she had inadvertently angered her master, leading to the current predicament. As for other matters, she naturally lacked the capital to continue speaking and dared not utter further nonsense. Zhang Qian felt a tinge of hesitation within her, yet she found herself devoid of any means to address the situation. I apologize, junior sister. Yesterday, I sought out the master, never anticipating that such circumstances would arise. I have always sensed that the master favored you more, as she provided you guidance last night. While I received none, this morning, I confronted her about it, and it seems she believed that assisting you further might anger me, hence her reluctance. All of this stems from my actions, Zhang Qian admitted hastily. Besides acknowledging her mistakes, she truly had no recourse left. Initially, Meng Lingxing had not perceived any issues and had been keen to listen attentively to their conversation. However, upon hearing such remarks, she found them increasingly difficult to accept. What you are saying now is of no use to me. It only brings greater trouble and leaves me speechless. Why are you being so petty? Did I once hold you in too high regard? Meng Lingxing's tone brimmed with indignation. She could hardly believe that her senior sister would act in such a manner, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Zhang Qian was aware that her words would likely provoke Meng Lingxing's disdain, yet she often found herself without options. Junior sister, I admit my fault, and I sincerely hope you can forgive me. I promise I will never again compete with you. If I do so, it would be my own folly. I hope for your understanding. I truly did not intend this. Zhang Qian repeatedly apologized, earnestly seeking Meng Lingxing's support. Seeing that Zhang Qian seemed to genuinely recognize her errors, Meng Lingxing felt she had no choice. Their relationship was essential to maintain, and in the current circumstances, what else could be done? Sister, there is no need for further words. What you say serves no purpose. It only deepens my discomfort. My actions were not intended to undermine you. I merely hope to enhance my own abilities. Beyond that, I dare not entertain any further thoughts. Please, do not misunderstand me. Meng Lingxing clarified. She still wished for an understanding relationship between them, believing that this would prevent any further misunderstandings. Zhang Qian nodded eagerly, realizing she had no other choice but to comply, which was undoubtedly a significant test for her at that moment. Just as Zhang Qian felt exceedingly awkward, uncertain of how to proceed, she suddenly heard applause resonating throughout the corridor. As she gazed into the distance, she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhao Wenyu before her. In that fleeting moment, upon seeing her master, Zhang Qian found herself unable to contain her emotions. It dawned upon her that her mentor had never truly departed. Merely moments ago, he had been lurking in the shadows, listening to their conversation. The sight of her master rendered Zhang Qian's heart incapable of remaining composed. "Master, what brings you here?" she asked, feigning ignorance, though deep down she was well aware of the reason for his arrival. It was simply a truth she often hesitated to acknowledge. "I have not left. I merely wish to observe whether you two could unite and support one another. Now that you are by my side, let us speak candidly. I am genuinely touched by the depth of your words today. Can you promise to coexist harmoniously in the future?" Zhao Wenyu inquired with earnestness. He naturally hoped for a harmonious relationship between the two children to avoid unnecessary troubles for himself. However, things took a turn for the worse. Zhang Qian and Meng Lingxing nodded repeatedly. At this moment, they dared not entertain any other thoughts. "Master, rest assured, I shall never utter such words again," Zhang Qian pledged. "Although I understand this may anger you, certain matters are beyond my personal control. I assure you that I will prevent such situations from arising in the future." Apologizing profusely, Zhang Qian realized this was her only course of action, just as Zhao Wenyu smiled, and everyone was preparing to amicably resolve the issue. A sudden commotion outside the door caught their attention. "What is happening?" Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, astonished. He was certainly unaware of the exact circumstances, yet there were elements that struck him as peculiar. "You stay here for a moment. I will step outside to take a look," Zhang Qian declared, striding towards the exit. As the first disciple of Zhao Wenyu, he was eager to seize every opportunity to assert his identity in the grand world. However, just as Zhang Qian stepped outside, he noticed a letter lying at the entrance. Yet, when he excitedly rushed out, he found no trace of any person. Silently, he picked up the letter and returned to the hall. Only his master could determine the proper course of action. What was that about? Who was outside just now? Surely I haven't attracted unwanted attention so soon after establishing our sect, Zhao Wenyu remarked, his expression one of disdain. Even if he had indeed roused the ire of others, he felt no fear, merely a sense of unease. "Master, when I stepped outside, there was no one there. I never anticipated such a situation. Nor do I know who instructed them to leave this letter before departing," Zhang Qian explained, producing the letter he had found at the door. "A letter? How could anyone write to me?" Zhao Wenyu replied, perplexed. He simply could not fathom that someone would take the trouble to correspond with him. Thus, this unexpected occurrence was difficult for him to accept, and it felt rather ominous. Zhang Qian shook her head, uncertain of the letter's origin, but recognized that its presence indicated there was something of significance within. "Master, why don't we take a look at this letter? It might just be a prank." "If that is the case, we need not take it seriously," Meng Lingxing suggested from the side. Given the reality of the situation, it was more prudent to consider how to accept it rather than dwell on other matters. Hearing Meng Lingxing's words held some merit, Zhao Wenyu nodded in agreement. Therefore, he resolved to open the letter and discover its contents. "Since we have reached this point in our conversation, let us dispense with any further trivialities." "Master, will you open it?" Zhang Qian said, handing the letter to Zhao Wenyu. As a disciple, she certainly had her own thoughts on how to navigate such a situation. As Zhao Wenyu carefully opened the letter, he was struck by the formality of its script, which immediately suggested that this was no trivial matter. Clearly, the sender had no intention of jesting. Something significant awaited his attention. Noticing Zhao Wenyu's countenance darkening, Zhang Qian felt a flicker of fear, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, she could sense that her master's expression had grown increasingly unsettling. Could it be that something truly unfortunate had transpired? If so, it would indeed be peculiar. "Master, what is the matter?" Zhang Qian implored, her anxiety palpable. Regardless of the circumstances, she yearned to comprehend what was afflicting her master, lest it lead to an unprecedented awkwardness. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Wenyu ultimately resolved to voice all that he wished to express. Given that events had escalated to this point, He dared not remain silent any longer. It appeared that our sect had barely been established, it had already obstructed the path of others. There were those who were eager to challenge us. With that, Zhao Wenyu forcefully cast the letter onto the table. He was genuinely reluctant to emerge into the public eye so soon. After all, he lacked the confidence to overcome the other sections. To have his nascent experience of this life abruptly cut short would indeed render it rather meaningless. Zhang Qian hastily brought forth the letter, and upon discovering that someone had indeed sent word, indicating that the Shadowless sect was preparing to launch an attack against them, his expression changed drastically. He could hardly fathom such a predicament. In his view, their sect was hardly formidable, consisting of merely 3 individuals. Including his master, how could they possibly pose a threat to those renowned sects? Could this news be fabricated? If it were a challenge from the Shadowless sect, it should bear their signature. Yet, at present, it appeared to be merely a message from others. As for the veracity of the information, it remained unclear to them. What do you think? Zhang Qian consoled Zhao Wenyu. At this moment, such words were all he could offer. However, Zhao Wenyu shook his head, believing that no matter the circumstance, one should not underestimate anything. Particularly, the fact that someone had sent him a warning only underscored the gravity of the situation. Perhaps someone truly had grown weary of him. Do not dwell on the specifics of this matter. We must prepare ourselves to accept the challenge. I would be tormented to know that my newly appointed disciples fell victim to another, Zhao Wenyu jested. At this, both disciples exchanged glances of confusion towards their master. They had expected him to maintain such an air of nonchalance in these turbulent times. This reaction was difficult for them to suppress. Master, are you not afraid at all? If someone truly challenges us, our sect would not withstand it. Do you not agree? Meng Lingxing remarked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. She had initially chosen to follow Zhao Wenyu, drawn by his pride and the promise of knowledge and opportunity he represented. Yet, she had not anticipated facing failure so soon, which left her feeling increasingly unsettled. Zhao Wenyu, however, simply smiled, confident that what was destined to come would eventually arrive. Thus, with the current situation unfolding, he felt no need to temper his excitement. Such considerations held no weight for him, having already made his stance abundantly clear. Even if the situation was as you described, it would be of little consequence, since others have chosen this particular approach to resolve the matter. We find ourselves unable to exert any control over it. What remains paramount is that, regardless of the circumstances, we must adhere to our own convictions, ensuring that we do not give the impression that we have engaged in any wrongdoing. What are your thoughts on this? Zhao Wenyu elucidated. He believed that as long as they had not committed any egregious acts, the issues at hand could undoubtedly be resolved in a most reasonable manner, thus avoiding any further embarrassing situations. Naturally, he also hoped to garner the support of those around him, which would be quite satisfactory. Master, do we need to make any preparations? Zhang Qian inquired eagerly. This was, after all, her first foray into such a challenge. If she could experience it even once in this lifetime, it would certainly be preferable to allowing him to remain perpetually ensconced in self-satisfaction. Zhao Wenyu blinked, yet he still felt uncertain about how to approach the matter at hand. He needed to contemplate it more thoroughly. Let us wait a moment. I shall first ascertain the veracity of this information and then inform you of the necessary course of action, Zhao Wenyu replied with remarkable composure. He walked towards the back garden, clutching the letter, which held significant importance for him as it was the sole source of information at this juncture. Senior sister, if all else fails, we should promptly engage in our training. Only when we reach the pinnacle of our abilities can we accept any sect's challenge. Otherwise, remaining perpetually timid is hardly a sustainable strategy. Xiao Hong expressed her thoughts to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian nodded. She was acutely aware that cultivation was of utmost importance at present. However, having only just reached the entry-level stage, with their foundations still being laid, how could they dare to act recklessly? To begin their training and subsequently succumb to the perils of obsession would mean they would be doomed to an end before they even began. Junior sister, your reasoning is sound, yet I believe our primary focus should be on safeguarding our master. As his only 2 disciples, we must ensure that he remains shielded from any sect's threats. If necessary, we shall directly confront them. After all, I am confident in our master's formidable prowess. Zhang Qian proclaimed without a moment's hesitation. To her, her master was undeniably a powerful figure, and she trusted that he would find a way to contend with any adversary, no matter how formidable. However, while speaking was easy, the execution was far more complex. Not only would an assault from a prominent sect like the Shadowless sect create significant upheaval, But even a seemingly inconspicuous sect challenge would undoubtedly cause a stir within their realm. At that point, even if they wished to remain inconspicuous, it would be impossible to elude scrutiny. A single contest would not only pertain to the survival of their sect, but also reflect on the reputations of the larger sects within the industry. Upon reaching the backyard, Zhao Wenyu felt an inexplicable discomfort in his chest, unaware of the multitude of powerful figures he had inadvertently angered with his recent rise. Gazing at the clear blue sky, Zhao Wenyu found himself surprisingly unsettled. If a seemingly inconsequential sect were to declare war against him, it might be somewhat understandable. Yet, he found it utterly perplexing that a formidable faction like the Shadowless sect would concern itself with someone of his insignificance. Could it be that something utterly unexpected had transpired? It appeared that he needed to swiftly recruit a few extraordinary individuals to assist him in fending off the troubles that lay ahead. Otherwise, he would be unable to shoulder the burden alone. Suddenly aware of his own insufficient strength, Zhao Wenyu resolved to seize the opportunity to take on a few disciples. This would not only empower him to confront the adversaries, but also enable him to acquire several vital systems, an endeavor he deemed most advantageous. As he pondered these matters, he inadvertently dozed off in the courtyard. After all, he considered himself rather inept. Should he be confronted, he would have no alternative but to concede silently. However, just then, a cacophony erupted from the front yard, startling Zhao Wenyu from his reverie. He promptly rushed outside, only to discover Zhang Qian engaged in a heated exchange with several burly men. What on earth was happening? Zhao Wenyu, assuming the demeanor of the most formidable leader of the sect, stepped forward amidst the crowd. He had never sought to instigate trouble, yet he would not permit anyone to feign superiority in his presence. Such behavior was unequivocally distasteful to him. Master, these individuals are clearly being unreasonable. I cannot fathom their motives. Their audacious ramblings before me are utterly intolerable, Zhang Qian exclaimed, incessantly reiterating her grievances. She felt compelled to convey to Zhao Wenyu just how outrageous the opposing party's conduct was. Other matters seemed trivial in comparison. State your concerns to me. I am the sole authority here, and whatever you wish to communicate can be directed to me, Zhao Wenyu declared, positioning his two disciples protectively behind him. Any issues could be addressed to him, but he would not allow these individuals to interrogate the two women. Oh, so you are the inconspicuous master everyone speaks of. To be honest, I had never encountered you before. Do you truly believe your presence holds any significance for me? Isn't it rather laughable? As he spoke, the leader of the opposing group burst into laughter. The moment he laid eyes on his adversary, he was struck by an unmistakable air of intimidation, which left Zhao Wenyu unable to accept the situation. What he despised most was when others approached him while feigning indifference, as if their demeanor was of no consequence. He found it intolerable to endure such blatant arrogance. If you believe I am unworthy of being the leader in this territory, then let your actions speak for themselves through your strength, rather than attempting to dictate my fate. Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Zhao Wenyu remarked, a sneer of disdain gracing his lips. Having remained in this realm for an extended period, he had naturally contemplated the matter thoroughly. Even if others desired to take his place, they might not possess the requisite capability to secure it. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, his two disciples could no longer contain themselves. They would never permit their master to relinquish this newly established domain so easily to others. It was far from a simple matter. Master, what are you doing? You need not stoop to the level of such a petty individual. People like him are not even worthy of our company. Why bother with such trivial exchanges? Zhang Qian exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. She absolutely could not fathom why her master would engage in such incomprehensible behavior, which fell outside her realm of understanding and dared not provoke further conflict. It was indeed a troublesome affair. Yet, Zhao Wenyu merely smiled. His willingness to act in such a manner indicated that he had already formulated a plan. Otherwise, he would not have dared utter such trivial words, hoping merely for the understanding of those around him. Do not concern yourself. I have already stated that I shall take responsibility for every word I utter. Therefore, you need not fear this situation. Rest assured, I will find a way to resolve it, Zhao Wenyu confidently asserted. Since these individuals had ventured into his territory today, he must set an example, ensuring everyone perceives him as capable of fulfilling the role of a master. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for his faction to establish a firm foothold in the future. Such realities were entirely normal. In that moment, Zhang Qian found herself at a loss for words. She had initially intended to voice her concerns, but after repeatedly hearing her master's declarations, a sense of trepidation washed over her. This was no trivial affair. I did not anticipate your capabilities. I had long heard you were merely a fool. Now that we have arrived on your turf, there is little left to discuss. Why not simply leave and allow us to keep these two lovely ladies?" As he spoke, a repugnant man approached Zhang Qian and began to lay hands on her. In that moment, Zhao Wenyu could no longer contain himself. He would never allow anyone to bully his disciple in his presence. For doing so would tarnish his reputation as a master. "Stop right there," Zhao Wenyu said, his gaze fixed sternly upon the man. At this juncture, Zhao Wenyu clenched his teeth, fully prepared to break the man's hand should he dare to act excessively. He could not permit his disciple to suffer indignities on his own turf. However, the oily-faced man only laughed more brazenly, clearly dismissing Zhao Wenyu and his disciple entirely. In his heart, he held no regard for them. The sound of that mocking laughter pushed Zhao Wenyu past his limits. He had not intended to resort to violence. But now it seemed that if he did not act, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. "Do not overstep your bounds. Today, you are on my territory. I am reluctant to engage in conflict, especially since I have only just arrived. My master has taught me to value friendship, yet if you persist in your insolence, do not expect me to be courteous," Zhao Wenyu said, his anger palpable. Despite his fury, he restrained himself, clinging to the last vestiges of his reason, hoping to resolve the matter amicably and elicit a response from the others. Yet, they paid no heed to his words, fully convinced that Zhao Wenyu posed no threat to them. If that were the case, perhaps their provocation was, in fact, advantageous. "Our presence here today signifies our confidence in our success. My master has mentioned that should you wish, our leader might take you on as a disciple. However, if you continue your unreasonable behavior, do not blame us for our lack of civility. We harbor no ulterior motives," the man in black warned Zhao Wenyu. For a moment, Zhao Wenyu found the situation utterly laughable. Yet, at this time, he needed to ascertain the identity of the leader of these men, which would undoubtedly bring him some comfort. If he was to be targeted, he must know precisely who sought to lay hands on him. "Who is your leader?" "Of course. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, or if you believe your leader unworthy of my attention, then let it be," Zhao Wenyu provocatively inquired, seeking to unveil the identity of the man behind this affront. Otherwise, errors are bound to occur, leading to a situation where no one can predict what will transpire in the next moment. This, naturally, is a rather embarrassing predicament, leaving one at a loss for words. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's remarks, the others could not help but find them somewhat amusing. They firmly believed that their leader was the most formidable individual in this realm, deeming someone like Zhao Wenyu utterly unfit to survive in their cultivation circle. It is well understood that our leader reigns supreme in this territory, and there is little more to say on the matter. However, I must convey my thoughts. The mere fact that we are here to negotiate with you today signifies that our leader still regards you as a worthy opponent. Should our leader personally address this matter tomorrow, it would not be as straightforward as you presume. It is not a matter of simply having your way. The man in black warned Zhao Wenyu, clearly hoping that he would choose to concede at this moment. There seemed to be no reason to continue the conversation, lest it further discomfort him, which would be rather unfortunate. Yet, Zhao Wenyu remained unfazed by such tactics. If the opposing party truly possessed strength, then let us engage in a fair contest to determine who the real champion is. He was resolute in not allowing any other matters to cloud his mind, nor did he wish to delve into the motivations behind their words. "I am curious to see what your leader will do upon arrival. Until I have met your leader, I shall not utter another word to you. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. I believe I have not spoken out of turn," Zhao Wenyu declared. Preparing to depart, he remains reluctant to take action against the other party, for should they suffer any losses, his disciples would inevitably bear the consequences of this encounter, leaving him with an undeniable sense of discomfort. "Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," the man in black reiterated with a warning. His sole intention was to ensure that Zhao Wenyu comprehended his thoughts. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu could not help but burst into laughter. He could easily allow the other party to truly showcase their abilities, as he was rather curious to see how they would handle him. In such a scenario, there would naturally be no issues. "Do not say anything further. I am already aware of what you wish to prove to me. Why not reveal your true cards? What is it that you ultimately desire?" Zhao Wenyu inquired proactively. He was indeed curious to discern the true intentions of the other party and to gauge the extent of their ambition. "Well, I shall not hold back." With these words, the figure clad in black once again approached Zhang Qian. It was evident that he harbored nefarious intentions, yet at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. "Let go of me. What are you doing? I warn you, do not provoke my wrath. If this continues, the matter will not be so simple," Zhang Qian shouted, her disdain for those who still considered themselves formidable at such a time evident. My dear girl, I advise you to submit to me willingly. Aligning yourself with him will yield no benefits. However, should you choose to follow me, I might offer you certain advantages. After all, under my auspices, your future will undoubtedly be bright, the man in black remarked, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. He naturally believed that his capabilities were formidable enough to handle others with ease. However, Zhang Qian burst into laughter. Her audacity to act in such a manner indicated she had already contemplated the matter at hand. What could other concerns possibly mean to her? Her laughter resonated throughout the entire hall, sending a shiver down Zhao Wenyu's spine. He found himself questioning whether this woman was indeed the apprentice he had recently accepted. Yet, a curious sense of amusement and reassurance welled up within him. It appeared that the disciples he had taken under his wing were quite commendable. What are you laughing at? What is there to find amusing? I am speaking to you now because I genuinely believe this matter to be as it is, not for any other reason. What purpose would it serve me to jest with you? Do you not find this absurd? One spoke as he prepared to drag Zhang Qian away. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian launched an offensive. She had no desire to continue conversing with these individuals, lest she suffer further humiliation. Before Zhao Wenyu could make a move, his apprentice had already initiated an attack. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qian's fist connected squarely with the face of her opponent, catching Zhao Wenyu off guard. To him, this woman appeared delicate and fragile, and he had never anticipated such a turn of events, unaware of the underlying motivations. Yet the figure clad in black was not to be underestimated. Having dared to act, he had surely devised his own strategy, and he would not permit anyone to undermine him. Before Zhang Qian could retaliate, the dark-clad man struck her face with a resounding slap. Instantly, the seemingly formidable woman crumpled under the force of the blow. Zhao Wenyu's fury surged. He could not allow anyone to perpetrate such incredulous acts before him, especially not harm his apprentice. Was this not akin to a slap in his own face? If he could tolerate such affronts, he would have no reason to remain. What are you doing? I warn you, do not overstep your bounds, Zhao Wenyu declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Qian. He would never allow his dignity to be compromised. However, at that moment, a sense of injustice began to creep in. If he could not articulate a reasonable explanation for himself today, then his presence here would indeed be rendered meaningless. He was well aware of this reality. Master, if you do not take action today, I will have to resort to extreme measures, as I simply cannot endure this any longer. If these individuals continue to treat me in this manner, I truly cannot predict what might occur next. This situation is absolutely intolerable for me. As she spoke, Zhang Qian prepared to strike. Yet at that moment, Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Should he proceed in such a manner? It would only serve to place him in an unprecedentedly awkward position. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to continue down this path. As a master, could he truly allow his apprentice to suffer indignities at this moment, especially in his presence? It was something he could never articulate. If there are grievances, direct them at me. They are merely my apprentices. Thus, your current actions may not yield any benefits for them. Can we not discuss this calmly? Zhao Wenyu suggested once more, taking the initiative to speak. He believed that at this moment, there were matters worth discussing among everyone, without the necessity of harboring significant grievances towards one another. Such an approach seemed rather inappropriate. You useless man, I advise you to step aside swiftly. Do not blame me for my lack of civility later, the man in black said, his expression twisted with disdain. It was clear that he held Zhao Wenyu in utter contempt. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found himself unable to endure the situation any longer. What are you doing? Your actions serve merely to showcase your supposed strength. Yet, this is not something I am obliged to accept. Should you dare to continue this way, it would be akin to brandishing a weapon before me. Do you truly believe I would allow such a scenario to unfold? Zhao Wenyu declared, delivering a powerful kick to the man in black. Evidently, the man had been oblivious to the unfolding events until the moment Zhao Wenyu's words reached his ears, causing him to tense up. By the time he registered the situation, he found himself unexpectedly on the ground beneath Zhao Wenyu's foot. Zhao Wenyu's kick was formidable, and he would not permit anyone to assert themselves in his presence. You dare to lay hands on me? The man in black, barely rising from the ground, suddenly wore a grim expression. Zhao Wenyu could sense the atmosphere around him shifting dramatically as the man displayed a reluctance to engage meaningfully with the situation, opting instead for actions that left everyone baffled. This was undeniably awkward. Zhao Wenyu's decisive action sparked a profound admiration among the onlookers, including Zhang Qian. who had never anticipated that her master would genuinely fight for her. It seemed today she would be treated to a spectacle, at least to discern whether her master was as formidable as she had imagined. Zhao Wenyu's kick had indeed opened the eyes of those around him. They had never expected someone they deemed submissive to take such bold action at this moment. How dare you, Zhao Wenyu? You will soon experience the full extent of my power, the man in black proclaimed as he regained his footing. With a mere glance, he summoned a dozen individuals to encircle Zhao Wenyu, leaving him seemingly without any avenue for escape. Observing this development, Zhao Wenyu's two disciples felt a twinge of fear, unable to fathom the sensation of witnessing their master being besieged in such a manner. In an instant, the three individuals united as one, resolute in their determination not to be easily subdued by their adversaries. Witnessing his disciples rally around him filled Zhao Wenyu with an exhilarating sense of pride. At the very least, his students had not chosen to abandon him at such a critical moment, a testament to the mutual trust that bound them together. This was undoubtedly the most fortuitous outcome in the current predicament, far preferable to any alternative. What on earth is going on with you all? He inquired. I previously cautioned you against posturing in front of these individuals. Do you not see? They are utterly ungrateful. If we cannot subdue them today, I am eager to observe how you plan to explain this to the leader upon your return. The man in black clearly exhibited signs of growing agitation. Today, my intention is to ensure that Zhao Wenyu is thoroughly expelled from this circle. Otherwise, any words spoken by others to him would be utterly futile. However, at this moment, Zhao Wenyu finds their endeavors rather amusing. If this is indeed the purpose of their visit, it is unlikely they will achieve their goal. He is no fool. Does he not understand how to safeguard his own domain? Zhao Wenyu's demeanor remains unchanged, as if this entire affair holds little significance for him. After all, it is merely a group of individuals confronting him, and he possesses the capability to resolve this matter independently. Seeing Zhao Wenyu's relatively composed expression brings some relief to Zhang Qian. As long as her master exhibits no signs of fear, it is a testament to their potential to overcome their adversaries. Such confidence is, at this moment, the most crucial asset they possess. Master, it strikes me as rather strange that you speak to me in this manner at such a time. If it comes to that, I shall seek assistance from my sect to aid you. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat these ruffians, Zhang Qian asserted defiantly. She firmly believes in her choices and is convinced that she can triumph over this unscrupulous group. Yet, Zhao Wenyu gestured for her to remain silent, indicating that he did not require assistance. If he needed help, he would know precisely how to procure it. After all, seeking assistance is a trivial matter. However, he steadfastly believes that relying on oneself is far superior to depending on others. If one consistently seeks external aid to conquer adversaries, they will inevitably pay a steep price for it one day. It is far better to adhere to one's own convictions. Do you believe your words hold any weight? Do not concern yourself with this. Leave the resolution of this matter to me. Your only responsibility is to remain vigilant and not reveal any weaknesses, Zhao Wenyu murmured. Before he could finish his statement, the opposing side launched an attack. The leader flung a silver thread hundreds of meters away with a flick of his wrist. Witnessing this scene startled Zhao Wenyu. He could sense that the opponent was indeed a formidable individual. After all, it was no small feat to cast a silver thread such a distance without showing any sign of strain. In the next moment, this individual appeared to be acting under divine instruction, continuously shifting in an enigmatic manner. Before long, the silver thread surged toward Zhao Wenyu's head, forming what resembled a spider's web, intent on ensnaring him. Observing this, Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly. These individuals might be underestimating the situation. If he still needs to undertake these actions now, it is indeed unnecessary. Zhao Wenyu swiftly drew a long sword and struck towards the silver webbing. However, rather than severing it, the web ensnared his blade, propelling him several meters away. Witnessing such a scene left Zhao Wenyu at a loss. Zhang Qian and Meng Lingxing were equally stunned, unable to fathom that their esteemed master was unable to assert himself at this moment. It was indeed a rather ludicrous situation, far more complex than they had previously imagined. Master, if all else fails, I could signal my sect for assistance. I believe they would arrive in the shortest time possible. Surely that would be preferable to us sustaining injuries here, don't you think? Zhang Qian inquired once more. If necessary, she would have to call upon her elder siblings for help, which was an action she felt compelled to take at this juncture. Yet, Zhao Wenyu shook his head resolutely. He firmly believed in his own formidable abilities, which he had previously chosen not to showcase. Taking a deep breath, he felt the urgent need to reclaim his dignity. He could not possibly appear inept in front of his two disciples. If he were to lose the respect of potential future students, it would be nearly impossible to request energy from the system again. He understood this completely and knew precisely what needed to be done at this moment. Do not concern yourselves. I am merely exchanging pleasantries with them. Surely you know what kind of person I am. Rest assured, I will not let them off so easily. Zhao Wenyu declared with unwavering confidence. Yet, deep down, he harbored uncertainties about his own course of action. Nevertheless, he hoped to resolve the matter at hand, which would undoubtedly be preferable to other alternatives. Upon witnessing that Zhao Wenyu could not even disrupt the silver webbing, the opposing party erupted into even more derisive laughter. They certainly regarded Zhao Wenyu as utterly unqualified to compete with them. For them, this matter was merely child's play. As long as they were willing, no issues would arise. And they were all acutely aware of this fact. Young man, if all else fails, you might as well concede. At your age, achieving any significant level of cultivation is simply impossible. The very fact that we are here today already shows you a measure of respect. We hope you can grasp our current sentiments, declared the man in black, his voice resonating with arrogance. Clearly, he held Zhao Wenyu in contempt, seemingly attempting to persuade him to comply with his wishes through this condescending manner. However, Zhao Wenyu remained unfazed. Even if he could not sway the silver-haired opponent, he understood that this situation posed no real challenge to him. As long as he adhered to his previous strategies, he was confident that the system would ultimately provide him with unconditional support, leading to his eventual success. Did he not comprehend this? Stop wasting my time with your empty chatter. If you have the ability, then initiate the battle and showcase your skills without reservation before me. Don't just babble on with meaningless words. Do you truly believe I care about what you say? Or do you think your words have any impact on me? Zhao Wenyu laughed heartily as he spoke. He truly could not comprehend the thoughts of the other party. Nevertheless, he steadfastly believed in the formidable strength of his own abilities. A belief that was undoubtedly valid in the present moment. Was there truly a need to elucidate this to others? The opposing party had presumed that Zhao Wenyu would unconditionally choose to concede, thus securing a temporary victory for themselves. However, they were utterly unprepared for Zhao Wenyu's refusal to acknowledge any past inability to defeat them, as he consistently projected an image of immense strength, something that none could have anticipated. Brothers, since he never perceives any fault in his actions, you must, at all costs, demonstrate to him the extent of our power today. The black-clad individuals, seemingly invigorated, surged towards Zhao Wenyu. This sudden onslaught startled him. He had not anticipated that they would dare to lay hands on him, a notion he had never contemplated before. In that instant, Zhao Wenyu felt his fighting spirit fully ignited. He would not permit anyone to display such audacity before him, especially at such a critical juncture. Do not move for now. Have faith. I shall effortlessly resolve this matter on my own. The remainder is not something you need to concern yourselves with at this moment. Zhao Wenyu declared to those behind him. Though he was uncertain of what might transpire with them, he yearned for their respect, for it was essential to achieving his aspirations. If even his disciples doubted his words, he could only imagine the challenges that lay ahead, a reality that was all too clear to everyone. In a swift motion, Zhao Wenyu drew a long sword from behind him. Before anyone could react, the blade was launched towards the black-clad adversaries, startling several of his disciples in the process. They could never have anticipated the immense power possessed by Zhao Wenyu. In fact, they found themselves utterly stripped of any means of escape, having been thoroughly tormented by the man before them, leaving them in a state of disarray. This was an occurrence that took everyone by surprise. Noticing the gaze of those around him, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He had long proclaimed that he would make everyone submit to him, and on this day, he finally found the courage and ability to express such a sentiment, marking a significant self-realization. Do not always regard me with such eyes, it holds no meaning for me. He stated, I am able to adopt this mindset because I genuinely believe in my extraordinary capabilities. Do you think a mere shadow line can thoroughly subdue me? That would be an overly simplistic assumption. Zhao Wenyu declared deliberately. A mere shadow line could never truly confine him. Immediately, Zhao Wenyu summoned the power of his shadowless hair transplant, and before the others could react, the black man felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to how to respond. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, feeling as though an unseen force had tightly gripped the very throat of his destiny, rendering him incapable of movement. Observing the agonized expression on the face of the man in black, Zhao Wenyu couldn't help but smile. This was precisely the outcome he sought at this moment. Anyone who dared to provoke him would inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Was his message not abundantly clear? The man in black cast a glance at Zhao Wenyu. fully aware that amongst those present, only Zhao and his companions stood as adversaries, and none would dare initiate conflict with them. Yet, he sensed a lack of persuasive power emanating from the opposing party, a realization that lingered in his mind. Zhao Wenyu found the man's skeptical gaze particularly amusing. It was evident that the adversary was reluctant to acknowledge the true extent of his formidable abilities. As the expression of the man in black shifted, Meng Lingxing felt an awkward tension in the air. She could not comprehend the sudden change in demeanor. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. Yet, in the next heartbeat, it appeared as if the other party was threatened, and upon glancing back at Zhao Wenyu's triumphant smile, she began to grasp the situation. Clearly, their master possessed extraordinary strength. Otherwise, such swift transformations in the opponent's demeanor would be inconceivable. What is it? Are you afraid now? Just a moment ago, you appeared quite formidable. Yet now it seems you lack even the capacity to defeat me. I am at a loss for words. Zhao Wenyu provocatively taunted the man in black, eager to see what he would do in response. Do not persist in addressing us with such a tone. It serves no purpose. Such words will only deepen our disdain. If you possess any real skill, come forth with it openly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics, retorted the man in black, glaring at Zhao Wenyu with a menacing threat. They undoubtedly perceived that Zhao Wenyu was employing underhanded tactics at this juncture. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to remain oblivious to any traces left behind. However, Zhao Wenyu finds this notion rather amusing. As long as he can manage this group of individuals, the methods he employs are of little consequence to him. Ultimately, what matters is the favorable outcome he achieves, and that, in his view, is already quite satisfactory. Are you truly so righteous? If that is the case, perhaps I have erred. Yet, in a situation where none of us seems to possess the capability to support such claims, uttering these words appears to provoke unnecessary reactions. I can't help but feel that this seems somewhat inappropriate. Zhao Wenyu deliberately countered. He was keen to ascertain just how shameless the other party could be, exhibiting such duplicity while undertaking their actions. Such behavior was surely beyond the capacity of a normal individual. The expression on the black man's face darkened profoundly. He had never anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would audaciously utter such words in his presence. Could it be that these individuals had not considered him worthy of their regard? Brothers, charge! He exclaimed, and immediately the group of men in black surged towards Zhao Wenyu once more. In an instant, Zhao Wenyu felt the world around him plunge into darkness, utterly unaware of the number of adversaries approaching. However, considering his own safety, he had no choice but to muster the determination to fight back. Before the assailants could reach him, Meng Lingxing and Zhang Qian took the initiative to intervene. When their master faced a life-threatening situation, they could not simply stand idly by. They were fully aware of this. Zhao Wenyu had braced himself for the adversary's assault, but to his astonishment, a protective barrier seemed to envelop him, rendering him immobile within an impenetrable shield. As Zhao Wenyu opened his eyes, he found his two female disciples already standing before him, shielding him from the impending violence. Yet, this was not a viable solution to the predicament. If one were to perpetually evade, how could one ascertain what circumstances might arise? Such an approach seemed futile and utterly irrational. Zhao Wenyu felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He had never envisioned a scenario in which his female disciples would need to protect him. Deep down, he had never considered himself so feeble. This was a notion he could scarcely fathom at this moment, and it struck him as absurdly comical. What exactly do you wish to prove to me? This is truly laughable. Do you not realize that your actions are perplexing to me? I have stated that my affairs do not require your involvement. Zhao Wenyu murmured softly as he blended into the crowd. He was genuinely reluctant to allow others to perceive him as someone who could only survive through the aid of two women. However, the cacophony of the team was overwhelming. Neither Meng Lingxing nor Zhang Qian could discern what Zhao Wenyu was saying amidst the fervor of the ongoing battle. Faced with the aggressive approach of the opposition, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss. He was acutely aware that, relying solely on himself, he stood no chance of vanquishing the enemy. This reality was not lost on him. Deep within, he understood the arduous nature of his predicament. As frustration welled up within him, he unleashed his signature technique, the shadowless finger. This time, he deftly distributed his 10 fingers across the bodies of the assailants clad in black. The moment he initiated the attack, they seemed to be paralyzed, frozen in place, utterly unable to move. The leader of the black-clad figures darkened in countenance, sensing as if someone had dealt him a blow from behind. Yet, he could not ascertain the source of this sensation. Clutching his arm, he searched frantically for the origin of the threat, while Zhao Wenyu's smile grew ever more satisfied. Those adversaries were hardly his equals. Had it not been for his desire to achieve recognition in this arena, he would have never engaged them, regardless of how provocatively they acted. However, at this critical juncture, he could not allow himself to be bullied without retaliation. Such passivity was not the hallmark of a normal individual. Ultimately, regardless of who was involved, consensus prevailed. "Are you resorting to underhanded tactics?" the black-clad figure remarked, shifting his gaze toward Zhao Wenyu. He found himself utterly incapable of restraining his emotions, and it was evident to him that Zhao Wenyu had resorted to some unscrupulous tactics at this moment. Otherwise, how could he possibly feel a sharp pain in his back? Moreover, it seemed that the brothers beside him were also under some form of threat, rendered motionless. Yet Zhao Wenyu merely laughed heartily, his laughter resonating throughout the courtyard, seemingly shaking every stone in the vicinity. He would never easily reveal his ultimate abilities to them. Observing the expressions of his adversaries, Zhao Wenyu smiled. Regardless, he had unleashed his power, and what those individuals thought was of little concern to him. He merely sought victory in this conflict, which would suffice for him. "Oh, what of me? Do you presume that having bullied me, I would quietly submit to your whims? Such a notion is indeed preposterous. I can assure you, I have never been one to cower in such a manner." With a mocking expression, Zhao Wenyu dismissed their underestimation of him. If he were truly such a weakling, he would have long since capitulated to everyone, and the current predicament would never have arisen. It was amusing how misguided their perceptions were. Before the cloaked figures could mount a counterattack, Zhao Wenyu once again wielded the golden radiance in his hand, intent on establishing a familiar formation. He could not allow himself to be defeated by them. The combined abilities of these cloaked figures were indeed formidable, a fact well understood by Zhao Wenyu, who recognized the implications of the situation. Nevertheless, he resolutely refused to concede, as yielding would lead to incomprehensible consequences, which would be quite embarrassing. Zhao Wenyu's boundless enforcement could only be sustained for a brief period. He had yet to cultivate this ability to its fullest potential, and thus would inevitably face certain limitations. As for what would transpire in the end, such a scenario was beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual, and he wished to avoid causing unnecessary troubles for everyone involved. Upon witnessing the cloaked figures beginning to move, Zhao Wenyu merely smiled. Even if his current tactic were rendered ineffective, he had already begun to prepare a second strategy. Otherwise, he would be left in uncertainty about how to proceed. "Charge, brothers. Can you endure such torment from our adversaries? If so, that would be utterly ridiculous," exclaimed the cloaked figures with great fervor. He merely feels that the current circumstances significantly impact him. However, these individuals naturally have no means to address the situation. Since they accept payment, it is only natural that they must alleviate the troubles of others. Such a sentiment is universally shared. Otherwise, who can predict what circumstances may arise next? As the crowd surged towards Zhao Wenyu, spurred by an unknown voice, he caught sight of the intense, almost murderous gazes directed at him. Zhao Wenyu merely smiled calmly, fully prepared for the impending confrontation. He would not allow himself to be manipulated without having any thoughts or strategies of his own. Such passivity was inconceivable. As the throng advanced, Zhao Wenyu felt a mounting pressure. He regretted not taking separate actions earlier, as it would have prevented the situation from escalating to this point. He had underestimated these individuals, leading to this predicament. However, before they could reach him, he noticed that his two female disciples had already positioned themselves resolutely in front of him. As if they had been anticipating this moment, Zhao Wenyu understood that their abilities were not particularly formidable. If they were to assist him, there was no guarantee they could defeat their adversaries. This was a reality that everyone was well aware of. "Step back. What are you doing? As your leader, am I incapable of resolving this matter on my own? If so, what purpose does my presence here serve?" Zhao Wenyu expressed his disappointment. As their leader, if he could not manage such a situation, then his stay here today would indeed be devoid of any significance. He might as well comply with their demands to a certain extent. "Master, do not worry. Since you have taken us as your disciples, we are bound to assist you in any circumstance. You are our mentor, and our connection to others is of little consequence." Surely, this notion is clear to all of us, the two female disciples proclaimed in unison. It was evident to them that Zhao Wenyu was indeed their strategist. Therefore, in facing this challenge, they were determined to exert their utmost capabilities. They could not allow their esteemed teacher to be threatened in any way. This principle had guided their actions since they began their journey. Hearing their words filled Zhao Wenyu's heart with profound emotion. He certainly did not anticipate that these individuals would speak such words now, which genuinely filled him with gratitude and made him feel that his two disciples had not been taken in vain. However, Everyone was acutely aware of how to address this situation. Such thoughts were naturally present in their minds. There is no need for you to worry about me. Am I not capable of discerning how to handle this myself? Zhao Wenyu remarked with a hint of embarrassment. Immediately, he began to employ the formation. As his disciples were so considerate of him, could it be that he was unaware of how to proceed with this matter? That would undoubtedly be a rather ludicrous situation. And he was still uncertain about how events would unfold. Just as this group of black-clad individuals resolutely launched an assault toward Zhao Wenyu, they discovered an apparent barrier before them, as if they were attempting to breach a fortress. Yet, they seemed to be met with an impenetrable restriction, rendering them incapable of advancing, let alone mounting an attack on Zhao Wenyu. This was a scenario that could never materialize. It appeared that an immense transformation had occurred in that very instant. Witnessing this scene, his two disciples stood dumbfounded, entirely oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Yet, they boldly sensed their master possessed formidable abilities, a realization that resonated within each of their hearts. Observing the foolish expressions on his disciples' faces, Zhao Wenyu couldn't help but smirk. It was rather amusing to him. Without uttering a word, he adhered to his principle of demonstrating his true prowess to substantiate his remarkable capabilities. As for anything else, it held little relevance to him. Did he truly need to be reminded of how to confront such matters? He was well aware of his thoughts. What is the matter? If you have the guts, come over. Zhao Wenyu shouted vehemently. He felt no fear towards his adversaries. Having arrived in his own territory, it was imperative for him to assert his sense of ownership. Could it be that, at this juncture, he would allow himself to fall into the clutches of others? If that were the case, there would be no need for further inquiries. He could simply take his leave. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's proclamation, the group opposing him surged forward once more, undoubtedly skeptical of his formidable capabilities. Nevertheless, the barrier he had erected possessed an offensive capability, and just as they prepared to charge, they found themselves entirely thwarted. Moreover, an extraordinary force propelled them several hundred meters away, rendering them devoid of any capacity for movement. No one could have anticipated that the situation would escalate to such an extent. As a figure clad in black dashed toward Zhao Wenyu, he soon realized they had been repelled, and witnessing such a spectacle elicited a sense of absurdity within Zhao Wenyu. If you possess the audacity to approach me, then let us determine our next course of action. If you lack even the capability to do so, then discussing matters with me at this point is utterly futile. Do you truly find this amusing? Zhao Wenyu bellowed. He was indeed curious about what these individuals intended to do at present. In this manner, regardless of the circumstances that might unfold, he would feel no fear. As long as he ultimately came to understand the situation, that would suffice. Zhao Wenyu, I never anticipated that you would resort to such underhanded tactics against us. Is it possible that you are incapable of achieving victory solely through your own abilities? What has caused you to transform in this manner? The figure in black clearly found Zhao Wenyu's actions difficult to comprehend. He found himself utterly bewildered by the techniques employed by Zhao Wenyu at that moment. Inexplicably, they had been thrust several meters away, rendered incapable of even the slightest movement. Yet, Zhao Wenyu remained unfazed, recognizing that the opposition's inability to convince him was precisely why they resorted to such means of communication. These matters, however, held no significance for him. He had long since understood how to navigate such situations before they even arose. Did they truly believe he lacked even such a thought? Come forth when you are able, he mused. At that point, there will be no need for explanation, and I shall willingly submit to your tutelage. From then on, every action of mine will be visible to you. But do you genuinely consider yourselves formidable? That notion seems rather simplistic, does it not? Zhao Wenyu remarked with a smile. He could hardly believe the extraordinary prowess of his opponent. The fact that his own techniques could not be countered served as a testament to their comparable skill levels. If one possesses true capability, there is no need to resort to underhanded tactics, relying solely on genuine ability to launch an attack. One might not necessarily prove to be a worthy adversary. If it comes to that, we can all put it to the test. The opponent glanced at Zhao Wenyu, offering a reminder. It was evident that this matter had affected them. However, Zhao Wenyu remained unfazed, regardless of the methods employed, as long as he could subdue his opponent. He saw no issue. Moreover, he had long asserted that everything was well within his control, though his adversaries had not taken him seriously. What is the matter? Are you suggesting that if you cannot best me, it is permissible to criticize my use of cunning tactics? How utterly amusing. If I were to lose to you this time, would it not be fair for me to declare that your approach is merely a devious stratagem? Zhao Wenyu remarked provocatively. He was curious to discern what the other party aimed to prove through such actions, as this would reveal their true capabilities. Naturally, he preferred to have clarity in this matter rather than enduring constant humiliation at the hands of others. Today, they must ensure that he pays dearly for his actions. It would be unacceptable to let him off the hook so easily. The man in black shouted vehemently, adamant that he would not tolerate such thoughts in his presence. The more the opposing party disregarded him, the more joy Zhao Wenyu felt in his heart. This was precisely the outcome he sought at this moment. If they underestimated him, it opened countless avenues for him to triumph over them. Could they genuinely lack such awareness? If so, it would be quite amusing. By all means, come forward. For you have gathered here today. I shall not merely let you depart unchallenged. Let us converse openly. That would be most agreeable. Do you truly believe yourselves to be formidable? Zhao Wenyu remarked, finding their arrogance laughable. The true measure of their strength resided within their hearts. However, Zhao Wenyu understood his own formidable power, capable of resolving this situation. All else paled in comparison. As long as he was willing to employ the techniques bestowed upon him by the system, no issues would arise. Nonetheless, it was evident that this situation was daunting for everyone. It was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. One man in black had ceased to move. Acutely aware of Zhao Wenyu's immense capabilities, a realization they had grasped long ago. Observing the inactivity of those around him only served to intensify the frustration of the man in black. He never anticipated that the individuals beside him would be so paralyzed by fear that they dared not move at all. This was undeniably a rather ludicrous situation, one that even instilled a sense of anxiety within her. This was truly a dilemma beyond the capacity of a normal individual to resolve. What do you truly mean? Do you not find yourself rather absurd? If you possess the courage, let those around you take action against me. I am quite curious to see what they might attempt. Do refrain from uttering such futile words. Do you genuinely find this amusing? Zhao Wenyu remarked provocatively. He had long been aware that these individuals wished to convey certain matters to him. However, it was patently evident that he had grown indifferent to their intentions. In a moment of silence, the black man found himself rendered speechless by Zhao Wenyu's words. He was, of course, oblivious to what Zhao sought to elucidate at that moment. Yet it was undeniably a rather ludicrous situation. Do you truly believe you possess exceptional prowess? With just a casual remark, I could incite those around me to launch an assault against you. Do not delude yourself into thinking you wield tremendous power. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite absurd. The black man evidently showed no inclination to capitulate. The more the opposition feigned familiarity with the situation, the more it amused Zhao Wenyu, who understood well that they aimed to validate something through this encounter. Yet at this juncture, he found it entirely unnecessary. Observing the lack of fighting spirit among those around him left Zhao Wenyu feeling somewhat exasperated. He yearned to vanquish them all in one fell swoop, for then, perhaps, none would dare to dismiss him. This would be his moment of true triumph. However, not everyone possessed formidable strength. This was something everyone ought to grasp. The sight of those around him, unwilling to budge, only served to ignite Zhao Wenyu's determination further. He was resolute in compelling them to adhere to his desires. Children, if you were capable, why not launch an assault? Previously, you were quite formidable, yet now you seem devoid of even the will to move. You were never like this before. What has transpired? Zhao Wenyu inquired provocatively. He was quite eager to see the responses these individuals would offer. Yet, it appeared they were paralyzed by fear, hesitant to make any move, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. If they continued in this manner, the consequences would be beyond my capacity to assist them. The figure clad in black darkened his expression, since the opposition showed such blatant disrespect. There was no need for him to engage in trivial conversation any further. Indeed, the group in black surged towards Zhao Wenyu. If they dared to act recklessly, they would ultimately bear the brunt of the repercussions. Upon returning, their superiors would certainly not allow them to escape unscathed. If they failed to comprehend this reality, it would be utterly laughable. As he witnessed the throng charging toward him, Zhao Wenyu smiled. This was precisely the outcome he desired at this moment. Should this group dare to launch an assault against him, it would be the most favorable scenario. With a casual flick of his wrist, his shadowless technique was activated once more. Within mere minutes, these assailants found themselves repelled behind an invisible barrier, their bodies succumbing to an unbearable itch, rendering them incapable of enduring further confrontation. Observing this spectacle, the black-clad individuals felt a twinge of fear. They recognized that this was no mere coincidence, but rather a testament to Zhao Wenyu's formidable prowess. Such a situation could not arise without extraordinary strength. The terror of the unknown loomed large, leaving them uncertain about what might transpire next. Zhao Wenyu uttered not a word. Fully aware that none among them stood a chance against him, he simply had not wished to reveal his capabilities until now. At this juncture, it mattered little to him. Should they dare to assault him, he would not hesitate to dispatch them with ease. Did they not even entertain such thoughts? The figure in black furrowed his brow, seemingly lacking even the strength to move. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, curious about their intentions, finding this development rather amusing. The sight of the black-clad figures frozen in apprehension only heightened his amusement. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a ridiculous scenario. And today's events elicited a sense of humor he had long been without. So how about it? Are you ready to concede? Since we have reached this point in our discourse, it would be wise for you to depart promptly, don't you think? Zhao Wenyu deliberately addressed the group with a smirk. He would rather let these individuals depart at the swiftest pace than confront matters that elude his comprehension in the end. Yet, the figure in black appeared utterly devoid of any thought. To him, these issues were insurmountable. Since he had arrived, there was no way he would choose to leave now. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that your solitary voice encapsulates the sentiments of all? If that is indeed the case, it is rather ludicrous. I can assure you, the number of individuals capable of persuading me is exceedingly scant. The man in black seemed entirely indifferent, convinced that no one could rival him. Zhao Wenyu remained silent. This was merely a reflection of the collective sentiments at this moment. As for what would ultimately transpire, no one could foresee it, only leading to further perplexities for all. Surely, someone must grasp this. Do as you will. I have little more to say. After all, your words have already reached this point, and I need not further elucidate for you. Zhao Wenyu quietly lowered his gaze. Given that these individuals dared to utter such words, it was of little consequence. What could the remaining matters possibly signify to everyone? Indeed, before these individuals could react, they could no longer contain themselves, rolling on the ground as if they lacked the ability to unite. At this moment, everything lay within everyone's control, and they had long since understood how to navigate these situations. What are you all doing? Do you not realize what is truly essential at this juncture? What do you hope to accomplish with your actions now? Must you always project an image of capability before everyone? The man in black was exceedingly incensed, clearly harboring a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a pupil's failure to realize their potential. He had never imagined that these individuals would allow matters to escalate to such an absurd extent, a situation that left one utterly bewildered, unsure of how to articulate their incredulity. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, fully aware that the opposing party would inevitably utter such words. However, it was evident that these matters held little significance for him at this juncture. Zhang Qian gazed at Zhao Wenyu, a smile gracing her lips. She had long suspected her mentor possessed extraordinary capabilities, yet she yearned to witness the extent of the surprises he could unveil. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao Wenyu realized he could no longer afford to squander time with them. It would be far more prudent to resolve matters swiftly and return home. To the man in black, if you can depart now, I might still extend a semblance of courtesy towards you. Of course, if you believe I am jesting, then feel free to act as you wish, Zhao Wenyu proclaimed emphatically. He has already given the other party ample respect, and now it is time to observe their thoughts regarding this matter. However, it is evident that the black-clad individual finds it utterly unacceptable and naturally. He believes that his group can easily overpower Zhao Wenyu and his two disciples. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such tactics. Noticing the disdainful expression on the black-clad man's face, who showed no inclination to engage in conversation, Zhao Wenyu merely smirked. It appears that unless he can convincingly sway the other party, he may face future repercussions. Thus, it would be wiser to conclude matters decisively this time. Zhao Wenyu glanced back at his two disciples, who had swiftly grasped the signal he conveyed. It was clear that today they must engage in a fight to the death. This battle is one where it is either their survival or demise, and they must prevail. The black-clad man, of course, would never concede defeat. Behind him stood his superior, and without a command from the mastermind, he would not dare to retreat recklessly, lest he lose his life. Black-clad man, I am uncertain how to address you. Nevertheless, I trust you can discern the kind of person I am. Since you have come to my domain today, I must extend the courtesy of a host. If all else fails, you may at least enjoy a meal before returning, Zhao Wenyu remarked casually. He certainly looked down upon the idea of befriending this group. Yet he harbored a hope that if everyone could maintain a semblance of cordiality, this incident could be treated as if it had never transpired. He wished to avoid the spectacle of her newly established sect collapsing before their eyes, a burden she could not possibly bear. Meanwhile, the man in black laughed with increasing audacity. He had initially assumed that Zhao Wenyu possessed some extraordinary ability to defeat him. However, upon hearing those words, He realized that Zhao Wenyu was indeed contemplating ways to reconcile, albeit sometimes unwilling to admit it. This matter can be casually mentioned. If we are truly convinced by your prowess, then naturally you may command us as you wish. However, if this is merely your own notion, then it will likely not be so straightforward, the man in black remarked, and with a mere gesture, his entourage once again closed in. This time, Zhao Wenyu was resolute in her decision to no longer remain calm. If she continued to endure, the people around her would only grow more brazen, and in the end, it would be her who suffered the most. Master, what should we do? Meng Lingxing inquired, gazing at Zhao Wenyu, feeling somewhat bewildered about how to navigate this tumultuous era. I do not require guidance. You need only follow my commands. Today, this will undoubtedly be a battle of life and death, and we must prevail. Only by repelling them can we secure our standing in the realm of cultivation, Zhao Wenyu declared emphatically. The state of affairs was such that even if her words reached the ears of their adversaries, it mattered not. This was the only concession she could afford at this moment. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's declaration, the opposing party immediately furrowed their brows. To utter such words at this juncture was no trivial matter. Brothers, whether we can retain our position today hinges on all of you. If, upon returning, you deem your lives and deaths inconsequential, then pursue whatever course you wish, and I shall not object. However, if you value your lives and the safety of your families, then today you should know how to proceed, the man in black stated with a grave expression. He had merely issued his final ultimatum. No matter how fiercely they fought today, it would not grant Zhao Wenyu victory. This was, after all, the most prudent course of action for them at this moment. Zhao Wenyu chuckled coldly. What did their words mean to him now? There was no necessity to prolong this discourse. What significance did it hold? Before his adversaries could approach, Zhao Wenyu charged forward, unwilling to simply wait for them to make their move. He intended to demonstrate his prowess to the others today. As he advanced, he plunged into the throng, acutely aware that if he did not take the initiative, he would inevitably be encircled by them. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. Eager to witness their intentions towards him, with a swift kick, he struck one individual squarely in the head. Just as Zhao Wenyu prepared to retaliate, those nearby rushed to surround him. One assailant swung a blade towards his foot, prompting Zhao Wenyu to turn. With a mere flick of his middle finger, he effortlessly cleaved the sword in twain. In rapid succession, countless blades rained down upon him, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Zhao Wenyu severed each one, leaving his opponents bereft of any weapons to contend with him. Observing this spectacle, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He was well aware that none could rival him. If he set his mind to it, success was assured. What is the matter? If you possess the skill, come at me. Aren't you also formidable? If you're unable, let us have AP. He had long been aware of the intentions harbored by the other party. However, at this moment, he preferred to broach the subject himself. The brothers, wearing dark attire, gritted their teeth, clearly indicating their discontent. In his own estimation, Zhao Wenyu was not nearly as formidable as he had previously imagined. Did he truly fail to comprehend this? A throng surged once more towards Zhao Wenyu, yet before him, an iron wall seemed to rise, flawlessly safeguarding him. A bridge seemed to stand between them, hindering everyone. In the face of such a situation, Zhao Wenyu merely smiled in response. No matter what these individuals might do to him now, it had become inconsequential. He had long since adhered to his own convictions and would never allow this group to dictate his fate. If you possess the capability, then come forth. Since I have articulated my stance, it is evident that I have my own thoughts. Having expressed myself to such an extent, what more is there to say? Of course, if any of you wish to retract your words now, that option remains open, Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. He simply wished to discern the thoughts of these individuals in the present moment. Of course, if it were truly his desire to align with their intentions, it would not be inconceivable. The man in black was evidently gripped by a sense of trepidation. He could sense that the person before him was far from inept, possessing genuine capabilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to withstand their advances, a realization that resonated within his mind. Zhao Wenyu, must you always resort to such underhanded tactics? Do you believe this will lead to my demise? If you possess true skill, then remove this barrier willingly. At that moment, I would be intrigued to see how you intend to confront me. Surely, we need not continue this farce, for is there any real significance in it? The man in black remarked, gazing intently at Zhao Wenyu. He was certainly reluctant to engage in further conversation with Zhao Wenyu, yet deep within his mind, he had already formulated his intentions and understood precisely how to navigate this situation. However, Zhao Wenyu found this rather amusing. Did he not realize that by picking up this barrier, He was inadvertently offering to remove his shoes. He was certainly not the type to take such initiative. Are you jesting with me? Don't concern yourself with my methods at present. As long as I ultimately achieve victory, it will be my own. Do you truly believe you possess such prowess? Let us not indulge in folly, Zhao Wenyu remarked with deliberate sarcasm, regardless of how others wished to manipulate her. It mattered little to her. What was paramount was her eventual success, and the rest was trivial. Though he felt a deep-seated frustration, the barrier before Zhao Wenyu was insurmountable. Otherwise, he might have attempted to breach it, but at that moment, he found himself unable to approach her, rendering the situation utterly perplexing. If you have the capability, kneel before me today. Only then will I consider lowering this barrier. However, even if I do so, it may yield no benefit. Do not think I jest. I merely wish for you to comprehend my stance, Zhao Wenyu clarified. In truth, he did not desire to escalate this matter to such an impasse, as it would serve no advantage for his continued existence within this realm. Yet, in confronting this issue, he found himself at a loss for words. Stop dreaming. A person like you believes I should concede to you first? Your expectations are wildly inflated. Do you truly think yourself formidable? The man in black exclaimed as he charged forward. This time, he brandished two swords, clearly having made thorough preparations. Before Zhao Wenyu could react, one of the long swords shattered the barrier and was upon her in the blink of an eye, merely 2 seconds having elapsed. The sword was now perilously close to Zhao Wenyu, just a few centimeters away, causing her to panic. In a swift motion, she seized a nearby iron rod and deflected the sword to the side. This was no easy feat for her. Had the sword struck her face, the consequences would have been dire. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Zhao Wenyu found herself incapable of employing her formations to counter the adversary's tactics. Her cultivation did not possess the sophistication required, resulting in outcomes she had not anticipated. What is the matter? Did you not foresee this? You think your formations can withstand me? As long as I choose to, no one stands a chance against me. It is merely that I had no desire to engage in such a manner from the outset, he taunted. The figure clad in black spoke with a laugh, clearly oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part. He seemed to believe that Zhao Wenyu had underestimated him, naively assuming that such a situation would confound him. Zhao Wenyu, however, had never anticipated that this individual would resort to such actions, which he had scarcely contemplated before. Consequently, this turn of events left him in a state of disbelief. A swirling black smoke intertwined with a flash of golden light, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. The man in black was a seasoned practitioner, possessing years of experience, and undoubtedly had a considerable advantage over Zhao Wenyu. What none could foresee was that Zhao Wenyu's starting point was, for some, the culmination of a lifetime's endeavor. If he chose to initiate a conflict, few could hope to challenge him. In mere seconds, the two lights twisted together, seemingly inseparable. Initially, the dark smoke enveloped the golden radiance, rendering it invisible. Zhao Wenyu exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet ultimately found it futile. The dark force was overwhelmingly powerful, tightly constricting the shimmering light and denying it even the slightest chance of escape, let alone the possibility of overcoming his adversary, an almost insurmountable feat gradually. Zhao Wenyu began to feel a profound sense of embarrassment. Should he ultimately be defeated by this opponent, he would become the subject of ridicule, discussed as a mere joke. He understood this well, yet he was not prepared to concede so easily. Let us converse openly, so that I may comprehend your true intentions, he suggested. If it comes to it, master, let us engage in battle. Meng Lingxing, observing Zhao Wenyu, earnestly implored for action. He could sense that Zhao Wenyu currently lacked any assurance of success. In light of this, it might be prudent to allow these younger generations to take their turn. This would undoubtedly be advantageous. Beads of sweat cascaded down Zhao Wenyu's face, and he found himself at a loss for how to conclude this situation. Were it not for the soaking of his garments by perspiration, he might have questioned his own vitality, as the challenges he faced were overwhelming. Seeing the sweat streaming down Zhao Wenyu's forehead caused a pang of discomfort in Meng Lingxing's heart. She harbored no desire to witness her master collapse before her eyes, which would indeed be an unfortunate sight. Master, if it becomes too much, let us take over, Zhang Qian interjected urgently from the side. If we bow out now, we would still retain some standing. Otherwise, others might think we never even participated. What do you think? The situation had become dire. Any further delay could lead to an outcome that was simply unimaginable. Yet Zhao Wenyu remained steadfast, believing that his brilliance would ultimately outshine the encroaching darkness. What could this darkness signify to him? Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Wenyu. He directed his wooing finger technique toward the adversary, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the opponent possessed a certain magnetic quality. It was no wonder he had dedicated such extensive time to his cultivation. The duration of one's cultivation could indeed be sensed in that moment, Zhao Wenyu pondered. If he were to allow his body to undergo examination now, it would undoubtedly reveal unprecedented insights into his being. The luminaries of the cultivation world would instantly discern the exceptional qualities he possessed. However, in the face of these individuals, Zhao Wenyu lacked the courage to submit to their scrutiny. He was acutely aware of what was truly paramount for him at this juncture. Zhao Wenyu felt a sense of urgency regarding the matters at hand. Just then, the assistance zone directly struck at the critical point of the adversary, and the once confident visage of the opponent transformed dramatically in an instant. His complexion gradually began to darken significantly. Yet, amidst the shadows, there appeared an elusive hint of unspoken ease. Those nearby, observing the scene, were utterly perplexed by the peculiar behavior of their leader. However, deep within Zhao Wenyu's heart, there stirred an involuntary amusement. He found himself pondering the true intention behind the enigmatic shadowless finger system that had been bestowed upon him. After employing it repeatedly, he came to perceive this shadowless finger as an exceedingly entertaining mechanism, one that consistently infused moments of joy even amidst his hurried existence. As a smile graced Zhao Wenyu's countenance, the simultaneous sensation of intense itchiness enveloping him began to induce a sense of awkwardness in the cloaked figure beside him. She could not help but suddenly entertain a flicker of doubt. Unbeknownst to her, the intricacies of the situation eluded her grasp. Yet she sensed that Zhao Wenyu was undoubtedly privy to the underlying truth. Could it be that he was entirely oblivious to such matters? What kind of underhanded trick are you employing? The black-clad individual inquired with a look of wicked intrigue directed at Zhao Wenyu. He truly could not discern the insidious tactics employed by Zhao Wenyu at present. Yet, he sensed that everything he currently experienced was entirely due to Zhao Wenyu's influence. This much he could feel. The scene was a cacophony of chaos, with various sounds intertwining incessantly. Zhao Wenyu observed the figure clad in black, seemingly hurling invectives in his direction, though he could not ascertain the words being uttered. Do you not see that the man in black is on the verge of collapse? Zhao Wenyu provocatively inquired. In truth, the merits of the black-clad individual bore no direct relevance to him, and he could not fathom why he felt compelled to utter such words at that moment. Nonetheless, an unsettling imbalance stirred within him, prompting this curious utterance. For a moment, his two disciples fell silent, yet they could perceive their master possessed formidable abilities. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak in such a manner. The atmosphere conveyed this sentiment unmistakably. Indeed, it was not long before the dark tendril began to thin progressively, as though everything lay within Zhao Wenyu's dominion. After a mere few minutes, the black line was thoroughly ensnared. At last, a glimmer of golden light emerged, presenting itself before all, a sight that promised complexity beyond the ordinary. However, just as they were confronted with this development, Zhao Wenyu burst into laughter. Confident that today he would achieve an unprecedented triumph, for he harbored intentions regarding these events. As anticipated, the figure in black crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to command the swirling dark mist. The incessant itch that enveloped him was already unbearable, leaving him perplexed as to why someone so adept in cultivation found himself at a loss when faced with such a trivial matter. He could not comprehend his predicament, yet it struck him as decidedly peculiar. What on earth is happening? He continuously questioned himself, feeling an inexplicable discomfort pervade his entire being. The man in black remained engulfed in uncertainty, utterly bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. Yet there are moments that evoke considerable anger within him. Suddenly, the cloaked figure felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, leaving him momentarily disoriented and uncertain of how to proceed. Although he sensed a fleeting bout of lightheadedness, he found himself unable to contain his emotions. In an instant, the cloaked figure collapsed onto the ground, and Zhao Wenyu's face brightened with joy. Once the figure was down, the situation had become significantly simpler. Without hesitation, Zhao Wenyu dashed forward and planted his foot squarely on the figure's face. At that moment, the figure found himself rendered powerless. Observing the depth of complexity reflected in the cloaked figure's eyes, Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly. He had long since informed everyone about the true nature of the situation. Yet no one had ever taken the time to engage with him on the matter. So, do you still expect me to provide you with a fair and just explanation? Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. He was undoubtedly aware of the other's intentions, which is precisely why he chose to speak in such a manner, eager to observe how the individual would respond to the situation at hand. Indeed, The man in black had become too fearful to make any further moves. His heart brimmed with resentment and anger, yet he found himself on Zhao Wenyu's territory. Despite his overwhelming discontent, he dared not express it, otherwise his life would be in jeopardy. Noticing the silence of the man in black, who seemed to harbor significant grievances, Zhao Wenyu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. It was astonishing how he had transformed into someone he once found utterly detestable. Nevertheless, the reality remained: the strong prevail over the weak, and the weak are subjugated by the strong, a law that is immutable. Since the other party was so eager to see his uncle, he certainly could not allow them to leave his domain so easily. After all, how could he maintain his dignity otherwise? Every individual must possess a semblance of pride. If you utter not a single word, I assure you, you shall find it utterly impossible to exit my territory today. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test them, Zhao Wenyu provocatively declared. If the adversaries dismissed his taunts, they could indeed try their luck. He believed someone among them must understand his intentions. The opposing party was unable to accept any provocation from Zhao Wenyu. In fact, they perceived him as lacking any threat. Little did they realize that they had already fallen to Zhao Wenyu's strategy from the very outset. Let me go, the man in black pleaded, summoning his last ounce of strength, hoping Zhao Wenyu might show him mercy. However, Zhao Wenyu found this notion laughable. In the theater of battle, he would never exhibit compassion. Furthermore, the individual before him had provoked him countless times in the past. What reason did he have to show leniency? Are you jesting with me? At this juncture, you still wish for my concession? Have you never contemplated the consequences of uttering such words? Zhao Wenyu retorted, filled with arrogance. It could only be said that during the planning stages, the man in black had not even been considered a worthy adversary. Zhao Wenyu was acutely aware of the nature of the man in black. Release me. If you do not, I guarantee that our leader will find you. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them, the man in black warned, as his life teetered on the brink of danger. He certainly believed that Zhao Wenyu would be influenced by this matter. However, Zhao Wenyu merely smiled faintly. She had long desired to ascertain the true identity of the individual who led her adversaries. Since it was evident that he did not need to expend any effort to discover who they were, he felt indifferent. Why not summon your leader? We could have a proper conversation, and I am genuinely curious about the stature of your superior, Zhao Wenyu deliberately remarked. The more the other party resisted, the less fear she felt. She was eager to see who would ultimately prevail. Do not regret this, the man shouted with the last of his strength. Yet, Zhao Wenyu did not flinch. The threat meant nothing in her eyes. She had never anticipated that she would be compelled to spend her days in the company of such a person. Boss, why waste your breath on him? He is already in our grasp, so you need not worry about it any longer. Rest assured, I can certainly handle him, Zhang Qi proclaimed loudly from the side. Now that they had the upper hand, there was no need for further concern. They merely needed to treat this group as captives. Their leader would undoubtedly appear before them at the swiftest opportunity. Everyone was well aware of this, and there was no need to expend additional effort on it. Hearing his disciple's words, Zhao Wenyu chuckled. Since her disciple shared the same perspective, they might as well proceed as suggested. After all, she did not wish to harm the innocent at the onset. She firmly believed that a common mastermind was orchestrating events behind the scenes. It was unnecessary for her to discern their identities, as understanding this would lend significance to the situation. You all have a mastermind behind you. Therefore, considering this matter, I am unwilling to act against you indiscriminately. I trust you can comprehend this situation. If you can reveal the identity of the orchestrator, perhaps I could choose to spare you, Zhao Wenyu ultimately proposed. If the opposing party could divulge the mastermind's identity, she might be inclined to remain composed. However, how could matters unfold at this juncture? Surely you jest. Our leader is someone beyond your imagination. Even if he were to slay us all today, it would matter not. He would never come here. You may as well try, the cloaked man laughed heartily. Until the very last moment, he would never betray their leader. The situation had escalated to this point, so why should he harbor any fear? Zhao Wenyu smiled, utterly astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by the other party. At such a critical juncture, they were unwilling to betray their leader, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Had he found himself in a similar predicament, he would have long since capitulated. In moments of utmost peril, self-preservation takes precedence, and all other matters can be deferred. Yet, he had not anticipated that the individual before him could bestow such profound surprise. The prospect of having someone like this at his back might indeed prove advantageous. Though who could truly ascertain that? This is your final opportunity for survival, Zhao Wenyu warned. If you believe I am jesting, feel free to act as you wish. However, I implore you to comprehend my words and take responsibility for your life. Anything else I say is of little consequence." This was his last offer to the other party. And should it go unappreciated, the matter would conclude here. If the man in black possessed any wisdom, presenting their leader would not constitute a betrayal of the organization. At the very least, it would allow for shared burdens and, most importantly, the preservation of one's life in a critical moment. Why not embrace such a prospect? With that, Zhao Wenyu settled into a chair on the opposite side. He has always believed that in times of great peril, individuals will look after their own interests. Under the circumstances of today, he can well imagine the lengths to which a cloaked figure might go to preserve his own life. Such scenarios are readily apparent. Brothers, the reason our leader has dispatched us is that he stands as our most formidable support. If any one of you were to betray him today, I firmly believe that our entire kin would suffer the consequences, a notion you ought to ponder seriously. I am curious to see who among you would be so selfish." The cloaked figure shouted loudly, clearly intending to remind his companions while urging them to weigh the pros and cons, advising against engaging in futile actions that would lead to a point of no return, leaving them with nothing but regret. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyu suddenly became enlightened. He finally understood why some individuals, even at the most critical juncture of their lives, were unwilling to disclose the mastermind behind the scenes. It became evident that their families were already under some threat, which naturally accounted for their behavior. This is something everyone should comprehend. However, should they fail in this mission, even if they do not divulge the leader's identity, what fate awaits their families in the future? Who could possibly foresee that? Such statements are merely casual remarks. The true reality remains elusive to most. Yet, Zhao Wenyu remained silent, convinced that the ultimate decision must rest in their hands. If they were willing, they would undoubtedly reveal the truth to him. Conversely, if none were inclined to do so, then whatever he said today would be of no consequence. Do not waste your breath with me. Such discussions are futile. You must consider your positions clearly. However, I hope you understand that even if you do not disclose the orchestrator today, your family's safety is not guaranteed in the end. While I may be speaking nonsensically, I implore you to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. Have I made myself sufficiently clear? Zhao Wenyu spoke with remarkable composure. Every word he utters now serves as a reference for these individuals. Yet, they suddenly seem to grasp something profound. He had never anticipated the consequences of Zhao Wenyu's remarks. However, upon Zhao's gentle reminder, they surprisingly find merit in his words. As for the ultimate truth of the matter, it remains shrouded in uncertainty for nearly everyone. Who can truly know what circumstances their families will face when they have departed from this world? This is undoubtedly an inconceivable dilemma that warrants careful contemplation. Observing their indecision, Zhao Wenyu finds it somewhat amusing. It is evident that the light has gradually faded from their eyes, indicating their lack of genuine trust in their verbal leader. Everything is merely conjecture on their part. As for the eventual outcome of the situation, clarity eludes almost everyone, which complicates matters significantly. Meng Lingxing, standing at a distance, is evidently more anxious than Zhao Wenyu. Yet he understands that such urgency at this juncture is futile. Since their leader has a perspective on this issue, he can only listen intently to see how Zhao Wenyu will ultimately respond. This is the wisest course of action for him. After all, their mentor has remained silent, and it would be exceedingly inappropriate for them to voice their opinions at this time. This is a situation that everyone should be acutely aware of, rendering further jest unnecessary. Master, are you truly not inclined to engage them in a meaningful conversation? Zhang Qi inquired, observing Zhao Wenyu. I can sense that they still regard you with significant importance, and your recent words have evidently shifted their attitudes, which is ample evidence that they still find your reasoning compelling. He felt that his master was sometimes overly sentimental, which led to such circumstances. If only his master could be a touch more ruthless, those individuals would likely find themselves utterly cornered by now, destined to meet a fate without burial. At that point, uncovering the identity of the orchestrator behind it all would be an effortless endeavor. Was there truly a need for lingering sorrow over this matter? Such a notion was entirely improbable. Observing Zhang Qi's anxiety, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He recognized that his disciple's current manner of speaking to him indicated that they still held him in high esteem, a fact deserving of celebration. However, as the leader of a sect, he was acutely aware of every action he undertook and was equally cognizant of what he aimed to accomplish next. The situation was clear and straightforward. Child, I understand that everything you do is for my benefit. How could I possibly be oblivious to that? Yet, even if your intentions are for my good, what does it truly matter? I have long asserted that your goodwill does not necessarily influence my own thoughts. Therefore, there is no need for further discussion. Zhao Wenyu replied succinctly. In a context where everyone acted for his advantage, he still preferred to follow his own inclinations, which was far better than being compelled to undertake tasks at other times. Zhang Qi was about to say something but hesitated, fully aware of the present circumstances. He understood that once his master made a decision, resistance from any individual was nearly impossible, a fact evident to all. Rest assured, I will ultimately subdue them. You need not worry any further. Am I not fully aware of what I should do? Zhao Wenyu reassured his disciple to alleviate the anxiety of those around him. As time passed, it became evident that these individuals showed no reaction, perceiving the situation as anything but a genuine problem to contemplate. Zhao Wenyu had harbored great hopes for them, believing that if there were any astute minds among them, they would have already made a decision regarding this matter. A topic worthy of careful consideration. However, upon realizing that those beside him remained inactive, disappointment began to creep in. It appears I must take action. If I continue to wait, it may give the impression that I have committed some egregious act. I cannot allow this situation to persist. As Zhao Wenyu approached the group, he felt no need to engage with them further. The black-clad figures trembled at his presence, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Just as he had initiated his actions, he found himself face to face with a formidable opponent, almost godlike in nature, rendering any hope of victory utterly unattainable. Instead, he faced an unprecedented peril, a situation he found exceedingly difficult to confront. So, have you made up your mind? Zhao Wenyu inquired deliberately. He could only afford to grant these individuals a fleeting moment of his time, yet he could not continue to squander it in their company, lest he inadvertently invite unnecessary troubles upon himself. Such a scenario is decidedly unfavorable. We have deliberated thoroughly. I am the steadfast foundation behind this entire affair. If you have anything to convey to me, now is the time to express it plainly, without the need to engage in discourse with those unrelated to the matter. I also wish to avoid causing them any genuine harm due to your actions. I trust my message is sufficiently clear. The figure in black stated directly. He firmly believes that every word he utters at this moment is sufficiently clear, as long as those around him can grasp the essence of his message. The endeavor is rendered profoundly worthwhile. Surely, he cannot be oblivious to this fact. However, Zhao Wenyu fell silent, sensing that these individuals were indeed unwilling to accept his initial overture. Yet, he could discern that the throng behind him seemed eager to divulge their intentions. Nevertheless, the figure clad in black before him was undoubtedly the most challenging among them, equally devoted to their leader with unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted to lead such a substantial entourage to this locale. I am acutely aware of your absolute fidelity to your leader. However, I can assure you, should you fail in your current mission, he will never again concern himself with the well-being of your family. His daily commitment to his own cultivation consumes a considerable amount of his time. Does he truly have the bandwidth to address your domestic troubles? Your expectations appear rather naive, Zhao Wenyu remarked, bursting into hearty laughter. His tone was laced with mockery, unmistakably revealing his lack of courtesy regarding the matter at hand. After all, she had long since lost clarity on how this situation would ultimately unfold, a reality that few could ever truly accept. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, the cloaked figure audibly sighed several times, perhaps feeling a twinge of discomfort within himself. Yet, he maintained the belief that certain matters were inherently unfavorable, inducing a sense of awkwardness that left him at a loss for how to navigate the situation, an endeavor nearly beyond anyone's capability. Even if what you assert holds true, what difference does it make? That is merely your perspective. As for our eventual thoughts, they remain our own considerations, bearing little connection to you. Under such circumstances, do you still feel the need to elucidate anything further? Have I not already articulated my position with utmost clarity? The cloaked figure spoke with a smirk. What he detests most is when certain individuals utter such words in his presence, rendering him utterly incapable of restraining his emotions. Consequently, he is left perpetually uncertain about how to navigate such situations, a dilemma he finds insurmountable. Do not blame me for being ungracious, Zhao Wenyu declared, swiftly brandishing the long arrow before him. The African man was evidently taken aback by the rapid turn of events, before he could even react to defend himself. The arrow had plunged into his chest. As he felt the warm blood gushing from his wound, a sense of fear began to envelop him. He had never anticipated such a dire circumstance. Yet, often he found it impossible to maintain composure, for this was undoubtedly not a trivial matter, leaving those around him at a loss for words when confronted with such events. What do you think? Surprised, are you? I had warned you not to provoke me. Should you choose to do so, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. Now that I have made my intentions abundantly clear, why do you persist in disregarding my words? Do you not find it utterly ridiculous? Zhao Wenyu said deliberately. He found it hard to believe that these individuals were oblivious to such a matter. Yet, he was even more inclined to trust that his own approach to the situation was founded on sound reasoning, given that everyone had spoken so candidly. It seemed only fitting that they should comprehend each other's sentiments. A remark from Zhao Wenyu left this individual speechless, as he grappled with how to approach the matter at hand. This was not a predicament that a rational person could easily confront, rendering progress impossible. Man in black, I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to your leader. Since you have already divulged so much, I too can articulate my understanding of this situation. However, even in your absolute fidelity, you must recognize the purpose behind my words. This understanding holds significant value for both our lives. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Wenyu said deliberately. As long as they could ensure each other's survival, there was no dilemma they could not resolve, certainly preferable to a future where even a simple dialogue became unthinkable. Observing the blood within his chest incessantly seeping out, the man in black began to feel a sense of dread. Should his lifeblood truly drain away? It was evident to all that his fate would be sealed, and this consequence was clear to everyone involved. Noting the palpable fear in the man's eyes, Zhao Wenyu smiled. His intent was to instill profound terror, for only through instilling such fear could he hope to achieve his aims and gradually unveil the truth of the matter. What do you say, man in black? I can assure you that if you remain motionless, your blood will soon run dry, rendering any attempt to reveal your mastermind utterly futile. Do you think I cannot uncover this information from those around us? Zhao Wenyu proclaimed, laughing towards the heavens. In that moment, he considered it a demonstration meant to intimidate, confident that those nearby would grasp his true intentions. At that point, anything he sought to uncover would surely be disclosed without hesitation. Could anyone truly refuse him while keeping their eyes wide shut? He believed that there were not such foolish individuals in the world, and upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, he found some merit in them. The man in black felt a moment of hesitation, compounded by the fact that his blood was ceaselessly flowing out. He could scarcely fathom the potential outcome if this continued. Observing the relentless stream of blood from his chest left him with no choice. In that critical moment, he understood that preserving his life was paramount. Everything else was mere triviality, a notion he was fully aware of. If I divulge what I know, do you think you would spare my life? The man in black gasped, gazing at Zhao Wenyu. Even at this moment, he found himself unable to control his breath. After all, he had just been wounded, and it was impossible for him to feel entirely unscathed. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhao Wenyu could not help but smile. He understood that even the most formidable individuals would inevitably prioritize their own safety in times of genuine peril. This was a straightforward truth. If you can reveal your mastermind and share their identity along with their methods and intentions for coming here, I shall certainly comply with your request. At the very least, I can guarantee your life, Zhao Wenyu replied. This was undoubtedly a simple matter, something he could not possibly misunderstand. Upon hearing this, the man in black felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he could preserve his life, everything else seemed inconsequential. Yet, his greatest fear lingered, that once he uttered these words, Zhao Wenyu would immediately end his life. The man in black fell into deep contemplation. Yet the agony he endured was something he could never hope to control. In that crucial moment, he understood that survival was his primary concern, and he dared not utter anything further. I am willing, he declared, but as soon as the words left his lips, he promptly lost consciousness. The brothers nearby, witnessing this turn of events, felt a twinge of fear. If their leader had already submitted before Zhao Wenyu, it would be unwise for them to disregard his demands. As for what might transpire next, few could grasp the implications. Zhao Wenyu, observing the expressions of those around him, smiled knowingly. He realized that he had inevitably arrived at this moment step by step, a truth he could not deny. Yet, many times, he had refrained from taking such actions. Given the circumstances today, he felt compelled to make them pay for their transgressions. What about you all? If you are willing to follow your leader, perhaps I might spare you this time. However, if you wish to conceal your mastermind's identity, I shall respect your decision. I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is up to you to contemplate. Zhao Wenyu casually remarked that these individuals posed no threat to him whatsoever. As for their thoughts, he held no desire to delve into them. He dismissed the matter as inconsequential. Observing his master's imposing presence, the two female disciples beside him displayed satisfied smiles, incredulous that their master could possess such formidable prowess. It seemed that previously, he had feigned ignorance before them, which explained their confusion. Clearly, everything unfolded with intention and willingness. though at times words failed to articulate the complexity of the situation. The bystanders, acutely aware of the dynamics, were particularly cautious, especially after their leader had chosen to compromise. They dared not act recklessly, for nothing was more valuable than one's own life, a sentiment they all understood profoundly. Noticing an individual nearby hesitating to speak, Zhao Wenyu promptly approached him. For Zhao, his primary focus remained on taking in disciples, as this would enable him to acquire more skills and earn system rewards. His ability to continue alongside these two female disciples was increasingly tenuous. Presently, these individuals possessed a foundational understanding, and aligning with them would prove advantageous for him. What troubles you? If you have thoughts to share, now is the time to voice them. Of course, if you find my authority unacceptable or have other matters at hand, you are free to leave. I am unperturbed by the opportunity one extend to you, Zhao Wenyu stated with unwavering composure. He would not feel embarrassed by this matter. He merely hopes that these individuals can respond appropriately at the most critical moment, and the rest is of little consequence. If I were to disclose this matter, could you guarantee my safety? I have placed all my hopes upon you and am eager to understand your thoughts. This is a considerable burden for me, Zhao Wenyu. I implore you to spare me, if you would. As he uttered these words, he suddenly fell to his knees before Zhao Wenyu with a thud. It was evident that he had strong feelings about the situation, though he was also afraid of the unforeseen consequences it might bring upon him. The sight of this person kneeling before him startled Zhao Wenyu. He had never anticipated that these individuals would bow to him, a notion that had previously been unimaginable. He had expected them to negotiate terms with him. However, it was only after today's events that he comprehended the truth. He had overestimated his own significance. In their eyes, he remained a leader among them all. Please rise. We can converse properly at this moment, he said. But if you insist on this, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There is no place for someone like you here. Zhao Wenyu's tone bore a hint of irritation. What he detested most were those who readily kneel, trivializing what was merely a minor issue. Yet, under the scrutiny of others, it seemed to gain undue significance. This, of course, left him feeling that everyone lacked even a modicum of heroic spirit, and under such circumstances, he would never permit it. No, if you refuse my request, then I shall remain prostrate forever. I harbor no intention of conversing with you, merely wishing for you to articulate your perspective. Should you choose to accede to my thoughts at this moment, it would indeed be splendid. Seizing the opportunity, this individual turned to Zhao Wenyu and spoke. This was his final chance. If he could earn Zhao Wenyu's forgiveness, all would be well. However, should Zhao Wenyu refuse to utter a single word, the ensuing events would be beyond anyone's imagination. If you do not rise, then be gone. Yet what awaits you on your return journey remains shrouded in uncertainty. And I possess no means to foresee it. Do as you wish. In a situation where conversation seemed futile, he preferred to sever all ties with this person rather than allow any further developments. Just then, the kneeling individual sprang to his feet. Since Zhao Wenyu had already made his stance clear, failing to speak now would likely result in a missed opportunity, a tremendous loss indeed. Upon witnessing the man stand abruptly, Zhao Wenyu smiled. At least these individuals were capable of comprehension. Their ability to articulate demonstrated that the minds of these cultivators were not impaired. Yet, he could not fathom the extent of the opposing party's influence that could condition these individuals to maintain silence even unto death. It appeared that meeting their leader was indeed overdue. I assure you, as long as you are truthful and coordinate with your leader without any discrepancies, I can guarantee the safety of you all today. However, I implore you to reflect carefully. Since even your leader has conceded, persisting in this charade serves no purpose. Zhao Wenyu circled around once more. His words were undoubtedly directed at everyone present, hoping that all would comprehend his current predicament. The individuals beside him, having just absorbed Zhao Wenyu's statements, hastily approached his side, adhering to his request at this moment. As for any further discourse, he lacked even the resources to continue. What events might unfold next? We are all eager to share with you everything we know. This group, having just gathered, fixed their gazes on Zhao Wenyu in unison. Upon hearing their sincere intentions, Zhao Wenyu smiled. It seemed that even the most formidable individuals yield in the face of life as challenges. It was no wonder such circumstances had arisen in the past. For him, this was indeed a straightforward matter, no longer warranting jest. Zhao Wenyu nodded in satisfaction. As long as everyone acknowledged their mistakes, it was already a commendable outcome for him. Other matters held little significance in his eyes, regardless of what might ultimately transpire. It was of no consequence to him. Now, you all should move to the other side. Ultimately, I must first ensure the well-being of your leader, since I promised her to safeguard her life. I cannot allow any errors to arise in my presence. Would you not agree with this rationale? Zhao Wenyu inquired, deliberately testing the waters. He wished to ascertain the loyalty of these individuals. Should he discover any disloyal souls among them, he would undoubtedly deem it necessary to exclude them at once. After all, what advantage could he possibly derive from keeping such people in his midst? His own secrets would inevitably be divulged at an alarming rate, leaving him to ponder the dire consequences that might ensue. It seemed to me that his treatment was unnecessary. I harbored doubts about his sincerity, and when he eventually regained consciousness, he might not even speak the truth to you. Thus, it would be prudent to seek an honest word from us, as your survival hinges on such revelations. As we spoke, one particularly fearsome-looking individual stepped forward, exuding an air of menace. Upon seeing him, Zhao Wenyu could not help but smile. He was acutely aware that within this group, there were always a few who felt detached, individuals who held little regard for the collective. In self-preservation, such people often found it unnecessary to accommodate others. Enough chatter. I shall handle this matter myself. For tonight, you may rest here. Although my quarters are limited, you are welcome to make yourselves comfortable in the hall. Should anyone wish to leave, I will not impede your departure nor prevent you from alerting your leader, Zhao Wenyu stated before retreating to his room. It was evident that these individuals posed no threat to him. Upon hearing such remarks, Zhang Qian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had never anticipated her master would utter such words at this moment, which only served to heighten her discomfort. The uncertainty of what might transpire next weighed heavily on her mind. Just as Zhao Wenyu entered his chamber, he noticed his two disciples trailing closely behind him. Their persistent presence startled him, suggesting they had something of importance to discuss. What are you thinking? Is there something significant you wish to convey? If so, now is the time to speak. I would not mind at all. Your silence leaves me at a loss, which I find rather absurd, Zhao Wenyu inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's temperament was distinctly different from that of her fellow disciple, and Zhao sensed that she would respond with utmost urgency. Master, are you truly not concerned that they might return and inform others? This notion troubles me greatly. If they do relay information, it could spell trouble for us. And I dread the possible outcomes. I feel compelled to question the appropriateness of this situation. What are your thoughts? Zhang Qian gazed at Zhao Wenyu as she spoke. When she deemed the situation inappropriate, she naturally feared that it might lead to incomprehensible consequences for herself. However, Zhao Wenyu only laughed more heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the matter at hand. Do you truly believe they would leave? If they return only to find others facing dire straits, having failed their mission, would they dare report back to their leader? I believe there are no fools among them who would act so recklessly. Even if you permitted their departure, they would remain. Zhao Wenyu remarked with a chuckle. His insight into the circumstances allowed him to express such confidence. Had he been less informed, he would have refrained from speaking so freely, lest he invite unprecedented embarrassment. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qian nodded in understanding. She pondered why the approach of their leader differed from Zhao Wenyu's regarding this matter. It became clear to her, and she realized she had learned an important lesson. One must never be too hasty. I must admit, you are truly remarkable. Previously, I believed your abilities to be as feeble as you claimed. However, witnessing the situation today has revealed the extent of your prowess, which I find truly impressive. Zhang Qian stated earnestly. She felt that Zhao Wenyu's actions at this moment were extraordinarily commendable, which also stirred a sense of helplessness within him. Yet Zhao Wenyu merely smiled. Despite his injuries, he was reluctant to display any sign of weakness in front of these individuals, as it could easily lead to unprecedented misunderstandings. He still hoped to create an impression of formidable prowess before his disciples, believing that such an appearance would preempt any potential issues. Far preferable to facing unforeseen circumstances in the future. Enough, he declared. You need not concern yourselves any further. Since I have effectively addressed this matter, there is no need for any more superfluous words. I am confident that we shall find a solution. Henceforth, you must cultivate an impression that our establishment is bustling with activity, thereby averting any unprecedented troubles that could befall us. I trust this is clear to you, Zhao Wenyu remarked, gazing at his two disciples. He diligently cultivated an impression that his domain was teeming with a multitude of inhabitants, thereby enticing that group to willingly remain. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could easily arise, a feat not easily accomplished by many. The two apprentices nodded without hesitation, since their leader had uttered such words. They had no choice but to comply, for what other course of action could they take? The individuals outside waited in quiet anticipation, hoping that Zhao Wenyu would succeed in healing their leader, a predicament that posed significant concern for all. The uncertain outcome left them in a state of unease, as every action seemed intolerable. As soon as they glimpsed Zhang Qian emerging, they immediately converged upon her, utterly unprepared for her presence, which instilled a profound sense of fear and rendered them hesitant to act recklessly, lest they invite unprecedented troubles upon themselves. Zhang Qian, how is our leader faring? A few of them inquired as they surrounded her. Zhang Qian shook her head. Regarding such matters, she felt compelled to disclose nothing, particularly in light of her leader's statements. She had no further capital to elaborate on the unprecedented issues at hand. I am unsure how to convey this to you, and your leader is currently undergoing treatment. I cannot promise any guarantees, Zhang Qian replied. But please rest assured, I firmly believe my leader will resolve this matter with ease. With that, she departed. He certainly had to prepare some meals for these individuals. After all, the consequences of extreme hunger could be unpredictable, and he was indeed apprehensive about burdening his master. Zhao Wenyu found himself in the room, gazing at the individual before him, whose blood flowed incessantly, suddenly at a loss for what to do. His current level of cultivation rendered him hesitant to speak further. Moreover, how could he dare to treat the person before him? It was undeniably a daunting prospect. What could he possibly do? He lacked the skills for healing. Would it not be a jest to proceed in such a manner? Zhao Wenyu was utterly perplexed. Yet, having boasted in front of so many, he felt compelled to heal this individual, regardless of the effort required. Failing to do so would be a significant loss of face. And from that moment on, his words would hold no credibility in the eyes of those present, a notion that was undoubtedly terrifying for everyone involved. What kind of circumstances might arise? Zhao Wenyu's face was etched with worry, leaving him at a loss. Gazing at the tourniquet in his hand, he found himself at a complete standstill. He was almost compelled to rush outside and inquire who among the crowd possessed the requisite expertise to assist him in this pressing predicament. Yet, deep down, he was acutely aware that should he act upon this impulse at this moment, he would undoubtedly lose face before so many onlookers. At that juncture, no one would regard his actions as commendable, a notion he found utterly intolerable. Forgive me, consider you my first experiment, he muttered, shaking his head in despair. This individual, indeed, could serve as the sole subject for his current trials, representing his only recourse. With that, Zhao Wenyu hastily retrieved the tourniquet and promptly closed his eyes. Having never before confronted such a gruesome scenario alone, the sudden reality of the situation instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, the conclusion seemed inevitable. Just as he began to blindfold himself, he felt a warmth surging through his fingertips, akin to the sensation of blood coursing over them. Could it be that the system had imparted a skill anew? If so, it likely pertained to this very treatment. Yet, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain to all. After several attempts, Zhao Wenyu resolved to prioritize saving a life with his own fingers, for this was the only gamble he could afford at this juncture. I apologize. My friend, this is the only method we can attempt for now. Perhaps you might awaken, and in that case, you would owe me your gratitude. Zhao Wenyu declared as he prepared to take action. He has never been a hesitant individual, rather. It has often been his lack of strength that has fostered such an impression. However, now that he possesses formidable abilities, it is only fitting that he displays them fully. The moment Zhao Wenyu's fingers grazed the skin of the cloaked figure, he realized that the entirety of the man's skin was in a state of searing distress. Upon a mere touch, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, swiftly followed by the acrid aroma of charred flesh wafting through the air. Zhao Wenyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, rendering him incapable of proceeding further. If this persisted, it seemed that the individual before him would inevitably meet a grim fate at his hands. With remarkable speed, Zhao Wenyu retracted his hand. He had never harbored ill intentions. It was beyond his comprehension that his good intentions could culminate in such a disastrous outcome, a notion he found utterly intolerable, leaving him at a loss for what actions to take, as many circumstances were simply too difficult for him to accept. In truth, he bore no malice. Yet he had never anticipated such a scenario would unfold, and he felt a deep sense of remorse. Zhao Wenyu silently bowed to the figure cloaked in black. Since he had already declared his intent to assist this individual, it was imperative that he succeeded in his endeavor, regardless of the trials he might face. Be it traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames, he must persevere, for he could not allow others to mock him for this predicament. Such thoughts filled him with a sense of embarrassment, compelling him to reconsider his actions. Zhao Wenyu gradually seated himself, suddenly unsure of how to proceed. Why did everything seem so unsatisfactory? Just when he believed his fingers possessed extraordinary abilities, he was met with an unprecedented setback that he found difficult to accept. leaving him in a state of confusion. No, he must attempt once more. Otherwise, what alternative remained? With that resolve, he prepared to start anew. Reflecting that perhaps his previous attempt had faltered due to insufficient control, leading to an overexertion of force. With renewed determination ignited within him, he understood that he must fulfill his responsibilities. Failure was not an option. Just then, Meng Lingxing entered the room, and he could sense the severity of the black-clad individual's injuries. Naturally, he could scarcely envision his mentor successfully healing this person, a notion that filled him with trepidation. Just as Zhao Wenyu was ready to take action, he was startled to find Meng Lingxing standing before him. Fortunately, he had not yet commenced treatment. Otherwise, his inept skills would have been laid bare before all present. How did you get in here? Did I not clearly instruct you not to enter without my summons? I am capable of resolving this matter on my own. Do you not realize how pale you appear? Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, his anger palpable. He had long instructed his disciples. Yet he remained utterly perplexed as to why the woman before him consistently disregarded his counsel, opting instead to engage in actions he found utterly unacceptable. Meng Lingxing wore an expression of embarrassment. Her intentions had merely stemmed from a place of genuine concern, prompting her to enter and inquire earnestly. However, she had not anticipated that such an intolerable situation would unfold. I apologize, Master. I understand you are reluctant to allow us entry, but the injuries sustained by the man in black are far too severe. I felt compelled to come in and offer my support, and I assure you, my intentions are pure. As she spoke, Meng Lingxing prepared to withdraw, since her master was unwilling for her to remain. She pondered the futility of exerting effort that would yield no reward. Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Wenyu intercepted her. He understood that an additional person could provide more strength to their cause. Furthermore, now that Meng Lingxing had taken the initiative to come forward, allowing her to exit would undoubtedly present an opportunity for those waiting outside to pose their inquiries. This would certainly be counterproductive. It would be wiser to permit Meng Lingxing to stay within the room, as she might offer valuable assistance and expedite the resolution of the matter at hand. Let it be, since you have already entered. It would be best not to step outside, lest those waiting seize the chance to question you. Does my reasoning resonate with you? Zhao Wenyu whispered softly. His original intention was to prevent anyone from entering this room. However, since Meng Lingxing had already intruded, he thought it might be best to allow her to stay. Perhaps she could provide some assistance, which would certainly be preferable to her being alone. At that moment, Meng Lingxing was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed in such a situation. Moreover, he harbored some concerns. If he truly angered Zhao Wenyu this time, he had no idea what the consequences might be. Upon hearing his master unexpectedly permit her presence, Meng Lingxing dared not utter another word. She believed that Zhao Wenyu's reluctance to engage with him forced him to make such a statement. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to continue her path within this sect, which was a matter of great concern for everyone involved. Seeing Meng Lingxing frozen in place, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of anxiety. He simply could not comprehend the child's demeanor, despite having agreed to let her stay. She appeared as if everyone had wronged her, leaving everyone hesitant to act, yet uncertain of how to proceed. What on earth is going on? I have already conveyed my thoughts to you. Since I have decided to allow you to remain, it indicates that I have thoroughly considered this. Why do I sense that you seem somewhat unhappy? Surely you did not enter with the intention of offering assistance. If that is the case, then I have indeed been overly concerned, Zhao Wenyu remarked with intent. After all, remaining alone in this space served little purpose, since someone was willing to help him. He must cherish this opportunity. Meng Lingxing dared not speak further. She feared that Zhao Wenyu would be angered by this incident. Yet when she heard her master not only refraining from reprimanding her, but instead requesting her to stay, she found herself at a complete loss, unable to accept the stark contrast of emotions and unsure of how to act. Master, I am sorry. I was wrong. I should not have meddled so much. Nor should I have entered here with you. I will immediately step outside to alleviate the pressure. I truly do not know what to do. Meng Lingxing expressed her fears. She was terrified of having made a grave mistake, uncertain of what might unfold as a result. Zhao Wenyu could not help but laugh. He had wondered why Meng Lingxing had become so flustered, only to realize it was for such a reason, which he found utterly amusing. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. It is entirely natural for a disciple to harbor a sense of reverence towards their master. There is no need for further discussion, as it would yield no fruitful outcome. However, what he requires at this moment is not the respect of his disciple, but rather the actions he ought to undertake at this juncture. Surely, you do not believe that my intention in retaining you is to subject you to torment? If that were the case, you would be overthinking the matter, for for such a notion has never crossed my mind, Zhao Wenyu clarified, hoping for the understanding of all involved. Meng Lingxing wore an expression of embarrassment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. The more her master remained in this state, the more her anxiety intensified. If you truly wish for me to leave, I shall do so at once, but please do not take offense, she said hurriedly, making her way to the door. She wished fervently that time could rewind by several minutes, for then she would never have entertained such a nefarious thought. Nor would she find herself in this predicament at this very moment. Observing Meng Lingxing's amusing demeanor, Zhao Wenyu could not help but smile in resignation. He held no such intentions. The inexplicable sentiments that lingered in everyone's hearts left him feeling powerless to comment, unsure of how to proceed. Return, please. If my aim were truly to reprimand you, I could simply expel you from my tutelage. Why go through all this trouble? You are overthinking it. I merely believe that your presence here might offer me some assistance. What other intentions could I possibly harbor? Zhao Wenyu expressed with palpable exasperation. He was perplexed as to whether his disciple was genuinely ignorant or merely pretending to be so. It baffled him why, at this moment, the disciple appeared so lacking in intelligence, unable even to grasp the thoughts of others, let alone ponder what the future might hold. Upon hearing this, Meng Lingxing felt an immense sense of relief. She had feared he might have committed some grave error. Only now did she realize that it was all a product of her own overthinking. Zhao Wenyu shook his head in resignation. Disciple, do you know why I chose to take you in at that time? It was indeed a questionable decision, yet one I could not bring myself to reject. Can I truly guarantee what may unfold in the future? Zhao Wenyu spoke with a hint of irritation. If everyone were as foolish as you, it is highly probable that all my past efforts would be in vain. Who can assure what circumstances may arise in days to come? Meng Lingxing offered an awkward smile. Understanding now that this was the crux of the matter, everything else seemed trivial in comparison. I apologize, Master. I was rather careless earlier, failing to anticipate such an occurrence. This has weighed heavily on my heart, and I assure you, it was not due to my actions. I will refrain from making hasty assumptions about your feelings in the future. Please set your mind at ease regarding this matter, Zhao Wenyu quickly reassured her. He vowed never again to casually speculate on the thoughts of others, merely hoping for someone to express an understanding of him, which in itself was no simple feat. Zhao Wenyu nodded and turned away, recommencing his fervent dedication to his career. He must heal the individual before him. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to atone for the colossal lie he had previously uttered, and the nature of future events remained shrouded in uncertainty. Is he still not awake? Meng Lingxing inquired softly, utterly perplexed about how to proceed. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by her question. He had not anticipated anyone would approach him in such a manner, yet it left him feeling utterly incapable of bearing the weight of her inquiry. What do your words truly imply? I find them somewhat perplexing, and I am at a loss to discern what you wish for me to elucidate at this moment. Can we refrain from such jesting? Do you genuinely perceive it as meaningful? Zhao Wenyu remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Lingxing. The current circumstances were laid bare before everyone. Thus, why should anger arise from this situation? Such behavior was unbecoming of a rational individual, let alone the potential ramifications that could ensue. Upon hearing his words, Meng Lingxing dared not utter another syllable, fearing her mentor might scold her for this matter, which would indeed place the blame upon herself. No, I merely inquired out of curiosity, harboring no ulterior motives. Please do not take offense. My intentions were not malicious. I sincerely hope for your understanding. Everything else is of little consequence, Meng Lingxing hurriedly explained. At this moment, it was exceedingly challenging for her to navigate the situation, and the emergence of such complexities was hard to accept, leaving her hesitant to act impulsively. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhao Wenyu fell silent. He needed to concentrate wholly on the task he intended to undertake, dismissing any further thoughts that could lead to confusion and dissatisfaction. Hold him steady for a moment. As long as I remain silent, continue as instructed. Do not presume I jest. Every word I utter is grounded in reason. Do you understand? Zhao Wenyu clarified. Meng Lingxing struggled to reconcile the complexity of the situation with her understanding. At times, it was imperative to act according to her own judgment to avoid bringing forth unprecedented complications, which was no simple endeavor. She quickly nodded, acknowledging that her mentor's words were indeed quite clear. Given the circumstances, she certainly refrained from taking any impulsive actions to avoid encountering unprecedented troubles. Under such conditions, it would be prudent to adhere to her own preferences to a certain extent. Other matters seemed unnecessary. I apologize. I never anticipated that this situation would escalate to such a degree. It is indeed my fault. Master, could you refrain from blaming me for this? I assure you it was unintentional. Meng Lingxing explained, wishing for Zhao Wenyu not to be genuinely angered by this incident, as it would leave him feeling utterly bewildered and unable to accept the entirety of the situation. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, with the circumstances having evolved to this point. He preferred not to delve further into the matter. The most pressing concern was to ensure the well-being of the person before him. Only after safeguarding their life would he be able to prevent any further complications. Master, do I simply need to maintain pressure on it? Is there no need for any additional actions? Meng Lingxing hastily inquired. Given how far the situation had progressed, he dared not act recklessly, lest he invite unnecessary troubles in the future. Zhao Wenyu nodded. He had not anticipated that he had articulated his point so clearly, yet his disciple still failed to comprehend. He pondered how he had allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment, leading to such a bewildered disciple. Perhaps it would have been better to summon another woman, which might have been less troublesome. His tone was somewhat brusque, and Meng Lingxing dared not make any further moves. Since he had spoken those words, he must take responsibility for them, leaving no room for further discussion. Shall we begin now? Zhao Wenyu asked directly. He yearned to feel a flutter of emotions instantly. Yet upon witnessing Meng Lingxing's flustered demeanor, he dared not act recklessly. After all, the uncertainty of what might unfold in the future loomed large, and there were numerous matters he found intolerable. Zhao Wenyu hastily nodded. Given the current predicament, he refrained from taking any impulsive actions, for the consequences remained shrouded in mystery. Just as he tentatively extended his finger, he withdrew it once more, overwhelmed by his trepidation, uncertain of how to proceed. Many matters weighed heavily on his heart, rendering him unable to bear the thought of further complications. What is it, Master? Are we to commence at this juncture? I sense your reluctance to treat him. Meng Lingxing voiced her confusion candidly. She found herself at a loss for how to navigate the present circumstances, which were undeniably troublesome. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyu, in a moment of contemplation, clarified that his hesitance was not due to a lack of willingness to treat. Rather, the situation was exceedingly complicated at this time. I am uncertain how to articulate my thoughts now. Earlier, I was indeed confronted with significant challenges, which instilled in me a fear of proceeding hastily. I worry that rather than remedying the situation, I may inadvertently provoke unforeseen outcomes, leading to an awkward predicament. Zhao Wenyu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He was truly apprehensive about the unforeseen events that might unfold shortly, rendering it impossible for any situation to arise. Meng Lingxing wore an expression of perplexity, as she was entirely unclear about the nature of the occurrences. However, she had begun to formulate her thoughts and discerned Zhao Wenyu's intentions at this moment. Given the circumstances, shall we proceed now? Meng Lingxing seized the opportunity to inquire, her desire to remain in this place waning. She yearned to depart immediately, believing that such an action might alleviate his discomfort. The realization that Meng Lingxing was unwilling to linger in this vicinity left Zhao Wenyu in a state of disbelief. This was undoubtedly an unbearable predicament, especially considering how amicably they had conversed just moments prior. Little did they know the extent of the turmoil that had ensued, leading to such inexplicable circumstances, which was indeed disheartening. I did not anticipate your reluctance to stay in this place, a revelation that I find difficult to bear. Yet I am at a loss for words. If it proves too much, perhaps you should take your leave. I have articulated my sentiments to this extent. What more do you desire? Zhao Wenyu declared as he prepared to let her go. He truly found himself unable to bear the weight of the situation. Moreover, having already spoken so much, there was no need for further frivolous jesting. Meng Lingxing had not anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would genuinely become upset over this matter, as her thoughts had been entirely different before. However, the current circumstances left her feeling somewhat disconcerted, and she hesitated to act impulsively. Fearing that any further misstep would inevitably lead to complications she could not navigate. Master, I assure you, it was never my intention. I merely thought that if you cannot relax while I am here, then perhaps we should refrain from this behavior. I hold no ulterior motives. Why can you not grasp my perspective? Is there anything more unkind I could possibly say? Meng Lingxing's face flushed with embarrassment. Given the gravity of the situation, what further unkind words could he utter? It was inconceivable to continue down that path. Zhao Wenyu silently shook his head, taken aback by how the situation had escalated to such an extent, leaving him somewhat speechless and unable to proceed. However, now that matters had reached this juncture, it seemed unnecessary to prolong the conversation. Sister, this situation is not as I had previously envisioned. If you are truly unwilling, you may step outside and call for your senior sister. She might possess the means to resolve this. I have already expressed so much. I believe you should be able to comprehend my position. Do you think I need to elaborate further? Zhao Wenyu expressed his frustration. Now that the dialogue had reached this point, there was no reason to continue. Meng Lingxing dared not utter another word, acutely aware that should she persist, Zhao Wenyu might indeed expel her, leading to consequences beyond her capacity to bear. Thus, it seemed prudent to refrain from further discussion. I never anticipated this turn of events. It is indeed my fault. Master, rest assured, from this moment on, I shall heed your words without uttering another. If I dare to speak again, it will solely be my failing. As she spoke, Meng Lingxing hastily sealed her lips, wishing she could place a seal upon them to prevent any further indiscretion that might invite unprecedented troubles. However, before long, Zhao Wenyu resumed his treatment. This time, as he extended his hand, he steeled his resolve, fully aware of the course of action he needed to take. Yet, he was genuinely fearful that his fingertips, barely touching the scorched skin of the other, would encounter the remnants of a body ravaged by flames. At that moment, he would find it impossible to forgive his past foolishness for allowing such a situation to unfold. Why must it come to this? Upon witnessing Zhao Wenyu's demeanor, Meng Lingxing was compelled to inquire about several perplexing matters. However, as she recalled the recent occurrences, she instinctively swallowed her words. Uncertain of how to proceed in this bewildering situation, one that transcended the comprehension of an ordinary individual. At that very moment, Zhao Wenyu reached out his hand, only to discover that the instant his fingers brushed against the stranger's skin, a dark mark reappeared on the cloaked figure. Swiftly, he withdrew his hand, as the acrid scent of charred flesh assailed Meng Lingxing's senses, evoking a wave of nausea within her. This was an experience she had never encountered before, leaving her grappling with an unsettling reality she could scarcely comprehend. What is happening, master? Why do I smell burnt flesh? Meng Lingxing exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. She had never faced such circumstances, and the sudden confrontation with an unfathomable reality left her feeling disoriented, unsure of how to react, an ordeal far beyond the ken of an ordinary person. I cannot fathom why such an unimaginable phenomenon occurs the moment my fingers graze his skin. I find myself utterly perplexed by the situation, Zhao Wenyu murmured, genuinely bewildered yet at a loss for a solution. Master, if all else fails, allow me to attempt it, Meng Lingxing asserted, stepping forward with newfound resolve, though Zhao Wenyu shook his head. To him, the individual before him seemed rather naive. Continuing down this path could incite unnecessary doubts within himself. Why persist in a course of action fraught with such uncertainty? Surely, you jest. If you could resolve this matter, it would render my involvement superfluous. Let us refrain from such folly, Zhao Wenyu replied, his expression one of disdain, unable to accept the notion and unwilling to entertain further dialogue. Yet, Meng Lingxing remained resolute. She believed it was imperative to handle this situation, as it represented her only course of action at this juncture. Do you truly doubt my abilities, or is there something you wish to share? I am open to your thoughts. However, your current behavior strikes me as rather unwise, she retorted, her frustration palpable, recalling the numerous occasions she had voiced her thoughts to him before. However, there are certain matters that increasingly instill fear within him. Zhao Wenyu, devoid of any substantial capability, finds himself compelled to heed Meng Lingxing's counsel during critical moments. Ultimately, it matters not what transpires, as long as he can act in accordance with his own desires. The words you speak to me now bear no significance. They merely invite circumstances I find intolerable. Can you assure me that you will assist me in accomplishing this task? Zhao Wenyu inquired, gazing intently at Meng Lingxing. It is not that he is unwilling to trust the individual before him. Rather, he is beset by anxiety and trepidation in confronting these issues. He dares not entertain any further thoughts, as his grandfather has always refrained from adopting alternative perspectives. Meng Lingxing silently nodded, acutely aware that this matter profoundly affects her. Yet, she understands the implications these circumstances hold for him. Anything beyond that is of little consequence. The mere fact that someone comprehends him is commendable, and she is resolute in saying no more. Master, if you are willing to place your faith in me, I assure you I can successfully navigate this situation. Of course, this requires your unwavering support. I recognize that my words may displease you at this moment, but I believe I have performed admirably and earnestly hope for your backing, Meng Lingxing expressed quietly. As Zhao Wenyu's disciple, it is indeed her duty to selflessly dedicate herself for the sake of her master. This is the highest calling, and other considerations are of little importance. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found it difficult to remain at ease. Since embarking on these endeavors, he has been engulfed by profound worry, and one can only imagine the state of others when faced with such circumstances. Perhaps it would be best to step outside, Zhao Wenyu murmured, shaking his head in resignation. He always felt that this matter was fundamentally unattainable. Given this, he might as well step outside now and clarify things with those individuals. It would be much better than continuing to feign ignorance, and it would bring a semblance of happiness to his heart, rendering the situation somewhat perfect. However, at that moment, Meng Lingxing found herself in a predicament. If Zhao Wenyu were to step out, everything would collapse before everyone's eyes. What would ultimately transpire was something that no reasonable person could endure. The group outside had finally come to perceive themselves as quite formidable. If he were to venture out now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. That was certainly an outcome no rational individual could accept, and naturally, there was a palpable fear of unforeseen consequences. Master, I advise you to reconsider. I believe that undertaking such actions at this juncture may be rather ill-advised. Moreover, stepping outside would imply that all our prior efforts have been rendered futile. Please do not think I jest, Meng Lingxing urged earnestly. Since the situation had escalated to this extent, she set aside any notions of the master-disciple relationship, hoping merely for her actions to be understood by all. This, at present, was the most authentic state of affairs. Anything beyond that seemed unnecessary. Zhao Wenyu had initially intended to leave, but after hearing Jin speak of his own apprentice, he began to realize the validity in every word Meng Lingxing had expressed. If he were to proceed with his plan, it would likely lead to outcomes he could not bear. Then you shall do as I say. Whatever I propose, you must adhere to. You must refrain from actions I have not sanctioned. If you follow my guidance, you should be able to assist me adequately. Do you not think so? Zhao Wenyu murmured. This was now the only course of action available to her. Regardless of what circumstances might ultimately arise, he could only choose to accept them silently. There was little more to be said. Meng Lingxing nodded. Given the circumstances, her options were limited to this, as long as she could secure the support of everyone. The rest could be entrusted to him. She believed in her ability to see this matter through successfully, and there was no reason to harbor further worries. Since it has come to this, let it be so. I will comply with your request shortly. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I have articulated my stance clearly enough for you to understand, Meng Lingxing hastily replied, realizing there was little more to discuss. Thus, Meng Lingxing approached the group of individuals. Yet she found herself paralyzed by uncertainty, unable to act. Once the journey truly begins, one can only wonder what sort of conclusion may ultimately unfold. Such a venture is certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Observing Meng Lingxing's hesitance, as she hesitated to take decisive action, Zhao Wenyu smiled knowingly. It seemed that anyone, when confronted with someone resembling a lifeless corpse, would exhibit a similar reaction. It was hardly surprising that she had responded as she did moments ago. All of this was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Why dwell on it? How do you feel? Are you afraid? If fear grips you, then so be it. I have never wished to coerce anyone, including you. If pursuing this path brings you no benefit, then let us cease here, Zhao Wenyu remarked, preparing to depart. Unable to bear the weight of the situation any longer. However, just as Zhao Wenyu was about to leave, Meng Lingxing swiftly interposed herself. Having made her decision, she was determined not to allow her mentor to endure any unnecessary suffering, an ordeal that no sane individual could accept. There was no need for further empty words. Master, I can handle this matter on my own. Rest assured, Meng Lingxing assured her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyu suddenly felt a surge of confidence. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before, and this encounter imbued her with a newfound sense of purpose. If your actions truly yield some benefit, then follow your instincts. Given that circumstances have escalated to this point, there is no reason for jest. Just adhere to my instructions, and there should be no significant issues. Zhao Wenyu declared with unwavering certainty. As long as someone was willing to follow her guidance, she believed that no major complications would arise. Gathering her courage, Meng Lingxing approached the figure cloaked in black. With the situation having developed to this extent, she was no longer reckless in her actions, mindful of the potential consequences that could ensue. At that moment, as she extended her hand, she felt an unusual warmth coursing through her fingers, indicating that her mentor indeed possessed a formidable ability. Otherwise, such power would not have been bestowed upon her. Yet, why did my fingers suddenly feel so warm? What could this mean? A sense of trepidation began to rise within her. Had she not remained close to her master, fearing her reaction, she might have already cried out in alarm. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in this predicament. At that very moment, Zhao Wenyu could not help but chuckle. Meng Lingxing was simply too endearing. Although he is indeed indifferent to the current situation, he finds it rather amusing. If you are capable of healing her, your fingers must first be warm. Only then might there be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly find it impossible to cure him. There is no need for concern regarding these matters, as Zhao Wenyu elucidated. He still hoped that this matter would not reach an unexpected level. Meng Lingxing finally felt at ease. She had thought it was due to his hand. Now it appeared that the situation arose from the exceptional energy he had acquired at this very moment, which led to such an outcome. You placed your hand gently over his wound, smoothing it out. If successful, his skin would swiftly return to its normal state, proving that the toxins within him had been completely absorbed. As for the remaining concerns, you need not worry any longer, did you understand? Zhao Wenyu quietly remarked. Since everyone had already expressed themselves to this extent, there was no need to continue further. It was quite satisfactory to adhere to their individual thoughts. Meng Lingxing nodded silently, finding it the simplest task at this moment, with no other choices weighing on her mind. Embracing a spirit of experimentation, she quietly placed her fingers upon the wound of the man in black. At that instant, she felt as though a divine power surged through her hand, compelling her to labor back and forth over the wound. Alarmingly, wherever her fingers touched, the skin rapidly returned to normal, affirming that Zhao Wenyu's method was indeed effective. Otherwise, such an occurrence would be utterly inconceivable. Witnessing the restoration of the skin at every point Meng Lingxing's fingers reached, Zhao Wenyu found it hard to believe. He simply could not accept that such a situation had escalated to this extent, a reality beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. His eyes widened in disbelief. Moments ago he had merely been speaking whimsically, without any real expectations, yet now he was astonished to see his words manifest, wherever Meng Lingxing's fingers had traversed. The skin of the man in black had already regained its normalcy. Master, what should I do? I feel hesitant to act freely now, never anticipating that my fingers could generate such immense energy. This is something I could never have imagined before. What should I do now? Meng Lingxing's fingers remained reluctant to leave the man in black. Yet, she also hesitated to proceed further, having just begun to harness this energy. She feared unforeseen consequences that could lead to an awkward situation. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He had assumed Meng Lingxing was someone well-versed in grand experiences. It was only today, through these events, that he realized he had underestimated her. Can you cease your jesting? Do you truly believe such words hold any value? Since I have resolved to allow you to continue with your treatment, it is imperative that you adhere to my stipulations. Surely, you would not abandon your responsibilities, would you? Zhao Wenyu's expression darkened instantly. After so much effort to gain the upper hand, it would be quite unfavorable to act otherwise. The moment he noticed his master's displeasure, Meng Lingxing dared not utter another word. Even though she harbored reluctance within her heart, she was too fearful to express it aloud. How could she not understand the dire consequences that might arise from such a declaration at this juncture? These matters had long been resolved in his mind. Master, what should I do next? She inquired. I believe I have performed admirably thus far. Yet, if this continues, I truly fear the unforeseen repercussions that may ensue. If my fingers persist in their current state, it could lead to consequences I cannot fathom. Meng Lingxing expressed her deep concern. This indeed brought about situations that were difficult for her to accept. Have all of your wounds healed? Zhao Wenyu asked, looking intently at Meng Lingxing. He had momentarily lost focus, but she quickly nodded in affirmation. Given how far the situation had progressed, it seemed inconsequential now. Your wounds have healed. Though your skin appears somewhat poisoned, she responded. However, I believe this is merely a matter of time. It cannot be resolved instantly. Zhao Wenyu scrutinized the condition of the cloaked figure. The state of this individual determined not only when Meng Lingxing might abandon her efforts, but more importantly, whether he could be successfully rescued. This was the foremost concern for everyone involved. Everything else was of little consequence. Upon witnessing the intensity of Zhao Wenyu's gaze, which seemed to harbor a wish for self-destruction, Meng Lingxing refrained from speaking carelessly. Today, her master was indeed in a foul mood. She was no fool to act recklessly. Enough, you may release your grip. Since your task is nearly complete, you should step outside. Rest assured, I will manage this area. There should be no issues. Zhao Wenyu commanded Meng Lingxing. Now that the situation had reached a controllable state, it was unnecessary for them to proceed further. Meng Lingxing promptly released her hold. Eager to depart, with the opportunity to step outside now available, she knew she must cherish it. Missing this chance could lead to untold torment. Although remaining here had granted her a skill, it had also rendered her anxious for a considerable time. What is it? You seem reluctant to leave. Do you have any thoughts you wish to share? Perhaps we should have a candid discussion. Zhao Wenyu's gaze revealed a hint of sharpness. He was resolute in his belief that no unforeseen circumstances would arise in the end. Upon realizing that the leader was indeed angry, Meng Lingxing dared not entertain any further thoughts and promptly exited the room. He understood that Zhao Wenyu's temperament could still be considered quite good. If such a conflict could arise even when Zhao was in a relatively good mood, it was imperative that it not continue. Otherwise, he would ultimately bear the brunt of it all. As Meng Lingxing stepped outside, Zhao Wenyu immediately assisted the man in black to his feet, noting that the latter's condition had evidently improved. However, it was crucial to expedite his treatment. Otherwise, any goodwill would be utterly futile. The outcome of this situation rested solely on the man in black. If he could regain consciousness, it would be advantageous for both of them. Conversely, should he fail to awaken, it was likely that they would both pay a grievous price for this predicament. Zhao Wenyu muttered to himself, already aware of how he should proceed in the following moments, yet often found it difficult to accept. The injuries sustained by the man in black were indeed severe, and Zhao Wenyu lamented his earlier lack of restraint, which had led to the current situation. Had he exercised better judgment, this incident might have been avoided. Yet, at this moment, it seemed that the significance of the matter had diminished considerably. Zhao Wenyu extended his finger once more. Although this situation impacted him, he still hoped to secure some benefit for himself. However, just as he was about to initiate treatment for the man in black, he realized that his fingers had lost their previous warmth. It was uncertain whether this change was due to his having shared his energy with his disciple, resulting in the current predicament. Yet, this concern had become inconsequential for him. He wondered if his continued treatment would still prove effective. Nevertheless, he trusted that his fingers were intact and merely required diligent care moving forward to avert any complications. Man in black, this time. Our success hinges on the degree of our cooperation. If you can recover, we should encounter no further issues. However, should I exhaust my efforts and you remain unresponsive, it would signify that our fates are intertwined in ways I cannot foresee. Do as you wish thereafter, Zhao Wenyu stated deliberately. He was utterly unaware whether the man in black could comprehend him. Yet, he harbored a hope of instilling within him a desire for survival, believing that such an impetus would render his healing efforts more efficacious. Abruptly, as Zhao Wenyu had just uttered these words, the man in black blinked. Seemingly already able to understand, Zhao Wenyu promptly detected this subtle gesture, allowing him to grasp the situation's essence. All that remained was for the man to persevere through the ordeal. It appears you can indeed hear my words, which is undoubtedly the most fortuitous development for us at this moment, Zhao Wenyu remarked, placing his hand upon the man's wound. Indeed, as soon as their skin made contact, he noticed a slight reddening upon the man's dermis. However, the previously alarming charred state had noticeably diminished, which was a considerable relief for Zhao Wenyu. As long as the skin remained intact, all else seemed inconsequential. Gently, Zhao Wenyu caressed the wound, and wherever his fingers glided, a faint blush emerged. As this blush gradually faded, the injury began to stabilize, losing its earlier urgency. Zhao Wenyu nodded in satisfaction. As long as this progress continued, he believed it was only a matter of time before the man in black was healed. Provided he was willing to accept it, there would be no insurmountable issues. Several hours passed, and Zhao Wenyu's fingers grew weary, unable to press on. He was unaware of the multitude of injuries afflicting the man in black, which suddenly stirred feelings of agitation within him. Despite his extensive efforts, he perceived no visible change, although the wounds now appeared to be devoid of serious issues. This lack of evidence rendered the situation dubious. Could it be that I am to be relegated to such depths? Zhao Wenyu pondered, a wave of self-doubt washing over him, a sensation entirely foreign to him until now. He had once believed himself to possess extraordinary abilities, yet it seemed that all was merely a figment of his imagination. Meanwhile, outside, the onlookers could no longer maintain their composure. Meng Lingxing, you must inquire with your master about our leader's condition. We had placed great hopes in you all, and we cannot simply languish here in despair. Has there been no progress with our leader's wounds? One astute individual stepped forward, casting a questioning gaze at Meng Lingxing. He certainly hoped that Meng Lingxing could engage in a meaningful conversation with him at this moment. However, Meng Lingxing found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say, which posed a grave dilemma that rendered her unable to respond. Our leader will undoubtedly receive proper treatment, she asserted. Although I have stated this already, I urge you all to keep your worries at bay and choose to place your trust in us, rather than indulging in these trivial pursuits. Have I made myself sufficiently clear? Meng Lingxing declared. This was all she could do at present. Beyond this, she struggled to conceive of any alternative solution. The only words that Lao Hong could muster were these. while Meng Lingxing was acutely aware that the other party was no fool and that her words carried little weight. These were the only thoughts that came to mind. She felt a deep sense of disappointment in her mentor, believing that Zhao Wenyu would surely emerge unscathed. Yet, it was only until this very moment that she realized her concerns had been unfounded. Perhaps the condition of the man in black was indeed dire, so grave that her mentor could no longer continue with the treatment. In such a case, the outcome remained uncertain. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Even in the past, we were oblivious to the true nature of this situation, but now we can somewhat comprehend your actions, seemingly aimed at calming our fears. It seems our leader may very well have been killed by you, am I right? This individual shouted vehemently. At this moment, his mood seemed to be profoundly affected, and he yearned to uncover the truth behind the entire affair. At the very least, it was imperative to ascertain whether their leader was alive or dead, for that was the most crucial matter at hand. Meng Lingxing found herself at a loss for words, having assumed that everyone would be amicable. However, it was only now that she realized the reality was far from that. If you do not trust my master, then do as you please, she declared. I can only express my singular thought at this moment. Everything else is inconsequential. Meng Lingxing directed all blame towards Zhao Wenyu, as this was the only retort she could muster at this juncture. Do you think I lack the courage? With that, the individual charged forward. Inside the room, Zhao Wenyu was acutely aware of the commotion outside. He understood that if he did not make an appearance soon, the entire situation could unravel before everyone's eyes, which was a rather predictable outcome. I have never doubted your courage. Rather, I have come to comprehend what actions I ought to take at this moment, he articulated clearly. If you wish to enter, let us proceed and observe closely. Surely, this should not pose any issues. What do you think? Zhao Wenyu proclaimed loudly. Had he foreseen this moment, he would have refrained from uttering such words. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu emerge, Meng Lingxing felt an immense weight lift from her heart. She had feared that she would have to bear this burden alone. Only in light of the current developments did she suddenly grasp certain truths. Since you are able to speak with me in this manner, I am reassured. At the very least, you must provide us with an explanation, allowing us to understand your current thoughts. Is that not the case? The individual hastily asserted. He might dare to confront Meng Lingxing. Yet Zhao Wenyu is acutely aware of his own limitations. He has long pondered this matter deeply. It dawned upon Zhao Wenyu that the throng outside awaited his emergence. Should he delay any longer, it was likely that he would be met with hostility from them, should he choose to deny his presence at this juncture. Rather than succumb to such a fate, it would be wiser for him to step forward now and gauge the sentiments of those gathered. This proactive approach could grant him a clearer perspective, preventing any unforeseen outcomes that might arise. In truth, the mere act of you conversing with me at this moment fills me with a profound excitement. It provides me with a palpable sense of your intentions. Therefore, let us refrain from further discussion on this matter for now. You all remain quietly outside, and I have faith that I will ultimately provide you with a satisfactory explanation. If you will permit me. With that, Zhao Wenyu prepared to step inside. He is now able to step outside and provide some answers to these individuals, which is quite commendable. If this group continues to press for more information, it will yield no beneficial outcome. The people outside nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of reassurance in Zhao Wenyu's ability to maintain such composure. Their greatest fear was that their leader had been entirely dealt with by Zhao Wenyu, leaving them uncertain of their own capacity to triumph over him. That was indeed the most awkward circumstance. Upon entering, Zhao Wenyu exhaled deeply, initially believing that this matter would have a profound impact on him. It was only when faced with the current situation that he realized he had been overthinking. Ultimately, every issue reaches a conclusion, and his excessive contemplation had led to this predicament. It seems I must resolve this matter in the shortest time possible. Having articulated my stance to this extent, I must proceed in accordance with my own principles, Zhao Wenyu asserted confidently. This was his sole course of action at this moment. Truly the only endeavor he could undertake. Beyond that, he could conjure no better solution. Gazing at the person before him, lying as if lifeless, Zhao Wenyu felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, suddenly gripped by a sense of trepidation. He found himself at a loss regarding how to approach this situation. The actions required were certainly beyond the realm of what a rational individual could accept. You must assert yourself in some manner. If you continue in this state, I fear there will be nothing left for us to discuss. You truly are someone I find intolerable, Zhao Wenyu declared, as he promptly extended his finger once more. Though uncertain of the efficacy of his actions or whether they could genuinely alter the circumstances, this was the only recourse available to him at this juncture. Apart from that, he could conceive of no alternative solution. As his fingers barely grazed the skin of the cloaked figure, he suddenly realized that the figure's skin had begun to emanate warmth. This was undoubtedly a positive sign. The presence of warmth indicated that there remained hope for salvation, which was far more comforting than the previous circumstances. This revelation was, without a doubt, the most favorable outcome. Observing a jest nearby, Zhao Wenyu casually seized one, then proceeded to use his golden fingers to incessantly rub and knead it. He suddenly discovered that this item of significance had seemingly acquired an unprecedented energy. Its hue had gradually shifted from black to a shade of yellow, even exhibiting a faint glimmer. This transformation was sufficient evidence that his previous actions were indeed appropriate. Since so much had already been said, further words seemed unnecessary. The remedy that could heal him had been concealed right beside me, unbeknownst to me until now. Zhao Wenyu, while speaking, pried open the mouth of the man in black and directly stuffed those items into his mouth. Zhao Wenyu smiled faintly, realizing that this matter indeed required reliance on certain means to avoid complications. After all, who could guarantee what might occur otherwise? Within minutes, the eyes of the man in black slowly opened. Upon noticing that the man had awakened, Zhao Wenyu promptly approached him. Given that the situation had escalated to this point, it became clear what actions needed to be taken. How do you feel? Zhao Wenyu asked with apparent concern, though he remained oblivious to what would transpire next. Nonetheless, this was the only course of action available to him at that moment. Where am I? The man in black inquired, utterly bewildered. He had just awakened, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired moments before, let alone the potential consequences that lay ahead. This uncertainty rendered him unable to maintain his composure, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Upon hearing the black-clad figure speak, Zhao Wenyu was taken aback. His sole responsibility had been to heal, without any intention of erasing the other's memories. The current situation was bewildering, yet a sense of unease stirred within him, for it was undeniably a frightening predicament. Do you know who I am? Zhao Wenyu inquired deliberately. He must thoroughly test the man in black, for only then could he ascertain how to proceed in the moments to come. At that very moment, the man in black helplessly shook his head, as if he had no recognition of the person before him. The story connecting them remained a mystery, and he found himself utterly incapable of recalling anything. Witnessing the man in black shake his head, Zhao Wenyu was engulfed in despair. He had hoped to glean some information from this individual, yet he was taken aback by the realization that the man in black had lost even his own memories. This was undoubtedly a profound source of disappointment for him. Had he known, he would not have pursued such treatment. Perhaps there could have been a glimmer of hope, rather than being left in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Do you truly not know who I am? Zhao Wenyu intentionally inquired. He always felt that there were indeed some issues with this matter. Therefore, he must inquire thoroughly in advance to avoid unexpected outcomes. However, no matter how Zhao Wenyu posed his questions, the responses he received were consistently the same. The man in black continuously shook his head, as if he had already formed an opinion on the matter but was uncertain about the appropriate reply at this moment. I do not know you at all. Is there truly any enmity between us? Or what is your relation to me? Perhaps you could enlighten me now, which would allow me to be somewhat prepared, the man in black asked, his expression one of confusion. He seemed to have entirely transformed into a person who had only just awakened, as if all previous memories had vanished completely. Zhao Wenyu was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that this man in black had genuinely lost his memory, or perhaps he was merely feigning ignorance. Regardless of which scenario it might be, it was imperative for him to clarify the situation. At the very least, he needed to ascertain what course of action he should take next. If this were merely a trap set by the man in black, he could not blindly walk into it, allowing the other party to dictate his fate. Let me summon your people, Zhao Wenyu suggested. If you have anything you wish to convey to them, I hope you can articulate it clearly. The group outside is quite concerned about you. With that, he promptly exited the room. If he could successfully assist the man in black, it would present him with a chance for redemption. The people outside would undoubtedly choose to unite with him, which was precisely what he hoped for at this juncture. As for whether the man in black had indeed lost his memory or intended to orchestrate something through this poetic affair, that was beyond Zhao's capacity to comprehend or manage. Thus, there was no need for further discussion. Zhao Wenyu immediately stepped outside, where the subordinates of the man in black awaited quietly. They naturally dared not act recklessly any longer. As soon as this group outside caught sight of Zhao Wenyu emerging, they hurriedly surrounded him. Upon witnessing the intense eagerness in their eyes, Zhao Wenyu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion within him. At the very least, This figure clad in black was accompanied by many who were willing to stand by him, facing the specter of failure together. Little did he know, when the day of his true failure arrived, whether so many would still be willing to follow him. What has become of our master? Several individuals inquired as they gathered around Zhao Wenyu. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation, yearning to hear a comforting word from Zhao Wenyu. Yet, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss, uncertain how to articulate that he had merely fulfilled his own obligations. As for the outcome, he too was in the dark, compelled to entrust everything to this group of individuals. Observing their anxious demeanor, Zhao Wenyu smiled. Being cared for by others is, after all, a rather pleasant experience. It seemed that the figure in black within the room had quite the admirable rapport, which he found quite agreeable. Rest assured, your master is in reasonably good spirits at present. Soon, you shall enter and discover the truth for yourselves, though it may leave you somewhat disheartened, Zhao Wenyu replied candidly. The individuals outside, already fraught with impatience, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them at Zhao Wenyu's words, unsure of their leader's current state. What on earth has happened to your leader? Even if I beg you, could you not share the details with me? If you disclose the truth, there shall be no issues. I have laid my cards on the table. What more do you desire? A person named Zhitian hurriedly approached Zhao Wenyu's side. He certainly believed that the fate of their leader was entirely in Zhao Wenyu's hands, given that the person before him had uttered such words. It indicated that their leader was likely facing some troubles. What is your name? Zhao Wenyu inquired of this seemingly most loyal individual. In truth, he held a certain fondness for this person, as he was far preferable to those nearby who appeared indifferent to the unfolding events. My name is Zhitian. The person lying inside is not only my leader, but also my elder brother, my biological brother. What has happened to him? Zhitian continued to question. The individual inside was indeed his own brother. Despite the potential betrayal of those around him, he could not entertain such thoughts. Even for the sake of secrecy, he could not engage in actions that would be deemed incomprehensible. Zhao Wenyu felt an unexpected stir of emotion within him. It seemed that in times of battle, the bonds of kinship were essential. Without this individual, it was likely that the people before him would have already turned their backs, perhaps having betrayed him long ago, which was a rather common occurrence. However, the person inside had naturally lost his memory. If this continued, no one could foresee the outcome. What did you say? Are you his biological brother? Zhao Wenyu reiterated, needing to clarify. Ultimately, this was not a matter he could resolve alone. He had to understand the entirety of the situation. Zhitian nodded. He indeed was the brother of the man in black, yet he had never revealed this in front of others, hoping to avoid the perception that he was merely riding on his brother's coattails to remain in the team. However, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to admit it. Very well, then you may enter alone, Zhao Wenyu said, opening the door voluntarily. Among those present, only his biological brother had the most significant connection with the man in black. If the man in black were to recover any memories, hope could only be placed in his brother. The others nearby appeared to hold no such potential. Zhao Wenyu quietly circled to the back door, determined to ascertain what the two individuals within intended to do. Whether the man in black truly suffered from amnesia was also a question that occupied his mind. Yet, upon reaching the back door, he found that there was an unsettling silence within. Only the sound of yesterday's regrets echoed through the air. However, the dialogue between the two brothers remained inaudible. With each passing moment, Zhao Wenyu found himself compelled to abandon the pursuit, as he could not possibly squander all his time on such a matter. The uncertainty of what might transpire was daunting. Zhao Wenyu gradually returned to the main entrance, sensing that those inside had long anticipated his arrival, or perhaps the cloaked figures had genuinely lost their memories. Regardless, he found himself devoid of any concrete thoughts regarding the situation at hand. What exactly do you intend to do? This is of no concern to me. Yet you must inform us whether we can still preserve our lives. Just as Zhao Wenyu managed to approach the entrance, several individuals swiftly surrounded him. During his brief absence, they had evidently contemplated much and hoped that this person before them could comprehend their earnestness, thereby averting any complications. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events during his brief departure. It seemed that discussions had flourished in his absence. Yet, regardless of the black-clad figures, it appeared that there was little connection between them and the group surrounding him. He was utterly perplexed by their intentions. Could you cease your incessant chatter? If I wish to spare your lives, you shall live. But should I choose otherwise, none of you will escape today. What do you truly desire? Zhao Wenyu's voice rang out powerfully. If he were not formidable, he would be unable to command such a presence among the crowd. His genuine strength had already been evident to all, and thus he felt no need to provide unnecessary explanations. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, an air of trepidation settled among the onlookers. They had never anticipated such a proclamation. Yet, they seemed to sense the potential consequences of continuing their discourse. After all, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. One by one, they lowered their heads in silence. They naturally dared not to refute, nor did they possess anything to articulate. Upon witnessing the group's subsequent relaxation, Zhao Wenyu refrained from further discourse. For the outcome he desired was precisely this. As long as all individuals could be utilized by him, no issues would arise. As he stepped inside, he discovered that his brother had already opened his eyes. However, a twinge of doubt lingered within him. If his brother had returned to normalcy, why had Zhao Wenyu behaved so unnaturally after stepping outside? He had initially believed his brother might be facing a significant ordeal. It now seemed likely that he had unnecessarily worried. With his brother awake, it was evident what this situation truly signified for him. You're awake? Just a moment ago, I thought you were in serious trouble. Only now did he realize how challenging this situation had been for his brother. It appeared that the fault lay with him. Zetian was consumed by relentless self-reproach. He undoubtedly perceives this matter as having the most profound impact on him, rendering him unable to find a viable solution. It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. Yet, no matter how much he lamented yesterday, the individual before him appeared utterly foolish, lacking even the means to continue the discussion. This left those around them engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Upon witnessing his brother's demeanor, Zetian was filled with an uncontainable anger, utterly bewildered by the circumstances at hand. However, there was an undeniable feeling of despair in his heart, leaving him at a loss as to how to navigate this situation. Brother, why do you remain silent? If you wish to reproach or resent me, please voice it now. I shall not argue further. But your silence weighs heavily upon me. Are you harboring resentment towards me? Zetian inquired quietly. He always felt that this matter would have an impact on him. Naturally, if the person before him was blaming him, it would be necessary for them to have a proper conversation. After all, they could not allow any intolerable situations to arise, as that would undoubtedly lead to awkwardness. Who are you? Suddenly, the person on the bed looked at Zetian and asked. It was evident that he had little regard for Zetian. As for what had transpired, it seemed even he was not entirely clear in his own heart. This was undoubtedly an inexplicable situation, yet at this moment, he was unsure how to articulate it. Hearing such a question startled Zetian. After all, this was his own elder brother. What could have possibly occurred between them? It was truly frightening. Who am I? You dare to ask me that question? Even if you genuinely believe I am at fault, your current approach seems rather inappropriate, Zetian replied, his anxiety palpable. Brother, is there nothing we can discuss calmly? He was utterly oblivious to the turmoil experienced by the individual before him. Yet, there were indeed elements that astonished him, leaving him hesitant to act recklessly. My actions are undoubtedly driven by a rationale behind what I am currently undertaking. Given that I have already articulated so much, might you not offer me some reaction? Zetian was exceedingly anxious, genuinely at a loss for how to proceed at this moment, though it was undeniably a formidable challenge. Engaging in this dialogue with you serves no purpose. I am entirely unaware of your identity, so what significance does your current behavior hold? I have previously stated that we are strangers, the figure in black bellowed. Outside, Zhao Wenyu had already heard the clamorous shouts emanating from within. Initially, he presumed he was being overly apprehensive. It was only upon truly hearing those words that he recognized the gravity of the situation. Fully aware that everything lay within her control, upon hearing the outcry from within, Zhao Wenyu hastened to enter. Acutely aware of the necessity to engage in a meaningful conversation with everyone, he could hardly be oblivious to that. Yet it seemed that, regardless of what transpired in the end, it held little importance. What is the matter? What has happened? Zhao Wenyu inquired deliberately as he stepped inside. He must ascertain the true nature of the events that transpired, only then might potential issues be averted. If he remains entirely oblivious to this matter, who could possibly predict the outcomes that may unfold in the future? Such uncertainty is undeniably frightening. Strangely, I sense a certain dissonance in my brother's demeanor at this moment. I am utterly unaware of the circumstances he is facing. Yet, everything about his current state leaves me unable to discern the reality of the situation. Zetian expressed his deep concern. He was utterly oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded. Yet, the reality was undeniably unacceptable to him, leaving him at a loss for what actions to take. Zhao Wenyu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He had come to realize that something was amiss. It appeared that the man in black had indeed suffered from amnesia. However, Zhao Wenyu felt compelled to uncover the nature of the missteps that had occurred during their process. Otherwise, how could he ever dare to employ such a treatment again? If something inexplicable were to arise, what course of action would he take then? Your brother has likely lost his memory, Zhao Wenyu stated decisively. Given the situation, he recognized that he had no means to intimidate anyone, nor could he deceive those before him. This was a truth well understood by all. What? He has lost his memory? Zhetian exclaimed, his expression clouded with disbelief. How could his brother possibly suffer from amnesia? It was utterly preposterous. Witnessing Zhetian's inability to contain his emotions began to instill a sense of fear in Zhao Wenyu, who speculated that perhaps it was due to his own procedural errors that they found themselves in this predicament. Regardless of the eventual outcome, it seemed that the responsibility lay squarely upon him. If you have anything to say, please do so. This is exceedingly difficult for me. Moreover, your current approach seems somewhat inappropriate. I consider it a significant achievement that I have managed to save him at all, Zhao Wenyu stated, resolutely distancing himself from the situation. For him, this was already a considerable feat, as continuing in this manner could lead to further complications. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's eagerness to absolve himself, Zhetian forced a smile. Acutely aware of the severity of his brother's condition, they likely could not have initiated any treatment in their own realm. However, since his brother's life had been spared, he dared not harbor excessive hopes. What exactly is going on? I do not wish to cast any blame upon you. The fact that you have acted in such a manner has already brought me immense joy. Now that my brother has lost his memory, let us focus on helping him regain it. You need not concern yourself with anything else, Zhetian declared, promptly moving to his brother's side, seemingly ready to take action. Observing this profound brotherly bond, Zhao Wenyu quietly exited, feeling that the unfolding events were largely detached from him. Not long after, Zhetian emerged as well, rendered speechless by the unfolding circumstances. Yet the group of brothers outside awaited a reasonable explanation upon its return. Under such circumstances, it became necessary to engage in a thorough discussion, ensuring that this assembly was informed of their brother's whereabouts. Upon the emergence of Zhetian, they swiftly encircled him. Evidently, they placed greater trust in the words of this individual than in those of Zhao Wenyu. This inclination is quite natural, as all were acutely aware of the underlying issues at hand. Regardless of the eventual outcome, it seemed that the specifics had become inconsequential. What had transpired? Could you possibly provide us with a satisfactory explanation? We cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, and we implore you to enlighten us about our leader's condition. The crowd clamored urgently, each voice rising above the other. The fate of their leader, whether alive or deceased at this moment, dictates their subsequent actions and determines their capacity to safeguard their own security. This is a question that weighs heavily on everyone's mind. Upon hearing such words, Zhetian was utterly perplexed. He could not ascertain whether voicing such thoughts at this juncture would facilitate a reasonable resolution to the entire affair. Ultimately, what would transpire remained an enigma he could not unravel alone. Not to worry, my brother is simply eager for rest during this period. He's unlikely to venture out to meet others, Zhetian reassured. He cast a glance at Zhao Wenyu, hoping that Zhao would grasp his intentions. Should the two of them collaborate, it would prove advantageous, far better than allowing this group to uncover the truth behind the matter. Upon hearing Zhetian's words, Zhao Wenyu nodded. Although he found it challenging to decipher the other's meaning, he understood the significance this situation held for him. Given the current circumstances, he wisely refrained from further elaboration, to avoid inviting complications that would be nearly impossible to explain. Then you may remain for now. Rest assured, since I have promised to protect your lives, I shall indeed do so. As for how I will ultimately handle the situation, that will depend on my forthcoming actions. You need not worry about this matter any further. Understood? Zhao Wenyu stated with unwavering calmness. He still hoped that these individuals could cease their worries. After all, given the circumstances, there was little need for further discussion. Upon hearing such words, the group gradually set aside their concerns. Indeed, the emergence of such a dilemma was quite astonishing. Zhao Wenyu silently retreated to his room, grappling with elements of the situation that he found incomprehensible, which often rendered him unable to accept the reality. Yet, it seemed that these matters had become trivial. Noticing his disciple lingering outside, Zhao Wenyu chose not to intervene. He understood the actions of his apprentice during this time, realizing that observing his reactions was sufficient. Zhao Wenyu quietly squatted in the corner, contemplating the situation, overwhelmed by profound guilt. Had it not been for his involvement, it was highly likely that this person would not have lost their memory. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that in the most challenging moments, his ability to save another's life was already commendable. He dared not wish for anything more. That night, Zhao Wenyu found himself unable to sleep, his heart heavy with remorse and fear of the consequences of the situation. It was not until the following morning that he gradually awoke. Regardless of his feelings, he had to ensure the group outside was properly managed, for failing to do so could lead to complications. As Zhao Wenyu stepped outside, he discovered the group waiting at his door. The anticipation reflected in their eyes left him momentarily speechless. In such a scenario, he recognized the necessity of empathy. "What are you all doing here so early? If I wished to resolve this matter, I would have informed you. Your presence now seems somewhat futile," Zhao Wenyu said, tinged with reproach, as he believed this situation highlighted significant underlying issues. However, this group needed to understand what was required of them moving forward. At the very least, they should discern whether there remained any opportunity for survival alongside Zhao Wenyu. This clarity would help avert potential problems. "Zhao Wenyu, we merely wish to inquire if we can continue to follow you," they asked. One of the leaders finally stepped forward to speak the truth. Zhao Wenyu smirked. He indeed needed to take on disciples to elevate his own cultivation, yet he was selective about whom he would accept. At the very least, they must possess certain qualities. Zhao Wenyu was genuinely puzzled as to why this group of individuals chose to follow him. It was somewhat beyond his comprehension and certainly outside his considerations. "What do you mean by this? If there is something to discuss, feel free to speak with me openly." However, it was evident that the remarks they were currently making were wholly unacceptable to him. "What is the nature of your following me?" Zhao Wenyu expressed his bewilderment, feeling that allowing this group to accompany him bore little significance. "We have heard that our leader has completely lost his memory, in a state of total amnesia. We found ourselves with no choice but to follow you. We are not betraying anyone. Rather, we are simply devoid of options at this moment." A few of them slowly articulated their thoughts. Zhao Wenyu could sense a slight quiver in their voices as they spoke, indicating a bond among them. "Who informed you that your leader has perished?" Zhao Wenyu responded with a sense of helplessness. He could not ascertain who had spoken. Yet he was acutely aware that the entire matter could not remain concealed. If someone sought the truth, they would inevitably uncover it. "It was I who said it." Zhetian boldly stepped forward. Indeed, it was he who had made the statement, for he understood that those around him had been loyal followers of his brothers for a considerable time. If he did not take the initiative to organize those nearby, complications would undoubtedly arise. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by this declaration. He had never anticipated that it would be Zhetian who would ultimately reveal everything, leaving him somewhat speechless. Yet, he remained uncertain of Zhetian's true intentions. "I cannot accommodate so many of you, even if I were to take you in. I could not possibly accept each of you as my disciple. Is this something you can accept?" Zhao Wenyu explained. He realized that if he were to suddenly accept dozens of disciples, unforeseen consequences would surely follow. As soon as Zhao Wenyu uttered these words, all heads bowed in unison. Clearly devoid of any enthusiasm, they had harbored the belief that following Zhao Wenyu would grant them the status of his closest companions. However, upon hearing such a statement, they finally recognized that it had all been mere fantasy, a grave realization indeed. "Weren't you the one who promised to keep all of us? Why have you changed your mind now? Is it not rather inappropriate for you to act in this manner?" Zhetian exclaimed, visibly enraged. He was under the impression that everyone around him could fully comprehend the impact of this situation on him. However, it was only upon hearing a particular phrase that he grasped the complexity of the entire affair. "Indeed, I did say that I would retain all of you. Yet, I never promised that each of you would become my disciple. Surely, you cannot choose to contest such a notion. Do you find my words to hold merit?" Zhao Wenyu reiterated. He considers that every word he utters is imbued with meaning, merely misunderstood by those who fail to grasp his actions. After a thorough exposition, even Zhetian found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Although Zhao Wenyu's statements were indeed fraught with issues, the matter undeniably held a certain societal influence for him. "The words you express at this moment are truly difficult for me to accept, leaving me uncertain about the perspective I should adopt in confronting this situation. However, I simply wish to convey that our people are not as frail as you might assume," Zhetian quietly elucidated. He immediately regretted uttering such words. This group of men was incapable of defeating even Zhao Wenyu's 2 female disciples, so it was perplexing how they could dare to speak so shamelessly. This is undoubtedly a matter that everyone should contemplate carefully, for such statements should not resurface to cause further issues. At this moment, expressing such sentiments serves no purpose. It is not as if my assurances guarantee your success. Would you be willing to accept my directives?" Zhao Wenyu inquired directly. He must ascertain whether this group of individuals will accept his arrangements. If so, the matter could be resolved with remarkable ease, without further complications. The individuals nodded in acknowledgement. Given the circumstances, their only course of action was to proceed in this manner. At this moment, this was indeed their sole option. "We are certainly willing," one asserted. "As long as you are willing to accept us, we can endure any trial, which is far preferable to facing the streets at this time." Given that his brother had lost his memory, he felt it was imperative to step up and become the pillar of support for everyone. This way, he would not squander the time he had long wished to dedicate to meaningful endeavors. Having heard the assurances from the group, Zhao Wenyu smiled. This offered him no detriment. Should this group choose to align with him, it would undoubtedly yield personal benefits. Observing the individuals before him, an ingenious idea suddenly struck Zhao Wenyu. Among this group, there were undoubtedly capable individuals whose talents had likely gone unrecognized until now. Thus, it was essential for him to exploit this opportunity wisely. Perhaps it would facilitate an effortless resolution to the situation. Otherwise, he would inevitably encounter challenges beyond his capacity to address, leading to an awkward predicament. "Are you truly willing to stand by my side?" Zhao Wenyu inquired further, as this decision was not one he took lightly. He needed to understand their commitment to ensure a favorable outcome. The group collectively nodded. Since they were willing to follow him, they would need to adhere to his directives. Furthermore, it was crucial to discern Zhao Wenyu's current intentions. This would help prevent any future mishaps. Otherwise, the eventual outcome remained uncertain. In any case, this was not a situation that any reasonable person could easily accept. Naturally, since we have embarked on this path, we must resolve this matter. We hope you will accept us, but what are your thoughts? It would be splendid to discuss them openly. Zhitian proactively inquired. Regardless of the diverse thoughts swirling among the group, it was essential to engage in a meaningful dialogue with him. Such an approach might pave the way for resolving the matter at hand, preventing further complications. Upon hearing Zhitian's words, a sense of inner turmoil began to brew within Zhao Wenyu. It was palpable that these individuals carried burdens and complexities that had previously eluded his perception. This was a pressing concern that demanded his attention, yet he understood that relying solely on his compassion would not yield any tangible results. Such a stance would be decidedly disadvantageous for him. "I hope you will engage in a competition where the victor shall undoubtedly become my disciple. As for those who do not prevail, I trust you will discover your own methods to pursue your ambitions. I believe you cannot possibly object to my proposition," Zhao Wenyu stated assertively. As he uttered these words, a flutter of anxiety stirred within him. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was perhaps the most prudent method to address the situation at this juncture. It not only ensured fairness and impartiality, but also ignited the competitive spirit within everyone, which brought him a sense of solace, albeit with uncertainty regarding the group's acceptance. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's declaration, the individuals fell into a reluctant silence. His actions seemed aimed at inciting discord among them. Should that occur, resolving the issue would become significantly more challenging. Once internal strife erupted, the outcome would remain uncertain, a burden far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear. "Surely, you jest. Your current approach is utterly unbearable for us. Do you not realize how absurd this is? It is exceedingly likely to incite internal conflict. And I trust you can sense that, can you not?" Zhitian exclaimed in evident frustration. He believed that everyone should possess the ability to perceive the underlying issues. Consequently, for him, this became the most formidable dilemma at this moment, overwhelming him beyond his capacity to bear. It was certainly not a trivial matter. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by the intensity of Zhitian's reaction. He merely sought to devise a fair competition system and had not anticipated such an outcome. Had he foreseen this situation, he would have refrained from proceeding further. Since no one was inclined to continue, there was no need for further discussion. "I did not intend to incite discord among you. Your current apprehension is entirely unfounded. However, should you have any concerns, we could engage in a meaningful conversation that might be beneficial for both of us. As for the other matters, I prefer to remain silent," Zhao Wenyu stated with remarkable composure. Often, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware of the significant repercussions that could follow. Conversely, several individuals nearby seemed to share a starkly different perspective from Zhitian. They believed Zhao Wenyu's approach could indeed be considered fair, presenting them with a potential opportunity. Otherwise, those close to the dark-clad figures would scarcely possess the qualifications to remain, leaving them with a sense of exclusion, which only intensified their disparate sentiments at this juncture. "You speaking to us at this moment is something we cannot accept," and your actions now may lead to further complications that we are unable to tolerate. Your views do not represent the sentiments of us all, one person suddenly interjected, directly challenging Zhitian. Previously, they had not voiced their opinions. But in light of the current circumstances, they felt compelled to respond. Zhitian was genuinely astonished by the unexpected backlash from those around him. It was a burden he found difficult to endure, leaving him perplexed about their true feelings. He had sincerely aimed to benefit this group, yet at this moment, he was perceived as the villain, a role he found unbearable, uncertain of the eventual outcome. Are you all experiencing some form of confusion? Can you not discern who genuinely cares for your well-being? What are you attempting to prove with such actions? Zhitian exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He could hardly endure the tone with which these individuals spoke to him. It was utterly unacceptable, rendering him powerless to retort. Yet Zhao Wenyu found no fault in the situation. Amidst the cacophony of their disputes, she struggled to accept the incessant bickering that transpired daily. Uncertain of how best to proceed in this moment, she understood that each argument stemmed from a particular cause, which further dictated her course of action moving forward. Is there truly any purpose in your actions at this juncture? Might we refrain from this incessant quarrel? Such bickering will only lead to outcomes that none of you can bear, Zhao Wenyu stated deliberately. This was, indeed, her only recourse at present. The ongoing discord was of no benefit to her organizational efforts. What mattered most was determining a reasonable approach to clarify the matter at hand. If anyone among you is in agreement, let us proceed as I suggest. Of course, if you possess a superior proposal, I welcome your insights. In my view, this should not pose any issues, Zhao Wenyu articulated with remarkable composure. This was her singular course of action, hoping merely to garner the support of all present. Upon hearing her words, the group hesitated to speak further. They could only contribute once they conceived a better plan. If they could not even imagine the simplest of solutions, there was little left to discuss. What are your thoughts, everyone? Zhao Wenyu inquired at last. Should the group be reluctant to comply with her wishes? They could certainly articulate their views after deliberation. There was no harm in that. However, for them to willingly align with her vision would undoubtedly be preferable, as it would bring mutual satisfaction. Before anyone could voice their opinions, Zhitian positioned himself directly in front of the group, convinced that he was the sole leader apart from his brother. Regardless of the decisions Zhao Wenyu wished to enact, all should rally behind him, leaving everything else firmly within his purview. Why engage in superfluous discourse? What you share with me is of little consequence. It may lead to unforeseen conclusions. What remains unsaid carries less significance. Let us deliberate carefully before reaching a decision, shall we? I hope you can grant us some time, Zhitian implored, directing his gaze at Zhao Wenyu. He hoped that Zhao Wenyu could grant him some additional time, for only then could he resolve the matter with relative ease. Upon hearing this, the difficulty seemed to diminish, and he found himself smiling, as he had previously been indifferent to the situation. However, at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Zhao Wenyu, with a resigned nod, indicated that he must show some consideration to Zhitian. After all, he did not wish for others to speculate about any unsavory relationship between the two. Very well, since you have made this decision at this juncture, let us consider this matter concluded. You may proceed as you wish. I shall refrain from further commentary. It suffices that you share your thoughts with me after your deliberations. Zhao Wenyu said candidly. This was, at present, his only means of managing the situation. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, everyone chuckled, realizing that he was quite magnanimous, allowing them the time to reflect and deliberate on their next course of action. Why not? It seemed to be a course of action that all would be inclined to embrace. With this understanding, it became inconsequential. Zhao Wenyu took the initiative to return, for this matter held no sway over him. As long as he believed he could resolve it straightforwardly, that was already commendable. The remaining aspects were of no concern to him. Seeing her master retreat in such a dejected manner left Zhang Qian feeling somewhat unsettled. She could not bear to let her master endure such indignities without recourse. Moreover, she sensed that they had already made significant concessions and compromises in this situation. If this group continued to take advantage of them, it would ultimately lead to consequences they could not accept, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Master, are you not giving them too much leeway? If you persist in this manner, I believe they will not impose upon you simply because you feel indebted to them. Is it not true that you are choosing to compromise without limits? Zhang Qian quietly followed Zhao Wenyu, inquiring of her master. This was the question she most wished to clarify, eager to ascertain whether such an outcome would indeed materialize. Zhao Wenyu found himself momentarily speechless in response to his disciple's words. While he indeed had his own thoughts on the matter, they were not as enigmatic as others might speculate at this time. He genuinely believes that these individuals, in the present moment, are rather pitiable. It is this sentiment that has unexpectedly given rise to such an idea, devoid of any ulterior motives. If what everyone claims to be so magnificent were indeed true, it would be quite splendid. How could you entertain such thoughts? I do not intend to make any concessions to them. Rather, I find myself utterly devoid of alternatives at this juncture. Otherwise, I would never utter such words. Why can you not place your trust in me? Do you not see the benefits of believing in me for your own sake? Zhao Wenyu exclaimed with considerable indignation. His greatest annoyance stems from the baseless speculations of others. Such thoughts evoke an intense aversion within him, rendering him unable to accept the situation. Those individuals, without a doubt, are challenging his limits, disregarding him entirely. Observing Zhao Wenyu's growing anger, Zhang Qian wisely refrained from further comments. She was somewhat familiar with her master's temperament and understood the potential repercussions of uttering another word. Forgive me, master. I realize I should not have spoken so recklessly earlier. It was indeed my fault. I assure you I will not permit such a situation to arise again. I am truly sorry, Zhang Qian repeatedly apologized, hoping her master would overlook the matter and treat it as if she had said nothing at all. Zhao Wenyu merely smiled faintly, seemingly unaffected by her words. As a master, it would indeed be rather petty to dwell on every misstep of his disciple. Remember, if there is something I need to convey, I will certainly inform you. However, if I choose to remain silent, it is either because I do not wish to speak or cannot. Do not inquire further, understood? Zhao Wenyu's tone was exceedingly grave. Although he had never articulated such sentiments before, he felt it imperative for those around him to grasp his current mindset, thereby easing his burdens in the future. Zhang Qian quickly nodded. Under the circumstances, obtaining her master's forgiveness was already a significant achievement. She dared not harbor any further hopes. Zhao Wenyu returned to his room, quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall, for only then could he assess the veracity of the entire situation. Relying solely on the observations made during the day left him in uncertainty. As the sun descended, its fading light illuminated Zhao Wenyu's chamber. At that moment, a languid figure on the bed gradually sat up. It was time for her to venture outside. Having spent the entire afternoon waiting indoors without anyone seeking her out suggested that the outside world remained relatively tranquil. At least, no one seemed inclined to approach her at this hour, which rendered the situation quite agreeable. As the last rays of sunlight filtered into the room, Zhao Wenyu slowly stepped outside, ready to confront the new experiences awaiting him, believing that doing so would aid in resolving certain issues. However, just as he emerged, a shadow darted around the corner, startling Zhao Wenyu, prompting him to swiftly retreat to the other side. Regardless of the identity of this shadowy figure, the very act of approaching at this juncture is undeniably inappropriate and could yield unforeseen consequences. Zhao Wenyu stealthily advanced towards the corner, compelled to ascertain who possessed the audacity to exert their influence upon his territory. Such a person would undoubtedly be beyond his tolerance. Prepared for confrontation, Zhao Wenyu grasped a weapon stone nearby. Suddenly, the figure materialized before him, startling him profoundly. Yet, as he focused his gaze, he recognized that the individual standing before him was none other than Zhitian. In that moment, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished that Zhitian would be waiting outside his chamber. What ulterior motives might this individual harbor? Regardless, it was imperative for him to comprehend the situation at hand. What brings you here? Zhao Wenyu inquired with a hint of exasperation. He initially thought that some ill-intentioned individuals had entered the courtyard. Had he known it was Zhitian, he would not have exerted himself so unnecessarily. Evidently, all of this was due to his own actions. Otherwise, such circumstances would not have arisen. Zhitian chuckled softly, for he had indeed chosen to wait quietly outside the door because he had matters of significance to attend to. His profound respect for the man before him compelled him to refrain from intruding. Had it not been for this respect, he would have knocked long ago. There was no reason to wait until such an hour. It is worth noting that he had been waiting quietly for an entire afternoon, which was no trivial endeavor. I apologize for having caused you some irritation earlier. I have urgent matters to discuss with you today. Otherwise, I would not have lingered at the door for so long. Zhitian explained, implying that his prolonged wait was justified. Zhao Wenyu, feeling quite vexed, found that upon seeing Zhitian's expression of remorse, he did not wish to engage in further dialogue. Given the circumstances, what more could be said? Such musings were inconsequential. He need not burden himself with the thoughts of others, as their intentions were unrelated to him. Please, speak your mind. As long as you can convey what you wish to achieve at this moment, the matter is of little consequence. However, If you cannot articulate your thoughts now, I fear it will still bear an impact on me, Zhao Wenyu stated without hesitation. This entire situation was not without consequence for him. It was merely that he often found himself unable to accept it, leading to such an unbearable predicament. Yet Zhitian hesitated, seemingly unable to express what was on his mind. His demeanor was entirely unacceptable, leaving Zhao Wenyu at a loss for what action to take. The growing frustration within him was unprecedented. He never anticipated that circumstances would culminate in such a manner. If you have something to say, now is the time to share it. As long as you can communicate your intentions, I am open to any discussion. But if you remain silent at this moment, then this situation will indeed affect me. Zhao Wenyu remarked, directing his gaze at Zhitian. He hoped that Zhitian could express his thoughts openly at this moment, without any hesitation. For such ambiguity serves no purpose other than to deepen the unease in everyone's hearts. Upon hearing such words, the crowd found themselves at a loss. Unsure of how to proceed, a truly vexing predicament. Who could guarantee what might unfold in the future? Zhitian remained indecisive, reluctant to utter even a single word. He was well aware of the profound implications this matter held for him. Yet, even in such a situation, it need not have escalated to this point. Zhao Wenyu genuinely wished to hear the other's perspective, but upon realizing that the person before him was unwilling to speak candidly, he felt utterly powerless. If no one cared for his opinions, why should he bother with trivial conversations? It would be wiser to act as if nothing were amiss, thereby saving himself some time and alleviating his discomfort. In truth, he had initially sought to hear your suggestions. However, after your remarks, he found it increasingly difficult to accept, believing that your approach bore no benefit for him. If it truly comes to this, perhaps you needn't elaborate further. Do you genuinely think that saying so much will yield any result? Zhao Wenyu lamented, expressing his frustration. This situation was undeniably perplexing for him, leaving him uncertain about what circumstances might arise next. Yet, everything felt undeniably tense within him. Zhitian had originally sought to seize this opportunity, but only upon hearing such words did he realize the discrepancies in the entire affair, coming to understand what it truly meant for him. Can you not grant me another chance? I indeed failed to grasp the moment, entirely due to my own shortcomings. Yet, often, my actions were not deliberate. I simply did not know how to navigate this situation, Zhitian explained quietly. He indeed struggled to manage his emotions just moments ago. However, this was entirely due to his own shortcomings, rather than external factors. At such a critical juncture, how could he possibly be unaware of how to navigate the situation? Zhitian was an exceedingly verbose individual, a fact that Zhao Wenyu had sensed long before. Yet, he found himself unable to tolerate it. Encountering such a lethargic person daily rendered him incapable of maintaining his composure. This was an entirely unacceptable situation for anyone of sound mind. Who could predict what might transpire in the end? How long do you believe it would take for you to express everything you wish to convey? As long as you articulate your thoughts, I shall certainly choose to listen. However, if I afford you ample opportunity and you still cannot convey your message adequately, then that would indeed be unfortunate, Zhao Wenyu remarked with deliberate intention. To him, these matters were naturally inconsequential. Yet, when faced with actual circumstances, he found himself unable to ensure his own safety. All he could do was what little he could manage. Zhitian quickly nodded. At this moment, he needed to seize the opportunity to speak, thus allowing the matter to be resolved with relative ease. Otherwise, prolonged inaction would inevitably lead to complications beyond her ability to resolve. In summary, the entire situation was exceedingly challenging. Well, since it has escalated to this point, I find myself at a loss for words. I merely wish to inquire if my brother's memory can be restored. Zhitian finally summoned the courage to look at Zhao Wenyu and ask. At that moment, Zhao Wenyu found the question rather amusing. What connection did this have to their thoughts? How could he ascertain whether he could heal the other's affliction? It was a matter so unclear that he felt utterly at a loss. Zhao Wenyu furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by a profound sense of anxiety. There were many instances when he could not restrain himself, and now, after this exchange, he felt an odd sense of bewilderment, leaving him uncertain about what might unfold. The restoration of your brother's memory is solely his concern. Logically speaking, it bears no relevance to me at all. Thus, I believe it is somewhat inappropriate for you to address me in this manner. Furthermore, I have no obligation to intervene on his behalf, Zhao Wenyu explained. His ability to save a black life is, in itself, commendable. However, he found it utterly perplexing that others would impose such demands upon him, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Zhitian was acutely aware that the moment he uttered those words, someone would inevitably confront him with such remarks. This realization contributed significantly to his current sense of disdain. Yet, he had never anticipated that such a situation would arise, rendering him profoundly embarrassed and unsure of how to proceed. I knew that after expressing such sentiments, this scenario would ultimately unfold. Thus, I had refrained from speaking further, uncertain of what our conversation would yield. However, could you possibly grant me the opportunity to continue this dialogue, even if I must implore you? Zhetian quickly turned to Zhao Wenyu, seeking clarification. He hoped that Zhao Wenyu would grant him an opportunity for further explanation, believing that regardless of what transpired in the end, everyone could easily resolve the matter, thus alleviating any lingering discomfort. However, Zhao Wenyu felt she had already afforded many chances to all parties involved. Yet, since some were unwilling to seize those opportunities, she deemed it best to conclude the matter. Continuing to discuss it held no significance for her. I have long provided you with numerous opportunities. It is merely that you have chosen not to believe in me. Do you think it appropriate to speak to me in this manner at this moment? Have I not already conveyed everything I needed to say? Zhao Wenyu elucidated. He still hopes to gain the understanding of everyone, for such an outcome would indeed be quite favorable. At that moment, Zhetian directly crouched down, realizing that when it comes to yielding, he must choose to concede. Otherwise, if this continues, it may lead to complications that he would find impossible to resolve, resulting in an undeniably awkward situation. Even if I beg you, is there anything you wish to convey to me at this moment? Since I have already articulated my thoughts to this extent, why can you not choose to believe me? Zhetian inquired, gazing at Zhao Wenyu. He has always believed that Zhao Wenyu had something to convey at this particular moment, an endeavor that is undeniably challenging. Naturally, he yearns for the support of all those around him. The remaining words have become rather inconsequential. Understanding oneself is already a commendable achievement. It is unclear when this situation escalated to such a degree. Would it be a mistake for him not to assist others? Despite being uncertain whether the other party is feigning sincerity, the current discourse has left him feeling perplexed. He finds himself at a loss as to how to navigate this circumstance, which has become exceedingly awkward. Could you refrain from speaking further? If I truly wish to clarify this matter for you, I would have expressed my thoughts long before now. Clearly, the reality we face is not aligned with what we previously envisioned. What purpose does your lengthy discourse serve? Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, visibly agitated. He has already expressed all that he could articulate. Given the current circumstances, it would seem rather inappropriate for anyone to engage him further with such discourse. He is, after all, unable to bear it any longer. I may choose silence, but I implore you to assist me. I have but one brother. If you do not extend your help now, I truly find myself at a loss for what to do in the times ahead. Zhetian spoke, on the verge of tears. He indeed has only such a brother, which is why he hopes to ascertain what these individuals intend to do in the present, thus preventing any potential issues. Otherwise, the entire situation would become quite troublesome for him. Who can guarantee what kind of circumstances may arise? I have already stated that I truly cannot assure you regarding your brother's illness, though it is quite possible that you are not entirely aware of this matter. I have conveyed everything I can articulate at this moment. The rest is entirely up to you, should you wish to proceed as you see fit. As Zhao Wenyu spoke, he prepared to depart. He is now capable of articulating his thoughts, which is already quite commendable. The remaining matters are, of course, entirely unrelated to him. He could even adopt an expression that suggests he holds no opinion on the matter whatsoever. As he watched Zhao Wenyu prepare to depart, Zhetian felt an intense sense of anxiety welling up within him, an emotion that felt exceedingly peculiar. The accumulating tension was becoming increasingly unbearable. Could you not lend me a hand, just this once? If I proceed as I intend, I cannot foresee what will transpire next. However, I sincerely hope you can comprehend my current state of mind. Zhetian implored urgently. Zhao Wenyu, I am truly begging you. Every word he utters now is a plea for acknowledgement from those around him. Only through such responses can he hope to avert potential issues that could lead to scenarios he finds intolerable, situations that would undeniably be awkward. Who can truly predict the outcomes that may arise? Zhao Wenyu's mind is in turmoil. He regrets coming out at all. He had anticipated that his emergence would pose no complications, yet he is now confronted with an unexpected predicament that he cannot fathom. The absurdity of these people is almost beyond belief. Could you refrain from inundating me with such dialogue? He implores. At this moment, your words are more than I can bear. They leave me at a loss as to how to proceed. We have already reached this juncture in our conversation. Are you truly oblivious to my intentions? Zhao Wenyu explained. He had no intention of promising anyone anything, especially when he might not have the time to fulfill such commitments. What purpose did it serve to utter these words? This was certainly not something a reasonable person could accept. So, will you help me or not? Zhitian inquired further. At this moment, it seemed most crucial for everyone to clarify their intentions, thereby avoiding complications that they could not bear. Zhao Wenyu continued to shake his head. He believed that if he had made a promise, he would undoubtedly see it through. However, if he had not agreed to anyone else's requests, then whatever they said to him was utterly futile. Given that he had already expressed himself in such definitive terms, what was the point? I can choose to assist you. But this matter is far from simple. Even after I help you, it may not ensure the continuation of this endeavor. Let us discuss it later, shall we? Zhao Wenyu said with palpable irritation. This was the only statement he felt capable of making at that moment. If uttering such words led to no changes, he would undoubtedly lose his temper. After all, how could he allow the individuals before him to speak so recklessly on his own turf? Zhitian pursed his lips, initially prepared to say more, but upon hearing Zhao's words, he opted for calmness. Who could predict how everyone would react in the face of this matter? Yet, this was certainly not something a normal person could endure, and unforeseen outcomes were bound to arise. Fine, let us discuss this matter another time. Zhitian quickly reined in his ambitions, afraid to continue. Zhao Wenyu had assumed that once he agreed, the person before him would retreat. However, he soon realized that Zhitian had no intention of departing. Instead, he lingered close by, seemingly pondering the situation anew. What is it, Zhitian? Do you have something more to say to me at this moment? Zhao Wenyu asked. Observing Zhitian's demeanor, he thought something unexpected had occurred. It was only upon hearing those words that he recognized the situation was amiss and understood the circumstances surrounding him. It was indeed an insurmountable dilemma. I have nothing to discuss with you. I merely wish to ascertain what I can accomplish during this period. Zhitian hastily inquired, merely seeking to ascertain whether the individual before him could assist them during this period. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, yet internally found the situation rather amusing. For some inexplicable reason, she harbored a suspicion regarding Zhitian's motives. It seemed he was far more preoccupied with her than with his brother's ailment. Was it possible that his brother had indeed lost his memory? Such a notion contradicted Zhao Wenyu's assumptions. I truly do not require your assistance at this moment. If you genuinely wish to help, it would depend on what your brother desires you to do at this time, Zhao Wenyu deliberately remarked. Undoubtedly, he had ensnared the other party in a trap, eager to witness their response to the unfolding situation. Zhitian was instantly incensed, believing that Zhao Wenyu was mocking him at this critical juncture. Although he remained uncertain about the veracity of the matter, one thought persistently occupied his mind. How could you say such a thing? My brother has long since lost his memory. By saying this, aren't you being utterly irresponsible towards both of us? I find myself at a loss for words. Your behavior is simply perplexing. Zhitian exclaimed in exasperation, unable to deny the oddity of the person before him. Zhao Wenyu had not anticipated that Zhitian would confront her in such a manner. It was truly overwhelming. I don't know what to do, she lamented. The peculiarity of the situation weighed heavily on her. Initially approaching the matter with a spirit of inquiry, she had not foreseen that her words would provoke such anger. Had she known, she would have refrained from uttering those phrases, thus averting the current predicament. I apologize. I failed to be mindful of your feelings earlier. In a moment of thoughtlessness, I forgot about your brother's amnesia. That is entirely my fault. Zhao Wenyu hastily admitted her error. He could not jest about the other person's illness. That was his personal code of conduct. Yet, just moments ago, he found himself unable to resist the urge to demonstrate. For Zhitian, however, this was intolerable. He was well aware of Zhao Wenyu's genuine intentions displayed earlier, but that was of little consequence now. In truth, I believe there is little to discuss regarding this matter. Are you still doubting my brother's genuine amnesia? Zhitian inquired proactively. He is not a fool. Zhao Wenyu's words are not beyond his comprehension. If everyone chooses to deceive him as if he were a simpleton who can predict the consequences? Indeed. Zhitian had already anticipated this, leaving Zhao Wenyu at a loss for words. The thought of his innermost feelings being so swiftly uncovered by others was, at this moment, profoundly distasteful to him. Yet, what could he possibly say? The reality of the situation was undeniable. Even if he were reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth remained. How can you say such a thing? Your brother's illness is his own affair and has nothing to do with me. I find it pointless for you to follow me at this time, he expressed intentionally. Deep down, he felt a twinge of fear. But he knew he must regain his composure to avoid further complications. What do you need me to say? Zhitian replied, preparing to walk away. Given that everyone was questioning whether his brother had truly lost his memory, he felt compelled to present undeniable evidence, silencing all doubts and fulfilling his original intention. It would not be easy to later disclose this matter without proper substantiation. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, his frustration evident. He simply could not comprehend the motives of the person before him, which he found utterly unacceptable. I must call my brother to ascertain his sincerity. I want to inquire about the authenticity of his condition. This way, you all will no longer misunderstand our relationship, Zhitian shouted angrily. The strangeness of the situation was overwhelming for him, leaving him unable to bear it. Who could possibly know what might transpire next? Zhao Wenyu was momentarily rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that the actions of these individuals would unfold with such astonishing speed, leaving him utterly unable to maintain control. Moreover, she was acutely aware that if Zhitian were to depart, the rift between them would only deepen. Could you refrain from speaking such words to me? What purpose do these words serve? Do you genuinely believe that acting in this manner is beneficial? Zhao Wenyu inquired, gazing at Zhitian. He believes that taking action at this moment may not prove beneficial. Therefore, regardless of what transpires in the future, everyone should patiently await developments and refrain from allowing any further complications to arise. It is far better to remain ineffective than to have all of you misinterpret my intentions. For me, it should be somewhat more favorable. Am I not entitled to resist at all? Zhitian is left utterly speechless. He felt that he had the right to resist and should genuinely seek out evidence, so as to prevent any further complications that could render matters increasingly difficult, which would naturally lead to some undesirable outcomes. Zhao Wenyu suddenly found himself at a loss for how to persuade him. He realized that he should not have probed further. Yet he did not anticipate such an outcome. For him, it was certainly not advantageous. Zhitian, I retract my earlier question. I admit that I harbored doubts regarding your brother's intentions. However, these doubts are merely my own, since you have already articulated so much. I assure you that I will not allow such matters to arise again in the future. Do you think this is acceptable? Zhao Wenyu said, looking at Zhitian. He hopes that everyone will be able to comprehend her, as this would prevent any outcomes beyond his control. Do you mean to say that you were deliberately testing me just now? May I interpret it that way? Zhitian inquired once more. He understood that between the two of them, it was nothing but a series of tentative explorations. Initially, he was reluctant to allow the matter to reach its conclusion. But at this juncture, it seemed imperative for him to compel Zhao Wenyu to make a personal acknowledgement. Zhao Wenyu, inherently unwilling to concede, also wished to keep his current thoughts hidden from others. However, it appeared that they had no means of concealing the truth any longer. The only course of action left was to attain genuine tranquility within himself. Beyond that, he dared not utter more. Indeed, I concede, and I am bold enough to affirm that everything is precisely as you have surmised. But what does that truly prove? Have you not also harbored thoughts about your brother's matters, much like your aunt? Zhao Wenyu inquired with deliberate intent. He understood that at this moment, even if he were to inquire, he might not receive an accurate response. Yet, he genuinely wished to ask, to discern the sentiments of others regarding the matter at hand, believing that this could bring him a modicum of joy and alleviate his discontent. But what could truly be achieved if a person genuinely desired to erase their memories? Do you think it would be a simple matter of mutual effort to restore them? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite intriguing. Yet the current circumstances may not align with your expectations. Zhitian shook his head. In truth, he was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. But he felt that his brother's coma held an obvious poetic quality. However, he found himself in a position where he could not prove this. Nor could he deny that his brother experienced profound loneliness. Naturally, he could not voice this in front of Zhao Wenyu, lest it ensnare the two brothers in an inescapable web of Zhao Wenyu's influence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyu found it amusing. He gradually began to perceive that everything the person before him uttered was, in fact, true. This sufficiently demonstrated that Zhitian was utterly unaware of his brother's actions, leaving little more to discuss. Given that he was oblivious to all of Zhao Wenyu's maneuvers, any subsequent developments were beyond anyone's control, and one could easily dismiss the matter entirely. What means do you possess to help him swiftly recall his past actions? Or what do you believe to be the most significant events of his life? Zhao Wenyu inquired directly. Now, he had begun to prepare for future outcomes. Thus, regardless of the results, it was imperative that they engage in a thorough discussion, preventing any unexpected occurrences, which would be preferable to facing unacceptable realities. Zhitian, lost in thought, recognized that Zhao Wenyu's words would inevitably influence him. He needed to reflect deeply before determining whether the situation truly aligned with Zhao Wenyu's assertions, or if he had anything to contribute at this moment. Ultimately, this was not a decision he could make unilaterally at this time. What is the matter with you? Do you not feel that this course of action is infuriating? How could I possibly find time to reminisce about my brother's past deeds? Zhetian suddenly rejected Zhao Wenyu's request, as if a realization had struck him. He was not like this just a moment ago, and he is perplexed by the current circumstances. Yet, within the confines of his heart, an overwhelming feeling persists, and he wishes for everyone to comprehend what she is truly thinking at this moment. Suddenly, upon hearing a particular statement, Zhao Wenyu began to feel a surge of irritation. He perceived that Zhao Wenyu's treatment of him was still influenced by Xin Yin. Otherwise, it seemed that whatever he said would hold no weight. Even if the other party harbored ulterior motives, they ought to commence action. Do you not find your behavior rather peculiar? Moreover, your actions render it impossible for me to accept this situation, especially since we were just conversing amiably moments ago. Yet now, you have abruptly altered your stance. Could you enlighten me as to why you have chosen to act in this manner? Zhao Wenyu inquired directly. He must comprehend the underlying reasons for everyone's current actions. Only then can he avoid potential issues, sparing himself from being unprepared in the future. At the very least, he ought to be aware of whether there are those around him who stand united with him. After all, he is my brother, and his current predicament weighs heavily on my heart more than anyone else's. However, this cannot serve as a justification for my betrayal. His past, the events of his youth, or any prior occurrences are matters that belong solely to him. Am I truly permitted to disclose such information without his consent? Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? Zhetian quickly interjected. He recognized that such actions, albeit flawed, were sometimes undertaken with intent. Therefore, it was imperative to assist these two individuals in refining their abilities. Zhao Wenyu acknowledged that the statements made by the two individuals before him were, indeed, truthful. Moreover, he could not casually infringe upon their privacy. Nevertheless, he harbored his own thoughts regarding this matter, which left him pondering how to articulate them. I concede that your remarks possess merit, and had I found myself in a similar situation, I would undoubtedly make the same choices as you. Yet, what does this truly demonstrate? Do you genuinely believe that such actions would be beneficial to your brother? I do not share that belief, Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. He could only articulate the thoughts he deemed significant, indifferent to how others might perceive them. Ultimately, the extent of his expression was limited to these musings. After listening to Zhao Wenyu's words, Zhetian fell into contemplation, uncertain whether his actions were truly in the best interest of his brother. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of any alternatives. Had he any choice, he would never have uttered such a statement. However, it was evidently beyond the realm of possibility, a notion he could scarcely fathom alone. Are you certain that my brother is not facing any threats to his life at this moment? Zhetian inquired, gazing intently at Zhao Wenyu. This was of paramount importance to him. Thus, regardless of the current circumstances, he felt compelled to clarify the situation and discern the true nature of the events unfolding, lest he be confronted with something that instilled fear within him. What does this mean? Zhao Wenyu instinctively questioned. Could it be that doubt still lingered regarding his brother? If so, it would indeed be a preposterous predicament, for no one could predict the outcome. Whether or not the matter could ultimately be resolved remained a mystery, and who could guarantee what would transpire in the near future? I am aware that you prepared beforehand, and I can sense your intentions. I understand what you aim to achieve. However, I must ask you, is my brother truly safe at this moment? This is what I most wish to ascertain now. If he is indeed secure, then I believe I should have the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with him. From my perspective, it seems to be the case. What do you think? Zhetian deliberately articulated. He is currently eager to ascertain the recent circumstances of his brother, as this would prevent any unforeseen consequences that might arise, thereby averting any unexpected outcomes that could emerge after the situation has escalated. All I can convey is that, for the time being, his life is not in jeopardy. However, what may transpire in the end remains uncertain, Zhao Wenyu succinctly replied. He is under no obligation to make assurances to anyone. Therefore, regardless of what transpires in the future, it suffices for him to express all that he is capable of articulating. As for the trivial matters, he is entirely disinclined to acknowledge them any further. A truth he comprehends quite well. Very well, I am willing to place my trust in you, and I am aware of how I ought to proceed in the forthcoming moments. However, my brother requires a proper respite at this juncture. This is my most sincere sentiment. If all else fails, perhaps you could join me in watching over him tonight. Who knows, we might witness a turning point in the dead of night. What do you think? Zhetian remarked, gazing at Zhao Wenyu. He was uncertain whether Zhao Wenyu would consent, yet at this moment, it represented the most significant matter for him thus far. Even if there were dissenters, what consequence could that bear? As long as the two of them articulated the matter with sufficient clarity, no issues would arise. Zhao Wenyu had long harbored a desire to meet the figure clad in black, yet for the sake of his own safety, he had refrained. It was only upon hearing such words now that he suddenly felt that venturing forth at this juncture might not be so ill-advised after all. With the other party's brother present, what was there to conceal? Ultimately, the entirety of your brother's affairs must be your responsibility. Thus, perhaps your attendance could be justified. However, my presence might lead others to misconstrue the situation, believing I had been watching over both brothers, which would significantly alter the dynamics. Zhao Wenyu feigned a demeanor of reluctance. At this point, he could conceive of no better alternative. How could you think in such a manner? If you were to attend, it would bring me immense joy. Moreover, the efforts my brother and I have invested over this considerable time would not have been in vain. But should you choose not to go, it would imply a lack of interest in this matter, and I find myself at a loss for how to express my sentiments to you. Zhitian was exceedingly anxious. After much effort, the situation had finally progressed to this point, and he certainly required guidance on the best course of action to avoid future scenarios that might spiral beyond his control, which would be quite awkward. It was his time to rest, and there should be no issues. However, should the two of them attend, it could potentially jeopardize his safety. This was the reason for his reluctance to proceed at this moment, and he hoped for your understanding. I trust one have made myself sufficiently clear, Zhao Wenyu elucidated. At this moment, every word he uttered was crystal clear. He merely sought to ascertain whether Zetian truly cared for his elder brother's life. It was precisely at that moment that Zetian awkwardly smiled, gradually beginning to comprehend the implications of Zhao Wenyu's words. However, this revelation held no bearing on him whatsoever. The discourse between us is utterly inconsequential to me, and only serves to deepen my sense of exasperation. Even if my brother is currently resting, can he genuinely perceive the existence that lies between us? I suspect it may not be possible, hence our actions should pose no problem. Zetian stated deliberately. Zhao Wenyu's attempt to manipulate him through such means was, of course, utterly futile. Within his own heart, he had already formed his own opinions regarding this matter. It was not contingent on the whims of others. Ultimately, it would depend on the perspectives of the two individuals involved. It dawned on Zhao Wenyu that all his conjectures had been entirely correct. The individual before him was utterly indifferent to his brother's fate. He was merely preoccupied with matters of personal concern, which was indeed a rather absurd situation. It appears that all my assumptions were remarkably accurate. You are completely indifferent to the lives of others, fixated solely on your own interests. Have you truly not contemplated the potential consequences of your actions? I believe you should thoroughly reflect on this matter. Do you find my reasoning sound? Zhao Wenyu said pointedly. What he can do at this moment is rather limited, naturally. He hopes that every word he utters will resonate with others, thereby avoiding any potential misunderstandings. How could you think otherwise? I harbor no such intentions. He is my dear brother. Am I not aware of how I ought to conduct myself in this present moment? Zhitian exclaimed, his frustration evident. For he loathes the sensation of being misinterpreted by others. He firmly believes that every action he takes is grounded in reason. After all, the ailing individual is his brother, and he cannot simply turn a blind eye to the situation, unaware of how outsiders might judge him. Yet, he suddenly senses that Zhao Wenyu's demeanor is starkly different from his previous expectations. What could possibly account for this discrepancy? A deeper conversation is warranted in the near future. Zhao Wenyu recognizes the validity in Zhitian's words. Were he to find himself in a similar predicament, he would undoubtedly respond in kind. However, is reality truly as straightforward as everyone imagines? If it were, that would certainly be preferable. Yet there lingers the fear that the situation may never reach such an ideal state. Indeed, I concede that he is undeniably your brother. Thus, if you do not approach this matter with caution, it is highly likely that outsiders will regard you with disdain. But do you genuinely believe that your actions will leave no room for flaw? Zhao Wenyu replied with a wry smile. At times, he is reluctant to elaborate further. Yet that does not imply he is oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Human nature can be treacherous. He has sensed this long before. Though he has chosen to remain silent, Zhitian finds himself perplexed by Zhao Wenyu's words, struggling to grasp the underlying intent behind such statements. It leaves him feeling somewhat embarrassed, unsure of how to proceed. What is your issue? How could you speak of me in such a manner? I am genuinely concerned for my brother's well-being and care deeply for him. Your accusations seem rather unfounded, do they not? Zhitian responded, his anger palpable. His every action was undeniably for the welfare of his brother. Yet, at this moment, It appeared to everyone that the situation was not as it seemed, which undoubtedly could lead to misunderstandings. Zhao Wenyu felt a pang of embarrassment. He never anticipated such a predicament would arise. Initially, he had intended to keep these thoughts concealed within his heart, unwilling to voice them. However, it now seemed that harboring such feelings without expressing them might not be prudent, as it could potentially lead to adverse effects. Thus, it would be better to articulate his thoughts, bringing a modicum of comfort to everyone. Perhaps my earlier remarks were somewhat unpalatable, yet I assure you they were spoken from the heart. Do you not think you are being overly hasty? Zhao Wenyu deliberately remarked, noting that he could read everyone's thoughts with remarkable accuracy, though she had initially hesitated to voice them. If he could take this person before him as a disciple, it would indeed be a commendable endeavor. What do you mean by that? Zhitian feigned ignorance and provocatively inquired, genuinely perplexed by the implications of their words. Nevertheless, the situation was undeniably convoluted, rendering it quite awkward. Do you not wish to usurp your brother as the leader among all, to be the one whom everyone supports? Am I mistaken in my conjecture? Zhao Wenyu chuckled, asserting that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a worthy one. Even if Zhitian harbored such thoughts, voicing them would not cause others to react adversely. It was merely a matter of some being unwilling to articulate their sentiments. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhitian refused to acknowledge Zhao Wenyu's assertions. In his eyes, his ambitions were beyond the comprehension of others. Even if they were making disparaging remarks now, it bore no relevance to him. Was this truly reflective of his thoughts at that time? I can assure you, that is not the case. Your actions are somewhat unacceptable to me. I do not know what to say. Never mind. What should I do now? My brother is my flesh and blood, and my primary concern is his life and death, not whether I can assume his responsibilities. If you insist on this line of thinking, I cannot accept it, Zhitian admonished. He would not permit anyone to respond in such a manner, nor would he allow others to exhibit such behavior in his presence. Zhao Wenyu felt quite embarrassed, yet he did not perceive any fault in his actions. In his own view, he firmly believed that all his conjectures were entirely reasonable. Those who found fault in his statements were merely projecting their own assumptions, which held no significance in relation to them. This, without a doubt, was a rather intriguing situation, albeit one that left him uncertain about where to begin. Deep down, I still felt quite awkward, and I was at a loss for words. However, if you aspire to take your brother's position, I believe I might be able to assist you. What do you think? Zhao Wenyu remarked coldly. He could not fathom how such a condition would fail to provoke a reaction in the other party. Consequently, whatever he chose to pursue would be his own affair, requiring no one else to bear the consequences of his actions. Yet, he was certain he could forge ahead without hindrance. Upon uttering this statement, Zhitian's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. In the face of such occurrences, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Indeed, these matters evoked a sense of dread within him. You have your own convictions, that is your concern, and it bears no relevance to me. Nor do I possess the authority to intervene in your affairs. My sole focus is on the well-being of my brother, and the remainder is merely your sordid thoughts, seemingly unrelated to me. Zhitian promptly dismissed the other party. He acknowledged that many perspectives in this matter may hold validity, yet what does that truly prove? Can it substantiate his current performance? If so, that would indeed be rather amusing. He firmly believes that, up to this point, he requires no assistance from anyone. Moreover, even if someone were willing to help, their contribution may not wield sufficient influence. Given this, why would he feel compelled to reveal his innermost thoughts before outsiders? Such an act could potentially be unwise. I possess my own convictions, for this issue hardly constitutes a significant concern for me, and pursuing this course of action will not yield any unforeseen outcomes. Thus, I am amenable to your every approach. Nevertheless, I merely wish to inquire, are you truly willing to forego this opportunity? Zhao Wenyu reiterated. He was aware that when he first uttered those words, the other party might not have felt much. However, repeating them would surely draw attention at this present moment. Was he not cognizant of this? It was merely a natural occurrence. Indeed, at that moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, for deep within, he was genuinely anxious. Yet, on many occasions, he had reminded himself that such behavior was exceedingly inappropriate. Thus, he had refrained from saying more, not because he lacked thoughts on the matter, nor for any other reason. It was simply the nature of human relationships that shaped his attitude at this juncture. In light of this, what more could be said? If you have anything to convey to me at this time, I assure you, I will not elaborate further. However, if you must articulate it in such a manner, it does cause discomfort in my heart. Can you truly assist me in maintaining this position? Suddenly, Zhao turned to Zhao Wenyu and inquired. If someone could indeed help him secure this position, it would be splendid, far better than teetering on the brink at this moment, especially since those individuals scarcely regarded him. There were other matters he might choose to remain silent about, but this situation was undeniably significant for him. Zhao Wenyu felt a surge of joy, confident that in the end, these individuals would yield. He possessed a keen insight into the true thoughts of each person, which was no trivial feat and added to his current elation. Yet, was it truly as everyone envisioned? Perhaps not, and not everyone could proceed according to his expectations. In truth, I am quite pleased. If you could assume your brother's position, it might indeed facilitate my management of them. However, you must ascertain whether your brother's amnesia is genuine. I can't shake the feeling that he may be deliberately concealing something from us. Zhao Wenyu ultimately voiced his concerns. He can acknowledge that he possesses sufficient ability to help the other party fulfill their wishes. However, whether the man in black has truly lost his memory remains an enigma that no one can unravel. He must reach a conclusion before determining the next course of action. Otherwise, significant complications are bound to arise. It seems futile for you and me to discuss this, for my brother must genuinely be suffering from amnesia. Otherwise, why would he have any reason to conceal the truth from me? Perhaps there is something between him and you, but I firmly believe that as blood brothers, he would never keep secrets from me. Moreover, it is inconceivable that this matter could escalate to an irreparable state. At least, that is my perspective, Zhao Wenyu stated candidly. Given that the conversation has reached such a point, he no longer intends to elaborate, lest it lead to intolerable circumstances. Indeed, my words hold little significance. Yet I wish to share my most authentic thoughts with you, which might bring a sense of ease to both our hearts. It is highly likely that your brother is being cautious around you, Zhao Wenyu whispered softly. He acknowledged that at this moment, she was entirely instigating discord. Yet, he was reluctant to disclose his thoughts to others. He merely wished to express what he felt compelled to say, deeming everything else inconsequential. Initially, Zhao did not perceive any issues. However, after Zhao Wenyu's remarks, he suddenly found every word she uttered to be profoundly sensible. Could it be that his brother was genuinely wary of him? If so, it was indeed rather absurd, rendering him incapable of accepting such behavior. It was overwhelmingly awkward, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Zhao fell into silence, clearly devoid of self-assurance. He even began to regard Zhao Wenyu's words as strikingly reasonable. Although it was highly probable that this was not the case, it could easily lead to misunderstandings among others. He pondered what circumstances might unfold next. I truly prefer not to engage in the discourse you presented. It merely serves to sow discord. I firmly believe my brother would never suspect me, nor would he ever seek to test my loyalty, Zhao declared, raising his voice deliberately. He merely wished to convey his confidence to Zhao Wenyu, believing that such an approach might avert any potential issues between them. However, Zhao Wenyu found this notion utterly laughable. If Zhao truly harbored no doubts in his heart, he could simply reassure himself. What, then, did the presence of all these people signify? It was simply beyond the comprehension of a rational individual. Zhao dared not meet Zhao Wenyu's gaze, as he feared the emergence of something utterly intolerable. Yet, he longed for everyone to comprehend his feelings at this moment. You know, I actually do not wish to engage in lengthy discourse with you. Deep down, you should be able to sense whether I speak the truth. I am fully aware that you have likely grasped this long ago. You simply choose not to articulate it before me. Am I correct in this assumption? Zhao Wenyu asserted with an air of determination. He believed that all actions were firmly within his grasp. As long as he sought to comprehend a matter, there would be no obstacle. However, in the event that the other party remained unwilling to acknowledge the truth, he found himself utterly powerless. Zhao had remained silent, and this situation was indeed poised to impact him. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding what might transpire next. Should his brother truly harbor doubts about him? What course of action should everyone take moving forward? This was undoubtedly a matter deserving of contemplation by all. Do you think my brother will genuinely doubt me? Zhao inquired of Zhao Wenyu. Although he had no inkling of the potential outcomes of his current actions, he was nonetheless eager to ascertain whether the situation was as others presumed. If that were the case, he would need to carefully contemplate his subsequent steps. Zhao Wenyu nodded. Having already instigated discord, there was no turning back. Regardless of the eventual outcome, he hoped that everyone would willingly refrain from undertaking actions that would lead to untenable circumstances, thus ensuring a smoother path ahead. Indeed, I am certain of it, and I believe all my conjectures hold merit, though I may not have articulated this before. Now that I have expressed my thoughts, I hope you grasp my perspective. I possess the means to alter the current state of affairs, Zhao Wenyu declared with unwavering confidence. He certainly believed he had the means to alter his circumstances. However, he often found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Suddenly, Zhitian developed a peculiar sentiment towards Zhao Wenyu. He had never anticipated that the situation would evolve to such an extent, leaving him unable to restrain himself, which he found rather absurd. What gives you the right to assist me? If you are indeed willing to help me at this moment, I would be immensely grateful. Yet, I am uncertain of your true intentions, so I simply wish to understand the manner in which you intend to offer your assistance. This is, at present, the most significant matter to me, Zhitian inquired of Zhao Wenyu. He acknowledged that there could be certain notions between the two of them. However, it is essential for individuals to maintain a certain degree of connection, at the very least. One ought to understand the thoughts each person harbors regarding this matter prior to confronting it, thus alleviating potential issues. For I, too, desire to be the one beside you. And I harbor the intention of taking you as my disciple, though I remain uncertain whether you would be willing to accept such a proposition. Zhao Wenyu directly extended the olive branch. He was aware that it was unlikely anyone would heed his requests. However, the very fact that he could articulate his thoughts to such an extent indicated that he had long contemplated this matter and hoped that everyone would proceed according to his wishes. The remaining details were, therefore, of no significance. Why bother uttering trivial words? It was at this moment that Zhitian comprehended Zhao Wenyu's intentions and had nearly grasped the entirety of the situation. It appeared that events had indeed unfolded as he had envisioned, a truth he often found himself reluctant to acknowledge. Yet, there was little he could do, after all. Circumstances had already manifested in their current form. What if I choose not to collaborate with you? Zhitian deliberately gazed at Zhao Wenyu, issuing a veiled threat. His utterances were undoubtedly intended to gauge the thoughts of others regarding the matter at hand. What else could he possibly dare to elaborate upon? It was, without a doubt, a near impossibility. So, may fortune favor you. The manner in which your brother communicates remains beyond my capacity to resolve. Therefore, you may proceed as you wish. While I shall feign indifference to this entire affair, which is, in itself, quite satisfactory, is it not? Zhao Wenyu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. After all, he had never deemed the situation to be of great consequence. He merely wished for everyone to grasp his authentic sentiments, and beyond that, there was no necessity for further discourse. Why should I seek fortune? It seems entirely unnecessary. This matter warrants my careful deliberation. At this juncture, I cannot provide you with an immediate response. Nonetheless, I can assure you that once I have thoroughly contemplated my thoughts, I will articulate my desires with clarity, and you need not harbor any further concerns. This is a promise from Zhitian. Given that he had already articulated himself to such an extent, he naturally hoped to garner the support of all involved, thus preventing any adverse developments that might render their relationship unmanageable. Zhao Wenyu nodded. Although he occasionally found it difficult to concede, he recognized that allowing the other party ample time for contemplation was not detrimental. It was far preferable to making hasty decisions that could lead to complications. It would be prudent for everyone to engage in open dialogue now, thereby averting any potential misunderstandings. I offer you the opportunity to express your thoughts and reflect thoroughly. Once you have reached clarity, sharing your perspectives will be more than sufficient. Zhao Wenyu assented to the request. This was, at that moment, the sole thought occupying his mind. Even if he acquiesced, what difference would it make? As long as their eventual outcome was favorable, all would be well. Please depart for now. If others were to observe us lingering together, it might create an unfavorable impression. Zhao Wenyu advised Zhitian. Should anyone witness their prolonged association, speculation regarding their relationship might arise, leading to an awkward predicament that could not be easily addressed. Zhitian appreciated Zhao Wenyu's insight. At the very least, it would prevent him from feeling irked by the situation and mitigate any potential misunderstandings from others. In this light, what was there to lose? Rest assured, I shall convey my thoughts only after thorough contemplation. Together, we shall forge a genuine collaboration. With that, Zhitian vanished from Zhao Wenyu's sight. Observing the departing figure, Zhao Wenyu could not help but smile quietly. Everything lay within his grasp. It was merely a matter of discerning the intentions of each individual. Meanwhile, as Zhitian stepped outside, he swiftly returned to his chamber with remarkable speed. Indeed, upon entering, he found the cloaked figure had been waiting for him for quite some time. Why have you returned so late? I have been here anticipating your arrival. Have you resolved the matter? The black-clad individual spoke with unwavering composure, devoid of any sign of fatigue. Zhitian was taken aback by this remark. He had not anticipated his brother's recovery to be so rapid. Merely hours earlier, he had spoken with such frailty, yet now he appeared as robust as ever. His voice steady and assured. "Brother, fret not. This time, everything is under my control, and he is not as cunning as you perceive. Thus, there is no need for concern. Rest assured, all that exists here will ultimately belong to us," Zhitian declared with unwavering confidence. He always believed that everything lay within his own control. As long as he found a particular place satisfactory, there was nothing he could not resolve. However, at that moment, a sense of unease crept into the heart of the man in black. He felt that without witnessing the conversation between Zhao Wenyu and Zhitian firsthand, he could not ascertain the true nature of the situation. "Why do I feel as if your words lack any thoughtful consideration?" he remarked. "Zhao Wenyu is an exceptionally astute individual, far beyond our capabilities. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Thus, I advise you to exercise caution in all matters." The man in black said earnestly, gazing intently at Zhitian. He still hoped that the individual before him would exercise a modicum of caution. After all, they were still in the hands of others, and attempting to escape from such a grasp was undeniably a formidable challenge. Zhitian nodded thoughtfully. Although his brother had yet to engage with Zhao Wenyu, he could sense that his brother's judgment regarding Zhao Wenyu was quite astute. They had indeed spent some time in each other's company previously. "One must admit that your assessment of the situation is rather commendable, and it has deeply moved me. However, brother, since you have entrusted this matter to me, could you refrain from meddling further?" A hint of irritation seeped into Zhitian's tone. He believed that, given his brother had handed the entire affair over to him, there was no need for further unsolicited commentary. Continuing down this path would only serve to unsettle him, rendering it unnecessary. The figure cloaked in black never anticipated that his younger brother would dare to address him in such a manner, leaving him utterly astounded and incredulous. He could hardly fathom how events had escalated to such an extent, filling him with a sense of unease. "What are you saying? If you have the courage, repeat that." The cloaked man was incensed, hoping his brother would reiterate his words, curious to observe his reaction. Zhitian realized that perhaps he had spoken too freely, which might have made others uncomfortable and could potentially affect him as well. However, since the matter had been entrusted to him, he knew precisely how to navigate it without needing anyone else to intervene. "Brother, you are ill. Please take the time to rest. Rest assured, I am fully capable of managing all our brothers around us. But if you persist in this manner, it does cause me some discomfort. Do you not find my reasoning sound?" Zhao Wenyu spoke up earnestly. He certainly believed that his reasoning was quite sound and hoped to gain the support of everyone, as this would make things considerably easier for him. From the moment of his birth, he had been mercilessly bullied by his elder brother, a torment that had persisted for many years. Although they referred to each other as brothers every day, he found it unbearable. Now that he had finally seized an opportunity, he had no intention of relinquishing it easily. The expression on the face of the man in black grew increasingly grim. He could hardly fathom that his own brother would speak in such a manner regarding this matter, which filled him with profound distaste. Yet he was at a loss for words. "Do you believe that now, in my current state, you can control everything? You might be overestimating your grasp of the situation. I can assure you that you are utterly incapable of controlling my allies. If you have any doubts, feel free to test it," Zhitian stated with remarkable composure, exuding confidence in those surrounding him. Zhitian had never anticipated that events would unfold to such an extent. His brother seemed overly sensitive. While she could not deny that she had her own thoughts regarding the situation, it was regrettable that the conversation had escalated to this point. "Do you think I am vying for your position? You are mistaken. If that were my intention, I would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now," Zhitian retorted. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting the man in black to swiftly return to the bed. At that moment, Zhitian sat at the bedside, seemingly waiting for his still unconscious brother, and everything appeared perfectly normal. Despite some harboring discontent, what could anyone truly do when faced with such circumstances? Knock, knock. Knock, the sound of knocking resounded. Zhitian's heart raced. He had never anticipated such a situation would arise, and the sudden turn of events weighed heavily on him, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. As Zhitian opened the door, he was startled to find Zhao Wenyu standing before him. He hadn't expected Zhao Wenyu to arrive so quickly. Fortunately, their previous conversation had not been overly loud, had Zhao Wenyu overheard them. It was impossible to predict what might ensue. "What's the matter? Am I not welcome?" Upon noticing that Zhitian appeared utterly disinterested in engaging with him, Zhao Wenyu directly inquired, sensing that this matter held some significance yet struggling to articulate his thoughts. Zhitian quickly retracted the dismissive demeanor he had just exhibited. making a concerted effort to control his expression and mask any signs of tension. After all, should Zhao Wenyu detect any hint of unease, the ensuing circumstances could spiral beyond his capacity to manage alone. Fear not, you are perhaps overthinking this. In truth, the situation is far removed from your perceptions. How could I possibly be unwelcoming towards you? Moreover, everything here has been provided by you. I would never entertain such notions. Perhaps you are simply overanalyzing. Zhetian promptly clarified. He was acutely aware that everything around him had been provided by Zhao Wenyu. Thus, even if he was not inclined to welcome others, he would never dare to exhibit such an attitude when Zhao Wenyu arrived. His earlier nervousness had likely contributed to the unfortunate display. Zhetian blinked, finding it difficult to wholly trust the words spoken by the person before him. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. After all, interpersonal relationships are fraught with myriad conflicts and complications. The mere existence of the current situation was already quite fortunate, so how could he possibly harbor any further demands? Who were you speaking with just now? I could have sworn I heard another voice in your room, Zhao Wenyu inquired, having caught a faint sound while passing by. His curiosity compelled him to enter. Otherwise, he would have had no reason to step inside, and the circumstances would not have escalated to this point. However, at that moment, Zhetian's thoughts were far removed from Zhao Wenyu, unable to comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of the latter. He felt an unsettling sense that their secrets had been laid bare. In such a precarious situation, he scarcely dared to contemplate what might transpire next. It was all too terrifying. What is it? You seem rather distracted today. Is something troubling you, or has your brother's condition worsened? Zhao Wenyu remarked, hastening to the bedside. He was indeed curious to observe what kind of performance these two brothers were staging for him. The man in black, lying on the bed, had long since reached the pinnacle of his irritation, never anticipating that the brother before him could be so utterly foolish. He initially believed that he would effortlessly manage the situation, yet he was unprepared for the eventuality of unforeseen circumstances that proved to be quite alarming. My brother is currently in a stable condition, so it might be best for you to refrain from visiting him. After all, it is essential for you to prioritize your own well-being. Perhaps it would be wise to let this matter be. With that, Zhetian took Zhao Wenyu by the arm and led him to the other side. He certainly believed that there was no need for Zhao Wenyu to take charge in such a matter. Others could handle it. Yet, the more he thought so, the more uneasy Zhao Wenyu felt. Could it be that something utterly unforeseen had transpired? Initially, Zhao Wenyu intended to continue on his path, but now he found himself compelled to turn back. If he pressed on, he could not guarantee what kind of insurmountable challenges he might encounter. I am merely passing through, with no particular intentions. If you have nothing pressing at the moment, I shall take my leave and refrain from entering further, especially given the unwelcoming demeanor you're exhibiting. Zhao Wenyu jested. Deep down, he recognized that these two brothers were not quite right. However, he could not recklessly charge in and risk creating an unexpected, awkward situation for himself. Zhao Wenyu said nothing and simply withdrew from their sight. Upon witnessing his departure, Zhetian felt a weight lift from his heart. Fortunately, Zhao Wenyu had left. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to explain the ensuing events. Yet, at that moment, something ignited Zhetian's ire. Just moments ago, as he lay in bed, he had experienced countless instances where he wished to rise and question the individual before him about his thought process. Why was he hesitating in the face of such a situation? It was no wonder that others could perceive his weaknesses. This was simply a natural occurrence. What on earth is wrong with you? Do you even realize? You nearly exposed a flaw just now. It's bewildering how someone like you manages to navigate life here. The figure in black said anxiously. He truly could not comprehend how the two individuals managed to survive in this desolate place. Yet, it undeniably filled him with a profound sense of astonishment. Zhetian admitted that he had indeed been excessively anxious moments ago, which had led him to momentarily lose control and inadvertently reveal a few vulnerabilities. He harbored a lingering belief that Zhao Wenyu must not have overheard his words. Otherwise, how could she have departed so easily? Zhetian had intended to counter her, but he found himself hesitant to speak further, fearful of provoking a situation he could not resolve. The man in black was notoriously meticulous, a fact well known to all who had interacted with him, especially in light of such circumstances. Everyone had become acutely aware of the gravity of the matter. What is the matter? You seem eager to rebut. If you have anything to say, now is the time to voice it. However, your demeanor is utterly unacceptable to me, and I am at a loss as to your intentions. Do you truly believe your earlier performance was nearly flawless? The man in black exclaimed furiously. He simply could not accept the appearance of the person before him. Yet, on numerous occasions, he found himself powerless, compelled to act in a manner that would prevent unforeseen circumstances from arising. I have no words to express, and I am acutely aware that speaking now would prove futile. Therefore, I would prefer to avoid any intersection with you, and I shall remain silent. Perhaps I have overthought this. Is that acceptable? Zaytion exclaimed with great frustration. This situation would undoubtedly have a profound impact on him, and it would render him unable to accept the reality that the individual in question could only be dismissed, even though he was deeply reluctant. He found himself devoid of any means to navigate the current predicament, lest he inadvertently invite misunderstandings that would lead to embarrassment. During the brief time Zhao Wenyu spent outside, his thoughts underwent a significant transformation. He recognized that there was undoubtedly something amiss between the two brothers. However, the true nature of the situation remained unclear, requiring further observation in the days to come. Otherwise, making a hasty decision at this moment would be beyond his capabilities. This was a truth that everyone should comprehend. In a moment of distraction, Zhao Wenyu found himself back at his doorstep. Yet, he lacked the inclination to return inside, at present. His foremost desire was merely to stay and observe what developments might unfold. What on earth is wrong with you? How could you be so careless while walking, nearly colliding with my head? What is the matter with you? Zhang Qian suddenly appeared beside Zhao Wenyu, her gaze fixed upon him in bewilderment. The situation was utterly unacceptable to her, leaving her at a loss as to how to respond. What are you doing here? Did I not express my thoughts clearly? Is it really appropriate for you to linger here? You have your own responsibilities to attend to each day. There is no need to come to me. Your presence makes me uncomfortable. Is it truly necessary? Zhao Wenyu retorted with palpable anger. At this moment, he is indeed feeling somewhat melancholic. Consequently, he finds it difficult to accept the actions of his disciple, which in turn evokes a sense of anger within him, though he remains at a loss for words. Master, what seems to be troubling you? Lately, I have sensed a shift in your mood. Is something amiss? Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor certain thoughts when interacting with us. Could you perhaps share what is troubling you? Zhang Qian inquired earnestly. She felt that there must be an underlying issue. Otherwise, the dynamics of their relationship would not have escalated to this point, undoubtedly impacting their interactions. Zhao Wenyu suddenly became aware of his own shortcomings. He recognized that his behavior was far from commendable. After all, no one anticipates losing their temper with others. Yet, given the current circumstances, there seemed little recourse. I acknowledge that I was indeed in a rather poor mood earlier. My haste in our conversation was undoubtedly my own fault. Perhaps my actions have not been as considerate as they should have been, Zhao Wenyu remarked, preparing to take his leave. He need not address anyone specifically. It suffices for him to adhere to his own thoughts. In fact, this is quite commendable. Beyond this, he surely finds no necessity to elaborate further. What purpose would be served in explaining himself to someone utterly unrelated to his concerns? This, at this moment, strikes him as the most futile of dilemmas. However, Zhang Qian sensed that something felt amiss. Although she could comprehend Zhao Wenyu's words, she also recognized that her casual outbursts towards him constituted a genuine issue, one of such gravity that he could hardly bear it, and it must not persist. These matters were indeed alarming. Master, if you have any thoughts, please share them with me now. It would mean a great deal to me, Zhang Qian urged. Regardless of what ultimately transpired, she longed for someone to elucidate the situation. Zhao Wenyu suddenly realized that he could no longer conceal the truth. Yet, as a mentor, he knew he must approach every situation with careful consideration. He could not act impulsively. Thus, he was uncertain about what course of action to undertake next. Your words hold no relevance for me. As your master, I too have my own affairs to attend to, he replied. The manner in which I choose to proceed is solely my prerogative, and it bears no relation to you. Therefore, refrain from meddling further. Do you understand? With that, Zhao Wenyu flung open the door forcefully, slamming it behind him as he vanished from sight. He had never anticipated that such a situation would arise at this moment, and suddenly he found himself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the merciless door before him firmly shut, Zhang Qian naturally felt too embarrassed to continue her inquiries. Fearing the emergence of unforeseen and awkward circumstances, rather than persist, she deemed it wiser to refrain from any further actions, lest her probing lead to intolerable revelations for him. With the door closed, Zhao Wenyu shut his eyes and meticulously reflected upon all that had transpired before him. He became acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding the events of the day. Suddenly, it struck him that the man in black must have long been awake. Yet, for reasons unknown, Perhaps no one had divulged the truth to him, or perhaps the two brothers were engaged in some clandestine scheme. Thus, the current predicament had unfolded. However, it was evident that every matter warranted thorough inquiry. What exactly were they conspiring? Zhao Wenyu found himself incessantly pondering this question. He must be able to provide himself with a satisfactory response before this matter commences, as this would undoubtedly bring him a measure of comfort. However, despite his deep contemplation, he remains utterly perplexed as to why the figure in black feigned death upon awakening. Could it be a means to conceal the formidable hand lurking in the shadows? Zhao Wenyu is baffled, yearning to uncover the truth behind this enigma. He realizes that he must inquire with those around him to grasp the reality of the situation. Yet, extracting information from the enigmatic figure in black seems an exceedingly arduous task. Zhao Wenyu is acutely aware that persuading the individual to voluntarily disclose his newfound existence is nearly an impossible feat at this juncture. He understands that he can no longer afford the luxury of waiting. Should he continue to sit idly by, it is highly probable that unforeseen consequences will arise. A scenario he is determined to avoid at all costs. With this thought in mind, Zhao Wenyu hastily made his way to the backyard, believing that only there could he gain a semblance of clarity regarding his approach to this predicament. Upon arriving in the backyard, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of darkness, leaving him bewildered. He felt as though he had lost control over his faculties, his nerves no longer obeying his commands. And in a daze, he found himself walking towards a nearby dry well. Standing before the desolate well, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss, utterly unsure of how to proceed. What on earth was happening? The situation was simply beyond comprehension, and a multitude of questions flooded his mind. He was utterly unaware of how he had arrived at this place, yet an inexplicable sensation lingered within him, as if some unseen force were guiding his every step forward. Although Zhao Wenyu had long harbored thoughts of halting his advance, he found himself utterly powerless to act. His limbs were unresponsive to his commands, propelling him onward. With a sudden plunge, Zhao Wenyu leaped into the depths of the desolate well. No sooner had he descended into its abyss than clarity returned to his mind, and he regained full control over his body. How did I end up in this well? He pondered, resolutely seeking a path to escape. He knew he had to extricate himself from this predicament to avert any potential complications, for such an outcome would be decidedly preferable, sparing him from unforeseen consequences. You are here by my design, and your desire to leave will not be so easily fulfilled. Surely, your backyard has been abandoned for quite some time. A voice, rich and magnetic, echoed suddenly, startling Zhao Wenyu to his core. He could hardly believe that such a situation had arisen, leaving him utterly powerless and uncertain about what to do next. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Zhao Wenyu inquired, perplexed. In his recollection, he had never heard this voice before, making it all the more difficult for him to accept the current predicament. It struck him as somewhat absurd, amplifying his confusion about how to proceed in this moment. Who I am is of little consequence. The reason I summoned you today is grounded in my own intentions and the words I wish to share with you. Otherwise, there would have been no need for you to be here. Since you are here now, it would be best to embrace the situation. This is my sole consideration at this moment, the elderly man remarked, gazing at Zhao Wenyu with unwavering resolve. He hoped that Zhao Wenyu would comprehend him after listening. You ought to tell me what you truly wish to do at this moment. If you desire me to undertake something, please express it plainly. As long as I am able to make the necessary preparations, I shall certainly comply. However, you must inform me of the actions I should take in the upcoming moments. Zhao Wenyu inquired directly. He understood that everyone had their reasons for acting as they did. Yet, he felt an urgent need to uncover the true motive behind why this individual had deceived him into the desolate well. You are indeed an upfront person, I must admit. I have not misjudged you. The man spoke in a rather sarcastic tone, leaving Zhao Wenyu utterly speechless. He had never even encountered this person before. How could one determine their worth? This left him at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, for the entire situation was utterly absurd. Did we know each other prior to this? Since we were strangers before, what purpose do your words serve now? I cannot shake the feeling that you have something you ought to express clearly to me. If collaboration between us is unfeasible, then you are free to seek another partner for cooperation, Zhao Wenyu stated with remarkable candor. He has never been one to indulge in idle chatter. Given the current state of affairs, further discussion seems unnecessary. You are indeed a remarkable individual, without my influence. It's doubtful you would have gathered such a multitude of disciples. The man spoke with an air of arrogance, implying that Zhao Wenyu's accomplishments were entirely a result of his patronage, as if they bore no relation to Zhao Wenyu's own merit. This statement struck Zhao Wenyu as peculiar. He could not fathom why he had suddenly acquired such capabilities, yet he firmly believed they were his own achievements. Unrelated to this man. Please, speak plainly. Zhao Wenyu's tone betrayed a hint of exasperation. Listening to this individual, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his temper. He had always preferred direct communication, deeming it unnecessary to dance around issues with ambiguity. The man's cryptic remarks were utterly incomprehensible, decidedly beyond the threshold of normal discourse. What on earth is going on? When did your temper become so foul? I came here to inform you that in the coming days, you will face a trial. Should you succeed, all will be well. However, if you falter, you may very well vanish from this world, the man intoned in a chilling manner. It was as if he wielded control over everything. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found it intolerable to accept the man's presence. The notion of leaving was beyond his capacity to bear, and he was utterly bewildered by the implications of his words. Zhao Wenyu was perplexed. Yet he dared not challenge the man. It was clear to him that anyone capable of uttering such words possessed formidable power. Who are you exactly? Zhao Wenyu inquired politely, determined to ascertain the man's identity to evaluate the credibility of his statements and to prevent any unforeseen consequences. Who I am is of little consequence. However, it is imperative that you understand my intentions. To me, all of this is rather insignificant. I simply believe in your potential, which is why I harbor such thoughts. Otherwise, I would have no reason to engage in such lengthy discourse with you. I hope you can appreciate that, he said, preparing to depart. His ability to act in such a manner signifies that he has fulfilled his mission. Just as Zhao Wenyu was poised to inquire further, he found himself effortlessly standing beside the desolate well, utterly oblivious to how he had arrived there. However, given the current circumstances, he questioned, "What is it that you truly desire? Speak candidly with me. Why must you behave this way?" Zhao Wenyu exclaimed with considerable ire, for this individual had arrived in silence, leaving him to ponder the inexplicable motivations behind his presence, which he found rather unsettling. After lingering in the courtyard for a brief moment, Zhao Wenyu resolved to return. Initially, he had intended to contemplate his next steps and consider whether the man in black had regained consciousness. Yet, after encountering such peculiar events, he suddenly found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. This was undeniably an awkward situation, leaving him unsure of how to navigate it. As Zhao Wenyu made his way to the corridor, he spotted Zhitian appearing beside him. The entire scenario bewildered him. He could not fathom how this person had materialized next to him. Yet, it struck him as amusing, an intriguing occurrence. Why have you returned? Instead of tending to those around you at home, you come here. What do you mean by this? It is truly perplexing, and I find it difficult to comprehend. Zhao Wenyu expressed with frustration. This was exceedingly strange for him, leaving him unable to maintain composure or ensure his own safety. Zhitian wore a puzzled expression, as if he had something significant to convey, yet was unsure of how to articulate it. Clearly, this matter weighed heavily upon him, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed at this juncture. Observing Zhitian's hesitance, Zhao Wenyu felt exasperated. If you have something to say, you may as well express it now. Is it not better to speak openly? Zhitian, why not tell me directly what you wish to communicate? We could clarify our thoughts together. Is it not more constructive? Zhao Wenyu inquired, gazing at Zhitian. He detested the way others hesitated in his presence, believing that it would be far better to speak directly rather than engage in such indecisiveness. Did you perhaps misunderstand something just now? Zhitian inquired of Zhao Wenyu, sensing that there might be some miscommunication at play. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to address the matter that weighed most heavily on him, feeling utterly incapable of resolving the situation. What do you mean by that? How could I have any misunderstanding with you? Zhao Wenyu asked, fully aware of the implications behind his own question. He undoubtedly comprehends the intentions of these individuals in the present moment. Yet, he is compelled to inquire what Zhitian wishes to convey to him. This would be immensely preferable to leaving her in ignorance, which is a marginally better alternative. Zhitian remains oblivious to Zhao Wenyu's true motives, whether he genuinely does not know how to proceed or is simply unwilling to address the matter directly. This is why such a statement escapes his lips. Everything holds significance for him, rendering him incapable of articulating further thoughts. My brother has yet to awaken, and I sense that you have begun to harbor doubts about me. However, these words cannot be uttered without reason, at the very least. You ought to reveal your innermost thoughts to me, don't you think? Zhitian gazed at Zhao Wenyu as he posed this question. He hoped that Zhao Wenyu could share his thoughts directly at this moment. for such an approach would allow both of them to alleviate the situation with greater ease and prevent any further complications. Zhao Wenyu furrowed his brow, as he had indeed harbored doubts about this matter earlier. However, he never anticipated that someone would come forward to express such sentiments, leaving him utterly speechless. Unsure of how to respond, the entire scenario felt absurd. "Did you come just to say this to me?" Zhao Wenyu remarked with a laugh. He found himself perplexed by the reason this individual had made a special trip to this place, seemingly to elucidate certain matters. Yet, undeniably, the current circumstances rendered this situation rather awkward. There were matters that could be discussed amicably. However, to proceed in such a manner now would seem somewhat inappropriate, inevitably leading him to feel a certain burden within. "Indeed, the very purpose of my visit is to convey these sentiments to you. I am aware that you may have formed a misunderstanding about me earlier. Thus, I wish to take this opportunity to clarify and hope for your understanding," Zhao Tian remarked. Gazing at Zhao Wenyu, he yearned for Zhao Wenyu to comprehend his sentiments, which prompted him to utter such words at this moment. Naturally, he hoped for someone to grasp his intentions entirely. Such an outcome would be most delightful. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wenyu found himself feeling somewhat uneasy. He perceived the speaker as rather intriguing, sensing no misunderstanding regarding the situation. Was this individual's behavior not somewhat superfluous? "Are you jesting with me? Has your brother awakened? I shall check shortly. This matter is beyond our control. How can your thoughts be so perplexing? Furthermore, your actions leave me feeling somewhat incredulous. You are indeed quite amusing." Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. He had indeed begun to harbor doubts about the matter. Yet, he was acutely aware that pursuing it further might not be prudent. Thus, even in this situation, he refrained from inquiring any further. Zhitian appeared perplexed, uncertain whether Zhao Wenyu was speaking the truth. However, upon hearing such a statement, a sense of oddity arose within him, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. This was far from a trivial matter. "Are you truly not misunderstanding?" Zhitian asked again, unable to fathom the possibility of such a situation arising. Consequently, the occurrence left him somewhat speechless. Zhao Wenyu nodded, genuinely asserting that he had never entertained such thoughts. Otherwise, he would never have spoken in such a manner. These events were indeed too absurd, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to act. "I am merely being cautious. I haven't overthought this at all. If I had, matters would never have escalated to this point. Therefore, you need not worry. Moreover, if your brother awakens, it would be a boon for all of us." "How could I possibly be angry?" Zhao Wenyu explained. It seemed likely that the black man had already awakened, and his presence was merely to keep certain matters concealed from others. Otherwise, such circumstances would surely not have unfolded. Ultimately, everything should remain within everyone's control, regardless of the eventual outcomes. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, Zhitian's anxious heart finally found solace. He could scarcely imagine how he would account for any misunderstandings to others if Zhao Wenyu had indeed been mistaken. It was only after hearing Zhao Wenyu's comments today that he suddenly grasped the essence of the situation. "Very well, I shall not linger here any longer. After all, this approach might be somewhat inappropriate. Besides, I have already mentioned that my brother is currently unable to awaken. If you have no other matters, you are welcome to visit him. This is all I can convey, so I shall take my leave," Zhitian stated, hastily departing with great speed. This was indeed not a simple matter for him. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, his actions were limited, and he sincerely hoped for everyone's support, which was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Observing Zhitian's retreating figure, Zhao Wenyu felt that his actions were somewhat unnecessary, prompting him to view the individual as somewhat foolish. This was certainly not a decision that someone of sound mind could make. It appeared that the matter indeed bore some intricacy. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. Zhao Wenyu remarked with a tone of skepticism. He was acutely aware that this matter held significant implications for him. Thus, he felt compelled to remain vigilant and adequately prepared for any eventuality. Should the man in black have indeed taken some action against him, he needed to brace himself, lest he find himself perplexed about what gratitude he ought to express, hoping for a more favorable outcome. As Zhitian had just returned, he noticed that the man in black had already sat up, seemingly no longer inclined to maintain his pretense. Yet, what could be the motive behind such a shift? If those outside were to catch sight of him, it could undoubtedly lead to adverse repercussions. How should he navigate such a predicament? "Why have you risen? Are you not afraid of being seen by those outside? What purpose does your action serve?" Zhitian exclaimed, clearly exasperated. He truly finds himself at a loss regarding what actions to take in the present moment. Nonetheless, this situation undoubtedly bears some consequences for him. Although he wishes for this matter to persist, he ponders why he should fear being overheard by those outside. Since we have now attained clarity, why not embrace these aspects? Understand? What harm could come from it? The man in black deliberately gazed at Zhitian as he spoke. He was well aware that his brother had always harbored such ambition. Thus, the emergence of this situation was, in truth, quite normal. Yet, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed in the forthcoming moments. He truly never anticipated that his brother's rapid shifts in attitude would occur so swiftly, leaving him utterly unprepared to foresee such developments. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his brother still harbored a degree of mistrust towards him, thereby affirming Zhao Wenyu's earlier assertion. Otherwise, their relationship would not have descended to its current state. Ultimately, this matter necessitates careful contemplation. Zhitian felt an unsettling discomfort within. He was uncertain of his brother's intentions at this juncture. However, he was acutely aware that his brother lacked the trust he had hoped for. Otherwise, the situation would certainly not have escalated to this extent. All in all, everything remains possible, and it would be prudent for them to seize the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation in the future. Nevertheless, your words have left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Although I am unsure of the appropriate course of action, brother, do you believe my endeavors might encroach upon your position? Zhitian inquired directly. Gazing at the figure clad in black, he believed that his brother's actions were not inherently wrong, yet they weighed heavily on his heart. The man in black did not anticipate that Zhitian would harbor such thoughts. Nonetheless, he could not deny that deep within himself, he too had once entertained similar notions. The emergence of such a situation in the present was, indeed, entirely ordinary. It was not that he feared being surpassed. Rather, he doubted his brother's capacity to command that group of individuals. What would become of them if all their people were to become someone else's? The man in black sighed, revealing that he had his own reflections on the matter, albeit feeling utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. He continued to elaborate. But it was evident that Xiao Ming was unconvinced. He understood the essence of his brother's character and recognized the importance of accountability among siblings. Thus, the current predicament felt all too familiar, leaving him uncertain as to what more he could express. Enough, brother. There is no need for further explanation. I comprehend everything you have said, and I acknowledge that such thoughts are quite natural. If the same circumstances befell me, I might very well share your sentiments. What more is there to discuss? Zhitian replied coldly. In truth, even in the man in black's unwillingness to admit it, he could articulate a rationale for the situation at hand. He had not anticipated Zhitian's heightened sensitivity at this juncture, a development entirely beyond his control. Moreover, the continuation of such tensions would likely have repercussions for him as well. When did you become so anxious? It leaves me at a loss for words. We are brothers. After all, do you not see how inappropriate your actions are? The man in black was exceedingly agitated, yet he found himself powerless at that moment. After all, he was currently unwell, making the circumstances all the more understandable. Zhitian felt that he had everything under control. Anything he wished to pursue was within his grasp. As for his brother, he could not afford to concern himself with him. His brother's abilities could not possibly rival his own at this time. Brother, if necessary, let us confront Zhao Wenyu and inform him that you have awakened. What do you think of that idea? Zhitian threatened the man in black. Fully aware of his brother's thoughts, he intended to provoke him deliberately, curious to see what the outcome would be. Believing that such an approach would not lead to any issues, I could reveal that I have regained consciousness, but let me assure you, your ability to exist normally will be compromised. Upon my awakening, you shall undoubtedly devise means to enlist all those around you. By that time, we shall no longer be able to ascend as leaders among the multitude. I believe you can sense the potential circumstances that may arise. What are your thoughts on this? The man in black also observes the looming threat. He was unaware of Zhitian's current thoughts, yet he comprehended the essence of the situation. Confident that no further complications would arise in the future, Zhitian, too, harbored no desire to become a captive of another. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly wish to reorganize those around him under his command, collaborating harmoniously with his brother, thus creating a most favorable outcome. Although the two brothers have begun to experience a rift between them at this moment, they must maintain a semblance of calm on the surface, concealing the true nature of their relationship from others. Brother, are you truly willing to entrust this matter to me? This is my foremost concern at present, and I sincerely hope you can clarify this issue for me. This thought occupies my mind entirely at this moment. Zhitian observed, still believing he had articulated his point. He yearned to hear a single word of truth for only then could he find solace and proceed in accordance with others' expectations. Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of advancing on his own, a circumstance beyond his control. Moreover, he had to await the performance of Zhitian. Otherwise, relinquishing everything was utterly inconceivable. For now, I shall entrust this matter entirely to you, and there is no need for further discussion on the remaining issues. I have conveyed my thoughts to you to this extent, and I sincerely hope you can maintain a semblance of calm. With that, Zhitian prepared to retire for the night. Having articulated everything that needed to be said, he found nothing more to discuss, and thus, it was appropriate for him to depart. Since his brother had chosen to ignore him, continuing to speak alone would likely prove unwise. Exiting the room, Zhitian found himself once again standing before Zhao Wenyu's door. Caught in a dilemma between his brother and Zhao Wenyu, uncertain of whom to choose. Yet, he longed to assert his independence, which remained his sole consideration at this juncture. Rendering further discussion unnecessary, Zhao Wenyu was preparing to venture outside for some exercise, unprepared for the visit of his disciple, who had not anticipated this encounter. As he opened the door, he was taken aback to find Zhitian standing silently before him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Upon seeing Zhitian's motionless figure, Zhao Wenyu felt a tinge of awkwardness. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. He understood that there was nothing absolutely impossible about someone standing outside his door. Since the visitor had arrived, it was naturally connected to matters concerning his brother. However, until the other party expressed it openly, he should not directly inquire, lest it lead to unforeseen and awkward outcomes. "I have no particular agenda. I merely wish for you to comprehend my thoughts," Zhitian said to Zhao Wenyu with a tentative tone. The statement startled Zhao Wenyu, leaving him somewhat perplexed as to its meaning. He felt the necessity to clarify, to avoid any misunderstandings that could arise, which would undeniably be awkward. "What do you mean by that? If there is something, I would prefer you to communicate it directly. Your words are difficult for me to accept. How am I to discern your true feelings? What are your current thoughts?" "I am utterly bewildered by what you are attempting to convey," Zhao Wenyu inquired, gazing at Zhitian, unsure of how to proceed. Zhitian too was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. He realized that speaking now could arouse Zhao Wenyu's suspicions. Yet remaining silent would leave him feeling unanchored, perpetually anxious about unforeseen consequences. Ultimately, if his efforts proved fruitless, he could only imagine the ramifications. A concern that was far beyond his current capacity to address. Seeing Zhitian's hesitance, Zhao Wenyu grew disinclined to continue the conversation. He was reluctant to prolong their dialogue any further. If there were thoughts to share, they should be spoken plainly. This continual ambiguity bore no purpose, and he found it intolerable to waste time on such fruitless exchanges. "If you have nothing else to say, I shall take my leave. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot engage in trivial discussions with you. Moreover, your behavior at this moment is difficult for me to accept. Let us end this here, shall we?" Zhao Wenyu stated, pushing past him and moving forward. Zhitian had initially intended to pursue him, but found himself at an impasse. Since Zhao Wenyu was unwilling to listen, continuing would likely yield counterproductive results. Perhaps it was best to relinquish everything to time, allowing for a more favorable outcome. As Zhao Wenyu made his way to find his disciple, he felt an odd sensation within. He sensed that Zhitian's visit tonight bore significant importance. Yet, the specifics of the situation remained unclear to him at that moment. Although further contemplation is necessary to avoid unexpected outcomes, which would undoubtedly be quite awkward, Zhao Wenyu found himself standing at the threshold of his disciple's abode. He casually tapped upon the door, feeling no need to present himself as overly bashful in front of this familiar ground. After all, they resided in their own home. What was there to fear? As long as he articulated his thoughts clearly, there should be no ensuing complications. Knock, 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 the sound resonated. At that moment, Zhang Qin was peacefully slumbering when the unexpected noise startled her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by the peculiarity of the situation. Who could possibly be knocking at this late hour? Fuming, she flung open the door, just as she was about to unleash her ire. She was taken aback to discover her mentor standing before her, rendering her speechless. With her master's presence, she hesitated to speak, fearing the potential for an unacceptable occurrence. "Master, what brings you here?" Zhang Qian swiftly adjusted her demeanor. If her mentor had come with a purpose, it was indeed appropriate to discuss matters at this hour. After all, it was essential to consider the entirety of the situation. This approach would surely provide some comfort to her heart. Zhao Wenyu suddenly realized that perhaps it was inconsiderate of him to intrude at such an hour, yet sometimes circumstances left him with little choice. Why can't it be me? I came precisely because I have something of great importance to convey to you. Are you truly going to make me stand out here? Zhao Wenyu quipped, his tone laced with mockery. In truth, whether he entered or remained outside was of little consequence to him. He merely wished to feign a sense of urgency to gauge the unfolding dynamics of the situation, ensuring he felt no inner turmoil, as long as he could express himself. That was what mattered most. Please, come in. How could I possibly deny you entry? Zhang Qian exclaimed, hastily opening the door. Despite her overwhelming drowsiness, she felt compelled to hold her tongue, pondering what more she could possibly say. Observing Zhang Qian's incessant yawning stirred a hint of embarrassment within Zhao Wenyu. Indeed, disturbing someone at such an hour was hardly commendable. Yet, it was a reality he struggled to accept. Am I interrupting your rest? Zhao Wenyu asked deliberately, his intent to probe the sincerity of her thoughts evident. Such inquiries might render the situation more intriguing for all involved. No, master, how could you possibly disturb me? Please feel free to express any concerns you may have. This will allow me to ascertain how best to respond, Zhang Qian elucidated. Indeed, there were numerous occasions when she could remain silent. Yet, not every situation unfolded as she had previously envisioned. Thus, encountering such a scenario seemed entirely normal. Are you prepared to embrace the impending challenges? Zhao Wenyu inquired directly, emphasizing the importance of this readiness to him. Zhang Qian appeared momentarily bewildered. She had never before heard Zhao Wenyu speak in such a manner. The suddenness of his inquiry left her astonished, prompting her to wonder about the circumstances that necessitated their acceptance of challenges from others. It rendered her speechless. What do you mean by that? I find myself at a loss for words, she responded, feeling a sense of unease regarding his current demeanor and the underlying issues at play. Regardless of the situation, she yearned for understanding from those around her, believing that such empathy might provide her with a modicum of solace, preferable to any alternative complications that could arise. Zhao Wenyu was uncertain whether the individual before him was genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. Regardless, he found the situation somewhat intolerable, sensing an oddity in her responses. There was undoubtedly a disconnect between their exchanges. Are you merely pretending? Do you not find this behavior amusing? If you are unwilling to face the challenges, please communicate that to me clearly. This way, I shall cease to harbor any expectations regarding you, and we will have little left to discuss. Zhao Wenyu remarked with evident disdain. He felt that the person before him was merely jesting with him, although at times he struggled to accept this reality. It nonetheless presented a significant challenge at this moment, leaving him uncertain about what actions to take next. Zhang Qian was indeed bewildered, utterly unaware of what these individuals intended to convey to her at this juncture. This left her feeling rather embarrassed, as the entire situation seemed quite peculiar, leaving her at a loss regarding how to proceed in the forthcoming moments. Master, if you have something to say, please express it directly. I assure you, whatever it is, I can manage it. However, if you choose to remain silent, must you compel me to guess? I truly cannot fathom such things. Zhang Qian expressed with a sense of urgency. The person before her was exceedingly intriguing. The notion of having her guess the issues at hand was utterly absurd. This was certainly not something a rational person could endure. I have nothing of great importance to share with you, nor is this matter particularly significant to me. I merely wish to inform you that you should prepare yourself, for a war may soon be imminent. At that time, you must take decisive action, otherwise we risk being easily vanquished by others, Zhao Wenyu stated with remarkable candor. His greatest fear lies in being swiftly defeated by others within such a brief span of time, which instills in him an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Naturally, he is at a loss as to what he should express gratitude for at this moment. However, the notion is undeniably terrifying. Master, who is it? Who seeks us? Only when you clarify your intentions can I discern what you wish to convey. It is only through your words that I may grasp how to proceed henceforth. Otherwise, I am unable to articulate what I've overheard, Zhang Qian inquired urgently. Regardless of the nature of the rumors she might have encountered, she yearned to uncover the truth behind the entire situation, for it would at least bring her a modicum of solace. Yet Zhao Wenyu was uncertain about how to respond. He had not heard any rumors. Although everything was merely his conjecture, he sensed that issues undoubtedly existed within this context. The remainder seemed irrelevant, as long as he believed that the matter warranted discussion. It should indeed be articulated. I have not heard any rumors. This is solely my speculation, while I cannot assure you that my assumptions are without flaws. I hope you can understand my position as your master. Should I not assist you in contemplating this matter more deeply? Or do you find my approach somewhat perplexing? Just tell me, and that would suffice, Zhao Wenyu expressed with considerable irritation. As a master, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts clearly before others. Regardless of how others might perceive the situation at this moment, he must convey all that he needed to say to prevent any further complications. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. Since her master had articulated his thoughts to such an extent, she could not allow the conversation to linger indefinitely, for it might lead to unforeseen outcomes, which would undoubtedly evoke a sense of embarrassment, something no rational person could easily accept. Rest assured, given the current circumstances, there is no need for you to worry further. Since you have already expressed yourself so candidly, do you think I would remain oblivious to how to proceed? Have no fear, in the coming days, I shall diligently hone my skills. The rest will require no further concern from you. All right? Zhao Wenyu declared resolutely. He could only accomplish this much for now, and naturally hoped that someone would comprehend his thoughts. Zhao Wenyu finally felt a sense of relief. As long as someone could understand what he was grappling with at this moment, it was already quite satisfactory for him. Before long, he prepared to return home. The recent days had been unusually tranquil, causing a certain discomfort within him. He found it increasingly difficult to endure such peace, fearing that fate might deliver a sudden and heavy blow. At that point, he doubted he would be able to articulate the situation clearly. Time seemed to fly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed. Yet, there was still no sign from the mysterious figure. Zhao Wenyu gradually found it hard to imagine, suspecting that the figure in black must have already awakened by now. Otherwise, it was highly unlikely they would awaken in the near future, which was a perfectly reasonable assumption. However, he needed to clarify the situation, at the very least. He had to ascertain what everyone should be doing at this juncture. Zhao Wenyu understood that he must initiate the planning process. If things continued in this manner, he genuinely couldn't guarantee what might transpire. Before the figures in black commenced their actions, he needed to proactively launch an offensive to possibly seize control of the situation, preventing unforeseen consequences from befalling him. Early one morning, Zhao Wenyu arrived at the doorstep of the mysterious figure. He wished to discern any sounds emanating from within the house, as such information would guide him in determining the appropriate course of action for the next step. However, after listening intently at the door for an extended period, he heard nothing beyond the silence of the abode. This led him to question whether he had overthought the situation or if something unforeseen had transpired. Zhao Wenyu listened carefully, yet detected no signs of life, prompting him to consider departing. Remaining any longer would likely breed unnecessary misunderstandings, and he could not ascertain what might unfold thereafter. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught the sound of movement inside the house, suggesting someone had risen. Zhao Wenyu swiftly obtained the essence of Wu Yan, realizing he must not allow his whereabouts to be discovered by others, as the consequences could be unpredictable and fraught with difficulty. Indeed, as Zhao Wenyu had just managed to conceal himself behind the house, he overheard two individuals conversing within. Initially, he did not think much of it, but it soon struck him that the occupants were the mysterious figure in black and Zhitian. Such an occurrence could not be merely coincidental. He pressed his ear against the wall, straining to catch snippets of their dialogue. However, the voices were too faint for him to discern, eluding his grasp of understanding at that moment. Nevertheless, it was evident that two individuals were engaged in conversation, confirming that the figure in black had indeed awakened. But what could be the reason for their pretense? Lost in contemplation, Zhao Wenyu quickly regained his focus and hastened back to his chamber, determined not to let these individuals realize he was aware of their scheme. Upon returning, he pondered their intentions, recognizing that he needed to uncover their motives to effectively thwart their plans and prevent the matter from escalating further. While Zhao Wenyu was deep in thought regarding their designs, he was abruptly jolted by urgent shouts from outside. It had been quite some time since he had heard such an anxious call. Recently, his life had been relatively tranquil, making this sudden disturbance all the more disconcerting, leaving him uncertain about how to respond. What is happening? What is wrong? Zhao Wenyu exclaimed as he swiftly opened the door, only to find Zhang Qian standing breathlessly at his threshold, clearly bearing significant news. Master, something terrible has happened, Zhang Qian exclaimed loudly. However, at this moment, her words were muddled, and she found herself at a loss as to what to do. In her state of anxiety, Zhao Wenyu was momentarily unsure of what to say. He had never witnessed Zhang Qian in such a condition, and it was evident that something unexpected had transpired. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. What on earth has happened? Can you not choose to tell me now? Is there not a way for us to communicate clearly? Why must you act in this manner? Zhao Wenyu expressed his bewilderment. His greatest fear was that these individuals would babble nonsensically before her, presenting themselves as if none of the matters at hand bore any relevance to him. This revelation left her utterly astounded. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Master, a group of people has arrived outside. It seems your words from last night have indeed come to fruition. I truly believe they are here to provoke us. What should we do? Zhang Qian exclaimed anxiously, convinced that the outsiders were indeed seeking trouble. However, she could not fathom the true nature of the situation at hand. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wenyu smiled. Though a subtle turbulence stirred within him, he understood that reacting at this juncture would yield no benefit. After all, what was destined to come would inevitably arrive, and there was no escaping it. Rather than resist, he chose to accept the reality, thus avoiding any further complications. Have they truly come? Zhao Wenyu inquired calmly, displaying no trace of fear. Instead, there was a sense of admiration in his demeanor. It seemed his initial suspicions had indeed been correct, which was preferable to the idle chatter of the outsiders. Master, why do I sense that you are utterly unfazed by this? Does this situation truly hold no weight for you? They have expressly demanded that you personally come out to greet them, Zhang Qian said, her anxiety palpable. She could scarcely believe that Zhao Wenyu remained unmoved after such a declaration. Yet, Zhao Wenyu continued to exhibit no response. He had never entertained any notion regarding the significance of this matter. Indeed, I am entirely unperturbed. They seek me because our current abilities pose a threat to them. Otherwise, they would not have come to confront us. Thus, you should feel a sense of joy, for this indicates our strength, Zhao Wenyu confidently asserted. Not only did he not feel an overwhelming sense of fear, but he also perceived this as a form of recognition from everyone around him. In this light, why not embrace it? Although each matter was handled exceptionally well, it would subsequently eliminate any potential conflicts. Zhang Qian was utterly speechless. At a time when everyone else was gripped by fear, she truly did not anticipate that her master would utter such words, displaying not a trace of tension. Furthermore, he appeared completely unfazed by the situation. This was certainly not a state of being that a normal person could accept. Who could possibly predict what might transpire next? The two circumstances were indeed quite awkward. I honestly don't know what to say to you at this moment. I never imagined you would be so unafraid. Master, are we going outside now? Zhang Qian inquired directly. She wanted to ascertain if her master was genuinely fearless or merely putting on a facade in her presence. Yet, for him, it had become a matter of little consequence. Zhao Wenyu smiled. Since the other party had already approached him, he naturally had to respond proactively, lest others perceive him as excessively timid, which would serve no purpose at all. He must ensure that these individuals are aware of his formidable abilities, which he is simply reluctant to exhibit in their presence. In doing so, everything would naturally fall into place. Is it not redundant to express this to me? Since they have sought me out, it is imperative that I venture outside to meet them. Otherwise, it may give the impression that I harbor some trepidation towards them, rendering the situation meaningless. It is truly amusing. Zhao Wenyu stated that he would step outside directly. Clearly, he exhibited no intention of preparing adequately. Instead, he merely wished to articulate everything he felt necessary to convey, thereby preventing any arising complications. Zhang Qian, initially approaching this with a sense of curiosity, sought to discern her master's current state of affairs. However, upon hearing such words, she began to feel a sense of fear. If his master were to venture outside now, who could possibly predict the ensuing circumstances? Such a reality is beyond the comprehension of a sane individual. Might you refrain from jesting with me? Your words render me utterly unable to accept the situation. Moreover, I find myself at a loss for what to articulate at this moment. Yet, your behavior is undeniably peculiar. Master, if you truly proceed in this manner, who can foretell what may transpire next? Do you not find my reasoning sound? Zhao Wenyu stated candidly. He yearned for someone to comprehend her. Indeed, this was the solitary thought occupying his mind at that moment, leaving little room for further contemplation. Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly, genuinely taken aback by the unfolding circumstances, which he found utterly inconceivable and impossible to accept. Moreover, he found the individuals surrounding him to be particularly amusing. However, the situation was undeniably terrifying, rendering him uncertain of how to proceed. What is the matter? Surely you aren't worried about me? Zhao Wenyu inquired playfully, though for him, such a concern was rather mundane. He merely wished to ascertain whether the situation aligned with her previous imaginings. If so, it would alleviate any potential issues. Zhang Qian smiled, feeling genuinely anxious and at a loss for how to navigate the current predicament. Yet, Zhao Wenyu's behavior was indeed a significant concern for her, one she found difficult to reconcile. I am certainly quite anxious. That much is evident, she replied. Given that I have expressed my thoughts to this extent, you should understand my current mindset. What more is there to discuss? Zhang Qian remarked, hoping Zhao Wenyu would grasp her feelings, thereby preventing any further complications. However, since the conversation had reached such a critical juncture, it seemed unnecessary to prolong it, lest they encounter unforeseen and awkward outcomes. Since you are so anxious at this moment, why not step outside and meet with them on my behalf? After all, you are my first disciple, so I believe it should pose no issue. Do you find my reasoning sound? Zhao Wenyu suggested deliberately, eager to gauge her reaction. He sought to understand how this individual before him would respond, which he found quite intriguing. For a moment, Zhao Wenyu was at a loss for words, feeling an unusual sense of bewilderment, having never anticipated that someone would articulate such sentiments in his presence. If he were truly unafraid, perhaps he would have ventured forth already. Yet, given the current circumstances, which seemed entirely untenable, who could predict what might transpire? Master, if I had the courage to step outside, I wouldn't need to report to you. I could manage this matter perfectly well on my own. However, I must inform you that the situation is far more complex than you perceive. Do you find my assertion reasonable? Zhang Qian elucidated that it was not a matter of unwillingness, rather, he was acutely aware of the appropriate course of action at this juncture, which rendered the situation all the more daunting, one that no one could readily accept. Zhao Wenyu smiled, realizing that ultimately, he would have to confront this matter alone. Otherwise, the outcome remained uncertain. In any case, the entire scenario was profoundly unsettling. It seemed that in the end, it was imperative for him to resolve this issue independently. If that were the case, it became inconsequential. He was confident in his ability to articulate his thoughts at this moment. Rest assured, I will manage this matter with clarity, Zhao Wenyu stated with remarkable composure. He firmly believed that he possessed the means to resolve the matter at hand. Consequently, regardless of the circumstances that might arise, he felt no need for anyone to express concern for him. Zhang Qian, however, remained exceedingly anxious, yet she found herself at a loss for words in that moment. Upon catching sight of Zhao Wenyu's departing figure, she hastily pursued him, for it was the only course of action available to her at that juncture. Master, allow me to accompany you. If I were to remain here alone, it would undoubtedly affect me. Since that is the case, let us venture forth together. This way, no matter what transpires next, I shall be able to cope, and you need not worry, all right? Zhang Qian earnestly proposed. For her, this was a considerable step, and she hoped to garner the support of those around her, believing that such unity would prevent any further complications. Observing Zhang Qian persistently trailing behind him, Zhao Wenyu chose not to speak. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness within, a situation he found utterly unacceptable at that moment, leaving him unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. What is it that you truly desire? Following me and attempting to convey something. Do you find this amusing? If you are so frightened, perhaps it would be better for you to stay in your room. Remaining here with me serves no purpose, Zhao Wenyu directly stated. He was unaware of the true identity of the person before him, yet he found the words being uttered particularly terrifying, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. Consequently, he was at a loss regarding how to proceed in this moment. Zhang Qian was utterly speechless. She had never anticipated that the situation would culminate in such an unacceptable outcome. Initially, her intentions were solely for the benefit of her mentor. Yet she could not fathom that it would lead to a circumstance so intolerable. Master, am I not doing this for your sake? I merely believe that we should have a proper conversation. Beyond that, I harbor no ulterior motives. Why then do you utter such words? Do you genuinely believe that your actions hold any significance? Zhang Qian was exceedingly frustrated. She found herself unable to comprehend her mentor's statements at this juncture and had no desire to listen to his nonsensical ramblings any longer. Zhao Wenyu smiled faintly. Although he could act as if nothing were amiss, it did not imply that he was foolish. Zhang Qian had clearly shown signs of retreat, and such a development was entirely understandable. I genuinely believe your actions are indeed for my benefit. I have no objections to that. However, even with your good intentions, shouldn't we meet others outside? It cannot be that we lack the means to engage with them when they arrive. Do you not find that rather absurd? With that, Zhao Wenyu prepared to take his leave. He remains unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those before him. However, the situation is increasingly intolerable, leaving him at a loss as to what actions he should take at this moment. This predicament is truly perplexing and difficult to accept. Zhang Qian can only follow along, recognizing that this will indeed have some impact on her. Yet, she understands that if she were to act differently now, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, she chooses to remain behind Zhao Wenyu, demonstrating that he harbors no fear at this juncture. It is merely due to certain exceptional circumstances that he feels compelled to proceed in this manner. What more is there to be said about the remaining matters? Without hesitation, Zhao Wenyu approached the entrance, only to discover a solitary figure awaiting his arrival. This individual exuded formidable power, daring to venture here alone. A feat not easily accomplished and certainly beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. The very thought was quite unsettling. "Are you looking for me?" Zhao Wenyu inquired deliberately. He must ascertain whether the individual before him seeks to engage with him. This clarity would naturally avert any complications. Nonetheless, it is imperative that these individuals comprehend his current thoughts, for only then can they approach the matter with significance, rendering the entire situation manageable. The man nodded. Indeed, he was there to seek Zhao Wenyu. Thus, this represented the most genuine state of affairs at this moment, leaving little to discuss. "You are Zhao Wenyu, are you not?" The man inquired without hesitation, merely wishing to confirm the identity of the person before him. This knowledge would bear no adverse impact on him. At the very least, understanding who stood before him was quite satisfactory. The remaining circumstances were of no concern to him. "Indeed, I am Zhao Wenyu. What is it that you wish to convey? Please, enlighten me on the purpose of your visit today," Zhao Wenyu replied candidly. He merely wishes to comprehend the true motives behind the presence of those who seek him. If he could ascertain this, all misunderstandings would dissipate. "Today, I come with the hope of engaging in a meaningful conversation with you. Of course, if you would be so gracious as to grant me this favor, I would like you to accompany me away from this place." Suddenly, this individual turned to Zhao Wenyu and spoke, leaving Zhao momentarily speechless. He found himself utterly perplexed by the intentions of this person. Was it not rather absurd to utter such words at this juncture? "You expect me to leave with you? Surely, you must be jesting. Furthermore, how could such a proposition even be conceivable? Your audacity in making such a statement leaves me utterly astounded," Zhao Wenyu replied directly. He was truly perplexed about the intentions of these individuals at this moment. Yet, there lingered a peculiar sense of unease within him, one that he found difficult to dismiss. "If you do not wish for me to accompany you in your departure, then this matter shall remain unresolved. Given that I am already here, I hope you might exhibit a modicum of discernment. Having expressed so much, it is only natural that I seek your support," he stated bluntly. This was no small feat for him, thus he yearned for someone to comprehend his plight. Achieving that would be a commendable outcome. Zhao Wenyu, however, would never contemplate leaving with this individual. Even if he understood the person's ulterior motives, he would not easily fall into their trap. Should someone wish to inflict harm upon him, they would certainly need to confront him on his own territory. There was no way he would willingly walk into a snare at this juncture. It was utterly ludicrous. "What skills do you possess? Do you truly believe that you can compel me to leave at this moment? It seems your aspirations are rather inflated. Allow me to elucidate my current thoughts. I trust you will come to grasp my entire perspective," Zhao Wenyu asserted without hesitation. This was a significant declaration for him, as he hoped someone would grasp the essence of his thoughts at this time, thereby averting any potential issues that might leave him uncertain about his next steps. "My capabilities need not be disclosed to you. However, I wish for you to understand my sentiments and hope that you will accompany me back now, to prevent unforeseen consequences in the future. Do you comprehend?" The individual fixed a threatening gaze upon Zhao Wenyu once more. He certainly wished for someone to comprehend his thoughts. However, Zhao Wenyu found it utterly indifferent. "The words you now utter hold no significance for me and leave me utterly speechless. Thus, your statements bear no relevance to this matter. Have I not already made it clear? I cannot possibly accompany you," Zhao Wenyu stated directly. He could never possibly leave with this individual. Thus, regardless of the circumstances that may unfold in the end, he would not allow this matter to persist any longer. This person had not anticipated that Zhao Wenyu's reaction would be so vehement, which left him utterly unable to comprehend the situation, unsure of what to articulate. Nevertheless, this incident would no longer bear any significance for him. "Do not burden me with your superfluous words. I will not so easily let you off the hook. Since I am here, I undoubtedly harbor my own intentions, and I hope for your understanding." The individual wore an expression of brazen provocation. It was evident that he had to take Zhao Wenyu with him when he left. However, Zhao Wenyu was no fool. How could he easily comply with someone else's demands? A faint smile graced Zhao Wenyu's lips, indicating that he had dismissed the words of this individual entirely. Having already resolved numerous troublesome matters, he was unlikely to concede to anyone else so readily. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome would remain unchanged. Observing Zhao Wenyu's audacious demeanor, those across from him felt a twinge of irritation. It was indeed their first encounter with someone of this nature. Zhao Wenyu, I advise you to remain composed and refrain from arrogance. Otherwise, you will inevitably pay a heavy price for your actions. Do not mistake my words for jest. I trust you can discern the gravity of my meaning, warned the fierce-looking man, his demeanor suggesting he believed he had complete control over the situation, speaking without leaving any room for negotiation. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found it utterly amusing. He could not help but chuckle, as the man's words were simply too entertaining, leading him to question what this individual truly intended. It was preposterous. Zhao Wenyu detested threats from others, particularly in the present circumstances. It was absurd for someone who had never crossed paths with him to suddenly issue threats. What warranted such behavior? It was rather comical. In truth, I most abhor your threats. If you have something to say, you may express it directly now. I would have no objections. But your silence is rather uncomfortable for me. Why should I follow you? Zhao Wenyu's tone was decidedly displeased. If he were to be persuaded to accompany this man, there ought to be a compelling reason. Otherwise, what was the point? It was simply laughable. Upon hearing these words, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He clearly did not anticipate anyone speaking to him in such a manner, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he understood that it was entirely normal for Zhao Wenyu to refuse to follow him. Do not blame me for being impolite. I have given you a choice. If you are unwilling to comply, I will have no choice but to resort to force, the man declared, advancing towards Zhao Wenyu. It was apparent he had come fully prepared, moving with a rhythmic determination that betrayed his readiness. Hearing this, Zhao Wenyu merely smiled. He was not intimidated in the slightest. After all, this is his territory. How could he possibly choose to concede so easily, especially with two disciples by his side? Such an outcome is utterly implausible, rendering the situation quite comical. What are your intentions? Do you not find yourself rather ridiculous? Should you dare to take another step forward, I assure you, soon enough, not even the ones to collect your remains will be found. Zhao Wenyu directly issued this threat, though he often refrained from uttering such harsh words. However, faced with such shamelessness, he was left with little choice. The individual before him, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Wenyu's words, continued to advance, clearly dismissing him as inconsequential. He appeared to harbor an inflated sense of self-importance. Observing this person's demeanor, Zhao Wenyu felt no desire to utter another word. Any further dialogue would be futile. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to confront him head-on, for Zhao wished to ascertain the extent of this person's formidable energy, daring to spout nonsense in his presence. Zhao's lips curled downward. This person was now testing his limits. Should he press on, the consequences were uncertain. Witnessing Zhao Wenyu's resolve, Zhang Qian had long since prepared for battle, understanding that her master would never yield easily. Now that the situation had escalated, it fell upon her to address a series of challenges on behalf of her master. If you wish to proceed, you must first pass through me. Only after overcoming me will this matter be resolved. Otherwise, your attempts to advance will be utterly futile, Zhang Qian declared with unwavering confidence. She believed in her own immense power and felt assured that the opponent would think twice before challenging her. However, it was evident that the adversary did not take Zhang Qian's words to heart. He had never perceived Zhao Wenyu or his disciple as a threat. This was his genuine belief at that moment. He had no intention of engaging in further discourse. Who do you think you are? Just one insignificant individual cannot possibly intimidate me. I am not speaking idly. Let us put our abilities to the test. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. In that case, there will be no further issues, the individual provocatively remarked. He is merely acting with intention, seeking to articulate such words, while simultaneously desiring to observe what circumstances may unfold thereafter. Zhang Qian initially spoke without much thought, never anticipating that such an outcome would truly arise. She quietly shifted her gaze to Zhao Wenyu. Regardless, Zhao Wenyu remains her master, and she naturally cannot confront her mentor directly. Ultimately, issues will still surface, and it may be preferable to proceed in a manner aligned with her own desires. What on earth is going on? Do you not find this approach utterly ridiculous? I can resolve this matter on my own. Is there truly a need for you disciples to intervene? Zhao Wenyu declared, pushing Zhang Qian behind her. After all, as a master, she possesses certain methods to address the problems at hand, and what remains is inconsequential to her. In that moment, Zhang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the challenges presented, realizing that encountering such an individual was the greatest fortune of her life. She remained uncertain about what circumstances might arise next. Nonetheless, Everything seemed inconsequential to her now. Master, can you manage on your own? If it becomes too difficult, please allow me to assist you, for this matter is indeed quite troublesome for both of us, Zhao Wenyu said softly. He still harbored the hope of being able to assist Zhao Wenyu, yet Zhao Wenyu had resolutely made up his mind. Once he had determined a course of action, no further complications would arise, and such behavior was entirely natural. I can manage this on my own, so there is no need for you to elaborate further. It is already quite a feat for me to articulate my thoughts to this extent, so please refrain from saying more, lest we encounter unforeseen consequences, Zhao Wenyu cautioned. At this moment, his sole desire was for someone to comprehend his considerations. The rest was of little consequence. Zhang Qian had initially intended to voice additional thoughts, but now she could only cast aside her own ideas, convinced of Zhao Wenyu's considerable capabilities. Otherwise, he would never dare to utter such words before her. With their thoughts now aligned, there was no reason to prolong any discomfort. The matter had reached a point where further discussion seemed unnecessary. Seeing Zhang Qian's demeanor, Zhao Wenyu smiled, aware that everything was within his control. No matter what transpired thereafter, there was no need for fear, as long as he could grasp his own thoughts. The remaining matters were trivial. So, have you made your decision? If you have, perhaps we can converse meaningfully at this juncture. However, if you find yourself at a loss for words, I truly cannot predict what might unfold, and I hope you can understand my position, the individual reiterated. Since he has expressed himself to such an extent, he naturally hopes to garner the support of everyone. This is his genuine desire at this moment. Rather than stemming from any other motives, Zhao Wenyu initially perceived this individual as exceptionally formidable, and thus felt no fear within himself. However, upon suddenly hearing such words, he found them somewhat amusing. The statements made by this person seemed rather entertaining at present, even evoking a sense of helplessness in him, as he was uncertain about what actions he should take. In truth, I had always believed you to be quite impressive. Yet I never anticipated that you would utter such a phrase. It truly strikes me as rather absurd, leaving me at a loss for words. I genuinely find you intriguing. Do you perhaps have someone backing you? Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. He is acutely aware of the challenges surrounding this matter, which only deepens his conviction that there are unseen forces at play. Given the current circumstances, such beliefs seem entirely reasonable. And it is perhaps best not to dwell further on the subject to avoid inadvertently provoking unforeseen consequences that could lead to an awkward situation. Since you have made such assertions at this moment, allow me to disclose that I indeed have a formidable figure behind me. I sincerely hope that, at this juncture, we can afford to lose a little. Otherwise, should our leader become aware of this, I cannot guarantee what repercussions may unfold in the near future. I trust you will understand. This individual spoke candidly. He has now reached a point where he articulates his thoughts with such clarity that it is only natural for him to seek the support of everyone. This, in itself, is quite commendable. Zhao Wenyu merely intended to express his views, but was taken aback by how these individuals could elevate the conversation to such an extent, leaving him in a state of disbelief. He found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed in the face of such intriguing characters. Their antics were simply too much for him to bear. Do you truly believe that your actions hold any significance? I am at a loss regarding what I should do. Even if you were to reveal your leader's identity, it would matter not to me. I harbor no fear of them, as they do not even factor into my considerations. Thus, conversing with me on such matters is essentially futile, Zhao Wenyu stated bluntly. In truth, the adversary's leader is quite formidable, but what of it? Ultimately, it bears no relevance to him. Given this understanding, there seems little reason to prolong the discussion, lest it lead to an awkward situation that he would find intolerable. The other party had anticipated that unveiling the mastermind behind the scenes would instill greater fear in Zhao Wenyu, yet they had miscalculated. The individual standing before them was indeed a force to be reckoned with. No amount of persuasion would alter their perspective on the matter. This entire exchange had become exceedingly awkward, and yet there was little more to be said. I had believed I could uncover your hidden puppeteer, yet I find myself confronted with such an outcome at the end, which I simply cannot accept. I am left wondering what it is you truly wish to achieve at this moment, Zhao Wenyu remarked with deliberate intent. He merely wished to inquire, to ascertain the thoughts of others at this juncture, thereby preventing any potential issues from arising. However, none could have anticipated that such a situation would ultimately manifest. The problems that had arisen were far beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to resolve. Should you choose to accompany me? It would naturally lead to an audience with our leader, a perfectly reasonable expectation. Yet, if you are entirely unwilling, It is likely that this territory will soon belong to our leader, and by then, you would find yourself bereft of any opportunity for regret. I truly find myself at a loss as to how to persuade you." As he spoke, he erupted into hearty laughter. Clearly, at this moment, he was brimming with confidence. Yet, amid this self-assuredness lay a hint of apprehension, a nuance that Zhao Wenyu keenly perceived. He understood that everyone was essentially placing their bets. Given this, what reason did he have to be so troubled? Even if this individual sought to manipulate the situation further, as long as he did not acknowledge it, no further issues would likely arise. Is that so? Zhao Wenyu feigned ignorance, fully aware of the underlying dynamics. He undoubtedly recognized that this individual was backed by a formidable power, which explained their presence at this moment to seek him out. However, this was not the reason she chose to accompany such individuals. If that were the case, what significance would her presence hold? Rather than allowing such an event to unfold, it would be far preferable to prevent it altogether. Why should one engage in actions that are utterly unacceptable? Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's unexpected turn of events, the person immediately became intrigued, undoubtedly believing that Zhao Wenyu would comply with his demands. In that scenario, why would there be any cause for concern? Everything was solely within his contemplation, and he was confident that no other issues would arise. As long as you agree to follow me, our leader will undoubtedly be by your side. You need not worry about that. I have made my intentions clear to this extent, so what is there to fear? He reiterated hastily. Yet, the rapidity of his speech instilled doubt in Zhao Wenyu's heart. He had never encountered someone quite like this. Even in the present circumstances, it evoked a sense of shock, leaving him uncertain about the appropriate course of action. Are not the words you speak mere trivialities? The depth to which you have expressed yourself is beyond my acceptance, leaving me at a loss. If I were to follow you, who could assure the safety of my life? Zhao Wenyu inquired deliberately. He was acutely aware that as soon as he departed, his demise would be inevitable. By then, his entire domain would be left without leadership, inevitably allowing others to seize the opportunity. This was an understanding that anyone could easily grasp. Thus, he felt little need to elaborate further, for the situation had already laid itself bare before everyone. Yet, in this moment, he was resolutely unwilling to let such a scenario unfold. His brow furrowed. Indeed, Zhao Wenyu's words held a degree of truth. However, since he had arrived, he was compelled to find a way to fulfill his own mission. After all, what was the purpose of his coming here? Naturally, he had his own thoughts on the matter. Regardless of what others wished to convey to him, the ultimate outcome remained consistent. All of this was already encapsulated within his own contemplation, and there was no need for further discussion. I understand all that you have said, he remarked. I am also aware of the circumstances that will likely unfold in the near future. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. So you need not worry about that. He cast a calm glance at Zhao Wenyu, speaking as if he truly could guarantee her safety, and that no unforeseen incidents would arise. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found the situation utterly ludicrous, given that his territory was on the brink of falling into others' hands. What purpose did negotiation serve? It struck him as absurd, far beyond the realm of rational consideration. Such a notion was simply terrifying to contemplate. Surely you jest. For how could that be possible? He retorted. This is an occurrence that is nearly inconceivable. If you possess the ability to safeguard my safety, then I hereby appoint you as my strategist, Zhao Wenyu said with deliberate irony. He understood that all of this was impossible, which is precisely why he deliberately uttered such a statement. He was eager to observe how this individual would react at this moment. The gaze directed at him by this person instilled a sense of unease within Zhao Wenyu. He couldn't shake the feeling that this individual possessed a rather extraordinary background. Or perhaps he truly was the mastermind behind the scenes. Regardless, he realized that he must decisively clarify matters to avert any potential complications. Why do you regard me with such a gaze at this moment? Are you perhaps unwilling to accept your role as my strategist? Zhao Wenyu inquired provocatively. He merely sought to test the waters, curious about the true intentions of this individual, believing that such an inquiry might aid him in resolving his own dilemmas. However, at that moment, the man responded with a cold smile, indicating that Zhao Wenyu had perhaps underestimated the complexity of the situation. He was no fool, and it was utterly implausible for him to fall into such a trap so easily. This was an event that could never occur. The man furrowed his brow, fully aware that Zhao Wenyu's words were a challenge to his limits, a sentiment he could not dismiss. Yet, he still felt there was potential for collaboration between them. Are you merely trying to ascertain whether I have support behind me? I can assure you I do. However, This has no bearing on you. You need only focus on your own responsibilities. Should I also burden you with my affairs? The man wore an expression of resignation. Zhao Wenyu's intentions were rather overt, to the point of evoking a slight distaste in him. He had not anticipated that this individual could be so astute, a realization that had never crossed his mind before. He had assumed that a simple probe would ensnare his opponent. It was now evident that he had underestimated this person, whose capabilities were certainly on par with their own, far beyond what could be easily controlled. If you have someone backing you, let them come and speak with me. It is pointless for you to engage in this conversation, as we have little of substance to discuss. This is the foremost message I wish to convey to you, Zhao Wenyu stated, his gaze fixed on Zhitian. This was his singular thought at that moment, hoping for mutual recognition to avert any undesirable circumstances. Indeed, I do have support, but it is unlikely that they will personally engage in discussions with you. Ultimately, I must designate a representative. Are you dissatisfied with me? Would you prefer a different individual? The man spoke with a hint of provocation. If Zhao Wenyu found him lacking, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. Yet, at that juncture, Zhao Wenyu was at a loss for words. It was not that he was displeased with this man, but rather that he felt it unwise to proceed in such a manner, and this was his sole concern at present. Since you have backing, I naturally wish to converse with them. Engaging with you serves no purpose. You cannot solidify anything on their behalf, and your ambition to encroach upon my territory is utterly unattainable. If necessary, we shall meet head-on, for only then might we discern who truly reigns supreme. Zhao Wenyu articulated with remarkable composure. For him, preparation was paramount, and the man's underlying motives were of no consequence to him. He was focused solely on what lay ahead. It is merely a matter of employing one's own methods to ultimately sidestep the issue, postponing for another day as needed. Only after affording oneself ample preparation will one be free from further complications. You may leave now, if you please, Zhao Wenyu advised, gazing at the individual. He was devoid of any thoughts, merely wishing for this individual to depart at the swiftest pace. In doing so, it would naturally alleviate any complications. Unexpected outcomes often arise, and such scenarios can be rather awkward. What if I choose not to leave? The expression on his face darkened suddenly. He had no intention of heeding Zhao Wenyu's words. Having ventured alone into this territory, he could not possibly exhibit fear. That was the most fundamental consideration at this moment. Zhao Wenyu had never anticipated that this person would be so oblivious to the situation. He had never contemplated the emergence of such circumstances, which left him in a state of unacceptability, yet he found himself at a loss for further words. Given this, he had no choice but to take action. If you refuse to leave, then I shall have to adopt a more forceful approach. I am fully aware that such conduct is far from commendable, but in pursuit of my own tranquility, this is the only course of action available to me at this time. The rest is no longer your concern, is it? As Zhao Wenyu spoke, he advanced directly, signaling Zhang Qian with a glance. Zhang Qian swiftly grasped the signal relayed by her master. Fully aware of the necessary steps to take next, there was no need for haste in this matter. Stealthily, Zhang Qian proceeded to the rear, her singular task being to search the courtyard for all necessary individuals, including Zhitian, who must also emerge to assist him. Only then could they avert any potential issues. Otherwise, the situation could escalate beyond prediction. Observing Zhang Qian retreating, the individual revealed a chilling smile, sensing that he need not exert much effort. Fate had already granted him the opportunity to deal with his adversary. This was a remarkably straightforward affair, and there was no need for further deliberation on what would follow. In truth, I find your words to be quite moving. However, I can assure you that today you will not succeed in driving me away. Should you doubt my assertion, feel free to test it. The tone of this individual was undeniably arrogant. He scarcely regarded Zhao Wenyu, believing that, at this juncture, the entire affair held little significance for him. As long as he felt capable of resolving the issues at hand, they were mere trifles. Suddenly confronted with such a statement, Zhao Wenyu became acutely aware of certain truths. He recognized that the individual speaking possessed an underlying rationale for his words. Clearly, the situation had escalated to a point beyond his control. For reasons unknown, Zhao Wenyu continued to furrow his brow, overwhelmed by the sheer terror this matter evoked within him. He was utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Yet, the intricacies of the situation remained profoundly perplexing. What formidable influence did this person wield? And what emboldened them to act in such a manner when faced with such a predicament? This was not a matter that a reasonable person could simply resolve. Who could guarantee what outcomes might arise? There's no need for further contemplation. the person remarked. I have my own thoughts on the matter. Thus, your words at this moment are utterly futile. Moreover, having articulated my stance to this extent, I hope you can comprehend my current mindset. The remaining details are inconsequential. I indeed possess a formidable identity, so there is no need for your concern. Is that understood? This was the singular thought occupying his mind at that moment. He yearned for someone to grasp his predicament, for such understanding would avert unforeseen complications and prevent any embarrassing outcomes. This individual was undeniably impressive, and Zhao Wenyu could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. The situation rendered him acutely uncomfortable, leaving him at a loss for words. Your willingness to speak to me in this manner is quite perplexing, he admitted. I find myself uncertain about what course of action to take right now. However, I simply wish for you to understand my current perspective. If you can enlist those around you to engage with me, I assure you, there will be no issues. Yet, if you are truly unable to find anyone nearby, I cannot predict what may transpire in the near future, Zhao Wenyu murmured softly. His ability to act as he does now is indeed commendable. Thus, he hopes that someone might comprehend his thoughts, as this understanding would facilitate the resolution of the issues at hand, sparing him from unforeseen consequences, an outcome he would rather avoid. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu express this sentiment, the individual merely smiled faintly, perhaps recognizing the validity of Zhao's words. However, for him, such matters were no longer of significance. They were not what he truly needed at this moment, for no one could predict the circumstances that might arise. Yet, it is entirely natural for certain matters to be difficult to accept. Do not deceive me any longer. I comprehend everything you have conveyed. I am aware that you wish to elucidate something through this situation. However, I merely wish for you to understand my perspective and acknowledge my thoughts. That would suffice. The rest is inconsequential. Do you truly believe it necessary to engage in this dialogue with me at this time? The individual stated coldly. It is commendable that he is able to act in such a manner now. The remaining matters seem trivial, since events have unfolded to this extent. There is no necessity to pursue them further. Zhao Wenyu suddenly became aware that something was amiss. He certainly understood that this individual was fundamentally different from those he had encountered previously. At the very least, he possessed numerous remarkable skills, a fact that should be readily apparent to anyone. It is quite normal under these circumstances. What is most crucial now is to observe what considerations will arise among everyone in the near future. Before Zhao Wenyu could utter another word, he noticed a crowd had gathered behind him, witnessing the scene. He smiled with a sense of authority. This was the outcome he required at this moment. With so many individuals around him, there was little left to worry about. However, at that moment, the opposing party suddenly erupted into laughter. He possesses the remarkable ability to discern character. It was evident to Zhao Wenyu that the individuals behind him lacked any significant prowess, a fact that required no further elaboration. Given that circumstances had unfolded to such a degree, he was already acutely aware of the appropriate course of action that lay ahead. Thus, this matter held little consequence. The derisive laughter from the other party left Zhao Wenyu feeling somewhat exasperated, and he found himself struggling to comprehend the motivation behind their laughter. What could possibly provoke such behavior? Was it truly their intention to conduct an interview in this manner? Such conduct was hardly acceptable for a rational individual. What exactly do you aim to achieve? Do you not realize how ludicrous your actions appear? Moreover, your behavior has become intolerable, leaving me at a loss for words. You seem rather peculiar, Zhao Wenyu remarked, gazing at the person across from him. At this moment, he harbors no particular thoughts regarding the matter at hand. Thus, he yearns for someone to comprehend her current sentiments. Beyond that, there is little more to articulate. Gaining the understanding of others is already a considerable challenge. I harbor no desires, and as for the detritus behind you, do they truly deserve to share my company? Have you even considered whether they are my match? I find myself at a loss for words, and your behavior strikes me as rather amusing. With that, he approached Zhao Wenyu, clearly dismissing her entirely, showing no concern that this situation might pose any issue for him. Witnessing such a scene left Zhao Wenyu momentarily speechless. This was certainly not how she envisioned things would unfold. Yet, it rendered her bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed in the forthcoming moments. Is there anything you need me to do? Zhang Qian boldly stepped forward. At this juncture, she felt she had no recourse but to express her thoughts fully. Leaving little else to say, given that events had escalated to this point, there seemed little reason for further discourse. Observing Zhang Qian's self-deprecating demeanor, Zhao Wenyu found it somewhat humorous. Although he recognized that his actions might not be entirely appropriate, he was equally bewildered by the situation which was undeniably unacceptable. Yet he felt unsure of how to act. Regardless, the situation had reached this stage, leaving little room for further discussion. Enough, do not concern yourself further. As for how circumstances have devolved to this point, you need not fret. Now that we have reached this juncture in our conversation, I am aware of how I ought to proceed, and you need not worry about the rest. I have articulated my thoughts to this extent. What is there left to fear? Zhao Wenyu stated, beckoning Zhang Qian to step behind him. For him, this was undoubtedly a challenging moment. Thus, irrespective of the state of affairs, it was essential to convey everything he needed to say, preventing any unforeseen complications. For such an outcome would be intolerable for any reasonable individual. Do you truly believe you can manage the foul company surrounding you? You ought to recognize who I am, he remarked with a mischievous grin. He understood the true nature of the entire situation, yet he found it deeply unsettling, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. It was a scenario that no ordinary person could easily accept, necessitating a period of calm contemplation. Initially, Zhang Qian intended to withdraw, but upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's remarks, she felt utterly helpless. Suddenly confronted with such a statement, she struggled to comprehend how anyone could entertain such notions. It was undeniably absurd, far beyond what a rational person could tolerate. Who could predict the unfolding events? Who dares to call someone a rotten fish or a stinky shrimp? Please think critically before you speak. My words carry weight, Zhang Qian exclaimed, her frustration palpable. She was at a loss for resolution, and the situation left her feeling increasingly conflicted and speechless. Zhao Wenyu never anticipated that matters would escalate to such an uncontrollable extent, rendering him speechless. He had long formulated his thoughts on the issue, and further discussion seemed unnecessary to avoid any unforeseen and awkward outcomes. How can you speak of a woman in such a manner? My friend, your actions are rather unbecoming, and it's no surprise the situation has reached this point. You truly are quite laughable, Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. No one foresaw the events spiraling into such a chaotic scenario. However, with the circumstances at hand, there was little point in prolonging the matter, as it risked rendering the situation irreparable. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found the absurdity of the situation amusing. He could hardly believe it had come to this. He felt a sense of disbelief, unsure of how to navigate the current predicament. The behavior of those around him was indeed intolerable, and he found himself at a loss for words. Your actions are something I cannot accept, and it leaves me uncertain about what to say. The two of you need not further entangle yourselves in this issue. I've expressed my thoughts clearly, and I certainly possess my own opinions. If it comes to it, let this woman accompany me. It is not out of the question. As he spoke, he moved towards Zhang Qian, but she found it increasingly difficult to endure his advances, feeling as though he did not regard her at all. Was he truly the kind of person to treat her in such a manner? This left him utterly at a loss for words, bordering on the absurd. Could you possibly refrain from using your clumsy hands? I truly do not know what to say, he admitted. However, I cannot fathom the idea of us remaining silent. As I believe there is little left for us to discuss, Zhang Qian remarked with evident disdain. She found it intolerable to be in the company of this individual, which naturally led to such an uncomfortable situation. Yet, this was no longer solely a matter for him to bear. It required both parties to engage in a meaningful conversation. Please, you may leave for now. Rest assured, I will manage this situation in my own way, so there is no need for you to worry about it, Zhao Wenyu said, waving his hand dismissively at Zhang Qian. He hoped that Zhang Qian could comprehend the true meaning behind his words. Only then could the two of them address the pertinent issues at hand, thereby preventing any further complications. Zhang Qian, filled with reluctance, stepped back, her current dissatisfaction palpable. Yet she found herself powerless to alter the situation. Since her master had already made his intentions clear, there was nothing more to be said, even in her unwillingness. Are these lands truly yours, my disciple? The man inquired with a wicked grin. His thoughts diverged significantly from those of Zhao Wenyu. Upon hearing such a statement, Zhao Wenyu found it utterly unacceptable. After all, his disciple was undeniably his own. This inquiry left him in a state of disbelief, pondering what this individual aimed to prove through such provocations. What could possibly be said in response? Zhao Wenyu's patience had reached its limit. He had no desire to stir trouble at such a crucial juncture, yet the circumstances had escalated beyond his control. If this continued, he could not guarantee what unforeseen events might unfold. Observing that Zhao Wenyu's forbearance had been thoroughly strained, the individual smiled with satisfaction. For this was precisely the outcome he sought at this moment. As long as Zhao Wenyu's threshold of tolerance could be pushed to its extremes, he was already aware of how to proceed in the ensuing moments. However, this matter held little significance for him. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, finding these individuals exceedingly peculiar, rendering him unable to accept the situation. Suddenly confronted with such an ordeal, he felt overwhelmed, uncertain of what might transpire next. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Zhao Wenyu asked, his voice laced with anger. He must now master all the information to take appropriate action, otherwise, should he commit any misdeed, he would find it utterly unbearable, an embarrassment he could scarcely endure. Zhao Wenyu is now entirely unable to resist the mounting pressure. Although he cannot fathom how the situation has escalated to such an extent, it nonetheless renders him incapable of maintaining control. Those nearby, witnessing Zhao Wenyu's demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This was the outcome they had anticipated. For so long, their objective had been to provoke Zhao Wenyu into losing his composure. And if that were to happen, it would indeed be splendid. Zhao Wenyu is no fool. He is acutely aware that he must not fall so easily into their trap, as doing so would lead to unnecessary repercussions for him. Seeing the individual across from him, who exuded an air of superiority, left Zhao Wenyu at a loss for words. Yet he understood that succumbing to their manipulation would be a grave error, one he must avoid to prevent unforeseen consequences. Are you not? Zhao Wenyu finally inquired. He was initially reluctant to act in such a manner, yet given the current circumstances, it was imperative that he expeditiously expel this individual. Should matters persist as they were, unforeseen consequences might indeed arise, rendering the situation unnecessary. Why should I choose to depart? To me, it is of little consequence whether I stay or go. Thus, your actions towards me hold little significance. I shall absolutely not choose to leave, the individual declared with unwavering confidence. At this juncture, he would certainly not opt to depart. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome would remain unchanged. Zhao Wenyu had completely lost his patience. He had no desire to resort to violence. However, under relentless pressure from others, he found himself devoid of any alternatives. Bring him down. With Zhao Wenyu's command, two of his disciples surged forward. Since their master had a need, they were obliged to stand by his side, ensuring they provided the necessary assistance to prevent any intolerable situations from arising. Upon noticing the two women approaching him, the individual smirked, for he held a disdainful view of women. In his mind, Zhao Wenyu's actions were a blatant disregard for him. How could he possibly be dismissed with mere women? Yet, was Zhao Wenyu truly the type to perceive him in such a light? You are rather disrespectful, are you not? You think these two hags can drive me away? Have you even considered whether they possess the means to do so? I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. The individual retorted angrily. He certainly felt that Zhao Wenyu looked down upon him, yet Zhao Wenyu merely smiled. Although he could not guarantee that his land would successfully drive the other party away, he believed these two individuals were, thus far, the only ones he could place his trust in. Perhaps he himself had no viable means to intervene directly. Given that the situation had escalated to such an extent, there was little more to be said. Surely you cannot be jesting with me. Do you not realize how inappropriate your actions are? What grievance do you hold against women? Do you truly believe that a woman cannot manage you? Such a notion is quite astonishing, Zhao Wenyu deliberately reiterated. He chose to disregard what these people might be thinking at this moment. However, this matter indeed touched upon his bottom line, rendering it utterly unacceptable to him. How could I possibly jest with you? If those two women can expel me, I shall never return. Yet, if they are unable to drive me away, you must follow me. Can you manage that? This individual threatened Zhao Wenyu. Zhao Wenyu had never anticipated that they would wager such a gamble at this time. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. Given that the situation had escalated to this extent, he had no choice but to take the risk. Perhaps his two disciples could indeed intimidate the opponent, leading to unforeseen outcomes. In that moment, Zhao Wenyu fell into contemplation. He dared not hastily acquiesce to anyone's demands. What if unforeseen consequences arose? What might transpire next? His two disciples had never acted independently before, and he held no confidence in their capabilities. Thus, there was little more to be said. Observing Zhao Wenyu's silence, Wang Jie lowered his head, astonished that Zhao Wenyu could not guarantee success in this matter. This indicated that the identities of the two disciples were not particularly fearsome, thereby giving Wang Jie an advantage. Other considerations were unnecessary. At that moment, Zhang Qian dared not utter a word either. He was only familiar with theories, having never applied them in practice. How could he then expect his master to acquiesce to the demands? Zhao Wenyu, if you are truly afraid, perhaps we should abandon this wager. Since circumstances have unfolded in this manner, I have no desire to prolong the discussion. If necessary, You may simply accompany me. What more is there to say? Lu Jie remarked pointedly, feeling quite content with this situation. Zhao Wenyu momentarily lost his train of thought, but upon hearing Lu Jie's words, he prepared himself. He chuckled, sensing the condescension directed at him, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. You underestimate me far too much. If I have the courage to let my two disciples face you in battle, I naturally believe they possess the means to handle you. Individuals like you are hardly worth my consideration. It is merely that, given the current circumstances, I am uncertain of how to articulate my thoughts. Zhao Wenyu declared confidently, fully aware that his words might bear little weight at this juncture. However, he should express his thoughts at the most critical moment, seeking the consensus of everyone. A task that is undeniably challenging. If you could acquiesce to my request at this very moment, it would pose no difficulty for me, as I would then be aware of how to proceed in the forthcoming times. Lu Jie deliberately gazed at Zhao Wenyu as he spoke. He merely wished to ascertain whether the individual before him possessed genuine capabilities or was merely engaged in incessant banter. Only by doing so could he comprehend the nature of the situation that would unfold. Zhao Wenyu had always harbored a profound aversion to being threatened in such a tone, for it could lead to misunderstandings and impede his progress. Nevertheless, he found it utterly intolerable. Could you refrain from casting such a gaze upon me and speaking in that manner? I have already conveyed my responsibilities clearly. If I permit my disciple to act in this way, it is without any doubt. Might you cease this farcical behavior? Zhao Wenyu declared resolutely. With circumstances having reached such a juncture, there was little left to articulate. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased that Zhao Wenyu had acquiesced to his demands. Otherwise, he would not have articulated such sentiments at this moment. Yet, to him, this matter was of little consequence. Even if everyone proceeded as suggested, what difference would it make? It appears you have already grasped my intentions and are aware of my current desires. In light of this, I shall refrain from further discourse. Let us proceed to test our mettle, Lu Jie proclaimed, preparing for the confrontation, his demeanor eliciting a sense of discomfort. Observing Lu Jie's readiness for battle, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of worry, yet he had little to say. He trusted that his two disciples would not act in a manner that would bring him disappointment. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian found herself suddenly engulfed in a wave of unease. This was the first instance in a long time that she encountered such a predicament, and the remarks made left her at a loss for an appropriate course of action. What do you mean by saying this to me now? Surely you do not expect a grown man to contend with these two vulnerable women? Zhao Wenyu suddenly furrowed his brows, intrigued to see if the situation truly mirrored Lu Jie's description. Nonetheless, his words were rather amusing. The sudden utterance left Lu Jie increasingly incredulous. In this unfamiliar territory, he was already at a disadvantage, lacking the advantage of time, location, and support, and now he was being threatened in such a manner. He was truly at a loss for what actions to take. Surely, the situation need not escalate to such an extent. It was already profoundly unfair for him to confront the personal challenge alone, let alone adding another individual to the fray. What do you mean by this? Lu Jie, gazing at Zhao Wenyu, spoke with palpable anger. He found himself perplexed by the true meaning behind Zhao Wenyu's words. Naturally, before confronting such a matter, one must reflect thoroughly. It was unreasonable for him to be subjected to such remarks without even an opportunity to resist. Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly. He certainly could not allow two fragile women to engage in direct conflict. After all, who could guarantee what unforeseen events might unfold thereafter? Such actions were not those of a rational individual, and few could assure themselves of the possible ramifications. I cannot permit these two to face off, Zhao Wenyu asserted. They are merely delicate women. To proceed in such a manner would weigh heavily on my conscience. It seems best to let this matter rest. I find myself unable to accept this situation, leaving me at a loss for words. Zhao Wenyu took the initiative to express his thoughts. Given the circumstances had escalated to this extent, it was imperative for him to act according to his convictions. What do you truly mean? Please enlighten me, for I need to determine how to proceed from here. If your intention is for these two to follow my lead in this venture, I can assure you that it is an utterly implausible scenario. Do not mistake my words for jest. I have conveyed my thoughts clearly. I merely wish to understand your perspective at this juncture. Lu Jie regarded Zhao Wenyu, unwavering in his resolve. If Zhao Wenyu insisted on deceiving him to such an extent, he could not accept it. He simply longed for guidance on how to navigate the present circumstances. Observing Zhang Qian with her head bowed in silence, Zhao Wenyu realized that this issue was indeed proving to be exceedingly difficult to resolve. Their true abilities had long been laid bare before everyone. leaving no one certain of what circumstances might arise in the future. Such uncertainty is, of course, rather awkward. Surely, you are not feeling timid, are you? If that is the case, we certainly have the opportunity to discuss this matter thoroughly, even if you wish to reconsider your stance at this moment. It is not out of the question. After all, I have already articulated my thoughts to this extent, leaving little else to be said. Lu Jie remarked to Zhao Wenyu with deliberate intent. He simply wished to test the true capabilities of these two individuals. Zhao Wenyu, of course, was reluctant to concede his own inadequacies. Moreover, with the presence of these two women by his side, they could certainly alleviate some of the pressure. Was that clear to everyone? So tell me, how can we compete in a manner that would bring you joy? As long as you articulate it, I shall comply. Zhao Wenyu asserted. Given the circumstances, he felt he had little choice but to proceed according to his own stipulations. Lu Jie had anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would be exceedingly intimidated by him, believing this would place everything within his grasp. However, he was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. In my opinion, you should allow both of them to join forces, as that might render the competition a tad more equitable for both of us. Yet, if you insist on pitting me against them alone, I fear I shall be unable to endure, Lu Jie declared without hesitation. He believed that he could handle two women with his own capabilities. For him, it was of little consequence. His only fear lay in the possibility that he might find himself utterly ineffectual in the future. This thought inevitably stirred discomfort within him. Yet who could predict the outcomes of various situations? Zhao Wenyu shifted his gaze to Lu Jie, recognizing that this matter would indeed impact him. It left him unable to fully accept the reality, as it was far from his expectations. Who could guarantee what circumstances might arise? The situation was undeniably awkward. At that moment, Zhang Qian hesitated to make any move, feeling a sense of unease regarding the unfolding events. If things continued on this path, it could easily lead to unprecedented misunderstandings among them. Given this, there seemed little point in prolonging the discussion. Master, do you believe we can manage this? We currently possess little capability. Your sudden declaration leaves me questioning whether you are jesting with us. I find this utterly unacceptable, Zhang Qian expressed anxiously. Now that the situation had escalated to this extent, he dared not voice further thoughts, fearing he might inadvertently create insurmountable problems for himself. This, too, was quite awkward. Who could assure him of what might transpire? Zhao Wenyu was taken aback, never having anticipated that Zhang Qian would decline his request. Previously, such an idea had never crossed his mind, but now, confronted with this unexpected rejection, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment. He quickly turned his attention to another apprentice, only to find Xiao Long had already turned his face away. In that instant, Zhao Wenyu sensed that everyone's thoughts on this matter were indeed more complex than he had previously assumed. The two individuals beside him might not be capable of handling it. Who could assure him of what might happen next? This was, without a doubt, a rather awkward predicament. I see you two are frightened. You have never behaved this way before. Now that a situation has arisen, are you entirely willing to concede to me? I believe there is little issue in doing so, Lu Jie remarked provocatively. Given that the situation had developed to such a point, there was little left to say. Despite the weight of her words, the reality of the situation rendered further discussion futile. Initially, Zhang Qian had genuinely resolved to relinquish her pursuits. However, she could not endure the condescending tone with which others addressed her. Each time such a tone was directed at her, it felt akin to mockery, no matter the circumstances. She could not permit such a situation to persist. At this juncture, there was no need for further elaboration. Did you truly believe you possessed such prowess? Have you not realized that your actions are utterly intolerable? Moreover, your behavior has undermined my resolve to continue. If you are bested by two women, does that not suggest you have no place in this world? In a moment of fierce conviction, Zhang Qian declared her sentiments. This was her singular thought in the present moment. The occurrence had left everyone feeling speechless. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's declaration, Zhao Wenyu pinned all her hopes on her. He understood that this woman was utterly unyielding, a fact that no one had ever fathomed. Given the current circumstances, there seemed to be little point in further discussion. I am well aware of your unwavering tenacity. I recognized this long ago. Moreover, your attempt to convey such sentiments to me now is somewhat amusing and leaves me feeling rather awkward. Even if you possess such capabilities, it is imperative that we converse only when we are truly competent. It is not sufficient to merely express these sentiments in the present moment, don't you think? Lu Jie declared emphatically. Currently, apart from fervently encouraging himself, Lu Jie finds it challenging to conceive of any viable solutions. Gazing at the overcast sky, He feels a profound sense of unease. He is in a foreign land, and naturally, he cannot be compared to the locals. Should he fail, he fears that there would be no one to claim his remains, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. Noticing Lu Jie's sudden silence, Zhao Wenyu chuckled, understanding that such reticence was quite normal in this context. After all, anyone faced with such circumstances would ponder their future. If Lu Jie could candidly acknowledge his misdeeds, perhaps they could engage in a meaningful dialogue. However, should he utter certain words now, Zhao would find it utterly unacceptable. What is this? Are you contemplating going back on your word? Zhao Wenyu asserted, visibly irate. Should the other party dare to renege, he would certainly not let this individual off easily. The words of Zhao Wenyu jolted Lu Jie back to reality. His silence stemmed from a genuine fear of jeopardizing his wager, which could complicate matters further. What kind of predicament would that create? Yet, given the presence of so many witnesses earlier, he felt he could not say anything more. Otherwise, others might perceive him as utterly inept. Lu Jie sensed he might have fallen into a trap, yet there was no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. In such a scenario, he found himself at a loss for words. Observing Zhao Wenyu's demeanor, Lu Jie lacked the confidence to articulate his thoughts, fearing potential repercussions, which was decidedly unfavorable. Zhao Wenyu had always been decisive in his actions. He could not tolerate the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, which exacerbated his embarrassment and made it difficult for him to rein in his emotions, an entirely unnatural state for anyone. I have always acted with resolute decisiveness. Therefore, encountering this situation with you now is something I cannot accept. Do you agree or not? If not, you may leave at this moment. It's still not too late to reconsider, Zhao Wenyu provocatively stated. He was merely testing the waters earlier, without any substantial thoughts. Thus there is no need to pursue the matter further. Zhao Wenyu, your assertion is quite misguided. I have never expressed any reluctance to comply. Moreover, those individuals beside you hold no significance for me, and I could never bring myself to regard them with any importance. So let us commence. What are we waiting for? Lu Jie remarked with a cold sneer. Since he dared to act in such a manner, he undoubtedly believed that the matter posed no issue. However, Zhao Wenyu felt that the timing was not yet ripe. Consequently, in light of the current circumstances, he could not proceed without first training his disciple. This would ensure a more favorable outcome and prevent his disciple from being utterly bewildered about what he should do. You have afforded us no time for preparation. This, I believe, is quite unfair. At the very least, you ought to grant me some time to ascertain how I should proceed in the forthcoming moments. Otherwise, I find it exceedingly difficult to accept. Zhao Wenyu expressed his demands. This was his sole thought at present. Lu Jie had not anticipated that handling this matter would prove to be so arduous. He had presumed that all situations would be resolved seamlessly. Yet, it was only when such circumstances arose that he realized the complexity of the situation was far beyond his expectations. I truly did not foresee that this issue would escalate to such an extent, leaving me utterly unable to accept it. Your current course of action is indeed quite unfavorable. I cannot endure waiting for you. Are you incapable of handling this? Lu Jie stated angrily. This was his singular thought at the moment. Since Zhao Wenyu was evidently unprepared, this was Lu Jie's opportunity to seize. His chances of success could thus be significantly enhanced. If he were to wait until Zhao Wenyu had genuinely acquired the knowledge, everything would become a substantial challenge for him. Zhao Wenyu was genuinely taken aback by Lu Jie's unexpected cleverness. He had thought he could buy some time, yet he had not anticipated this turn of events. Just as Zhao Wenyu felt utterly helpless and hesitant to act, the system suddenly alerted him, revealing a glimmer of hope. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward of 2 elixirs. With the system's announcement, the 2 elixirs found their way into Zhao Wenyu's pocket. Zhao Wenyu felt somewhat resigned. He was uncertain what effect these 2 small elixirs could possibly have. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the system would not bestow rewards without purpose. Given that he had received such gifts, these elixirs must possess considerable potency. Otherwise, such circumstances would not have arisen. He could comprehend that much. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demands. Since you insist on proceeding now, let us commence. You need only to proceed without regret. Zhao Wenyu promptly altered his stance. Initially, Zhang Qian had thought her master would certainly grant her some time to delay, allowing her to learn something valuable upon returning from her master. However, she never anticipated that within such a brief span of time, her master's ideology had undergone a profound transformation, one that no ordinary individual could readily accept. Master, are you certain? Zhang Qian expressed her exasperation. Observing Zhang Qian's timid demeanor, Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly. He initially perceived himself as having little chance. Yet, upon hearing her words, he found himself devoid of any thoughts. Firmly believing that the system's offerings were undoubtedly the finest and entirely applicable in the present moment. Come here first. I have something of great importance to discuss with you, Zhao Wenyu said, winking at Zhang Qian, hoping his two disciples would approach her side. Witnessing Zhang Qian's eager movements left Zhao Wenyu feeling somewhat speechless. After all, conversing with his disciples was his prerogative. Surely, he had not lost that right entirely. Noticing Lu Jie poised to intervene, Zhao Wenyu approached Lu Jie. Recognizing the necessity to seize control of the situation to avert any unforeseen occurrences. Given that matters had already escalated to this point, it seemed unnecessary to prolong the discourse. Lu Jie, you wouldn't deny me this opportunity, would you? They are my disciples, and it is perfectly reasonable for me to feel anxious in this situation. Is it not permissible for me to share a few words with them? I have not committed any egregious act, if you insist on this. It becomes rather difficult for me to accept, Zhao Wenyu stated, looking at Lu Jie with unwavering resolve. He hoped to gain Lu Jie's understanding, as this would undoubtedly provide significant assistance for his future. In any case, this was a task that everyone must undertake at this moment. Lu Jie had intended to say something further, but upon hearing such words, he attempted to close his mouth, feigning an air of calm. It was only natural. He was not so petty. Besides, could mere words from you truly lead to my downfall? If that were the case, it would indeed be amusing. Lu Jie turned his back, instead projecting an image of remarkable generosity. After all, this was the only consideration at this time, and it was deemed appropriate by all. Zhao Wenyu shook his head in resignation. He truly did not anticipate Lu Jie's unwavering confidence at this moment, which was becoming increasingly difficult for him to bear. Leaving him unsure of how to proceed, Zhao Wenyu hurried to the side of his two disciples. For him, entrusting the task to his disciples was his foremost priority, as only in doing so could he hope for success. Otherwise, should any issues arise, he might find himself unable to maintain control, leading to an undeniably awkward situation. Seeing Zhao Wenyu approach, Lu Jie shook his head in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his master would willingly shoulder such a significant burden for them, especially when they themselves lacked any confidence. Master, what on earth are you thinking? How can you dare to help us bear so much? If we fail, how will you remain in this place afterwards? You must at least explain this to us, Zhang Qian said, utterly speechless. She had never heard her master utter such words before, and now, faced with this revelation, she found it difficult to accept, unsure of how to proceed. This was certainly not something a reasonable person could easily accept. Zhao Wenyu smiled. He had anticipated such concerns from his disciples. However, he felt exasperated, even with their worries. He would not fear what lay ahead, as he was well prepared. Fortunately, the system had endowed him with certain functionalities. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss regarding what might transpire. You two should each consume these 2 pills. This will prevent any issues. If you do not take them, it may inadvertently create unprecedented troubles for everyone. I sincerely hope you can manage this. This is my sole wish for you at this moment. Zhao Wenyu, with a sense of urgency, hastily distributed the items in his hands to the 2 individuals. At this moment, this was their sole thought, and the act itself was indeed commendable. Observing Zhao's anxious demeanor as he handed the 2 elixirs to himself, Meng Lingxing and Zhang Qian exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed in the ensuing moments. This was a situation beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, instilling a profound sense of dread. What are you doing? Do you not realize that these elixirs are utterly ineffective? Zhang Qian expressed her disdain. The opponent appears formidable. What we require is genuine martial prowess, not merely the trivialities you are currently engaged in. She was astounded that her master could conceive of such an approach, which was utterly unbearable for her. And it was undeniably a matter of great concern for everyone involved. Zhang Qian sensed that her master had no viable solutions. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had not anticipated that this situation would provoke such aversion from others regarding his elixirs. Unbeknownst to him, the thoughts swirling in the minds of these individuals were far from ordinary, and the uncertainty of what might transpire next was daunting. What's wrong? Surely you cannot disdain these 2 humble elixirs? Zhao Wenyu asserted confidently. Do not be deceived by their light weight and small size. They possess formidable powers. Should you find yourselves unable to withstand the challenges ahead, summon me, and I shall undoubtedly assist you. Moreover, these elixirs will endow you with remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering you impervious to harm. Though these claims were mere fabrications, he firmly believed that such powers were precisely what the elixirs should possess at this juncture. After all, it was inconceivable that he would consume them without reason. Upon hearing these words, Meng Lingxing was struck with incredulity. She had never envisioned such an occurrence. Nor could she fathom that a mere elixir could wield such formidable capabilities. It is worth noting that they hailed from a lineage of healers, and alchemy had always been a simple and effortless endeavor for her. However, such a situation is indeed something that he finds exceedingly difficult to foresee at this moment, suddenly thrusting him into a realm of disbelief. The skeptical gaze of Meng Lingxing directed at him was also something that Zhao Wenyu found hard to bear. This was undoubtedly a question beyond the grasp of any ordinary individual, and it remained uncertain what circumstances might unfold next. Zhao Wenyu was aware that Meng Lingxing hailed from a prestigious alchemical family, thus she should possess a substantial understanding of such matters, a fact that was quite evident to all. Yet, no one anticipated that things would culminate in this manner, abruptly rendering him speechless. Meng Lingxing, as a member of an esteemed alchemical lineage, you undoubtedly have your insights into these matters. You must sense the implications of my words. I believe it is imperative for us to clarify everything that needs to be said. What do you think? Zhao Wenyu remarked, deliberately addressing Meng Lingxing. This was his singular thought at that moment. He naturally hoped for someone to elucidate the situation, as such clarity would facilitate a more straightforward resolution. Confronted with outcomes he had never envisioned, the predicament was undeniably awkward. Master, although I come from a renowned alchemical family, I cannot fathom the veracity of your claims. It seems as though you are jesting with me. I have never dared to believe that you truly possess such capabilities. Perhaps we should cease this farce. What do you think? Meng Lingxing responded to Zhao Wenyu without a hint of courtesy. He indeed hails from a family of medical practitioners. Yet he feels that no elixir can truly match such capital, despite his daily practice with a plethora of ammunition. Could it be that he possesses no understanding of such matters? If that is the case, then presently he holds no authority to speak. Though the situation has not yet escalated to an insurmountable challenge, Zhao Wenyu never anticipated that Meng Lingxing would exhibit such distrust towards him. After all, he has recently taken on the role of a teacher, and one would expect a semblance of respect befitting his position. Yet, the two disciples by his side seemed to afford him none of the dignity of a mentor, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed in this moment. It is undeniably disheartening. Meng Lingxing, how can you harbor such distrust towards me? After all, I am your teacher. Is this how you repay my guidance? This is rather laughable, don't you think? Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, his frustration palpable. What he detested most was the utter lack of trust from those around him. It was a reality he found utterly intolerable, leaving him at a loss as to how to restrain himself, uncertain of what actions he should take. Meng Lingxing had never anticipated that her master would express such sentiments. Yet, she truly could not believe it. Otherwise, a mere discussion would suffice. This situation was simply unbearable, and she felt utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Master, I speak thus entirely for your benefit. Perhaps you have not believed me before. However, I implore you to be wary of being deceived by others. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it deeply in the end. Who, pray tell, sold you these two elixirs? Meng Lingxing exclaimed with considerable ire. She found the entire affair laughable, and it was indeed beyond her capacity to endure. It was certainly not something a rational person could fathom. I understand that you speak with my best interests at heart, but this elixir was crafted by my own hands. What of it? Surely, you do not doubt my abilities? Zhao Wenyu said with a sense of helplessness. He could hardly believe that after uttering such a statement, there could still be any adverse consequences. However, given that the situation had escalated to this point, it was imperative for everyone to engage in a thorough discussion to avert unforeseen outcomes. Upon hearing this, Meng Lingxing's countenance shifted dramatically. He could scarcely fathom that these pills were indeed concocted by his master. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from making such remarks, attributing his folly to a lack of understanding of the situation's intricacies. It was no wonder that her master favored her senior sister over her. Master, I apologize. I was unaware that these two pills were your creations. If they are indeed yours, I shall consume them without hesitation, Meng Lingxing declared, promptly seizing the pills from Zhao Wenyu's hands and swallowing them whole. Observing this turn of events, Zhang Qian found herself at a loss for words. Since Meng Lingxing had already ingested the pills, she too felt compelled to follow suit, believing that consuming them now was preferable to allowing any unnecessary misunderstandings to arise between them. For the sake of harmony, This course of action seemed the most prudent. Zhang Qian too swallowed the pill without hesitation. Witnessing the obedience of his two disciples, Zhao Wenyu smiled with satisfaction. This was a rare moment of ease amidst the current turmoil. As long as his disciples could exercise a modicum of diligence, achieving a significant breakthrough was entirely feasible, eliminating any need for trepidation regarding future challenges. Very well, you two may proceed. Given the circumstances, I have little more to add. Once you arrive, simply respond in accordance with your own methods. That is sufficient. My decision has been made with careful consideration, and I trust you will understand. Zhao Wenyu stated with great composure. His actions were undoubtedly guided by his own rationale, primarily the desire for others to adhere to his expectations. In this light, one might wonder what pleasure could be derived from resisting such a request. It seemed the only reasonable course of action. Suddenly, Meng Lingxing felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. She could hardly fathom that such a situation could arise at this moment. However, she also deemed it entirely natural for such occurrences to transpire, a predicament that anyone could envisage. In the past, she had neglected to regard this matter with due seriousness, but it was now evident that she must take it to heart. What is the matter? Have you finished so quickly? Lu Jie remarked with deliberate intent. I had presumed it would take you far longer to conclude. He was merely provoking Zhao Wenyu, hoping to instill in him the belief that he was indeed the formidable one, while the others were utterly beneath him. Zhao Wenyu held Lu Jie in such low regard that he scarcely listened to the latter's words. What was it? Did he truly believe that a mere meeting had elevated his prowess? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite comical. If you possess such skill, then let these two beside you triumph over me. Only then shall I ascertain whether you truly possess any genuine capability. Lu Jie deliberately taunted. He has never been superstitious. Nor does he believe that two women could possibly defeat him. This notion strikes him as particularly absurd at this moment, leaving Zhao Wenyu speechless. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that only strength can substantiate all claims. As for their current exchanges, they are merely engaging in verbal sparring. True validation will only come when one is able to vanquish the other, thus dispelling any doubts about their words. Since you have already asserted such a stance, I shall indulge you. If you cannot even conquer these two women, I dare say there would be little reason for you to continue your existence. With that, Zhao Wenyu burst into hearty laughter. He was initially reluctant to proceed in such a manner. However, given the scornful laughter of those around him, he found himself at a loss for words. He merely hoped that these individuals would refrain from actions that might lead to regret. Lu Jie had already summoned his courage and firmly believed in his capacity to triumph over the adversary. To him, it seemed an exceedingly straightforward task, one that required no further persuasion from Zhao Wenyu. If only he were granted the opportunity, there would assuredly be no significant issues, a sentiment that was clear to all. Although Zhang Qian and Meng Lingxing felt a swirl of conflicting emotions within, they found themselves at a loss for words. When Zhao Wenyu proactively made a request, they could only acquiesce to her wishes. Such compliance was essential for nurturing their relationship and avoiding unforeseen consequences. Master, is it truly possible for us? Before the commencement, Meng Lingxing approached Zhao Wenyu, inquiring with a gaze filled with uncertainty. Since her arrival, she had not actively engaged in battle. Yet now she was to take her master's place in the fray. She pondered whether this was a testament to her master's trust or merely a test of her capabilities. Regardless, she understood the necessity of exerting every effort to fulfill her responsibilities. Seeing her two timid disciples, Zhao Wenyu felt a profound sense of uncertainty regarding what to say. It appeared that the opposing side required no additional words to secure victory. Zhao Wenyu was filled with melancholy. But he also recognized that even if he were to step forward now, it might not yield significant results. Thus, despite any lingering regrets, it seemed futile to reconsider. It was best to continue onward. If you find it too challenging, retreat is always an option. If necessary, I can step in. After all, it is merely a battle. I cannot evade it, and this situation poses no real problem for me, Zhao Wenyu stated with resolve. He himself was gripped by a profound fear. Yet in the current circumstances, he found himself utterly powerless. This situation would undoubtedly affect everyone involved. What is the matter, Meng Lingxing? Surely you're not afraid? Zhang Qian exclaimed, her expression radiating anger. She was acutely aware that everyone harbored a deep-seated terror within. Even she felt an overwhelming dread. Yet she could not allow herself to exhibit such vulnerability in front of others, lest it provoke unnecessary misunderstandings, an outcome that everyone dreaded. Initially, Meng Lingxing did contemplate retreating. But she could no longer tolerate Zhang Qian's incessant display of superiority, as if she were the true champion. This demeanor was insufferable and left her feeling incapable of asserting herself. So, are we competing or not? If you're not, then perhaps you should just follow me. A faction like yours lacks significant prowess. Therefore, if you truly cannot cope, it might be wise to concede defeat. There is no shame in that for you. Do you find my reasoning sound? Lu Jie remarked provocatively. He now hopes to engage in a psychological battle with the opponent, which would allow him to achieve some interim victories, thereby eliminating potential issues. This is something that everyone should understand. How can you, a grown man, be so indecisive and verbose? Surely, you do not intend to engage us in a psychological contest? I can assure you, no strategy of yours can prevail over the two of us women. If you doubt this, let us put it to the test. Meng Lingxing declared as she charged forward. Zhao Wenyu had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. However, he recognized that, compared to his life, his dignity regarding the land was of greater concern. Thus, the situation unfolding was entirely normal. As Zhang Qian and Meng Lingxing dashed forward, Zhao Wenyu hurriedly positioned himself on the opposite side. He feared that once this conflict involved him, he would be unable to maintain control, as his capabilities were quite limited. He was merely adept at verbal sparring. Meng Lingxing and Zhang Qian believed their master would surely support them from the sidelines. However, upon seeing Zhao Wenyu retreat, they felt a sense of bewilderment. Unable to comprehend the circumstances that had arisen, which was genuinely unsettling. The battle had commenced, and although Meng Lingxing and Zhang Qian felt a surge of urgency, there was little to be said. The situation had escalated to such a degree that further discussion would be counterproductive. Before Zhao Wenyu could fully grasp the scene, he noticed the three individuals had intertwined in a fierce skirmish. Meng Lingxing and Zhang Qian had effectively encircled Lu Jie, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Zhao Wenyu, with an enigmatic smile, realized that his disciples were indeed formidable. It was evident that they possessed the skills necessary to corner such a powerful adversary. Oh, I didn't expect you two capable women to possess such talent. It seems I underestimated you, Lu Jie remarked provocatively, convinced that their abilities were no match for his own. Hearing this, Zhao Wenyu felt a newfound composure wash over him. Initially apprehensive, he suddenly grasped the significance of the moment. His two disciples are indeed remarkably dependable. It is no small feat for him now. He is acutely aware of this reality. However, even in such circumstances, it is essential for everyone to maintain a semblance of calm, for unexpected outcomes may arise, which can lead to rather awkward situations. Suddenly, a yellow smoke billowed into the sky, startling Zhao Wenyu, who, along with the others present, had never witnessed such a phenomenon during a confrontation. The yellow smoke undeniably signifies the presence of a formidable opponent. This was something everyone had anticipated long before. The emergence of such a force is indeed remarkable, indicating that Lu Jie possesses extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, he would hardly dare to confront two adversaries alone. I felt a rush of heat in my head, having assumed that relying solely on two elixirs would prevent any issues. Yet, upon witnessing the current scene, I realized that something was amiss. Could it be that I had truly fallen into the opponent's trap? If so, it rendered me unable to maintain control. Zhao Wenyu kept his eyes shut, too fearful to open them. He was utterly perplexed by the potential consequences of continuing down this path. The two disciples, overwhelmed by fear, had never encountered such a harrowing situation before. Faced with an abruptly terrifying scenario, they found themselves unable to contain their trepidation. The gravity of the matter was truly alarming, leaving them to ponder how such a predicament could ever arise. Before Zhao Wenyu could even close his eyes, Lu Jie lunged towards the two disciples, forcefully pinning them to the ground, leaving them no opportunity to even catch their breath. Zhao Wenyu was struck by a wave of fear. He could not permit such a situation to unfold. On his own territory, he could not allow his people to be harmed. This was a reality that was far from acceptable for anyone of sound mind. Be careful, Zhao Wenyu shouted loudly. He was deeply fearful that his two disciples might perish just like that. At the moment when Zhao Wenyu believed his disciples were on the brink of doom, he noticed the yellow smoke in the sky gradually dissipating, replaced instead by a swirling azure mist. This azure mist fiercely entwined itself around the yellow smoke, offering him no opportunity to escape. In that instant, Zhao Wenyu was at a loss, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Yet, he could sense that the two pills he had administered were indeed wielding tremendous power, since heaven itself seemed to be aiding him. He felt he had no further words to utter. Within mere seconds, the clear mist had completely usurped the primary position, leaving the yellow smoke sparse and fleeting. Zhao Wenyu managed an awkward smile. He had anticipated such an outcome, but it hardly mattered anymore. Zhang Qian initially felt overwhelmed by a heavy blow. Just as she was preparing to concede, she discovered a miraculous force continually propelling her, compelling her to rise. Meng Lingxing experienced the same phenomenon. As Zhang Qian was about to reach out to her junior sister, she found that her junior had already stood up, confirming that the 2 pills bestowed by their master had indeed proved to be immensely powerful. Lu Jia was suddenly struck with fear. Just when he believed he could defeat his opponent, both individuals stood up without granting him any chance, which was undeniably terrifying. What is the matter? Are you scared? Zhang Qian taunted. Weren't you just quite formidable a moment ago? Why the sudden trepidation? Do you now realize you lack the ability to defeat us? As a woman, she felt no fear in provoking conflict, as it would not affect her in the slightest. On the contrary, if this person were to engage in a quarrel with a woman, it would likely hinder his standing in this realm, a truth that everyone should recognize. However, at that moment, something began to instill fear in Lu Jia. He was uncertain if it was too late to concede now. Yet, he understood that if the fighting continued, he would soon exhaust all his energy, rendering the yellow smoke non-existent, an undeniably frightening prospect that he could not allow to manifest in his life, lest he find himself utterly oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Nevertheless, he found it impossible to concede willingly at this juncture. He had fought diligently to reach this position and would never permit himself to surrender so easily, especially without having fought to the bitter end. Seizing the moment while Lu Jia was distracted, Zhang Qian charged forward. A long rope was casually thrown, and in mere seconds, it had ensnared Lu Jia's neck. Should Zhang Qian tighten it fiercely, there would be no chance of survival for him. Yet, Zhang Qian hesitated, feeling a pang of compassion, realizing that causing a death would not bode well for her reputation. If her peers deemed her a ruthless woman, how could she continue to navigate this realm in the future? This was an unforeseen dilemma, and the situation was unpredictable. Just as Zhao Wenyu believed Zhang Qian had secured victory, Lu Jia abruptly snapped the rope. Thus, a golden opportunity was irrevocably lost. Regaining such a chance would prove far from simple, an outcome unimaginable to an ordinary person. Who could foresee what would transpire next? Zhang Qian fell silent, expecting her forbearance to yield a different impact on the group. However, she never anticipated that her restraint would culminate in unforeseen consequences, an outcome beyond the realm of normal expectations. With the future still shrouded in uncertainty, Meng Lingxing suddenly found herself in a stupor. She had believed her senior sister would resolve these intricate issues. Just when she felt a surge of confidence that everything was about to be settled, an unexpected turn of events emerged, leaving everyone in an awkward state, unsure of how to proceed. This was truly an inconceivable predicament. Observing Meng Lingxing's sudden bewilderment, Zhang Qian felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing that the fault lay with her. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen, something everyone should have comprehended. What were you doing just now? I thought you could handle this situation. I never imagined you could be such a person. This matter could have been resolved smoothly. Don't you think your actions were misguided? Why must it be this way? Meng Lingxing exclaimed in frustration. He had believed that all his actions were within his own contemplation. It was only when certain circumstances arose that he began to realize something was amiss. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to fathom how the events had escalated to such a degree. He felt an overwhelming urge to restrain himself, pondering what unpredictable outcomes might ensue if matters continued down this path. This was undoubtedly a scenario beyond the imagination of a rational individual, leaving one to wonder what might unfold next. Yet, the two of them still thought they could manage the situation. Did they truly not comprehend the gravity of their predicament? At this juncture, what was it that they ought to focus on? With that, Lu Jia burst into laughter. Initially, he perceived no issue. Yet the unfolding circumstances rendered him incapable of maintaining composure. Consequently, he felt compelled to adhere to his own demands, given that the situation had reached this point. There was little left to discuss, lest they further complicate matters and render them even more perplexing. Zhao Wenyu could hardly fathom how dire the situation could become. It was undeniably a source of great inner turmoil. If things continued in this manner, no one would be able to manage the situation effectively, only leading to unforeseen complications that were exceedingly awkward. I initially intended to spare your wretched life, yet I never anticipated you would be so detestable. Given this, I assure you, I shall not let you off so easily, Zhang Qian declared fiercely. She had genuinely intended to grant him a chance at survival. But the unforeseen outcomes had changed everything. In light of this, She resolved not to continue in the same vein. Lu Jie chuckled coldly, clearly dismissing Zhang Qian's words. What did this woman truly desire, and what relevance did it have to him? He had no intention of concerning himself with such trivial matters. To him, it was merely an amusing diversion. You? Do you truly believe the two of you can handle me? Have you considered whether you possess such capabilities? Please, cease your nonsensical chatter before me. I am at a loss for words. With that, Lu Jie laughed heartily once more. He could hardly believe that the individuals surrounding him were his adversaries. Such a notion was inherently problematic, for no one could ascertain what circumstances might unfold. Of course, I possess the means to deal with you. If nothing else, we shall see. Zhang Qian had scarcely finished speaking when she received a signal from Zhao Wenyu. Upon receiving a casual cue from Zhao Wenyu, Zhang Qian immediately dashed forward, and in an instant, a radiant beam of golden light flashed around her, startling Zhang Qian as she had never anticipated possessing such formidable power. Turning to glance at Zhao Wenyu, her admiration deepened upon realizing that her mentor remained completely unfazed, evidently. Zhao Wenyu wielded an extraordinary strength. It was inconceivable that one could attain such overwhelming prowess without possessing remarkable abilities. Witnessing this scene, she felt an immense sense of respect, as she had never imagined her senior sister could exhibit such might, leaving her utterly unable to contain her exhilaration. However, given that circumstances had escalated to this juncture, there was little left to articulate. Zhang Qian promptly charged towards Lu Jie, engaging him in combat, while Meng Lingxing swiftly followed suit. In this moment, they had a common foe. Regardless of their previous interactions at home, when faced with such a situation, she felt compelled to take the initiative to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zhao Wenyu smiled with satisfaction, never having anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Only upon confronting these challenges did he suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he was quite formidable. Lu Jie could not have foreseen that these two seemingly insignificant disciples possessed such elevated realms of power. This was beyond what an ordinary person could anticipate. The brilliance of the golden light surpassed his own level by a significant margin, a reality he could not have predicted. Who knew what further developments might arise? Observing the fear reflected in Lu Jie's eyes, Zhang Qian smiled. Although she had never before harnessed such potent abilities, she had long heard that the golden light represented a high level of mastery, an impressive feat for anyone. I never imagined you could possess the golden light level, surely. This is a misunderstanding? Lu Jie mockingly teased. He simply refuses to acknowledge it. Yet at that moment, Zhang Qian found it utterly amusing. Although she herself had doubts, she held a profound trust in his master, fully aware that the events of the day were no jest. Meng Lingxing and Zhang Qian intertwined closely, leaving Lu Jie utterly defenseless. The capabilities of these two women were indeed formidable. He had previously underestimated them. It became evident that they were far more complex than he had envisioned. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wenyu could not help but smile. Strangely, whenever conflict arose among those around him, a flurry of chaotic strategies would flash through his mind. Even though he had never employed them before, it did not hinder their potential application. Today's events had already demonstrated everything. With a powerful punch, Zhang Qian struck Lu Jie at the back of his head, rendering him momentarily numb and devoid of strength to rise. Observing this spectacle, Zhang Qian smiled. She had previously spared Lu Jie's life, yet had not cherished that decision. Given the circumstances, she felt no need to show mercy, lest those around him perceive him as a fool. So, do you still consider me a worthless individual? Zhang Qian called out, determined to win with dignity and to make it clear to those present what kind of person she truly was. Lu Jie had intended to resist, but found himself unable to utter a word. After Zhang Qian's strike, he was left disoriented, lacking even the ability to stand. Do not lay a hand on me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what might befall you. I have powerful allies backing me. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Lu Jie warned Zhang Qian with a fierce glare. Undoubtedly, his intent was to intimidate Zhang Qian, ensuring that she would refrain from challenging him in the future, thereby allowing him to dictate the terms. However, in that moment, Zhang Qian found his demeanor utterly laughable. She was well aware that there were ulterior motives behind his actions. Yet what significance did that hold? Her laughter resonated throughout the atmosphere, sending a chill down Zhao Wenyu's spine from afar. He had never anticipated that Zhang Qian would exhibit such formidable prowess. This encounter had indeed opened his eyes to the remarkable capabilities of the woman before him, leaving him in a state of disbelief. What is the matter? Surely you don't doubt my words? Did I not make myself clear? If you provoke me, You are essentially provoking those who stand behind me. At that point, both you and your master will pay a grievous price for your actions. If you remain skeptical, feel free to test my resolve, and in the end, you will discover the veracity of my claims. Lu Jie threatened once more. Yet, Zhang Qian could only shake her head in resignation. Even if his words held some truth, what difference would it make? Surely, he would not let her go so easily. What necessity was there for such theatrics? If your words are indeed truthful, what relevance does that bear on our relationship? Today, I am his apprentice. Yet tomorrow I may no longer be. Should you wish to address your grievances, take them up with him. Even if you seek me out, I am unafraid. Do you know to whom my family is connected? Zhang Qian chuckled awkwardly, finding his arrogance somewhat excessive. Lu Jie appeared perplexed. He assumed that the apprentice of Zhao Wenyu lacked any substantial standing. Even if she did belong to a family, he thought it inconsequential, dismissing it as potentially trivial. However, upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, a flicker of apprehension penetrated his bravado. After all, her earlier display had not gone unnoticed by onlookers, leaving him to ponder how far this situation might escalate. Nevertheless, Lu Jie feigned a calm demeanor. In his eyes, the individuals before him were certainly no match for his prowess. He was acutely aware of this fact. Although Zhang Qian's words instilled a modicum of fear within him, he resolved not to let it influence his judgment. Observing Lu Jie's pretense of composure, even Zhao Wenyu found the spectacle amusing. Yet, he also recognized that Zhang Qian's lineage was indeed formidable. At least in his estimation, it was something he could never fully anticipate. What are you laughing at? Do you doubt my capabilities? If you remain unconvinced, let us engage in a contest, and you shall see who the true champion is. Zhang Qian, having spoken, once again pressed her foot down upon Lu Jie's head. In that moment, Lu Jie found himself utterly immobilized. His abilities paled in comparison to those of Zhang Qian. The situation rendered him incapable of resistance, especially with so many onlookers surrounding him. He was acutely aware that any attempt to fight back would likely provoke Zhao Wenyu to rush to Zhang Qian's aid, a thought that lingered in his mind. Could you possibly release me, my lady? We could discuss our matters more amicably. Your actions seem rather excessive. Do you never consider leaving yourself an escape route in your endeavors? Lu Jie implored, hoping fervently that Zhang Qian would relent, thus averting further conflict. Zhang Qian found his words utterly laughable. He seemed oblivious to her intentions. She had no intention of leaving room for compromise. Any concession might afford him the chance to retaliate, and that would surely lead to her downfall, making it impossible for her to hold her head high among her peers. As a senior, it was imperative for her to manifest her true capabilities, ensuring that no issues arose. Truthfully, your words leave me somewhat speechless, and I find myself at a loss for further commentary. However, I must responsibly convey my true sentiments. I believe I have already afforded you considerable leniency, yet you fail to respect others. If I were to spare you this time, do you truly think I could survive the aftermath? Have you considered the feasibility of this situation? Zhao Wenyu interjected with an awkward smile. To him, the matter felt peculiar and burdensome, which was already quite commendable. Do not waste your breath with him. Since he is representing their leader today, let him reveal who is truly orchestrating this affair. Perhaps we could spare his wretched life. If he remains so ungrateful, we cannot simply let him go, Zhao Wenyu shouted from the side. His words were undeniably sagacious, and Zhang Qian nodded in agreement without hesitation. This was indeed a matter of paramount importance. One must eradicate the root of the problem, ensuring that the true instigator was identified, thereby preventing any unforeseen consequences that could lead to embarrassment. Speak. Who is the true mastermind behind this? If you disclose that now, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, today marks your end. If necessary, we can put our strength to the test. Zhang Qian declared fiercely, confident that she would prevail. At that moment, however, Lu Jie merely shut his eyes, clearly unwilling to respond to the inquiry posed by Zhang Qian. He even pretended to be utterly indifferent. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wenyu could no longer contain himself. Although he lacked any significant ability, he was convinced that Lu Jie would naturally consider the role of a master to be somewhat superior to that of a disciple. If he could engage in conversation with him, perhaps they could enjoy a fruitful dialogue, thereby effortlessly easing the other's vigilance. What could be more delightful than that? You know, your actions make me feel quite awkward and leave me uncertain about what to do. If it becomes too much, just let me know. If you believe he is not on the same level as you, feel free to tell me. It is no issue at all. After all, our relationship has evolved to this point. Do you find my words reasonable? Zhao Wenyu remarked, imitating Zhang Qian's demeanor as he stepped onto Lu Jie's back. Given Lu Jie's frail constitution, being subjected to the harsh weight of two individuals rendered him incapable of responding. This predicament was entirely beyond his contemplation, leaving him unable to restrain himself, yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Could you two possibly release me? Don't you think this behavior is quite inappropriate? Moreover, your actions are simply unacceptable to me. Why resort to this? Lu Jie said deliberately. He is currently unable to endure the situation, and while there are reasons behind his actions, he merely hopes that no further complications will arise in the end, which would be quite satisfactory. As such, what more needs to be addressed? The more Lu Jie expresses these sentiments, the more Zhao Wenyu becomes preoccupied with the matters at hand. He could certainly feign indifference, yet uttering such words serves little purpose. It is marginally better than remaining inactive. This is something that is clearly understood by everyone, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Will you finally divulge the truth? If not, I may have no choice but to resign myself to this wretched fate. Otherwise, I simply cannot provide an explanation to my fellow disciples. Zhao Wenyu said deliberately. He could sense that Lu Jie was, in fact, a remarkably timid individual. Naturally, within the confines of his threats, no further issues would arise. Lu Jie was acutely aware of this, rendering any contemplation of futile matters unnecessary. If you possess the capability, then come and take me. I am curious to see what you can do to me. What harm is there in speaking up at this moment? Lu Jie exclaimed, his anger palpable. He was utterly unafraid, devoid of any sense of trepidation. This left Zhao Wenyu completely bewildered. He had anticipated that Lu Jie would seize the opportunity to divulge everything he needed to say. Yet, it was only upon hearing such a statement that he suddenly grasped the true nature of the situation, realizing that he had indeed overthought the matter. Bring him to me. Bind him tightly until he speaks the truth, then return to me, Zhao Wenyu declared before turning decisively and entering the room. At his current level, it was unwise for him to remain in the presence of such a troublesome individual, as it might yield unforeseen consequences. Thus, it seemed prudent to withdraw for the time being. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's command, Zhang Qian immediately sprang into action. Consequently, Lu Jie was restrained by several individuals and firmly secured to a chair in the main hall. A full day had elapsed, during which Lu Jie had not taken a single sip of water. However, he displayed no inclination to reveal the truth. As evening approached, Zhao Wenyu was suddenly beset by a disquieting premonition. Should anything unexpected occur that night, their efforts from the day would be rendered futile. Master, what should we do? Zhang Qian inquired, observing that Lu Jie showed no signs of confession. If this continues, our brothers may endure severe hardship. Perhaps we should resort to the real plan. After all, we have exhausted all other options. What do you think? She suggested, glancing at her mentor. With no other alternatives available, their course of action seemed limited. Yet at that moment, Zhao Wenyu fell into deep contemplation. He knew that he must meticulously consider his next steps before proceeding. Otherwise, he might find it impossible to restrain himself, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation, the outcome of which was unpredictable. If necessary, I shall confront him personally. If he remains obstinate, then perhaps it is best to eliminate this wretched life, lest it becomes a persistent wildfire, Zhao Wenyu declared with fierce determination. Under the cover of night, Zhao Wenyu paced the corridor, grappling with uncertainty. Although he was aware of his considerable imaginative skills, they were ultimately inadequate. Should a confrontation arise during the impending negotiation, he would be unable to ensure his own safety, thereby risking humiliation. As a master, safeguarding his reputation was essential to garnering respect from others. Otherwise, there would be little purpose in remaining here today. Zhang Qian had already intended to retreat to her room for the night, when she heard persistent sounds echoing through the corridor. Initially, she assumed that Lu Jie's mastermind had finally revealed themselves. However, just as she rushed into the hallway, poised to confront the unexpected, she recognized a familiar silhouette. Master, what brings you here? She inquired, her voice laced with concern. I thought you had gone to speak with him. What is the situation? Surely, there isn't a problem? At that moment, Zhao Wenyu was startled, lost in contemplation about how to approach his role, when a cold voice disrupted his thoughts, causing him to jump. He dared not express any reproach. Why do you suddenly appear without a word? It would have been considerate to inform me beforehand, so I would know how to proceed. Don't you think this is rather awkward? I'm at a loss for what to say to you. It feels rather peculiar. Zhao Wenyu's frustration escalated. His mind was already elsewhere, and this unexpected exchange only heightened his unease. Should his disciple catch him off guard, how could he maintain his dignity in the future? This predicament weighed heavily on him, compelling him to reflect on the matter at hand. Zhang Qian, perplexed by her perceived misstep, had not anticipated her master's sensitivity. Could it be that something unforeseen had transpired? If so, it would indeed be quite uncomfortable. What's wrong? Why are you speaking to me in such a tone? Have I done something to upset you? Zhang Qian asked cautiously, fearing that her actions had led to this tension. Zhao Wenyu then recognized the gravity of the situation. The events preceding this moment were indeed difficult for him to accept. He understood that addressing his disciple in such a manner was inappropriate. If any issue arose, it was ultimately his apprentice who would assist him. Your words offer me little solace. They only provoke a sense of distaste within me. Your sudden appearance startled me, leaving me bewildered. I cannot comprehend your intentions. Zhao Wenyu's tone inevitably conveyed a hint of reproach. This person was truly unbearable for him, yet at this moment, he was at a loss for words, unsure of how to express himself in a manner that would bring some comfort to everyone involved. Indeed, you have a point. I must admit I overlooked these matters, entirely due to my own shortcomings. I genuinely do not know what actions to take at this juncture, and it appears I have indeed erred. Zhang Qian hastily began to acknowledge her mistakes. Although she felt a surge of anger within and believed she had done nothing wrong, she found herself with no other recourse at this critical moment but to acquiesce to Zhao Wenyu's words. After all, he was her mentor, and she had no choice but to endure this unfairness for the time being. What more could be done? The situation had already escalated to this point, leaving her with little to say, except to hope that no further issues would arise between them. Do you think it might be a bit premature for me to approach him for a conversation? Zhao Wenyu pondered this question before voicing it. Zhang Qian was somewhat taken aback, even feeling a touch of embarrassment, as she struggled to grasp the true meaning behind Zhao Wenyu's words. As a mentor and the anchor for them all, taking action at this moment was undoubtedly essential. Master, what precisely do you mean by that? I suddenly find myself quite confused about your intentions. If you wish for him to divulge the primary details behind the matter, it is imperative that you inquire now. Otherwise, he is unlikely to show us any consideration, or so I believe, Zhang Qian explained. In Lu Jie's eyes, he did not regard his apprentices with any esteem, harboring a deep-seated disdain for these two women. Although this circumstance would complicate matters significantly for them, it was precisely in such situations that their master needed to intervene personally, which might, in turn, facilitate a smoother progression of events. Come with me. I fear you might resort to underhanded tactics. If we are together, we can support one another. What do you think? Zhao Wenyu proposed. As soon as Zhao Wenyu finished speaking, Zhang Qian couldn't help but wonder if her ears had deceived her. Her master's capabilities were undoubtedly superior to hers, and even if they went, it seemed unlikely that any unforeseen complications would arise. Little did they know what awaited them that evening. Yet Zhao Wenyu, feeling somewhat peculiar, began to harbor doubts about the situation. What could have transpired before and after? Master, you cannot possibly be jesting with me. If he truly intends to resort to trickery, my presence would be of no consequence, because he could never regard me with any significance, and you are well aware of this. If you were to go alone, perhaps it might ease his vigilance. Don't you think? Zhang Qian said cautiously. She knew that uttering such words would inevitably provoke Zhao Wenyu's ire. However, she found his reasoning to be quite compelling. Zhao Wenyu was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yet, a profound sense of dread settled in his heart. Was he truly expected to confront Xiaoming alone today? The very thought was unbearable for him. If I ask you to accompany me, then you should do so without question. What is there to discuss? Zhao Wenyu retorted, casting a glance at Zhang Qian before hastily moving forward. Observing her master stride purposefully ahead, Zhang Qian felt powerless and had no choice but to silently follow. As Zhao Wenyu reached the threshold of the room, he heard Lu Jie's loud exclamations from within. It seemed that going a day without food was hardly a concern for someone of his rigorous training. He would likely adapt within a few days. However, Zhao Wenyu found himself lacking the patience to wait any longer. He could not endure a prolonged standoff. What is the matter? Has Lu Jie gone a day without food, and yet you feel particularly invigorated? If that is the case, then perhaps we can have a proper conversation, Zhao Wenyu said deliberately as he entered. His voice resonated with a deep timbre, startling Lu Jie, who had not anticipated that Zhao Wenyu himself would come to converse with him, leaving him both surprised and untroubled. What do you mean by that? I truly do not know how to respond. Master, I have already said that I can handle such uselessness on my own. Your presence seems rather inappropriate. Moreover, I do not entirely agree, Zhang Qian deliberately interjected. This way, she could elevate her Master S status while simultaneously applying psychological pressure on Lu Jie, achieving a dual advantage. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by Zhang Qian's unexpected display of loyalty in front of everyone, leaving him profoundly moved. He suddenly realized that only his disciple was genuinely loyal to him, while the rest held no significance in their relationship. In truth, I understand all that you have conveyed to me. I grasp your intent. However, since he has entered my domain, I must attend to him. You need not concern yourself with this matter any further, all right? Just remember your role as my disciple and what you ought to say and refrain from saying. Zhao Wenyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He thoroughly embodied the essence of his Master-S energy. Zhang Qian was taken aback by the formidable strength her mentor displayed, considering she had merely spoken without intent. However, it appeared that if she did not act accordingly at this moment, it might lead to undesirable consequences. Was this the effect he sought to achieve? Zhao Wenyu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Qian, hoping his disciple would afford him some respect. Lu Jie, observing the scene, felt a sense of innocence and began to learn gradually. If he continued in this manner, it would indeed lead to complications, should he inadvertently cross Zhao Wenyu's threshold. The repercussions were utterly unpredictable, instilling a profound sense of fear in everyone present. Why, then, should it come to such a situation? In truth, your actions have rendered me somewhat uncomfortable, leaving me uncertain about how to proceed. If it becomes unbearable, I shall wait for you outside. Otherwise, should you unleash your wrath, I fear it may adversely affect my abilities. Would this be acceptable? Zhang Qian ventured, seeking to convey her genuine trepidation towards Zhao Wenyu, thereby affirming his formidable prowess. Clearly, no one present could rival him, simplifying the resolution of the matter. Zhao Wenyu nodded in satisfaction, surprised by Zhang Qian's exceptional performance skills. Had he known, he would have entrusted her with greater responsibilities sooner, realizing he lacked perceptiveness. This situation was certainly on everyone's mind. As Zhang Qian exited, Lu Jie felt an increased sense of anxiety. Though he suspected the two might be acting for his benefit, he recognized the necessity of considering the issue seriously. Otherwise, should Zhao Wenyu unleash his powers, it could severely deplete his vitality, leaving him unable to navigate this realm effectively. Why should it come to that? Noticing Lu Jie's tension, Zhao Wenyu prepared to exploit the situation. He intended to leverage Lu Jie's fear to compel him into submission, seizing the opportunity to accomplish his goals with maximum efficiency and minimal time. Lu Jie, you must sense the true purpose of my visit today. Our relationship has grown quite familiar, and I prefer not to elaborate further in your presence. If you refuse to disclose the mastermind behind the curtain, I shall have no choice but to take control of your line of communication. After all, who can blame you for failing to cherish your own life? Zhao Wenyu spoke with an air of indifference, as if he possessed not a shred of reverence for life itself. His profound contemplation seemed utterly disconnected from the matter at hand, reflecting his most genuine thoughts at this moment, accompanied by a silent hope that someone might grasp the essence of his true feelings. Lu Jie, engulfed by a sense of trepidation, trembled uncontrollably. Never had he anticipated that the formidable presence sent by his superior would be so capable. Initially, he had merely envisioned encountering an imposing figure. Yet it was evident now that reality diverged significantly from his expectations. Faced with such a dilemma, what course of action should he take? His entire being quaked, a fact that Zhao Wenyu discerned with ease. However, he chose not to continue the discourse. Fully aware that Lu Jie would ultimately acquiesce to him, it was merely a matter of time. What do you think, Lu Jie? Will you take my words into consideration? Zhao Wenyu inquired. I understand that perhaps you harbor no thoughts on the matter, yet I hope you can comprehend my perspective at this juncture. The very act of sharing these sentiments signifies that I still regard you as a valued friend. Zhao Wenyu gazed intently at Lu Jie as he spoke. Under the current circumstances, he can only ensure their mutual safety by avoiding unforeseen consequences, which would otherwise lead to an embarrassing predicament. Lu Jie had never anticipated that Zhao Wenyu could regard him as a friend. Indeed, this was a consideration he had not previously entertained. Yet, could he truly accept it? Lu Jie gazed at Zhao Wenyu with a distinctly peculiar expression, unable to believe that she could actually view him as a friend, a notion he had scarcely dared to ponder. When Zhao Wenyu noticed Lu Jie's unwavering stare, she began to comprehend the situation. She sensed that the reason behind his peculiar gaze was a matter that needed resolution. There is no need for you to look at me in such a manner. I still regard you as a significant person in my life. I hope our relationship can improve, and as I consider you a friend, I wish for you to understand my sentiments. I genuinely aspire for an opportunity for us to collaborate, Zhao Wenyu stated deliberately. This was her sole consideration at that moment, and she hoped her words would prove effective, thereby preventing any adverse situations from arising, which was a fundamental concern for everyone involved. Lu Jie seized the opportunity, initially believing that after their conversation, Zhao Wenyu would not grant him any chance of survival. Since he had to face life and death regardless, he might as well persevere, finding meaning in his existence. However, under the present circumstances, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so, which was already quite challenging. Very well, if this is the condition, I have nothing more to say. If you can regard me as a friend and assure my continued existence, I will certainly share everything I need to express. Having committed to this, there should be no issues, Lu Jie asserted with newfound certainty. As everyone had engaged in this dialogue, he felt no further concerns and hoped for understanding from others. This was his most basic desire. Zhao Wenyu never anticipated Lu Jie would exhibit such insight, revealing that he was indeed quite astute. After all, such a situation was not something just anyone could resolve. Zhao Wenyu felt immense joy within, though she outwardly displayed none, fully aware of the implications. Once he reveals his true self at this moment, one must ponder the eventual outcomes, a reality he is acutely aware of, rendering further discussion unnecessary. It appears that your acknowledgement indeed hints at the presence of a hidden mastermind. Might you enlighten me as to the identity of this puppet master? Zhao Wenyu seized the opportunity to inquire hastily. It was only by discerning the identity of this individual that he could avoid being easily misinterpreted by others, thus rendering any forthcoming events inconsequential to him, especially since the matter has been articulated with such clarity. Lu Jie then realized that he found himself bereft of options. Should he withhold the information Zhao Wenyu sought, he likely would not survive the ordeal. Given this predicament, he had little choice but to acquiesce to the demands of this enigmatic figure, for only by doing so might he secure his own existence. Lu Jie fell into silence, contemplating how to respond in due course, requiring careful deliberation before determining his next course of action. Otherwise, the current situation was indeed overwhelming, and he dared not proceed without caution, as many variables lay beyond his control. Zhao Wenyu had not anticipated Lu Jie would waver. He had presumed that once spoken, Lu Jie would surely follow through. It was only now that he suddenly recognized the complexity of the situation was far greater than he had previously conceived. Lu Jie, you wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Zhao Wenyu provocatively inquired, seeking to discern the essence of this unfolding drama, thus positioning himself to seize the opportunity. Ensuring no one would perceive him as having acted improperly, a perfectly ordinary circumstance. Lu Jie understood that even if he were to reconsider at this juncture, he could not afford to exhibit any signs of hesitation. Otherwise, he genuinely could not fathom the trials that awaited him, a notion that filled him with perplexity. What do you mean by that? I have no intention of retracting my words, nor do I believe my previous stance was misguided. Therefore, you need not dwell on this matter. I merely ponder if revealing it now may not be quite appropriate. This, after all, is my sole consideration at this moment. Lu Jie replied coldly. He remained uncertain about the response that would follow his utterances. Nevertheless, this was indeed the only course of action available to him at this juncture. He fervently wished that each of his words would elicit sympathy from others, thereby preventing any further complications that might lead to his own profound embarrassment and an inability to move forward. This was a concern that weighed heavily upon him. If you do not confide in me, you will undoubtedly regret it, for it is only through your revelations that I will possess the means to safeguard your well-being. Should you withhold your truth, I cannot assure you of what may transpire in the future. This is the singular guarantee I can offer you at this moment. Zhao Wenyu reiterated. He has never been fond of deceit, yet he yearns for someone to recognize that he is entirely capable of handling the situation at hand, which is quite remarkable in itself. Even if some words could remain unspoken, those that have been articulated are essential for everyone to comprehend at this moment. Lu Jie approached the matter with an unwaveringly uncompromising attitude. However, he now finds himself utterly at a loss. Should he choose not to yield at this juncture, the consequences awaiting him remain shrouded in uncertainty. No one can truly bear the weight of such implications, leading to a pervasive sense of anxiety that renders further discussion futile. Upon perceiving Zhao Wenyu's gaze upon him, Lu Jie was at a loss for words, feeling an unprecedented tension within. He understood clearly that this was the final opportunity bestowed upon him. Should he fail to cherish it, he cannot guarantee what circumstances may unfold subsequently. Such a notion is entirely reasonable. If I were to voice my concerns, could you assure me of your ability to safeguard my well-being? This is a matter I must clarify in this moment, and I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response, Lu Jie inquired once more. This was his sole consideration at present, as he naturally wished for someone to adhere to his requests, so that his contemplations would not be rendered futile, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed in the future. Zhao Wenyu smiled, for he has never been one to indulge in falsehoods. Since he has made a promise, he undoubtedly possesses the means to fulfill it. He harbored his own thoughts on the matter, deeming it unnecessary to prolong the discussion before others. All of this lay within his own deliberations, leaving no room for further dialogue. Do you believe it necessary for me to deceive you? Since I have committed to this, I am bound to see it through. Otherwise, I would not stand before you sharing so much. Moreover, having reached this point in our conversation, what reason do I have to mislead you? Cannot you take a moment to reflect carefully before deciding how to proceed next? Zhao Wenyu spoke with remarkable calmness. He is now capable of taking responsibility for every word he utters and naturally hopes that someone will understand him. Ultimately, Lu Jie chose to compromise, for he currently finds himself devoid of viable alternatives. The sole action available to him is to comply with Zhao Wenyu's requests. Aside from this singular course of action, he truly cannot discern what other capabilities he possesses, and these circumstances inevitably compelled him to yield. Well, since you have articulated your position so clearly, I must acquiesce to your demands. The person I am aligned with is Lao Jun, who has assured me that if I can come, he will certainly find a way to deal with you. This is the very reason I chose to be here at this moment, and I sincerely hope for your understanding. Lu Jie explained. Although he had been reluctant to voice these sentiments previously, he now finds himself bereft of any other options. Upon hearing the name Lao Jun, a sense of awkwardness began to stir within Zhao Wenyu. He suddenly found himself perplexed, questioning the identity of this old lord. Had there truly been any significant interaction between them? In his recollection, it seemed as though he shared no extraordinary connection with this individual. If that were the case, why had circumstances escalated to such an extent? This was undoubtedly a matter that warranted contemplation. Old lord, whom do you truly refer to? He mused. To my recollection, I am hardly acquainted with this person. Thus, your words strike me as somewhat burdensome. Surely you jest. It seems rather implausible. Zhao Wenyu expressed his bewilderment. In his mind, he was indeed unfamiliar with these individuals. Consequently, he found himself grappling with the intricacies of what this situation entailed in the minds of others, rendering it the most awkward predicament he faced, leaving him with little choice but to voice his thoughts in such a manner. Lu Jie's remarks were entirely truthful. He had never fathomed that Zhao Wenyu would be entirely oblivious to the identity of Old Lord. Such a scenario seemed almost impossible, as the nature of their relationship should not have permitted such ignorance. It was a burden too heavy to bear. Upon perceiving Lu Jie's gaze directed at him, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of fear. He was utterly at a loss for words. Yet, it appeared they were indeed unacquainted, leading him to ponder whose counsel he ought to heed. This conundrum was undeniably awkward, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Are you both truly unfamiliar with one another? It seems rather improbable, Lu Jie remarked, his expression one of disbelief. What could possibly account for such a lack of recognition? Zhao Wenyu chuckled helplessly. The truth was, he genuinely did not know this person. Had he been familiar, such a predicament would never have arisen. These considerations were well within his purview, and he wished for someone to grasp his initial thoughts. I can assure you that I do not know her, he stated with conviction. If I had known her, this situation would never have come to pass. Having articulated my thoughts to this extent, there is no longer any need for deceit. I hope you understand that every word I speak is the truth. This is what I most desire to convey. Zhao Wenyu spoke calmly. In truth, he wished to prevent any misunderstandings regarding his position in this matter. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of options. This was the only course of action remaining, and there was little left to discuss, something everyone should be acutely aware of. Lu Jie felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He could scarcely imagine being deceived by others, a notion he had never entertained before. However, there is little more to articulate at present. It is entirely commonplace to be misinterpreted by others. After all, it is his own fault for choosing to place such unwarranted faith in them. Zhao Wenyu revealed a rather indifferent smile. He had no desire to continue quarreling with everyone. Yet, for reasons unknown, when she perceived the gazes directed at her, there was something amusing that stirred within him. In truth, the two of us had already recognized this fact long ago. I trust you are well aware of it in your heart. It is merely due to certain peculiar circumstances that we have not come to understand one another better. However, I hope you can grasp my most sincere sentiments. Might we not have some unnecessary misunderstandings between us? Zhao Wenyu addressed Lu Jie. This was, at this moment, the only course of action left for him. Hoping that his words might elicit some understanding from the others, which was already quite a challenge, Lu Jie managed an awkward smile, given the situation. He found little else to say. It was precisely because of his previous thoughtless actions that led to their current predicament, all of which stemmed from him. If that is the case, what more is there to discuss? Perhaps it would be best for everyone to let this matter rest, allowing for a more comfortable atmosphere. The remaining issues would naturally become inconsequential. Zhao Wenyu, I acknowledge that we indeed had some misunderstandings in the past. And I must admit that the majority of this situation is attributable to my actions. I sincerely apologize. I recognize my fault in this matter. And I assure you it shall not happen again, Lu Jie hastily replied. Seizing this rare opportunity, he felt compelled to express all the apologies he owed, lest he find himself with no chance to do so in the future. Lu Jie's thoughts were of little consequence to Zhao Wenyu, as he was not new to confronting this individual. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he could maintain an air of ignorance. Zhao Wenyu pondered for a moment, until he unraveled the true identity of the teacher. He was well aware that he could not act recklessly. Moreover, those around him would not permit such indiscretion, a fact that should be clear to everyone. Observing Zhao Wenyu lost in contemplation and silent, Lu Jie felt a sense of unease. He was uncertain of Zhao Wenyu's motivations. Fear began to creep in. If Zhao Wenyu were to act in a manner beyond Lu Jie's capacity to endure, he could only wonder what subsequent turmoil might ensue. Ultimately, everything posed a significant dilemma for him. What is the matter with you? I have already conveyed all that I needed to say. If you do not believe me, then I am at a loss for what to do. However, every word I utter is the absolute truth. Lu Jie gazed at Zhao Wenyu and elucidated. He was genuinely apprehensive that Zhao Wenyu would doubt his account. Yet, he could assure that every word he uttered was the unvarnished truth. As for Zhao Wenyu's ignorance regarding the identity of Lao Jun, that was of no concern to him. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in the credibility of his own statements. Zhao Wenyu could sense Lu Jie's timidity, and he discerned that this individual would likely not dare to lie in his presence. After all, it is common knowledge that preserving one's life is of utmost importance. However, you truly did not recognize Lao Jun. Could it be that someone was already coveting his position? Observing Lu Jie's visibly frightened demeanor, Zhao Wenyu felt compelled to halt the conversation, for any misstep could lead to an awkward situation. Lu Jie, could you perhaps relax a bit? It's not that I am unwilling to believe you, but I genuinely do not know who this person you speak of is. If I were acquainted with Lao Jun, this matter could be effortlessly resolved. However, since I do not know him, I must exercise caution. I cannot simply accept everything you say and follow your lead without reservation. That would indeed be rather difficult for me to accept, Zhao Wenyu articulated, gazing at Lu Jie. He hoped that Lu Jie would cooperate with him and gain a thorough understanding of the person known as Lao Jun. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not fear the outcome of 100 battles. He believed that one need not fully grasp the situation of the opponent before stepping forward to engage in conflict. Lu Jie had initially thought that Zhao Wenyu did not trust him at all. However, it now appeared that his own assumptions were somewhat misguided. Lao Jun was a figure that everyone in their circle should be familiar with. If Zhao Wenyu was unaware of him, it could only be attributed to his lack of experience. Otherwise, anyone with a modicum of understanding of this field would know precisely who Lao Jun was. Suddenly, Lu Jie burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Initially, he had thought that Zhao Wenyu was merely testing him. Yet, at this moment, he realized that the situation was not as convoluted as he had imagined. Zhao Wenyu clearly had no knowledge of Lao Jun otherwise. The circumstances would not have escalated to their current state. Hearing Lu Jie's laughter left Zhao Wenyu feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he could detect the mockery in Lu Jie's tone. However, this sentiment was difficult for him to accept. What was so amusing? Was it truly laughable that he did not know Lao Jun? He was your superior, not mine. Whether I recognized him or not has no bearing on our relationship. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then you may remain here alone, Zhao Wenyu declared as he prepared to leave. He certainly did not wish to place all his hopes upon this fool. However, just as Zhao Wenyu was about to depart, Lu Jie barred his path. I have some doubts regarding your true abilities. Are you truly formidable or merely impressive in appearance? Lu Jie remarked with a tone laden with skepticism. This startled Zhao Wenyu, for his disciple had never questioned him before. Yet, it struck him that Lu Jie, despite his doubts, might have perceived the inadequacy of his performance. Could it be that his act was so woefully inadequate? Why had such a situation arisen? In an instant, Zhao Wenyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Could it be that this individual could truly discern his utter lack of power, that his entire FAAD relied solely on the system's benevolence? If that were the case, how could he possibly explain himself? Zhao Wenyu's countenance darkened, as the thought of someone recognizing his lack of strength was unbearable. How could he continue to navigate his life, if this were the truth? For a moment, he was rendered speechless, yet he quickly regained his composure. Even if this person could indeed see through him, he would never concede so easily. Otherwise, his entire career would be obliterated. Even if he were to deceive his way through, he had to maintain the most optimistic mindset to ensure that nothing untoward would transpire. What nonsense was this individual spouting? We had only just met a few days prior. Could my strength be so easily discerned? If you believe I lack true capability, then why did you just now choose to compromise with me? If it comes to that, you may as well leave my side. And then you will see whether I possess the strength to detain you. Zhao Wenyu endeavored to control his tone, suppressing any signs of tension or aversion that might betray him. After all, should unforeseen circumstances arise, the outcome was uncertain. Noticing Zhao Wenyu's anxious demeanor, Lu Jia offered an awkward smile. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never anticipating that Zhao Wenyu would take it to heart. He was well aware that Zhao Wenyu possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, how could that group of women willingly choose to remain by his side? This was a truth that everyone ought to recognize. Yet, it was also reasonable for them to have the opportunity to discuss any unpleasant circumstances that might arise. Zhao Wenyu, why are you so tense? If you truly possess strength, perhaps there would be no issues between us. However, your behavior at this moment is quite difficult for me to accept. Did I not say that I was merely joking? Lu Jia hastily clarified. He certainly did not wish for any misunderstandings to arise between them. Upon hearing this statement, Zhao Wenyu felt a weight lift from his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty. He had feared that something unfavorable had truly occurred. It appears that she had been overly alarmed earlier. It turned out that this individual harbored no such thoughts, and the misunderstanding stemmed solely from his own reasons. However, this was of little consequence now. Lu Jia, if you believe I lack the capability, then let this matter be settled. Yet, I hope you understand my sentiments. After all, the situation has escalated to this point, which is indeed quite complex. Could you enlighten me on who Lao Jun truly is? Zhao Wenyu inquired once more. His expression was so grave and earnest that it inevitably sparked a flurry of imaginations among everyone present. Even Zhang Qian, who stood nearby, felt a twinge of astonishment. Initially, he believed that his master was merely jesting. However, it was only now that he suddenly grasped the true nature of the situation. Could it be that he was overthinking it? You cannot be serious in jesting with me. Do you truly not know who Lao Jun is? Or are you deliberately testing me to confirm my status as his disciple? Am I to remain unaware of my master's identity? If this is your method of discerning the truth, then it is entirely unnecessary, Lu Jia said, visibly agitated. He initially intended to playfully tease Zhao Wenyu. However, when he realized that Zhao Wenyu was consistently addressing him with a tone of skepticism, he found it increasingly difficult to accept. Zhao Wenyu had suddenly predicted that he was unaware of the true meaning behind Lu Jia's words. Could it be that a misunderstanding had arisen between the two of them? Or perhaps they were simply discussing entirely different matters. Regardless, since the inquiry had been raised today, it was imperative to clarify the true identity of the individual in question. At that moment, Meng Lingxing also began to feel overwhelmed. Zhang Qian quickly tugged at her master's sleeve, suggesting that it was essential for everyone to engage in a thorough discussion at this juncture. This was merely the most basic of circumstances. Zhao Wenyu, deep in thought, turned his head when he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Indeed, he saw his two disciples nearby, appearing quite anxious. He suddenly felt quite disoriented by the three individuals before him, as they seemed to share an understanding of each other's thoughts, while he was left in the dark, utterly bewildered about their intentions. What is going on? Why are you both looking at me with such expressions? What exactly is happening today? I can't shake the feeling that all of you are regarding me with such peculiar gazes, Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, astonished and unable to comprehend the situation at hand, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. What do you mean by all this? He asked. Master, do you truly not know who Lao Jun is? Zhang Qian inquired, her disbelief evident. She found it hard to fathom that even those of their lower status had heard of Lao Jun's name. Uncertain whether Zhao Wenyu was genuinely unaware or merely jesting, she noticed the questioning looks from her companions, prompting Zhao Wenyu to suddenly come to a realization. Lao Jun held a position of considerable significance within their ranks. Otherwise, the current situation would not have unfolded. He regretted not having thoroughly studied this matter earlier, leading others to perceive him as lacking in capability and somewhat ignorant. However, even if he were to fabricate a response now, there was little he could do. Meng Lingxing, sensing the doubt reflected in Zhao Wenyu's gaze, found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she understood that her master genuinely lacked a comprehensive understanding of this individual. Otherwise, such misunderstandings would not have arisen between them. Master, let me enlighten you. Lao Jun is a figure of considerable stature within our celestial realm, and those favored by him are invariably exceptional. The Lu Jie before you possesses formidable strength, though he has not previously demonstrated it. Of course, this all hinges on the truth of him being the disciple of the individual in question. Zhang Qian gazed at Zhao Wenyu with unwavering certainty. This was her singular thought at that moment. Zhao Wenyu was utterly taken aback by Zhang Qian's revelations. As someone destined to venture into the realm of immortals, he was alarmingly ignorant of the martial world's intricacies. It was no wonder that the people around them regarded her with such incredulous expressions. The reason was now clear. Noticing the tension emanating from her master, Zhang Qian found herself at a loss for words. It appeared that her mentor had little understanding of Lao Jun. Anyone who had spent even a brief time in the immortal realm would treat the name of Lao Jun with utmost reverence, which underscored Zhao Wenyu's status as a fledgling talent. This realization brought a sense of comfort to Zhang Qian's heart. As the sole disciple, she was bound to encounter unforeseen rewards in her future endeavors. Master, if you truly possess no knowledge of Lao Jun, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to navigate the immortal realm, she warned, her tone laced with gravity. Do not think I jest. Every word I speak is genuine, and I hope you can grasp this. Zhang Qian aimed her words at Zhao Wenyu deliberately, eager to discern her master's perspective, believing this would preempt any further misunderstandings. Zhao Wenyu, uncertain of how to respond, chose silence. Faced with such a predicament, he found it impossible to maintain composure. Who could predict the outcome of this situation? Am I so easily discernible? He mused, feeling a profound sense of alienation. These individuals seemed to regard him with suspicion, as if he had committed some grave misdeed, leaving him unable to restrain himself. The entire affair was undeniably shocking. Observing Zhao Wenyu's reticence, Zhang Qian could not help but smile wryly. She had never anticipated eliciting such a response from her master, yet recognizing this, she deemed it unnecessary to prolong the conversation. Rest assured, I will recount all of Lao Jun's deeds to you within 5 minutes. When you arrive, I will ensure that every word I speak is conveyed to Lu Jie. Trust me, there will be no issues. I have gone to great lengths to communicate this, and I hope for your support, she said cautiously. Her gaze fixed on Zhao Wenyu. As a disciple, this was the only course of action available to her at this juncture. After all, in the current circumstances, there is little more to say. It is indeed a remarkable feat. Zhao Wenyu nodded, fully aware of the significance of this hard-won opportunity, which he must cherish dearly. Even though he was utterly perplexed about the events unfolding within his own heart, he recognized that this was an obligation he could not evade at this moment, leaving him hesitant to voice any further thoughts. Seeing Zhao Wenyu's utter ignorance was particularly worrisome for Zhang Qian, who, in addition to her concern, felt a growing tension. This situation posed a genuine issue for her, yet there seemed to be nothing more to discuss. Within a few minutes, Zhang Qian recounted all she knew about Lao Jun to Zhao Wenyu. At last, he gained a semblance of understanding regarding this individual, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. For a long time, he had believed that his master was a figure capable of stirring up significant waves in the celestial realm. However, the fact that his master appeared to have no knowledge of Lao Jun struck him as absurd, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a conundrum. Master, have you retained everything I have said? This is crucial for both of us. Only if you comprehend my words will we avoid further complications. Otherwise, I truly do not know how to articulate this to you. Do you understand? Zhang Qian reiterated. The fact that their conversation had reached such a critical juncture was no small matter. She hoped someone would grasp her intentions. Zhao Wenyu nodded. Although he admittedly had no knowledge of Lao Jun, nevertheless, he trusted in his unique memory to retain all the information provided, confident he would manage any challenges posed by Lu Jie. After all, was Lao Jun truly such a formidable figure that even someone as powerful as he was preoccupied with him? Rest assured, since you have conveyed your thoughts so thoroughly, you need not harbor any worries. I have expressed so much. What else is there to fear? I assure you, I have committed every detail of this matter to memory. You need not concern yourself any further. Trust that I will manage, Zhao Wenyu declared as he turned to leave. However, As he pivoted, he sensed something amiss. His tone had mirrored that of a disciple, while Zhang Qian had assumed the role of his master, leaving him momentarily perplexed about the situation. Yet, discussing these matters seemed futile. Honestly, your words have struck me as somewhat unusual. Who exactly is our master, that he knows nothing of Lao Jun? Who is he truly? Even the humble figures among us have heard tales of the venerable Lao Jun. How could he possibly lack any semblance of understanding about him? Meng Lingxing expressed her disappointment. She felt as if they had mistakenly chosen the wrong mentor, which left her quite astonished. In any case, there indeed seemed to be an issue at hand. At that moment, however, Zhang Qian smiled. While she acknowledged that Meng Lingxing's words held some merit, her heart harbored conflicting thoughts. It seemed that they should inherently possess the capacity to comprehend these matters. Meng Lingxing, you simply do not grasp the situation. I believe our master is either deliberately testing us or, in his eyes, does not hold Lao Jun in high regard at all. Hence, he lacks extensive knowledge about this individual's deeds. Do you not find my reasoning sound? Zhang Qian exclaimed with enthusiasm, feeling as though she had aligned herself with someone truly formidable. Zhao Wenyu tapped his head, reminding himself that he must not entertain such notions any longer. As a mentor, he had to embody the role of a master to the fullest. Regardless of others' perceptions of him, that was of no consequence. Remember, you are the master. It is only natural for your disciples to serve you. Why should you fret over matters that are not yours to decide? Is it not self-defeating to worry about such things? Zhao Wenyu continuously questioned himself, yearning for solace. Yet at that moment, Lu Jie regarded Zhao Wenyu with an unusual gaze. Sensing that this man was indeed different in some way. Although he could not foresee the exact nature of the situation, he understood that it was intricately connected to him. Why do you look at me with such an odd expression? What significance does it hold? Zhao Wenyu said, his irritation palpable. He merely paused for a few minutes. And it is improbable that Lu Jie would harbor any suspicions towards him. Moreover, every conversation he has with his disciples is exceedingly confidential. Thus it is impossible for anyone to overhear, eliminating any cause for self-induced alarm. Gradually, doubt began to creep into Lu Jie's mind. He suddenly entertained the notion that perhaps Zhao Wenyu was not as formidable as he had previously imagined. After all, no one in the entire celestial realm is unfamiliar with the figure of the old lord. Yet, Zhao Wenyu's demeanor just moments ago did not suggest any pretense. Rather, he genuinely appeared oblivious to the matter at hand, a reaction that is hardly befitting of a rational individual. What then is the true nature of the events that have unfolded? Noticing the gaze Lu Jie directed towards him, Zhao Wenyu felt a slight unease begin to swell within him. After all, the guilty conscience of a thief is hard to bear, especially since he indeed knows nothing about the old lord. Should he inadvertently forget what his disciple had mentioned earlier during their conversation, the situation may leave him with no recourse. It is likely that an increasing number of individuals would converge upon him, relentlessly tormenting him until he is compelled to yield. Lu Jie, why do you regard me with such a look? If you have something to say, I urge you to speak it plainly at this moment. However, I implore you not to fixate on me with such a gaze. It is more than I can bear. Besides, did I not express my thoughts clearly just now? Do you not find your actions rather absurd? Zhao Wenyu expressed his irritation. He felt compelled to utter some harsh words to Lu Jie, ensuring that no complications would arise. If he lacked even the ability to threaten others, he would undoubtedly be perceived as cowardly, consequently failing to garner the support of his peers, which would be entirely justifiable. Lu Jie originally believed he possessed the means to contend with Zhao Wenyu. However, upon observing the individuals surrounding Zhao Wenyu, he gradually felt a sense of helplessness. Even the solitary figure of the senior disciple was beyond his capacity to confront. Regardless of whether the master truly possessed significant strength, what difference would it make? At this juncture, he must first vanquish this individual to have any chance of victory. As for the remaining matters, he finds himself utterly powerless, leaving little else to discuss. Lu Jie, you may possess extensive knowledge about Lao Jun. However, I have never regarded this person with any significance until now. From the very day I began my journey, I paid little heed to his exploits and never wished to hear anything about him. It was only upon hearing my disciples mention him that I recognized who he was. Yet, what relevance does he hold for me? Zhao Wenyu deliberately feigned indifference, even disdain, towards this matter, believing that such an attitude might facilitate its resolution. Otherwise, he would find himself incapable of managing the ensuing complications. Lu Jie was taken aback, having anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would engage in a debate with him, thus affirming his earlier suspicions that this master possessed no real power. Yet, the unexpected nature of Zhao Wenyu's words left him astonished. It appeared that Zhao Wenyu indeed held no understanding of Lao Jun, perhaps dismissing him entirely from his thoughts. A sense of trepidation gripped Lu Jie. He could not ascertain the true nature of the person before him. Nevertheless, he sensed that this individual was remarkably formidable, and his only recourse was to preserve his own life. Having already betrayed Lao Jun, he could not afford to allow Zhao Wenyu to eliminate him. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The effort I have expended to convey these thoughts stems from my acute awareness of the course of action I must undertake moving forward. Thus, I hope to receive your support as events have unfolded to this critical point. Lu Jie gazed at Zhao Wenyu, pleading earnestly. He yearned for the protection of Zhao Wenyu, for he was no longer considered a loyal follower of the old monarch. Should those individuals discover that he was the ultimate traitor, he could only imagine the unforeseen circumstances that might arise. This was, of course, a matter of mutual understanding. Zhao Wenyu offered an awkward smile. If the old monarch truly possessed the legendary powers attributed to him, he found himself at a loss for how to respond if confronted by the monarch's emissaries, let alone safeguarding the individual before him. Perhaps he would struggle merely to ensure his own safety. On the surface, Zhao Wenyu felt compelled to project an air of calm. This facade would prevent any further missteps. It is not impossible for me to ensure your safety, he said. Although my knowledge of the old monarch is limited and I do not regard him with much concern, it is evident that you hold him in high esteem. You must realize that it would be quite easy for him to deal with you, and I suspect he harbors a particular disdain for those who betray him. Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. He must now frighten Lu Jie to the point of utter disarray, ensuring that his prior intentions are not in vain. Lu Jie, being exceptionally astute, could undoubtedly discern the true meaning behind Zhao Wenyu's words. This posed no challenge for him. Moreover, having articulated himself to such an extent, what could he possibly fear? This matter holds no complications for me. Your ability to convey this to me now reveals your genuine intent. Rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly cooperate with you in the forthcoming endeavors. You need not worry about that, Lu Jie said earnestly. As long as he had uttered those words, he would find a way to fulfill them. The remaining details were of little consequence. Zhao Wenyu had initially believed that this individual would not adhere to his request. However, upon hearing such a response, he suddenly realized that his concerns were unfounded. This person would indeed act according to his wishes. Since you have expressed this to me, I need you to return briefly. Remember the words I spoke to you previously. You should be well aware of what to say and what not to say upon your return. Do you believe you can manage that? Zhao Wenyu inquired. Gazing intently at Lu Jie, he set aside any doubts about the person's capabilities. However, this matter was his sole concern at this moment, regardless of the outcome. He wished for no further complications. Suddenly, upon hearing such a statement, Lu Jie began to feel a sense of skepticism. He found himself perplexed by the true meaning behind this person's words spoken to him in the present moment, which inevitably began to stir feelings of discomfort within her. What do you truly mean by saying that? She questioned, feeling a sense of unease arise. Moreover, if I were to return and find myself unable to come back, what then shall we do in the time that follows? I deem this to be a profoundly serious matter, Lu Jie remarked deliberately, gazing intently at Zhao Wenyu. He merely wished to observe Zhao Wenyu's reaction to him at this moment. The remaining matters were of little significance. Zhao Wenyu understood that someone would inevitably speak such words before him, yet he could effortlessly remain indifferent. Lu Jie, since I am able to express this to you now, it is evident that I have conveyed my unwavering trust in you. Of course, if you believe I am jesting, you may act as you wish. However, I hope you comprehend my intentions. It is only by your return that we can avoid further complications. Otherwise, Lao Jun will undoubtedly harbor doubts about all of us. Do not think I am jesting. Every word I utter reflects the genuine situation, Zhao Wenyu stated with remarkable composure. He is able to take responsibility for every word he utters because he genuinely understands what circumstances will unfold in the times to come. Lu Jie remains utterly perplexed. He could hardly believe that someone would dare to utter such words in his presence. It was indeed something that left him astounded. However, given the current circumstances, there was little to be said. Zhao Wenyu had undoubtedly tasked him with something that was essential for him to undertake at this moment. Yet, if upon my return, Lao Jun inquires about how I have managed the situation you assigned to me, how should I respond? This, without a doubt, would be the most awkward predicament for me at this juncture. Thus, I find myself utterly incapable of fulfilling this request, as I am not adept at fabricating lies. Lu Jie was exceedingly anxious. He was deeply apprehensive about the unforeseen circumstances that might arise upon his return, which, in turn, left him feeling somewhat awkward. Zhao Wenyu had never anticipated that Lu Jie would exhibit such timidity. It seemed he had indeed overthought the matter. In the face of Lu Jie's undeniable cowardice, any endeavor he wished to undertake in the future would undoubtedly appear exceedingly difficult, a situation that could only be deemed as the greatest punishment from fate. One should not concern themselves with how events may unfold, for no one can truly predict that. Therefore, it suffices to adhere to one's own plan moving forward. Upon your return, I will guide you on how to confront him. However, you must ensure that Lao Jun perceives you as wholly capable of managing our affairs. Understood? Zhao Wenyu firmly stated, gazing intently at Lu Jie. Given that he had spoken so candidly, he naturally hoped for someone to comprehend his perspective, thereby preventing any further misunderstandings. As long as individuals could share their thoughts, it would be a significant improvement. No, you should select another person to return. If I go back, I cannot guarantee my safety. I might inadvertently reveal my betrayal, which would spell trouble for everyone involved. Do not assume I am jesting. Every word I express now reflects my truest sentiments, Lu Jie earnestly replied, looking at Zhao Wenyu with sincerity. He dared not casually take on these responsibilities. For once he assumed them and proved incapable of fulfilling them, he would ultimately bear the consequences. The potential outcomes remained uncertain. Regardless, he could not permit such a situation to arise again. Upon hearing such words, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss for what to say. However, he gradually sensed that Lu Jie was indeed rather timid. If he were to return, it would naturally be somewhat inappropriate. Yet what alternatives existed? He found himself unable to identify a suitable companion. Should Lu Jie choose not to return, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among others. Enough, he declared. Do not concern yourself with this for now. This evening, I shall take the time to contemplate thoroughly. What you must do is ensure that those around me accept you, by any means necessary. Otherwise, even if I wish to keep you, I will inevitably face unprecedented challenges. I sincerely hope you can manage that. With these words, Zhao Wenyu departed. Left alone in the desolate surroundings, Lu Jie was acutely aware that further comment on their interpersonal dynamics was unnecessary. It was merely a task that needed to be addressed at this moment, one that bore no inherent connection to him. Zhao Wenyu, could you possibly wait for me? I am genuinely frightened. As Lu Jie observed Zhao Wenyu preparing to leave, he rushed forward, surrounded by rugged mountains and wild terrain. He had never before endured such a cacophonous environment beside Lao Jun. The sudden solitude was alarming, leaving him uncertain about his safety and the events that might unfold. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by the extent of Lu Jie's timidity, leaving him at a loss for words. If he were a person of sound mind, he would never allow such a situation to transpire. Zhao Wenyu, feeling increasingly irritable, despised the incessant presence of others trailing him. It left him feeling utterly miserable. In circumstances such as today's, he pondered why Lu Jie, with whom he shared little connection, insisted on remaining by his side. It was simply untenable. This matter holds no significance for either of us. Please refrain from following me. Do not mistake my words for jest. Every statement I make is utterly sincere. Zhao Wenyu said, casting an exasperated glance at Lu Jie. He harbors a deep disdain for the individual who dares to speak such words to him in the present moment. And he is equally irritated by Lu Jie's incessant trailing behind him, fidgeting in a bothersome manner. Lu Jie offered an awkward smile in response. The reason he chose to follow Zhao Wenyu was merely due to the perceived challenge this situation presented. He had never anticipated that Zhao would harbor such disdain for him. However, given the circumstances, there seemed little point in prolonging the conversation. After all, clinging on stubbornly would serve no purpose. Would you allow me to accompany a few of your disciples? Being alone here is indeed quite uncomfortable for me, and I fear the emergence of unforeseen consequences. Regardless of the situation, you ought to grant me an opportunity to remain, as I genuinely wish to assist you. Would you consider this? Lu Jie implored, his tone imbued with earnestness as he gazed at Zhao Wenyu. He yearned for Zhao Wenyu's understanding and naturally hoped that this matter would ultimately present no further complications. Zhao Wenyu, however, was exceedingly agitated. He found himself unable to manage the situation effectively. The only course of action left to him was to strive to fulfill the request of others. Otherwise, he was uncertain about what circumstances might arise in the near future. Since you are so willing to follow my disciple, why not accompany my apprentice instead? After all, it holds no significance for me. However, you must adhere to her way of life. Otherwise, should any issues arise, I cannot guarantee your safety. As long as you obey, she will not harm you. Do you understand? Zhao Wenyu advised Lu Jie. Given his audacity, he believed he could resolve the matter. Yet, The uncertainty of what might transpire next was a concern shared by all. Lu Jie promptly nodded, as long as he could remain with Zhang Qian. It would be an eagerly anticipated opportunity, his heart's desire for a long time. Was it not akin to taking on another master? For him, it was indeed a simple undertaking. Naturally, as long as you allow me to accompany her, I will undoubtedly succeed. You need not worry any further. Since I dare to say this, I must possess the means to persevere, and you need not contemplate the rest, Lu Jie proclaimed, bouncing away from Zhao Wenyu's sight. At that moment, Zhao Wenyu shook his head in resignation, suddenly finding Lu Jie rather endearing. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not afford to form any relationship with him. The presence of this individual perplexed him. Why would the venerable Lao Jun send a seemingly ineffectual person to his side? Upon returning to his room, Zhao Wenyu lay down on his bed early. The past few days had been arduous, necessitating that he feign an air of exceptional prowess. Yet, deep within, he alone comprehended the pressures he endured daily. He remained uncertain about what the eventual outcome would be, knowing he would have to adeptly navigate the challenges ahead. Before long, Zhao Wenyu succumbed to slumber, only to find himself entering a mysterious realm within his dreams, where everything seemed to be shrouded in illusion. Yet, it also felt strangely devoid of surprises. Zhao Wenyu, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. A voice with an alluring resonance echoed. His voice was remarkably sharp, yet it was evident that he must be an elderly man. Zhao Wenyu suddenly felt a wave of fear, which posed a significant dilemma for him. Hearing such a statement out of the blue sent shivers down his spine, leaving him perplexed as to why he was experiencing such a reaction at that moment. Yet, this was undoubtedly one of the most challenging situations he had encountered. Who are you? How did I come to be here? Do we know each other? Why does it feel as though I have never seen you before? Zhao Wenyu spoke with an unmistakable tone of skepticism. In his recollection, he had never encountered this individual before. Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed as to how circumstances had escalated to such an extent and what this person desired of him. Ultimately, everything felt shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him somewhat anxious. However, at that moment, the other party erupted into a derisive laugh, an expression so contemptuous that it seemed to belittle Zhao Wenyu, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Confronted with such a scornful laugh, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss for how to respond. He had not encountered anyone from the outside world for a considerable time, and now, all of a sudden, a person appeared before him, which he found rather difficult to accept. Gradually, he had forgotten how to communicate with those beyond his secluded existence. Moreover, this was a complete stranger, utterly unfamiliar to him. Listening to the astonished voice of this individual, Zhao Wenyu was momentarily taken aback. He truly could not recall where he had encountered this person before. Yet, he sensed that the tone in which this individual spoke to him bore the unmistakable familiarity of an old acquaintance. As he surveyed the surrounding darkness, a wave of fear surged within Zhao Wenyu. His own abilities were already rather feeble, and now, facing a potential onslaught from someone possessing formidable strength, he genuinely questioned whether he would survive to see another day, perhaps even failing to witness the sun rise tomorrow. Noticing Zhao Wenyu's anxious glances in various directions, the elderly man emitted a cold, mocking chuckle. It was evident that he regarded Zhao Wenyu with utter disdain, yet this only intensified Zhao Wenyu's sense of unease. If this continued, he might not even comprehend the manner of his demise. Since he had arrived here, it was imperative to uncover the true identity of his counterpart. Could you refrain from communicating with me in such a manner? We could certainly speak openly. Yet, you persist in addressing me with that chilling laughter, which I find utterly intolerable. Have I offended you in some way? If there has been any misunderstanding, I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. As I am merely a newcomer to this realm, Zhao Wenyu spoke with utmost caution. He had only just begun to enter this celestial realm, so it was entirely natural for him to encounter difficulties. All he needed to do was humbly accept his shortcomings and acknowledge his mistakes to these esteemed predecessors. Zhao Wenyu trembled all over, for this was his first encounter with this individual. Yet, he could sense the myriad pressures looming behind him, wondering how this person had managed to locate him. Nevertheless, he could discern the significance of this situation for himself. Zhao Wenyu, what is the matter with you? Why did you greet me with such a countenance upon our first meeting? I believed it was entirely unnecessary, and I certainly did not expect you to regard me with such eyes. Previously, I always considered you to be an exceptionally formidable individual, and I still do. What has happened? Is it possible that you lack even this modicum of confidence? The old man spoke to Zhao Wenyu in an exceedingly mocking tone. It was precisely because he perceived the young man to possess formidable strength that he inadvertently stumbled into a dreamlike reverie, only to find himself ultimately struck by a heavy blow. Zhao Wenyu scanned his surroundings incessantly, feeling utterly incapable of locating the individual with whom he wished to converse, let alone comprehend the sheer tension this situation imposed upon him. Naturally timid by nature and lacking any genuine prowess, he suddenly felt as though all his secrets were laid bare before everyone, leading him to believe that the old man likely discerned he was not someone endowed with immense power. "Old sir, if you have anything to convey, please feel free to share it with me at this moment. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you in achieving it. The world is vast, and your ability to find me signifies a profound trust in me, a sentiment I genuinely appreciate. However, I also hope for your understanding." Zhao Wenyu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. He now merely hopes to attain a modicum of understanding from the old man. Beyond that, he finds himself at a loss for words. The elder has remained silent, ostensibly wishing to discern just how many astonishing revelations Zhao Wenyu might ultimately utter. He harbored no grand thoughts, yet now found himself sensing that he might derive something from Zhao Wenyu that he had never contemplated before. Zhao Wenyu had been incessantly narrating tales to the old man, yet he soon discovered that the elder was unwilling to utter a single word in return, which left him feeling quite embarrassed and perplexed regarding the old man's intentions. Zhao Wenyu's mouth was nearly parched from speaking, but the old man remained resolutely silent. Abruptly, Zhao Wenyu lost his desire to continue the conversation. He realized that no matter how much he spoke, it would be mere drivel. It would be wiser to discern the elder's true thoughts before proceeding, thereby avoiding any further complications. Noticing Zhao Wenyu's sudden silence, the old man appeared before him in an instant. Before him stood an elderly figure with flowing white hair and an exceptionally long beard. Despite exuding an air of dishevelment, Zhao Wenyu could sense an undeniable distinctiveness about this man. He emanated an aura of menace that was utterly inescapable. A shiver coursed through Zhao Wenyu, and he sought to avert his gaze, as he had felt untroubled when he had not seen the old man. However, at this moment, an unsettling tension gripped his heart, leaving him uncertain of how to respond in the presence of such a figure. "Is there something amiss? Is my appearance truly so fearsome?" The old man jested. "Though everyone who has laid eyes upon me seems to regard me thus, I consider myself rather handsome and dashing. After all, I was once a striking young man." At that moment, Zhao Wenyu sensed a slight easing of the atmosphere. At the very least, the old man had not addressed him with a tone of hostility, which was a source of relief for Zhao Wenyu. Beyond that, he truly felt indifferent. "I have never claimed that your appearance is frightful. I merely believe that someone of your age ought to enjoy a peaceful retirement rather than remain by my side. It would suffice to resolve any past grievances at this juncture. What purpose does your torment serve?" Zhao Wenyu spoke with a hint of reproach. He always harbored the belief that this elderly man, being of advanced age, was not to be trusted, unable to bear the sight of others thriving. Thus, he thought the old man had deliberately approached him. However, the truth was far from his assumptions, which were not at all aligned with reality. The old man had never anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would speak to him in such a tone, leaving him feeling utterly disconcerted, unsure of how to respond. Did these people genuinely perceive him as akin to a bandit? Yet, paradoxically, he felt that remaining close to Zhao Wenyu might prove beneficial. "I believe there has been some misunderstanding," the old man asserted confidently. "I have come to assist you in drawing out Lao Jun. As for the remaining matters, it shall depend on your fortune." Initially, Zhao Wenyu feigned indifference. However, upon hearing the name Lao Jun, he was struck with disbelief. Was it possible that this individual was perpetually by his side, even privy to the events of his daily life? If so, he might indeed share his thoughts openly. For this person's prowess was something he had never anticipated. Zhao Wenyu felt a surge of astonishment, casting doubt on the true abilities of this elder, yet simultaneously recognizing the formidable nature of the man before him. Noticing the skepticism in Zhao Wenyu's gaze, the old man smiled and gradually approached him. Yet, Zhao Wenyu found this menacing and began to retreat. As he continued to back away, he suddenly heard a cold chuckle. "If you retreat any further, I will be unable to save you. Turn around and see what lies behind you," the old man said with a frigid demeanor. As Zhao Wenyu turned, he was met with the sight of a precipice. If he proceeded any further, survival would be impossible. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the old man would wish to save him. Given the circumstances, would it not be simpler for him to perish in silence? What, then, was the nature of his current predicament? Zhao Wenyu's heart raced with uncertainty. He began to struggle to comprehend the intentions of the man before him. Now, You must sense that I do not genuinely wish to harm you, the old man continued. I have sought you out to propose a collaboration, which could yield unexpected rewards for both of us. Do you find my proposition feasible? His words exuded a hint of confidence, which was unmistakably clear. Any rational individual would naturally opt to collaborate with Zhao Wenyu. However, after much deliberation, he had finally encountered someone who genuinely captured his attention over the millennia. Consequently, it was unlikely that any unforeseen circumstances would arise in the future. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, Zhao Wenyu found himself somewhat perplexed. Yet he also recognized that the elder's words bore significant wisdom. What exactly do you mean by that? If you wish to discuss collaboration, I implore you to articulate your thoughts clearly. This would allow me to grasp the essence of your words, thus providing me with some reassurance, Zhao Wenyu inquired directly. Regardless of the elder's current sentiments, it was essential for him to engage in a meaningful dialogue, as this was the most gratifying course of action for him at this juncture. The elder could sense Zhao Wenyu's genuine interest in their potential partnership. Given this understanding, there was little left to be discussed. Trust between individuals is paramount. It was now imperative to express all that needed to be said, thereby mitigating the likelihood of any major issues, a truth that everyone ought to comprehend. I can sense your thoughts, and I am aware of what you wish to convey at this moment. However, since I have chosen to collaborate with you, I must inform you that you possess qualities I find indispensable. Rest assured, I can provide you with much of what you desire, the elder stated with unwavering confidence. Having articulated such sentiments, he was acutely aware of the challenges he faced at this moment, and these matters remained firmly within his contemplation. Zhao Wenyu harbored some skepticism. He suddenly found himself perplexed by the meaning of the words being spoken by the individual before him. Yet, he felt that perhaps this moment presented the simplest of tasks for him. Regardless, he knew he must adhere to his own principles, lest he be deceived by others. Sir, I am uncertain of the true nature of the collaboration you reference. However, if it genuinely promises to be of assistance to me, I would be inclined to consider it. It ultimately hinges on whether we can collaborate effectively together. Zhao Wenyu also articulated his thoughts. He did not reject the idea of collaboration, after all. His current abilities were rather limited. When faced with genuine tasks, he found himself utterly incapable of fulfilling them, and he remained oblivious to what unforeseen challenges might arise next. The old man was taken aback by how swiftly Zhao Wenyu agreed, a response he had never dared to envision, leaving him somewhat astonished. Although Zhao Wenyu had only just begun his journey, he had already shed much of his youthful naivety. Child, do you truly wish to place your trust in me? I can hardly believe that matters have escalated to this extent. But I must inquire, are you not even curious about my identity? Are you not fearful that in this partnership, I might deceive you at will? The elder regarded Zhao Wenyu with a tone laced with skepticism. In the past, the old man had sought numerous collaborators. While he was often reluctant to engage with them, none had approached the situation with the poise exhibited by Zhao Wenyu. It seemed evident that the boy genuinely needed the assistance of others. Otherwise, circumstances would not have culminated in such a manner. Zhao Wenyu suddenly found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he had been overly eager and had made his intentions too apparent, which had irked others. Yet, he undeniably required a partner at this juncture. Since both parties had mutual needs, there was no longer a reason for pretense. A cold smile graced Zhao Wenyu's lips as he mimicked the elder's earlier disdainful demeanor. At this moment, he felt indifferent to everything else. What truly mattered was understanding the potential advantages and disadvantages that this collaboration might entail, which would ultimately ease their mutual apprehensions. Frankly, my words may hold little weight. I recognize that my eagerness to collaborate with you may seem hasty. However, you must understand my pressing need for a partner, Zhao Wenyu confessed candidly. He was a remarkably honest individual, fully aware of how to navigate this situation. The old man had not anticipated encountering such a person, yet it brought him considerable joy. Meeting someone like Zhao Wenyu might very well be the most gratifying occurrence at this moment, far preferable to encountering unexpected complications in the future. After scrutinizing Zhao Wenyu for a moment, the elder finally spoke. Child, since you are willing to collaborate with me, let us share our thoughts with one another. I believe it is of little consequence to express them now. However, I hope you understand that what I seek is a successor. The old man spoke coldly, his tone taking on a grave seriousness. The depth of his emotions instilled a sense of fear in Zhao Wenyu, who suddenly felt as if he had stumbled into the lair of a tiger. Yet, at this moment, he found himself with little recourse, having chosen to pursue a partnership. He understood the necessity of listening attentively. This not only demonstrated respect towards the old man, but also provided insight into his true intentions, which was preferable to facing any unacceptable circumstances in the future. In truth, your words hold little significance for me, as I am well aware of your perspective at this juncture. Thus, there are many instances where I could choose silence. However, what do you truly mean by successor? I carry a heavy burden behind me, and I cannot remain in this world with you indefinitely. Zhao Wenyu expressed his strong aversion directly. He must return to care for his own disciples and this family, naturally lacking the inclination to squander time on others. What then should some members of his household do? If the old lord truly comes knocking, it is likely that his disciples will be ill-equipped to face him, effectively casting others into the abyss. Such hurtful actions are beyond his capability to undertake. The old man had merely intended to speak lightly, yet he did not anticipate Zhao Wenyu's reaction to be so vehement, prompting him to question whether his choice of words was flawed. However, he was acutely aware that such a response was quite normal, given that he remains one of the leaders among them. Child, might you refrain from such fervor? Your current agitation will undoubtedly impede your future endeavors. I have yet to articulate my thoughts clearly, and here you are addressing me in this manner. I truly find myself at a loss for words. Do you not think you are being a tad too hasty? The old man expressed his discontent. Zhao Wenyu met all of his expectations in various aspects, yet the elder felt that the youth's temperament was too easily exposed, raising concerns about his ability to become a competent successor. It seems the child requires further trials before he can genuinely stand against a multitude. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhao Wenyu endeavored to restrain himself, ensuring that his emotions did not manifest overtly at this moment. Otherwise, it could lead to significant issues. Only by gradually achieving calmness could he endure until the end. Old sir, please enlighten me on what it truly means for you to designate me as your successor. I do not possess the luxury of time to squander in idle chatter. What I seek is a sincere truth, rather than the nonsensical banter we seem to be engaging in now. I believe my assertions hold considerable merit, Zhao Wenyu deliberately stated. He currently seeks to execute every task to perfection, believing that such diligence will prevent any further complications. Other matters he chooses to disregard entirely. While I cannot divulge specifics at this moment, rest assured it will not impede your survival across both realms. The knowledge I impart will undoubtedly prove advantageous in your future endeavors, though I remain uncertain of your willingness to accept it. A hint of regret permeated the old man's tone. Should Zhao Wenyu truly wish to collaborate with him, he could guarantee that this individual would not be let down. However, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Zhao Wenyu felt a mix of shock and intrigue regarding the situation. Given his current limited abilities in that world, he pondered the merits of making gradual progress, which would arm him with the necessary leverage for future challenges. What benefits can you offer me? Zhao Wenyu inquired directly, a hint of greed evident in his voice, for he yearned not for superficial skills, but genuine martial prowess. Each of his mentor's teachings had indeed facilitated significant transformations in his disciples, yet he felt a pressing need to acquire some abilities himself. He did not wish to be easily defeated by others should complications arise. If I am not mistaken, you possess no real strength at all, the old man surmised. Though merely conjecture, it stemmed from extensive investigation over time, thus bearing a notable degree of accuracy, one that Zhao Wenyu could not easily refute. Observing the disdainful expression on the old man's face left Zhao Wenyu reluctant to concede. While he lacked tangible prowess, he had the capability to send his disciples into battle, which he considered his greatest asset. Why, then, did he feel perceived as merely a theoretical strategist in the presence of these elders? The old man, witnessing Zhao Wenyu's reluctance to admit his shortcomings, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he recognized this as a tacit acknowledgement, affirming the findings of his earlier inquiries. Consequently, their collaboration could proceed more smoothly, eliminating any potential issues. Since you are unwilling to admit it, I shall refrain from pressing further. However, I am well aware of your true nature. Should you choose to partner with me, I can teach you some essential survival techniques. Allowing you to conceal your inadequacies from others, the old man proclaimed with fervor. As the old man continued to elaborate, Zhao Wenyu suddenly felt as though he was being offered mere illusions. The true extent of the old man's abilities remained shrouded in uncertainty. How could he allow himself to be ensnared so easily? If this were merely a test sent by others, would he so easily reveal himself before them? Zhao Wenyu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He could never permit anyone to uncover his true capabilities. Even with those closest to him, he must conceal certain aspects. For this is the essence of preserving his life. What nonsense are you spouting? You old fool, I possess immense power, which I have not previously displayed. If necessary, let us engage in a contest, and you will see whether I speak the truth. Zhao Wenyu exclaimed, his anger boiling over. He certainly would not permit anyone to underestimate his prowess. Even if the truth were spoken, it would be utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate the celestial realm in the future? Observing Zhao Wenyu's attempts at concealment, the old man chuckled softly. He certainly spoke after conducting a thorough investigation. However, it is entirely reasonable for Zhao Wenyu to deny it. After all, no one wishes to be perceived as profoundly ignorant. The old man emitted a scornful laugh. Had he not undertaken meticulous research, he would not dare to speak frivolously in Zhao Wenyu's presence. They both were acutely aware of each other's true capabilities. Given their intention to collaborate, it was essential that neither displayed excessive arrogance. Child, since I have sought you out, I hope you can comprehend my intentions. I am not here to ascertain whether you possess genuine prowess. Rather, I wish to explore the possibility of collaboration between us. Therefore, there is no need for you to put on a facade before me. As for the authenticity of your abilities, I trust you are well aware of the truth within your own heart, the old man said earnestly. He did not wish for Zhao Wenyu to perceive this matter through a distorted lens. They ought to articulate their mutual demands clearly and openly. If collaboration could be achieved, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous outcome. However, there was no necessity to conceal their own affairs from one another at this juncture. For what significance would that hold? The Blood Shadow sect will soon come for us, the elder suddenly exclaimed. The mention of those 3 words startled Zhao Wenyu. The Blood Shadow sect was a faction he had once affiliated with, and the prospect of it turning into an adversary was indeed difficult for him to bear. Although Zhao Wenyu felt a surge of astonishment, he also acknowledged the elder's words as potentially grounded in reality, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Amidst the shock, a flicker of indignation began to stir within him. What he despised the most was the speculation of others regarding his abilities. Today, the old man had certainly stumbled into a perilous situation. However, upon hearing the old man's earnest and heartfelt words, he suddenly realized that there was indeed a measure of truth in what the man had articulated. What he truly requires at this moment is a capable collaborator who can seamlessly integrate into his being, providing guidance and insight, rather than merely occupying a vessel filled with intellect, which would only breed further skepticism among his disciples. As for when the truth might be revealed, that remains uncertain. Zhao Wenyu found himself lost in contemplation. He could not shake the feeling that such an extraordinary opportunity could not possibly fall into his lap. His prior acquaintance with the elder was minimal, and he was baffled as to how this individual had even located him, let alone dared to place his trust in him. Observing Zhao Wenyu's deep deliberation, the elder felt a sense of unease. This was the only moment wherein he could influence the outcome. Should he receive a favorable response from Zhao Wenyu, his visit would not be in vain. Otherwise, the unpredictable fate awaiting him on his return journey was beyond his reckoning. Eventually, Zhao Wenyu cleared his throat. If you have something to express, now would be the opportune moment to articulate it clearly. Should you find any aspect of our potential collaboration unsatisfactory, I would appreciate your fundamental feedback, so I may understand how to improve. I genuinely believe that this partnership could be mutually beneficial, the elder eagerly implored. He could no longer afford to wait for Zhao Wenyu to ponder the matter. War loomed ominously on the horizon. The most pressing task at hand was to swiftly find someone capable of assisting him in securing victory. Zhao Wenyu was deep in contemplation, unaware of the old man's impatience. Given the circumstances, he felt no obligation to hold back. Old man, I hold you in high regard. Yet this matter requires thorough investigation before I can provide you with a conclusion. You assert that the Blood Shadow sect is no longer what I once encountered. But that is merely an unsubstantiated claim. Do you truly expect me to trust you on such grounds? Zhao Wenyu remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. He had once fought alongside the members of the Blood Shadow sect, and could not be so easily swayed by the words of another. Should the old man harbor ill intentions, would he not find himself unwittingly ensnared in a treacherous scheme? Such thoughts were natural for Zhao Wenyu. Otherwise, he would have wasted many years. The old man had not anticipated that, at this juncture, Zhao Wenyu would still harbor doubts about his words. Yet, he was resolute in his conviction that every statement he made was the absolute truth. My child, I am astonished that you still question my sincerity at this point. Do you believe it necessary for me to deceive you? Knowing your close ties with the Blood Shadow sect, why would I intentionally speak falsehoods? Would that not be a path to self-destruction? Why can you not extend your trust to me just this once? The old man expressed his exasperation. He was never a person who knowingly committed wrongdoing. Although he was acutely aware that Zhao Wenyu would undoubtedly conduct an investigation, he could not possibly lie. Yet, for reasons unknown, his current statements lacked credibility. Upon hearing the old man's explanation, Zhao Wenyu nodded. In truth, every word spoken by the elder was genuine, and he understood the need for a meticulous investigation to ascertain the truth. It would be utterly unjust to indiscriminately label the blood brothers with accusations of disloyalty without discernment. Such an act would indeed be excessive. Old man, I comprehend your perspective, and I am aware of your current expectations of me. However, as I previously mentioned, I cannot simply accept the words of anyone without due consideration. Even if the Blood Shadow sect were to approach me, urging collaboration against you, I must first investigate the matter thoroughly to discern right from wrong. Do you find my reasoning valid? Zhao Wenyu endeavored to articulate. His explanation left the elder momentarily speechless. Given that Zhao Wenyu had articulated his stance so clearly, pressing further would only reflect poorly on the elder himself. Observing the elder's internal struggle, Zhao Wenyu refrained from speaking further. This was the only concession he could afford at present. Should the elder demand more, he would have no choice but to withdraw from the collaboration. His own strength could sustain him for a while longer, and he could not afford to be easily discovered by others. Old man, I hold you in high regard, yet I hope you will respect my principles in conducting affairs. If you expect me to hastily label others with unsubstantiated accusations without thorough investigation, I cannot comply. If you find it unacceptable, then perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. Our collaboration cannot continue under such circumstances. With that, Zhao Wenyu turned to leave. At that moment, the elder suddenly let out a piercing howl, a furious roar that sent shivers down Zhao Wenyu's spine. It momentarily stunned him. He was unsure of what the elder had endured. Yet, he could sense the man's grievances. Was it wrong for him to act in this manner? Nevertheless, everyone must adhere to their principles. He could not allow emotions to cloud his judgment, for doing so would have greater repercussions in his future endeavors. Zhao Wenyu remained silent, striving to control his own emotions. He could not concede so easily to the elder's demands. At the very least, he needed to conduct a thorough investigation to prevent any potential issues. To acquiesce without due diligence was beyond his capacity. Child, since you have expressed yourself so unequivocally, I am willing to agree that until you have thoroughly investigated this matter, I shall refrain from troubling you further. However, if your findings align with my conjecture, I sincerely hope you return to this place 3 days hence. I shall await your arrival here. With that, the old man vanished abruptly, leaving Zhao Wenyu alone in the spot. He looked around anxiously but found no exit. Nor did he comprehend the true nature of the place where the old man had mentioned they would meet in 3 days. Just as Zhao Wenyu was enveloped in confusion, a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. With a sharp gasp, he sat up abruptly from his bed, pinching his arms fiercely to ascertain whether what had just transpired was merely a figment of his imagination or a reality. In the midst of Zhao Wenyu's groggy state, the knocking at the door grew increasingly insistent. "Boss, I have an exceedingly urgent matter to report," the butler exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. In a flurry, Zhao Wenyu hastily donned his clothing, but upon opening the door, he was met with the shocking sight of the butler, drenched in blood and emanating a foul stench. Overwhelmed by the sight, Zhao Wenyu felt the bile rise within him, utterly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. "What on earth has happened? Why are you covered in blood? What has transpired?" Zhao Wenyu inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. The thought that something might have befallen those around him during his absence was intolerable. "Boss, a man has arrived outside. By his appearance, it seems he has sustained grievous injuries. However, before I could inquire further, he collapsed and is now lying in the woodshed. None of us are equipped to tend to his wounds. We need your guidance on how to proceed," the butler implored, his distress palpable. He truly found himself at a loss as to what to do at this moment, and naturally, he had no choice but to disturb Zhao Wenyu. However, just then, Zhao Wenyu helplessly shook his head. This was merely a straightforward matter, yet for some inexplicable reason, those around him were unable to manage it adequately. Instead, it always seemed to fall upon his shoulders, leaving him unable to even complete a dream, which ended abruptly in haste. "Steward, I do not wish to admonish you, but you possess the complete authority in this matter, and you are well aware that I am not a heartless individual. Since he has approached our door, we must offer him our care. Regardless of whether he is good or bad, I firmly believe that our actions pose no issue," Zhao Wenyu stated earnestly as he gazed at the steward. Yet at that moment, the steward shook his head in resignation. He certainly understood that providing care was not inherently wrong, but that individual was losing blood incessantly. If this continued, he would undoubtedly perish from excessive blood loss. However, having scoured for all possible physicians without success, he was left with no choice but to disturb Zhao Wenyu. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenyu's thoughts were wholly consumed by this matter, and he was eager to return to his dreams to reunite with the old man. Otherwise, he would remain uncertain about where he should be 3 days hence. And how could he ascertain whether to investigate this situation? What is it, steward? Is there something else? If you have no further matters, I believe you may take your leave now. I have pressing matters to attend to, and do you not realize that your presence here is hindering me? Zhao Wenyu said with evident frustration, as he yearned for rest and had no time to squander. Boss, if it weren't a matter of urgency, I would certainly not trouble you. However, that individual is losing far too much blood. If treatment is not administered promptly, you will inevitably lose his life. I also do not wish for him to die at our doorstep, as it would undoubtedly bring us significant negative repercussions. We are already the target of scrutiny. Do you believe that this course of action is appropriate? The steward implored, looking intently at Zhao Wenyu. He complied with all of Zhao Wenyu's requests without question. However, for the sake of their entire team, he could no longer endure the situation, at the very least. He felt it was imperative to make Zhao Wenyu aware of the pros and cons of the matter. Observing the butler's relentless determination, Zhao Wenyu realized that encountering the elder today would prove exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, for he believed that if the situation held any truth, they would inevitably meet again. Zhao Wenyu cast a disapproving glance at the butler, perplexed as to why he had chosen the most critical moment to seek him out. Yet, there was little he could do, as no one possessed the ability to control the fate of the injured. Given this reality, there seemed to be no point in discussing it further. Oh, butler, it is not my intention to criticize you. I was just immersed in a pleasant dream when you insisted on intervening. I am at a loss for what to do now. But I suppose saving a life takes precedence, Zhao Wenyu remarked, following the butler towards the woodshed. At that moment, the butler smiled with satisfaction, confident that Zhao Wenyu was not one to stand idly by in the face of adversity. It would indeed have been a waste of the time he had spent by Zhao Wenyu's side. Yet, for him, everything now seemed inconsequential. Throughout their journey, the butler continued to shower Zhao Wenyu with praise. However, Zhao Wenyu found some of it difficult to accept. Butler, must you continue to flatter me? You know that even flattery has its limits. Do you not sense that such behavior is somewhat inappropriate? We have known each other for quite some time. Do you truly believe I require such words from you at this moment? Zhao Wenyu said, looking at the butler with exasperation. He certainly did not wish to be surrounded by sycophants. Rather, he believed that the time spent in such company would be better utilized in diligently attending to his own responsibilities. The butler nodded in agreement, recognizing that his previous outburst before Zhao Wenyu stemmed from an excess of excitement. However, he was acutely aware that his actions were wholly inappropriate. Given this realization, it was best to refrain from further comment, lest the situation take an awkward turn, the outcome of which was unpredictable. I apologize, my dear sir. I merely found it difficult to conceal my enthusiasm. I have always known you to be a truly benevolent person. Without a doubt, you will exert every effort to assist others, the butler remarked with a smile. He felt a profound sense of pride emanating from within. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu smiled and patted the butler's shoulder. Just as he had approached the vicinity of the woodshed, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing an involuntary wave of nausea. Butler, I order everyone to withdraw immediately and ensure that no one else approaches this area. Seal it tightly, except for the interviews. No one is to enter under any circumstances, understood? Zhao Wenyu spoke with utmost seriousness. The normal scent of blood should not be like this. The fact that it had turned so foul was a clear indication that a tremendous change had occurred within his body. Who knows what might transpire shortly? For the safety of all, Zhao Wenyu felt compelled to secure the area. The butler appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. He had just summoned numerous doctors for treatment, and now, this sudden turn of events left him feeling frightened. What on earth was happening? It was chilling indeed. Boss, is something wrong? I had already summoned quite a few doctors for treatment. This is truly alarming. I hope I am not going to be infected at this moment. The butler said, his anxiety palpable. While saving lives was paramount, he also yearned to ensure his own safety while protecting others. Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly, finding the butler's concerns somewhat amusing. This situation was certainly not as dire as they imagined, nor was it as exaggerated. You needn't say any more, butler. I only wish for you to leave as swiftly as possible. There's no need to worry about anything else. Rest assured, I am more than capable of handling this matter on my own. Have I made myself clear? Zhao Wenyu stated coldly. What he can do now is to first enter and assess the situation. However, he also hopes that those beside him can provide unwavering support, and not merely utter these exceedingly tedious words at this moment. The butler had intended to say more, but it is perhaps wiser to quietly withdraw for now. He certainly knew that Zhao Wenyu had never been one to exaggerate. The fact that he was now compelled to do so only underscored the significance of the matter at hand. Regardless, he could not afford to turn a blind eye, for such an action would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. After dismissing everyone, Zhao Wenyu arrived at the door of the woodshed. At that moment, the entire space was saturated with blood, leaving Zhao Wenyu without a single place to stand. Witnessing this gruesome scene filled him with trepidation. He realized he possessed no genuine strength within him. Once treatment commenced, it would not be a simple endeavor, and for a moment, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss. What should he do? He felt acutely embarrassed. Yet, he was now ensnared in such a predicament. Even if he chose to wait in silence, a resolution must ultimately arise. He could not merely enter and then exit to inform everyone of his inability to provide treatment, as that would inevitably generate immense pressure. Master, do you need my assistance? Just as Zhao Wenyu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, a voice suddenly broke through from outside, the voice of Zhang Qian. Initially, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of resistance. But upon reflection, he considered that perhaps she possessed the capability to treat this individual. It was merely that he could not bring himself to take action at present. Thus, in pursuit of the quickest treatment possible, he decided to allow Zhang Qian to enter. Come in, I will explain what we should do shortly, Zhao Wenyu declared, opening the door. As soon as she stepped inside, Zhang Qian was taken aback. She had never witnessed such a bloody scene, and it made her feel nauseous. As a woman, how could she possibly endure such a sight? Noticing Zhang Qian's discomfort, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He himself felt fear upon encountering such a situation, and it was entirely natural for a woman who had never experienced the harsh realities of life to react in this manner. Master, why are you still smiling? I cannot bear to look at this scene. I must leave, Zhang Qian stated with evident distaste, preparing to turn away. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu abruptly pulled her back inside, causing them both to tumble to the ground. As Zhang Qian opened her eyes, she found herself pressed closely against Zhao Wenyu, and they remained in that position, neither willing to push the other away. Suddenly, Zhang Qian felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he was her master, and she could not harbor such feelings. Master, I truly cannot accept this. This person is covered in blood. I cannot bring myself to touch him. If it is not feasible, I will return to find a more skilled doctor. I am certain there exists someone capable of treating him. As soon as Zhang Qian finished speaking, she stood up again, preparing to flee. However, Zhao Wenyu cleared his throat, an unmistakable hint of anger evident in his cough. Since Zhang Qian was his foremost disciple, it was his duty to ensure that she bore the weight of responsibility. He was determined to cultivate her resilient character. She must not be so easily defeated by a mere trifling challenge. Zhao Wenyu coughed forcefully once more. Zhang Qian seemed to sense the pressure emanating from her master. Even if she wished to retreat at this moment, fear held her back, for such a formidable presence stood beside her. Master, what are you truly thinking? If it comes to worst, we could take him to an external clinic. I believe that would pose no significant issue. Moreover, I have previously suggested that we refrain from meddling too much, as the future is shrouded in uncertainty, Zhang Qian remarked deliberately. She merely hoped her words would carry sufficient weight. Yet to Zhao Wenyu, this seemed nothing more than Zhang Qian's feeble excuse. A refusal to engage in the act of healing. If that were the case, clarity and communication should suffice. There was no need to escalate the matter unnecessarily. You might not understand me well. Though this situation represents my greatest trial, it means little to me. I must uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, I shall not perceive any issue. If you truly cannot bear it, then feel free to leave, Zhao Wenyu retorted, his frustration palpable. This disciple was nothing short of a disappointment. In a state of utter exasperation, he would allow the individual before him to depart. Upon hearing such words, Zhang Qian promptly closed her mouth, refraining from uttering another word for fear of incurring her master's wrath. So, what is your reaction at this moment? Do share your thoughts with me, so I may know how to proceed. If you genuinely do not wish to continue, I can summon others for guidance. I am curious to see how you, as a senior sister, will manage this, Zhao Wenyu expressed, his irritation unabated, eager to witness what complications might arise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian dared not utter another syllable. She was acutely aware of the consequences that awaited her should she continue speaking. Thus, she chose silence. Complying with her master's demands, this was the only course of action available to her in this moment. Have you made your decision? Zhao Wenyu asked, his agitation evident. He certainly cannot afford to squander any more time, especially since this matter has already become exceedingly urgent. At that moment, Zhang Qian nodded repeatedly. Even though she was utterly reluctant, there was no alternative. Master, as the senior apprentice, these responsibilities naturally fall upon me. Perhaps others could refuse, but I find myself unable to do so. I have long known what I must do, so rest assured. Do you think I cannot handle such matters? With that, Zhang Qian squatted down, closing her eyes, her expression twisted in anguish. Witnessing the deep-seated rejection in her demeanor stirred a pang of sympathy in Zhao Wenyu. After all, she was his disciple, and it was completely natural for a young girl to feel this way in such circumstances. What's wrong? Are you in distress? If it's truly unbearable, perhaps we should summon the steward. Being a man, he might find it easier to manage the wound, Zhao Wenyu remarked with concern. She was his disciple, not his adversary. Forcing someone to undertake tasks against their will would signify his failure as a mentor. Yet Zhang Qian shook her head. Once she had resolved to undertake a task, there would be no issues. She was already aware of her next course of action and would not waver. Your words are futile. We must commence treatment at once. Only when I am able to heal this wound can I rightfully step outside and claim my position as the senior apprentice. Otherwise, who knows what might transpire? Zhang Qian stated, resolutely beginning to clean the blood. Zhao Wenyu felt a surge of emotion for the young girl, yet found himself at a loss for words. However, after a short while, Zhao Wenyu began to struggle with the oppressive atmosphere. The stifling environment made it increasingly unbearable. Master, are you feeling unwell? Zhang Qian inquired with genuine concern upon observing his grim countenance. She recognized that this predicament was equally distressing for everyone involved, which was entirely normal. Yet at that moment, Zhao Wenyu merely coughed and resumed the treatment, as he had not yet identified the source of the man's injury, let alone what complications might arise thereafter. Why is it so difficult to locate his wound? I have encountered similar cases before, and given the substantial blood loss, there must be a significant injury. Why can we not uncover it? Zhang Qian wore an expression of bewilderment. Although she had previously encountered similar patients, she had never met someone quite like this. Hearing such words made Zhao Wenyu feel a twinge of anxiety. However, upon learning that Zhang Qian had dealt with relevant cases before, Zhao Wenyu felt a flicker of comfort within him. Have you treated anyone before? Zhao Wenyu suddenly asked, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Qian, startling her. Having grown up in a family of medical practitioners, she had indeed encountered numerous cases. Yet, she remained puzzled by the implications of Zhao Wenyu's inquiry. Master, what do you mean by that? I have been raised in a family of medicine. My grandfather built his legacy on herbal remedies. Thus, I possess some understanding of these cases, but I am uncertain as to your meaning, Zhang Qian replied, her expression one of astonishment. I tend to feel faint at the sight of blood. When I see him covered in red, I can't help but feel a bit queasy. So, I will instruct you on what to do, and if you follow my directions, we should be able to quickly locate his wounds. Do you understand what I am saying? Zhao Wenyu spoke softly, not out of threat, but rather from a place of uncertainty about how to proceed. Zhang Qian looked bewildered. If she truly had a fear of blood, she would have likely collapsed by now. Yet, she observed that her master remained steadfast, which suggested that the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. So why did he hesitate to act? Suddenly, Zhang Qian burst into laughter, finding the situation absurd. Even in jest, such extremes seemed unnecessary. If she truly had a fear of blood, she would not have been able to endure this long. Upon hearing her laughter, Zhao Wenyu felt a surge of tension. Initially, he thought it was merely his disciple mocking him. However, when he caught the skeptical look in Zhang Qian's eyes, he realized that his earnest declarations were perceived as nothing more than a jest in the eyes of others. What is it? Why are you laughing? What could possibly be amusing? I am your master. You should do as I instruct. Surely, you do not intend to resist? Zhao Wenyu said, feigning seriousness. Zhang Qian had initially planned to elaborate further, but upon seeing the gravity in Zhao Wenyu's expression, she dared not speak further. Master, how come I have never heard you mention a fear of blood before? And if that were the case, upon catching a whiff of that foul odor earlier, you would have fainted instantly. Are you jesting with me? Zhang Qian inquired, indirectly probing. The patient's condition was indeed unusual. The stench emanating from him indicated that they needed to exercise considerable caution. Thus, it was entirely normal for some to feel reluctant to enter the room. Master, do you truly wish to avoid him? Is that why you entrusted this matter to me? You are quite mischievous, she teased. However, I find myself unable to defy your instructions. I merely remain uncertain as to where to commence. Zhang Qian responded earnestly, just after she uttered that statement. Zhao Wenyu fell silent, prompting her to ease the palpable awkwardness in the atmosphere. After all, it was inconceivable for her to remain mute in the presence of his master. Initially, Zhao Wenyu was deep in thought, contemplating the most suitable excuse to ensure that the individual before him would comply. Yet, upon hearing her words, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that he could no longer allow such a predicament to unfold. Indeed, I harbor no desire to engage with him, for I have pressing matters that demand my attention. I fear that any contact with this tainted blood might yield unforeseen consequences, so I hope you can comprehend my position. Master, Zhao Wenyu stated with utmost seriousness. It is unclear when he acquired the ability to lie without a hint of embarrassment, but that was of little consequence now. At that moment, Zhang Qian chuckled, realizing that had she known her master would express such sentiments, she would have refrained from further elaboration. Master, had you conveyed this to me earlier, I would have complied with your wishes. However, your silence has left me feeling somewhat awkward, rendering further conversation unnecessary. Will you indeed provide me with the correct guidance shortly? Zhang Qian could not help but reveal a hint of concern. She had never personally embarked on a healing endeavor, and lacking any miraculous remedies, she could not guarantee the successful treatment of this individual. As for what might transpire next, no one could predict with certainty. Zhao Wenyu nodded. Since he had already taken this step, he was confident in his ability to resolve the matter effectively, a fact that should be clear to all, rendering further unnecessary chatter moot. Since I have proceeded thus far, I am assured of my capacity to rectify this situation. Therefore, you need not harbor any concerns. And I assure you that I will take full responsibility for my words. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will bear the consequences. Ensuring that your esteemed reputation as senior sister remains unblemished, Zhao Wenyu reassured Zhang Qian. He understood that the mere ability to enlist a girl as assistance in accomplishing certain tasks was remarkable in itself. Naturally, he should assume responsibility for any challenges that arose thereafter, rather than burden a delicate woman with matters he could not confront. Zhang Qian was astonished that her master could so astutely discern her innermost thoughts. Master, now that you have spoken to me in this manner, I am enlightened on how to proceed. Rest assured, I shall adhere to your instructions shortly, she declared. Her previous statement erupted into a sudden outburst, startling Zhao Wenyu completely, leaving him bewildered about the intentions of the person before him. What is the matter? I merely requested your assistance in saving a patient. I harbored no ulterior motives. Is it your desire for everyone to hear your loud cries? Or are you attempting to prove something? Zhao Wenyu replied, utterly bemused. This indeed struck him as peculiar, and he was uncertain about the underlying reasons. Zhang Qian smiled. Recognizing this as a fundamental ritual she performed prior to completing any task, an enduring method of self-encouragement throughout the years. Thus, it was undoubtedly a perfectly normal occurrence in this moment. Master, please do not take offense. I did not intend to frighten you. I merely developed this unseemly habit in the past. I hope for your understanding, as I find it invigorating to shout before undertaking any endeavor, Zhang Qian elucidated. She had not anticipated that her singular outcry would so thoroughly startle Zhao Wenyu, which caused her considerable concern, leaving her at a loss for words. Zhao Wenyu nodded. Given the conversation had reached this juncture, he was prepared for whatever might transpire next. For now, I shall not dwell on your current thoughts. What matters most is your attitude toward this situation. If you can remedy this issue, subsequent events will warrant no undue worry on your part. I shall credit all the accolades to you, but this depends on your approach to the matter at hand, Zhao Wenyu remarked, gazing intently at Zhang Qian. His utterance was merely an attempt to provide continuous encouragement to the individual before him. Zhang Qian, in response, nodded eagerly. This presented a splendid opportunity for her, and it was imperative that she cherished it to ensure that no complications would arise in the future. First, you should move him over. Simply perform a rotation so that he lies on his back, Zhao Wenyu declared, extending his hand in readiness to assist Zhang Qian in lifting the man. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian cast a doubtful glance in his direction. Just previously, her master had mentioned that due to certain peculiar circumstances, he could not come into contact with such tainted blood. Suddenly, there seemed to be a significant shift, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. At that moment, Zhao Wenyu started to comprehend something. quickly retracting his hand, realizing that this would indeed pose a challenge for him. What is the matter, master? I distinctly saw you reach out just now. Why withdraw your hand? Regardless of his thoughts, what mattered was that she required assistance. If he could not help, he should at least summon someone from outside to aid her, as it would be far better than facing this predicament alone. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Qin remarked pointedly. Observing her master's gaze, she could sense the complexity of the situation. Given the current circumstances, there seemed little point in continuing further. Zhao Wenyu had initially intended to counter her assertion, but he suddenly recognized the validity in Zhang Qin's words. If he could not lend a hand directly, he certainly needed to find someone to assist him, thereby preventing any potential issues. Just as Zhao Wenyu was about to step outside, he was startled by the man's labored breathing. He suddenly realized the urgency of the situation. He must initiate treatment as swiftly as possible to avert any unforeseen consequences, which would undeniably be awkward. Come quickly. I feel he is on the verge of losing consciousness. We must act with utmost urgency to render aid. Otherwise, I genuinely cannot guarantee what may transpire next, Zhang Qian exclaimed anxiously. At this juncture, Zhao Wenyu, disregarding his previous contemplations, knelt down, with one hand pressing against the man's pulse while elevating his arm with the other. Zhang Qian, observing the scene, found it somewhat absurd. This man was profusely bleeding, far beyond a mere nosebleed. Little did she know what her master was truly up to at this moment, which further amused her. What are you doing? Hurry and help me. Do you expect me to flip him over all by myself? Have you even considered whether that is feasible? Zhao Wenyu, in a fit of anger, shouted vehemently. At that moment, Zhang Qian hastily turned her face away. However, just then, the man lying down suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Zhao Wenyu helplessly shook his head. They must see this through to the end. Otherwise, significant problems could easily arise, regardless of what may happen next. In any case, this was a task they were obligated to undertake at this juncture. Master, does expelling this black blood mean he might feel a bit better? Zhang Qian exclaimed anxiously. I have heard from others that it should be a favorable sign. Should we not immediately carry him outside? She was deeply fearful that this man might perish within their home, a situation that would undoubtedly impose unprecedented pressure upon her. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu shook his head in resignation. Since they had already brought the situation to this point, there was no need to continue in such a manner. Do you believe this course of action is appropriate? Given that we have already gone to such lengths to save him, there is no need to utter such trivial remarks. Otherwise, it will surely provoke discontent among us. Furthermore, he is nearly restored. You need not worry about this matter any longer. Must I teach you that? Zhao Wenyu retorted angrily. They had painstakingly brought matters to such a juncture. It was hardly the moment to contemplate surrender. Yet, this unexpected turn of events left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Zhang Qian pursed her lips, acutely aware that this situation had a significant impact on her, rendering her momentarily at a loss. Beyond that, she harbored no substantial thoughts. Master, could you refrain from reproaching me in this manner? I did not act out of malice. I simply found myself in an unforeseen predicament that was difficult to bear. I harbor no ulterior motives, and I never truly intended to abandon him. What purpose does your approach serve? Zhang Qian's tone was laced with admonition. Zhao Wenyu, in exasperation, waved his hand dismissively. He no longer wished to endure the tedious explanations, which were inherently futile. What truly mattered was how they could save the man before them. Such a statement could provide them with some clarity while simultaneously exerting unprecedented pressure on others, which was undeniably advantageous. Enough of these tiresome justifications. They held no significance for me. What truly matters is you and what course of action I should take. Since he has expelled a mouthful of black blood, it indicates severe injuries both internally and externally. We must not act recklessly with Zhao Wenyu. With that, he produced a gleaming silver needle. The sight of that shining needle caused Zhang Qian some concern. She had never heard of her master treating ailments or saving lives. Even if he could sustain another's life through his own vital energy, it seemed improbable that such a feat could be achieved solely with a single silver needle. Zhang Qian looked on in perplexity. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He had no desire to elucidate as a master. It was essential to maintain an air of mystery for his disciple, for that was the optimal approach. Otherwise, there would come a day when he might be surpassed by her. Enough of your watching. This needle is vital for him. Once we locate the wound and insert it, his blood will immediately coagulate into a natural clotting point, and at that juncture, we need not worry further. He will no longer bleed, Zhao Wenyu asserted confidently. Seeing Zhao Wenyu's unwavering assurance, Zhang Qian eagerly joined in the search. For her, every word from her master was a decree. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found himself overwhelmed. Each time he beheld Zhang Qian's clumsy demeanor, it stirred a sense of sadness within him. Pondering how such a person could remain by her side daily. Could you possibly be a bit more dexterous? Each time I see you like this, I regret ever taking you on as a disciple. Who would find someone like you appealing? Zhao Wenyu expressed his frustration. To him, this situation had caught him entirely off guard, making it all the more troublesome to manage. Zhang Qian was astonished. She had anticipated everything. Yet she never imagined she would ultimately falter at the hands of her master. Slowly, she raised her head and gazed silently at Zhao Wenyu, seemingly voiceless. However, this moment left Zhao Wenyu bewildered, as he could not comprehend the situation, causing an uncomfortable awkwardness in his heart. What is it? What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you believe that staring at me will resolve this matter? I am addressing your skill, not the emotional dynamics between us. What significance does your gaze hold, even when directed at me in such a manner? Zhao Wenyu was exceedingly irate. What he despised most was the way these individuals gazed at him, as if to blame everything on others while clearly recognizing their own inadequacies. How could such behavior be deemed acceptable for a rational person? Upon noticing the unusual glint in Zhao Wenyu's eyes directed at him, Zhang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Her master had never regarded her with such scrutiny before, and this shift in perception left her perplexed and apprehensive. Zhang Qian found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. She had initially refrained from speaking, wanting to observe Zhao Wenyu's decisions in silence. Yet, she soon realized that he appeared entirely indifferent to her presence. The severity in his gaze was almost unbearable, an undeniably frightening predicament. Master, could you refrain from looking at me in such a manner? Even if I may not be as capable as you envision. It is simply because I have yet to learn more from you. We have only just become master and disciple a few days ago. How can you hold me to such high expectations? With that, she hurriedly resumed her tasks, fully aware of the adage that the early bird catches the worm. Given her master's stern words, if she did not exert herself, it was likely that Zhao Wenyu would disregard her in the future, an undoubtedly disheartening scenario. Yet, Zhao Wenyu remained silent, a predicament that rendered him increasingly uncomfortable. Upon reflection, however, he recognized a modicum of truth in her words. He had indeed neglected to impart any knowledge to his disciple, merely entertaining a myriad of futile thoughts in his mind each day. Was this not a failure on his part as a mentor? Gradually, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of compassion. He could not afford to be excessively harsh with his disciple. Such an attitude might easily breed discontent, the repercussions of which were unpredictable. Very well, I shall not chastise you further, since we have exchanged so much dialogue already. Any continuation would be futile. I understand your true intentions, and you are aware of my genuine thoughts, so let us consider this matter concluded, shall we? Zhao Wenyu said with a warm smile directed at his disciple. Zhang Qian, taken aback by her master's unexpected willingness to express such sentiments akin to an apology, felt a surge of emotion, yet found herself at a loss for words. However, her master remained silent at this moment, which was already a significant improvement. Naturally, no one dared to speak further. Master, why is his wound so elusive? Zhang Qian inquired. In all the cases she had previously encountered, she had never witnessed anything akin to this. It was indeed quite rare. As soon as she finished speaking, she scratched her head, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. This was undeniably a challenging issue. Zhao Wenyu also furrowed his brow, as he had not contemplated this matter before. Yet, after Zhang Qian's remarks, he suddenly recognized that something was amiss. Could it be that they had strayed off course in their thinking? If that were the case, one could hardly predict what might unfold next. Do not move for now. Allow me to handle this matter, he asserted. Your approach lacks the necessary finesse, and I fear it may exacerbate the situation. Leave the rest to me, and I assure you, no further complications will arise. With that, Zhao Wenyu promptly commenced his actions. He quickly pulled Zhang Qian aside, as he could not guarantee the current condition and dared not speak carelessly, lest it lead to unforeseen consequences. Zhang Qian had initially felt confident, believing she could showcase her talents in this scenario. However, upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, a wave of fear washed over her. She could not fathom when her master had transformed into this state, which was utterly unacceptable to her. Master, you don't think I'm foolish, do you? Zhang Qian deliberately asked. This truly posed a perplexing dilemma for her, if that were the case. It left her feeling somewhat distressed and uncertain about how to confront the situation. Zhao Wenyu had never anticipated such a scenario. He had no such thoughts initially. Yet, Now confronted with this predicament, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had never harbored any distrust towards others. It was merely that some matters posed challenges for him. However, he was no longer inclined to explain himself to the person before him, as it was undeniably an embarrassing situation. Could you refrain from questioning me further? If I truly found you bothersome, I would certainly not engage in conversation with you. Given that I have articulated my thoughts to this extent, please do not overthink it. I merely believe this individual's condition is unusual. Thus, I prefer you not to interact with such individuals casually, as it could yield unforeseen outcomes. Zhao Wenyu spoke with deep sincerity. As a master, it was his duty to ensure the safety of every disciple. If the situation were perilous, he must not allow his students to speak carelessly, lest unexpected outcomes arise, which would undoubtedly lead to quite an awkward predicament. Zhang Qian had initially intended to express her anger, but upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, she felt an overwhelming excitement. She had never anticipated that someone would articulate such sentiments in her presence, which struck her as rather amusing. "Master, I have a trick," Zhang Qian exclaimed suddenly, her mind racing with ideas as she looked at Zhao Wenyu. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu found it somewhat unacceptable. He believed that matters should be addressed directly. Without the need for frivolous banter, such antics were not within his realm of tolerance. What were these individuals attempting to prove to him? Zhao Wenyu felt a bit bewildered, struggling to comprehend the significance of this situation. However, he hoped for understanding from everyone, as that might bring him some semblance of comfort, which he would consider quite favorable. Speaking to me in this manner serves no purpose. It only exacerbates my feelings of discontent. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Should it be beneficial to me? I will certainly heed your words. But if you persist in this roundabout manner, my impression of you will not improve, Zhao Wenyu remarked pointedly. He felt that unless Zhang Qian was compelled to confront her true capabilities, she would never realize her own potential. In the current circumstances, it was essential to express all that needed to be said, perhaps leading to a more favorable resolution. Zhang Qian appeared helpless. She merely wished to seize the opportunity to articulate her thoughts, but was taken aback by the resulting dynamics. Her master consistently opted for unconventional communication. Unbeknownst to him, this approach could yield unforeseen consequences. I simply wanted to express everything that was on my mind. Master, how can you regard me with such a gaze? I genuinely do not know how to converse with you. Why can you not comprehend my intentions? Have I not performed adequately? Zhang Qian lamented, feeling quite exasperated. Despite having articulated her thoughts eloquently, the ensuing reaction was somewhat intolerable, leaving her uncertain about what might transpire next. Zhao Wenyu had only spoken casually, not anticipating that such an outcome would arise, making it exceedingly difficult for him to accept the absurdity of the situation. Zhang Qian, you may convey whatever you wish directly to me. There is no need for that gaze. The reason I said what I did, I merely wish to engage in a heartfelt conversation with you, harboring no ulterior motives. What, pray tell, does your current gaze imply? Zhao Wenyu found herself at a loss for words. He merely expressed his thoughts, not anticipating that such an unacceptable situation would arise in the end, which indeed left a lingering discomfort in his heart. Zhang Qian, however, was reluctant to utter another word. This matter posed a genuine problem for her. Originally, she had intended to have a thorough discussion with her mentor, but now it seemed that even the possibility of such a conversation had vanished. Given this, what was the point of engaging in futile dialogue? Master, should you succeed in concocting a pill, I believe this situation would pose no issues whatsoever. Yet, I am uncertain of your true capabilities. Nevertheless, as I have expressed my thoughts, there lies an intention behind them, and it is imperative to understand your current perspective. This, in turn, would alleviate any concerns. Zhang Qian suddenly brought forth the crux of the matter, which indeed stirred Zhao Wenyu's emotions. She had never heard such words before. However, upon hearing this now, it brought her a sense of solace, for such a solution was beyond the contemplation of an ordinary individual. Zhao Wenyu fell into contemplation. This issue indeed presented a substantial feasibility for him, yet he must engage in profound introspection before determining the appropriate course of action. Otherwise, merely echoing someone else's casual remarks would be rather inappropriate. What purpose would that serve? What is it, Master? Do you find my words utterly unbelievable? Or do you possess thoughts at this moment that you could choose to share with me? If it benefits both of us, I shall certainly strive to assist you. Yet, I often find myself perplexed regarding your motivations. Zhang Qian inquired, gazing at her mentor. This matter represented a monumental trial for both her and her mentor. Therefore, it was essential to clarify any uncertainties promptly, especially regarding situations that even her mentor found intolerable, as such circumstances would inherently preclude any potential resolution. Zhang Qian felt an acute embarrassment. This was indeed a grave concern for her. If she could genuinely assist Zhao Wenyu in identifying suitable opportunities, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous for him in the future. However, if she could not even accomplish this, who could assure what might transpire next? Zhao Wenyu was not unwilling to act. Rather, the formulation of pills was exceedingly challenging for him. If he could resolve this matter swiftly, perhaps he would refrain from further comment. However, in the present circumstances, it is evidently impossible for such matters to materialize. No, we must first locate the wound. Without identifying it, all discussions are rendered futile. Do not assume I jest, only I comprehend the true significance of my words. As soon as Zhao Wenyu finished speaking, he immediately commenced his actions. This undoubtedly created an exceedingly awkward situation, and regardless of what transpires next, he must adhere to the truth. Zhang Qian shook her head in resignation. It appeared that at this moment, his words were of no avail. Indeed, this was a rather embarrassing predicament. She had hoped that once she articulated her thoughts, her mentor would demonstrate complete trust in her. It was only now that she realized the complexity of the situation. Noticing the disappointment in his disciple's heart, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of discomfort. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent, which was truly difficult for him to accept. Nonetheless, since the matter had developed to this point, it was unnecessary to prolong the conversation. It would be prudent to clarify everything with his disciple to avoid any misunderstandings. What's wrong, my disciple? You can't possibly think I harbor any distrust towards you. I assure you, such thoughts have never crossed my mind. Do not overthink it, as that would only prove detrimental to you, Zhang Qian. I have immense faith in you. Zhao Wenyu stated deliberately. While this situation might indeed present challenges for him, it was fundamentally what he wished to convey to Zhao Wenyu at this moment. There was little else to express. Zhang Qian recognized that since Zhao Wenyu was willing to share such words with her now, it was already a significant improvement. However, she still sensed underlying issues, which naturally left her feeling particularly unsettled. After all, this matter remained rather troubling for her. Master, hearing you say these words truly moves me. Given this, let us hasten to find the wound, lest our relationship falter. Now that we have reached this juncture, we have no choice but to proceed. Otherwise, what should we do moving forward? Do you find my reasoning sound? Zhang Qian spoke as she quickly shifted into action. She was naturally apprehensive about potential uncontrollable circumstances arising, which would render the current situation even more dire, not knowing what might unfold next. Zhao Wenyu felt a profound discomfort within his heart. In summary, this situation was indeed fraught with complications for him. However, there was no need for further dialogue at this moment. Just as Zhao Wenyu found himself in a daze, he suddenly noticed a few red spots appearing on his leg, which prompted a realization. It seemed the wound was nearby, and with a bit of caution, victory was within reach. Stop. Don't move. Let me handle this, Zhao Wenyu declared, swiftly grasping a pair of tweezers from the side. This startled Zhang Qian, leaving her perplexed about Zhao Wenyu's intentions at such a critical moment. Yet, a hint of embarrassment washed over her. It was indeed unexpected, and she could only wonder what might unfold next. Master, please be careful. I truly fear the consequences of any misstep. Even if you are unable to save him this time, as long as we have done our utmost, there should be no issue. But if you harm him, that would elevate the matter to a moral dilemma, Zhang Qian said anxiously. If complications arose, it would undoubtedly be beyond her control, and no one could predict what might transpire next. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wenyu's hand, which had been poised in midair, suddenly froze. Could there really be a misunderstanding? The thought was quite embarrassing, as he had never harbored any ill intentions. Are you jesting with me? My aim is to save him, not to harm him. If you disapprove of my actions, you are welcome to step outside and refrain from watching my every move. What benefit do you derive from scrutinizing me? Zhao Wenyu retorted, his expression darkening. He continued to gaze intently at Zhang Qian, who, until now, had never struck him as the type of person he was witnessing. Today, however, she had garnered his respect. Yet, he understood that a woman's imagination could be quite formidable. Thus, the emergence of such thoughts did not surprise him. Rather, it struck him as somewhat amusing, for it was a perfectly normal reaction. Feeling the weight of Zhao Wenyu's gaze, a wave of nervousness washed over Zhang Qian. This was the first time her master had looked at her in such a manner, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. What is it, master? Did I say something wrong? She inquired, aware that she must have uttered something inappropriate to evoke Zhao Wenyu's displeasure. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Zhao Wenyu shook his head in exasperation. Zhang Qian's emotional intelligence was indeed lacking. If he were to venture outside, it is likely that he would find no space to exist. He could only muddle through within the confines of the sect. He certainly does not wish for his disciple to be disliked by others in the outside world. What exactly do you intend to do? If you were a rational individual, perhaps I would remain silent. However, your current state is anything but normal, and I must say, your thought process is indeed quite extraordinary. Do you genuinely believe that I am deceiving you? Why would I wish to harm him? Zhao Wenyu expressed his bewilderment. He simply could not comprehend why his lack of flirtation had to result in hurting the other party. This was certainly not something he had been capable of before. Moreover, he had never been the kind of person to act in such a manner. In a sudden moment of clarity, Zhang Qian recognized her own faults. She could not indiscriminately cast doubt on her mentor. After all, they were akin to family, and the only thing they could offer each other was unwavering trust. Everything else was simply not to be mentioned. Little did she know what he had been playing at just moments ago. Zhang Qian's heart raced. She had never imagined she would pose such a thoughtless question, and being reprimanded by her mentor was, of course, entirely reasonable. There was no need for further elaboration. Master, I apologize. I spoke without thinking earlier, which led me to utter words that upset you. I truly did not intend to offend. In the future, I will certainly reflect before presenting my thoughts to you. Though she managed to articulate this sentiment, she hoped to earn his respect, asking, "Do you find my reasoning valid?" Zhang Qian explained, naturally wishing to earn her mentor's forgiveness. Zhao Wenyu shook his head in resignation. Encountering such a disciple was indeed his misfortune. However, there was little left to discuss at this point. Please refrain from uttering such utterly trivial remarks, will you? As your master, I must set an example today. With that, Zhao Wenyu promptly began to take action. As a mentor, he had to achieve something noteworthy to earn the respect of his disciples. Otherwise, they might consider him merely a charlatan. Only he understood precisely what he was doing at this moment, and that sufficed. Under Zhang Qian's watchful gaze, Zhao Wenyu gradually moved the tweezers toward the man's leg. Suddenly, he was startled. As soon as the tweezers made contact with the man's skin, it darkened upon contact with the metal, which was indeed a significant discovery worthy of contemplation. Zhao Wenyu wore a helpless expression. Could this man be allergic to metal? If so, it would set back their efforts to examine the wound. Acting swiftly, Zhao Wenyu lifted the tweezers. Should any mishap occur, he would be unable to bear the consequences, just as Zhang Qian had said. If there were a means to save him, they should certainly pursue it, but if not, then such jesting was unnecessary. What purpose would it serve? Zhang Qian watched in confusion, having expected Zhao Wenyu to possess greater skill. It now appears that the situation is not as straightforward as she had envisioned. Master, I sense that he may be allergic to metal. If that is indeed the case, then our current methods would be futile. They are unaware of the impending events. Perhaps you should consider an alternative approach. It would undoubtedly be more comforting than our mutual torment at present. Do you find my reasoning sound? Zhang Qian expressed earnestly. Time is of the essence. He must seize this opportunity and engage in the actions he is truly meant to undertake, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Zhao Wenyu chuckled softly, well aware of the significance this matter held for him. Yet, this was the best course of action available at present. If he cannot grasp even this singular opportunity, who can predict what circumstances lie ahead? I understand everything you have said, and I recognize that your intentions are indeed for my benefit. However, as your master, I must always consider your well-being. If we do not resort to metal in this instance, we may never be able to heal his wounds. Zhao Wenyu continued. If you believe my approach is flawed, I implore you to present me with a more suitable alternative. With that, he pouted slightly and promptly resumed his grasp on the tweezers. He firmly believed that the individual in question was fundamentally not allergic to iron. And even if what he had witnessed were true, it was merely a consequence of sustaining severe injuries. Such occurrences were unlikely under normal circumstances. Zhang Qian initially intended to raise her hand to intervene, but upon encountering Zhao Wenyu's gaze fixed upon her, she felt compelled to retreat. For she had a profound understanding of the nature of her master. Just as Zhao Wenyu placed the iron object upon the injured party once more, the color of the metal deepened instantly. Observing this scene, Zhao Wenyu comprehended the unfolding situation. It appeared to align with his conjecture that the wound must have originated internally, possibly as minuscule as a pore, rendering it exceedingly difficult to detect. Nevertheless, this revelation was quite astonishing. Zhang Qian silently gave Zhao Wenyu a thumbs up. Her master had indeed imparted a valuable lesson today, gradually enhancing his comprehension of the matter at hand. It seemed that one did not solely need to adhere to established patterns to ascertain the truth. At times, it was essential to calm one's emotions. A feat most challenging during moments like this. They could only wait to see how others would respond. Master, today you have truly earned my admiration. I previously regarded you as merely a figure of empty renown, but your actions have significantly altered my perception. I must concede, you are indeed a true champion. Zhang Qian exclaimed joyfully. Her master had undoubtedly achieved remarkable feats. Upon hearing the cheers from within, those waiting outside were relieved as well. Could you please refrain from such exuberance? If you continue to act so recklessly, we shall undoubtedly attract the attention of those outside. And would you find joy in that predicament? While our task remains unfinished, let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Zhao Wenyu remarked, hastily covering his mouth. Initially, he was reluctant to act thus, but in the present circumstances, he had no other recourse. Zhang Qian realized the gravity of her misstep. They were, after all, engaged in a delicate endeavor. Should they be discovered by outsiders, she would be at a loss for how to explain their actions, as the identity of the injured individual was far from simple. However, until they uncovered the truth, they could not afford to act recklessly, lest they fall prey to opportunists. A scenario from which they would find no escape. Who could guarantee what might transpire? In truth, I often prefer silence. However, Master, today you have truly changed my perspective on you. Zhang Qian incessantly expressed her admiration for Zhao Wenyu. It had been quite some time since she had lauded anyone in such a manner, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her master commanded her profound respect to the extent that she felt her apprenticeship was a mere stroke of fortune. To be in the company of such an individual was undoubtedly the highest honor for her. Hush, refrain from speaking for the moment. The paramount concern now is how to restore this person to health. Having identified the source of the ailment, we must administer the appropriate remedy. If you continue in this isolated manner, it will only prove detrimental to his condition. I believe engaging in actions that yield no benefit is best avoided. Zhao Wenyu suddenly remarked, his expression darkening. What he despised most was the sycophantic demeanor of others towards him. Yet, there was a slight sense of solace within his heart. For at long last, he could genuinely become a revered figure, rather than a mere master looked down upon by others. However, this did not equate to the capital needed by everyone in the present moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian immediately fell silent, daunted into inaction. The moment he met Zhao Wenyu's gaze, he realized the gravity of his earlier folly. At this juncture, he could only choose to remain utterly mute. Step outside and keep watch. Remember, under no circumstances should you allow anyone to enter. This humble abode shall henceforth be our secret sanctuary. Once invaded, it is difficult to predict the ensuing consequences. Do you understand? Zhao Wenyu urged with profound seriousness. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian displayed a troubled expression. Although this task was not particularly daunting for him and afforded him a sense of gratification, as earning his master's trust was no trivial feat, he found himself grappling with an unexpected resistance. Observing Zhang Qian's reluctance, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of irritation. As his disciple, he ought to adhere unwaveringly to his directives. Regardless of the plan he proposed, it was imperative to forge ahead. Yet, this turn of events had cast a shadow of discontent over everyone involved. What is the matter? If you are unwilling, I can undertake this endeavor alone. Of course, when the time comes, do not blame me for excluding you. I have already extended ample opportunity to you. It is your own reluctance that has hindered progress. What more can I do? Zhao Wenyu lamented with an air of exasperation. He had thought that after hearing you, there would undoubtedly be a surge of excitement. However, the current display is truly rather awkward. Zhang Qian shook her head helplessly, realizing that her master did not know her as well as she had hoped. After all, within a sect, it was unlikely that he would spend every day with his master while neglecting his junior sister. Such behavior would naturally lead others to perceive him as rather unscrupulous. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, which was never her intention, and she certainly did not foresee such a scenario unfolding in the end. Master, I know that whatever I say will be of little use, only serving to deepen your discomfort. However, I simply wish to inquire. Do you genuinely believe that keeping this matter from my junior sister will yield any benefits? If this continues, she will undoubtedly cause a commotion in the future. Zhang Qian expressed with great concern. It was not that she was unwilling to follow her master's wishes, but rather that she felt compelled to voice her apprehensions regarding this matter, which was the most pressing issue he needed to address at this moment. Zhao Wenyu had not contemplated this angle at all, but Zhang Qian's words plunged him into deep reflection. He originally had only 2 disciples, and if their relationship were to be affected, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly detrimental to his future endeavors. However, it is indeed advantageous for them that fewer people are aware of the current situation. If so many individuals become cognizant of the matter, who can guarantee what may unfold next? For now, let us not dwell on it. The fewer people who know, the better it is for us. Although I feel that discussing this with you is of little utility at the moment, I am aware that you harbor your own thoughts on the issue. Given this, I need not elaborate further. Do you not agree? Zhao Wenyu quietly expressed. Once he had made a decision, he would not waver. Zhang Qian then felt a sense of relief. She was naturally reluctant to assume the role of the villain. This was a decision made by Zhao Wenyu, and she was merely responsible for conveying it. Yet, if others were to misunderstand, how could she continue to navigate this situation in the future? Undoubtedly, this posed the greatest dilemma for him at this moment. Very well, Master, since you have said so, I shall proceed according to your guidance without further concern. Zhang Qian stated resolutely. Given that I have articulated my thoughts to this extent, I am aware of how to proceed henceforth. With that, Zhang Qian hastily departed. Upon witnessing Zhang Qian's retreating figure, Zhao Wenyu felt a twinge of anxiety. However, he could not fathom why she had waited for his confirmation before uttering such words. At this moment, she appeared to have formed her own perspective on the matter and understood the role she played within it. The saying "the student surpasses the master" might well pertain to the complexities between a teacher and disciple. Nevertheless, this did not trouble him unduly. As Zhang Qian reached the front courtyard, she heard the sounds of an argument outside. Initially, she had no thoughts on the matter and was indifferent to such occurrences. It was commonplace for disputes to arise in their vast estate. However, when she suddenly heard someone call out her master's name directly, she found it intolerable. Respect for elders is paramount, and the saying "once a teacher, always a father" resonates deeply with her. Since he was her master, she would never permit anyone to disrespect him. Fuming, Zhang Qian marched to the entrance, determined to show those intruders that this place was not devoid of authority, but rather that they had chosen not to engage with those harboring ill intentions. Who dares to cause a ruckus at my doorstep in broad daylight? Have you lost your mind? If you have the courage, step forward. As Zhang Qian arrived at the entrance, she boldly exclaimed, eager to witness how these individuals would choose to confront her. This would ultimately inform her subsequent actions. Oh, is it a woman who has come forth to greet me? Where is the master of this courtyard? If he possesses any courage, let him step outside and face me directly. What is the matter? Has he fled through the back door? A man with a notably cunning appearance emerged from the crowd, shouting at Zhang Qian. His tone was laced with scorn, inciting laughter from those nearby, even prompting the onlookers to chime in with their mirth. This sudden uproar ignited a fierce anger within Zhang Qian, who had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness before. Today, however, she was determined to make her point clear. What on earth is the matter with you? What is so amusing? Disperse at once, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Zhang Qian bellowed with fervor. It was imperative for her to send away the irrelevant onlookers, as only then could she address the situation with ease. If she couldn't even manage the crowd at her doorstep, who could predict what chaos might ensue? This was a matter well understood by all, and further conversation was unnecessary. Is it not merely an insipid woman? She thinks she can drive us away. Look around. Who dares to disregard our presence? You may lose the hearts of the people. An elderly man stepped forward, confronting Zhang Qian with indignation. Yet at that moment, Zhang Qian could only shake her head in resignation. Who could fathom how these individuals had gathered at her doorstep unprovoked? Perhaps it was all orchestrated by her adversaries. Nevertheless, for her, the importance lay in asserting her authority in her vicinity. Just as Zhang Qian prepared to speak again, she was interrupted by the butler. Having served Zhao Wenyu for an extended period, he was acutely aware of how his master would handle such matters. Thus, he could not allow Zhang Qian to act recklessly, lest it bring unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Should you dare to confront them, I fear your master will scold you upon his arrival. By then, any attempts at justification will be too late. Do not mistake my words for jest. Every statement I make is earnest, the butler advised her quietly. Upon hearing that her master would reprimand her, Zhang Qian hesitated, fully aware of the wisdom in the butler's counsel. After all, he had been with her master long enough to understand his temperament. Uncle Liu, your words hold merit, and I recognize your understanding of my master. By all rights, I should address you as Shirshu, but do you not sense that they are deliberately bullying us? Must we endure such indignities without protest? Do you find that acceptable? Zhang Qian retorted, her frustration palpable. She could not abide the unjust torment of her master, and today's events were simply intolerable. Uncle Lu shook his head in resignation. Knowing well that Zhang Qian would be obstinate, yet he did not anticipate her to be so impulsive. Fortunately, Zhao Wenyu allowed him to emerge. Otherwise, it remained uncertain what kind of chaos might ensue. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it adeptly, and at that point, you will need not worry about anything further. Am I to let them trample upon us without consequence? You need not harbor any fears regarding this. Uncle Lu spoke as he pulled Zhang Qian behind him, advancing directly towards the group. After all, no one truly recognized the actual master of this household. Thus, what harm could there be in her assuming that role, even if only for a moment? What is it? Do you believe that a woman lacks the right to engage with you? Or are you seeking me out? As soon as Uncle Lu made his presence known, his voice resonated, instilling a sense of awe in all present. The steward appeared before everyone, exuding an air of confidence. His audacity to confront the situation suggested he had adequately prepared for any outcome. Otherwise, he would not dare to utter such trivialities. Upon the steward's arrival, all eyes were drawn to this man. He was merely in his 30s, possessing a certain charm that lent him the appearance of a true master of the domain. Oh, since you have never shunned us, why do you feel the need to hide behind your woman? It truly baffles me what to say to you. Had I not spoken those words, it is likely you would never have graced us with your presence. This individual articulated his provocations with an air of challenge. He merely sought to provoke the butler, yet the butler found it utterly amusing. He had never anticipated such an outcome, and naturally, he was at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, as you have stated, does this matter truly hold any significance for you? It is perplexing how you could be at odds with a woman. If I were in your position, I would yearn to find a place to retreat immediately. The butler chuckled as he spoke, merely wishing to make the other party feel utterly humiliated without uttering a single vulgar word. Do not say so much, I assure you. One day I will make you regret this, and you will come to realize my true strength. I am not jesting. It is simply that at times, you do not comprehend the nature of my character. Hand over my brother, or do not blame us for being unkind. The man's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. The words startled Zhang Qian, as they had just received a patient. Now, this person's remarks left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. He suddenly realized certain truths, and it was evident to him that these individuals had come in pursuit of the person they had rescued. However, before Zhao Wenyu had uttered a word, he dared not speak recklessly, for it could invite unnecessary troubles. The butler was not a fool. He had already deduced the identity of the person they had saved together with Zhao Wenyu. Yet, he would not easily concede to these individuals. A fact that was understood by all parties involved, rendering further discourse unnecessary. Why do you speak such nonsense? When have I ever seen your brother? Shouldn't you return home to find him? What brings you here? Do I even know you? The butler retorted, visibly irritated, though his words lacked substantial reasoning. They were indeed thought-provoking, provoking laughter from those nearby. Indeed, if you are searching for your brother, why not inquire with your parents at home? What need is there to question us about your matters? Do you perhaps believe I am your mother? Zhang Qian chimed in, deliberately adding fuel to the fire. Given the circumstances of the day, she felt compelled to ensure that everyone recognized their strength. They could not allow themselves to be bullied in the future without repercussions. For such a situation would surely leave a sour taste in everyone's mouth. Under these conditions, it would be prudent to refrain from prolonging the matter. The individual before them was rendered speechless by the ire of the two, unable to fathom how they dared to claim to be his parents in front of so many. This completely undermined his dignity and image. How could he possibly continue to lead his fellow disciples after such humiliation? Could you refrain from twisting my words and distorting the truth? My statements carry their own rationale, and if you choose not to believe them, so be it. Yet, you ought to comprehend my meaning. My brother is currently within your estate, and if you are willing to hand him over, that would be splendid. Of course, should you be unwilling, there is little more to be said, he asserted, his expression darkening. He was initially not this enraged, however. Upon realizing that he had been insulted by the two individuals before him, he found himself unable to bear such torment, regardless of what transpired next. He was unlikely to easily forgive these two. This sentiment was undoubtedly his most genuine perspective. The steward, intrigued, wished to observe the unfolding events. If such a situation were indeed the case, it would be fascinating to witness what would transpire next. This was the stark reality, one that all parties should be acutely aware of. Since you have shared so much with me, I now comprehend what must be done. However, If your brother is not within our confines, how shall we proceed in finding him? He inquired pointedly. At the very least, you ought to provide me with some clarification. This was a deliberate attempt to absolve them of suspicion. Otherwise, some might believe they were merely evading responsibility. A notion that would serve no beneficial purpose and only exacerbate the situation. The individual was taken aback by Zhao Wenyu's audacity to lie openly before him, which rendered him incapable of restraining his emotions. He firmly believed that his brother was indeed within the courtyard. After all, they had arrived based on intelligence received, not merely through idle speculation. This was a truth that everyone should recognize. Your words are utterly futile. They only serve to provoke my inability to maintain composure. If I cannot locate him today, then henceforth, you may say whatever you wish, and we shall all be at your disposal. However, should you choose to conceal him, do not be surprised if we are less than courteous, he declared, his words laced with menace. Every condition he proposed was undeniably alluring. At this moment, Zhao Wenyu was in a phase of development, and every capable individual was of paramount importance to him, a fact that the steward understood all too well. However, he found himself unable to make such a decision on Zhao Wenyu's behalf. Should unforeseen consequences arise, it was uncertain what circumstances would follow, which would undoubtedly lead to awkwardness. Surely you are not jesting with me. Do you truly wish to be of service to me? The steward inquired deliberately. Now that the conversation had reached such a juncture, it was imperative to articulate a clear rationale, ensuring that those around would not be left disheartened by the situation. If one were to genuinely follow through, then the appropriate actions should be taken, as that was the most pressing matter to confront, rather than being swayed by extraneous reasons. The individual felt a sense of discomfort. He suddenly experienced a moment of bewilderment, and initially believed that upon hearing this statement, Zhao Wenyu would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of concern. However, the reality appeared to diverge significantly from her expectations. In that moment, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions, prompting a contemplation of the true nature of the situation, which indeed warranted deeper reflection from all parties involved. Since you have taken such actions at this juncture, do not hold it against me if I adopt a more forthright approach. Should the search yield no results, I shall certainly honor my word. Yet it ultimately hinges on your willingness. The individual continued to speak. Only through this course of action can the veracity of the matter be discerned, and one can ascertain the genuine sentiments of everyone at this moment, a fact that should be clear to all, rendering further delays unnecessary. The steward was genuinely taken aback by the man's audacity. It seemed he truly possessed some information. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so freely in front of everyone. In fact, each person should be aware of this, though they might be uncertain about how to navigate the situation appropriately. This point is one that everyone can grasp. The steward found himself at a loss for a response. At the very least, he needed to ensure he could thoroughly investigate the matter before determining a course of action. Until then, he felt utterly incapable of proceeding. Well, since you have already articulated your position to this extent, there is little left for us to discuss. In the past, we have indeed held many differing views. Thus, it is natural that we would harbor varying opinions regarding this matter. Under these circumstances, words are unnecessary. You may proceed to search inside, although I believe it is fundamentally ill-advised, the steward asserted. This was undoubtedly the most reasonable stance for him to take at this moment. Regardless of what transpires henceforth, he could only provide such a response for the time being. No matter the eventual outcome, it would inevitably lead to a shared understanding among all parties, thus eliminating the need for convoluted maneuvers. What purpose would that serve? Initially, this person felt a retreat within himself. Observing the steward's demeanor led him to perceive the situation as genuinely serious, which he found somewhat difficult to accept. Yet, upon encountering such an individual, he suddenly felt that his past actions were entirely justifiable. Why must we wait any longer? I believe there is no reason for delay. If there is nothing to say, why not express it now? Do you not think this would only lead to awkwardness? The individual remarked, gazing at the steward. Despite his resolve to force his way in at that moment, he would not permit anyone to infringe upon him, regardless of the ultimate outcome. The essence of the situation remained unchanged. It was a reality that everyone should comprehend, making further complications unnecessary. What purpose would that serve? However, the steward found it quite intolerable to accept this matter, as it was not entirely within his contemplation. Naturally, it was not solely his prerogative to decide. At the very least, he had to await the arrival of Zhao Wenyu to ascertain how he should proceed in the forthcoming moments. We still have several disciples within the premises engaged in their cultivation. Should you enter, it would undoubtedly disturb their practice, leading to a direct depletion of their vital energy. which seems rather unnecessary. While I am exceedingly eager to welcome this audacious group of young individuals, I must also weigh the pros and cons. It would be rather unfair to make a hasty decision without due consideration for my disciples, wouldn't it? The steward raised his voice deliberately, all the while winking incessantly at Zhang Qian. He naturally hoped that Zhang Qian would receive his message as swiftly as possible, fully aware of his thoughts at this particular moment. Regardless, it was imperative to inform Zhao Wenyu. Only when Zhao Wenyu was genuinely ready to make his own decision could they proceed to determine their next course of action. Otherwise, no matter the circumstance, he would find it impossible to make any definitive decisions. Zhang Qian had likely sensed the housekeeper's scrutinizing gaze upon her, and thus could discern the gravity of the situation she found herself in. Nevertheless, the matter was not as dire as many had imagined. Even so, it was expected that everyone possessed the capability to resolve the issues at hand, a fact that should be mutually understood. With great urgency, Zhang Qian hurried through the door, making her way toward the study. However, she swiftly took a turn, determined not to be easily detected by the group trailing behind her. She had become intimately familiar with every flower and blade of grass in the courtyard. Given the circumstances, it was prudent for her to take a circuitous route to elude those who sought to follow her. As she neared the entrance to the study, Zhang Qian suddenly realized that someone had been trailing her all along, which was unexpectedly unsettling, leaving her feeling perplexed and uncertain about how to respond. What on earth is going on? If you were meant to come in, then just do so. Why the hesitation? Zhao Wenyu remarked, a hint of impatience in his tone. He had long since perceived everything occurring outside. All was under his control. That person just now was merely a passing woman, one of their own. And there was no cause for concern. This was undoubtedly a matter everyone should comprehend. Thus, there was no need for any unnecessary complications. What do you mean by that? Zhang Qian inquired, feeling quite awkward. Master, you have been in the woodshed all this time. How could you possibly be aware of everything? She had never imagined that her every action would be noticed by those inside. Zhao Wenyu smiled faintly and promptly opened the door of the woodshed. He must ensure that every disciple who follows him recognizes his formidable prowess. Only then can he earn their genuine respect, rather than allowing them to fantasize that he is an utterly incapable individual, which would be far more detrimental. Come in quickly, if there is something urgent. I believe it is imperative that you clarify it with me at this moment, so that I may understand your true intentions. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. And it seems quite evident to me. What do you think? As Zhao Wenyu spoke, he forcefully pulled Zhang Qian inside. Let us address any issues directly and transparently at this moment. There is no need to engage in matters shrouded in secrecy. Zhang Qian suddenly found herself in awe of the man before her. She had never anticipated that he could perceive everything with such astonishing speed, leaving her utterly astounded. Throughout this period, she had never considered this aspect. Today's revelation truly took her by surprise, yet it was a perfectly normal occurrence, rendering further unnecessary dialogue moot. Master, a group of people has arrived outside. From their conversation, it seems they are here for this man before us. You should contemplate how to address them in the forthcoming moments, as I genuinely do not know what to do. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out to discuss these trifling matters. Do you find my reasoning sound? Zhang Qian hastily remarked. Since he now seeks the support of this group, he must articulate everything that needs to be said. This is the only way to reflect the true state of affairs and to avert unforeseen complications that could lead to embarrassment. Zhao Wenyu suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He had never envisioned such an outcome before. It was only when this unexpected situation arose that he recognized the peculiarities surrounding the entire matter. What on earth is happening? Why did that group of people arrive here with such alacrity? I am utterly at a loss regarding what actions to take, and this is entirely implausible. Surely, you are not jesting with me? Zhao Wenyu expressed his exasperation. He could hardly believe that such a situation could arise, and naturally, it left a part of her feeling utterly unable to accept it. Zhang Qian knew that her master would undoubtedly utter a particular phrase upon hearing this. Yet, this was indeed the most genuine state of affairs. Perhaps no one could truly comprehend her predicament. Nevertheless, it was undeniably the most authentic circumstance at this moment. Why would he choose to deceive others? What purpose would that serve? Master, perhaps you do not wish to elaborate further, and you hold a perspective on this matter that differs from mine. However, I can only convey my true thoughts at this juncture. The events unfolding outside are entirely real. Irrespective of whether you choose to believe them, the outcome remains unchanged. As for what will ultimately transpire, it is worth considering your own viewpoint. For I have expressed all that I needed to say, Zhang Qian said with a sense of helplessness. She had articulated all she could at this point. While she hoped to garner everyone's support, she also wished that this matter would not give rise to any further complications. Zhao Wenyu initially thought that this woman was merely speaking nonsense. However, upon witnessing Zhang Qian's earnest demeanor, he realized that everything she said was indeed truthful. A realization he had previously failed to contemplate. Hence, the current predicament was entirely of his own making and had nothing to do with anyone else. No. We absolutely cannot allow that group of people outside to enter. Otherwise, everything will be laid bare before them. What do you propose we do in the ensuing moments? We have painstakingly brought the situation to this point. If they burst in, we cannot predict what may follow. Regardless, I firmly believe that this situation is entirely untenable. That is my unwavering conviction, Zhao Wenyu advised, gazing intently at Zhang Qian. Since he has articulated his thoughts to such an extent, it is evident that he possesses his own intentions. Regardless of the circumstances that may arise henceforth, he is well aware of the course of action he ought to take. This is a matter that everyone should understand implicitly, and there is no need for further discussion. Zhang Qian appeared quite embarrassed. Having never anticipated that events would escalate to this level, particularly after the butler had made a wager with that individual. If such a situation were to arise now, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult to accept, and the uncertainty surrounding future developments is undoubtedly disconcerting. Master, I truly do not understand what you are thinking at this moment. However, your actions strike me as rather peculiar, and I am unsure what you wish to prove. I must inform you that the butler has already made a decision on your behalf. He has wagered with that person, Zhang Qian stated proactively. Rather than allowing her master to discover her genuine thoughts later, she deemed it wiser to express her feelings candidly now, preventing any further complications. Open communication is preferable to uttering inconsequential remarks, which only serve to heighten the awkwardness of the situation. Who can guarantee what may unfold next? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyu's expression darkened further. He had never imagined that such audacity could exist in this world, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Naturally, he found it hard to believe that such actions could be executed by a person of sound mind. Who could possibly predict what would transpire next? You cannot be jesting with me. This is simply implausible. Moreover, I am well aware that the butler would never concede so readily to another. I believe there is nothing more to discuss. You need not continue with these nonsensical assertions, Zhao Wenyu retorted, his anger palpable. He instinctively understood the butler's intentions at this moment, and given how far events had progressed, how was he to bring matters to a conclusion? In Zhao Wenyu's heart, he still harbored unwavering trust in the butler. He was acutely aware that, without his consent, the steward would never make decisions independently. How could he not comprehend this? Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he understood precisely how to proceed. However, at that moment, a sense of helplessness began to wash over Zhang Qian. Now that she had spoken such words, it was evident that she had formed her own opinions, and she intended to take full responsibility for every statement she made. Her presence here was solely due to the steward's instructions. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into such a place at such an hour. It baffled her why these individuals were so unwilling to trust her words. Why would one deceive someone they wished to accompany for a lifetime? It was utterly absurd. Master, you may choose not to believe me, yet you must understand my current thoughts. Since I have reached this point in my expression, I hope to gain your support. Every word I utter is the truth. He has already wagered on your behalf against the other party, Zhang Qian reported hastily. Regardless of the eventual outcome, she felt compelled to convey all pertinent information clearly, lest her master mistakenly believe she had engaged in some inappropriate conduct. Such a misunderstanding would be dire, and she could not foresee what consequences might ensue. Is everything you say true? What wager have they made? Zhao Wenyu's temper flared suddenly. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, he deduced that everything she had said was indeed accurate. Did this mean he truly needed to enact change? For Zhao Wenyu, the idea that someone would dare to gamble under his authority was unfathomable. The steward seemed to hold him in utter disregard. Was he so unworthy of mention to these individuals? The thought left him feeling quite unsettled, and he found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Qian suddenly realized she had misspoken. She certainly could not relay messages between her master and the steward, for that would only place her in a precarious position and make it difficult for him to accept the situation. Master, I will clarify the specifics with you, but I am genuinely uncertain about what may unfold, and I dare not respond carelessly at this moment. However, perhaps you should consider whether to allow that group of individuals to enter. Zhang Qian directly addressed the issue at hand. Yet, Zhao Wenyu found it utterly laughable. Until he resolved this matter, that group would absolutely not be permitted entry. Otherwise, he would have no means of escape, and he would inevitably be discovered by them. Why can't you grasp the crux of the matter? Right now, you must tell me what wager they have made. Only then will I be willing to make an informed decision. Otherwise, how can I communicate effectively with you? At the very least, you must inform me of what has transpired, or how can I proceed with my intentions? Zhao Wenyu expressed his bewilderment with a sigh. He is now solely intent on uncovering the truth of the matter. Until he has ascertained the facts, he cannot possibly make a decision so hastily. The elder remarked that if there is no way for them to locate the individuals they seek within the hospital, they should consider utilizing those individuals for their own purposes in the future. This would allow us to delegate tasks we are reluctant to undertake. I believe the elder is exceedingly astute, as this not only aids the master in selecting capable disciples but also involves some formidable individuals among them. Therefore, this should not pose any issues, right? Zhang Qian whispered, her voice tinged with genuine fear, apprehensive that Zhao Wenyu might erupt in anger before her. She naturally wished to minimize the situation. You truly are an old fool. He has already stated this, yet others still wish to enter? Zhao Wenyu lamented, his expression one of exasperation. He was undoubtedly aware that the butler had initially boasted in an attempt to dissuade these individuals. Yet he never anticipated that they would prove to be so relentless. It became evident that they had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Matters were far from as straightforward as he had envisioned. Master, perhaps you should determine what course of action to take. I find myself at a loss for words at this moment. This matter is of utmost importance to me, and it is simply unbearable. At the very least, you must guide me on how to proceed next. Zhang Qian exclaimed anxiously. Outside, the onlookers waited in silence, hoping to hear a decisive statement from Zhao Wenyu. Why the urgency? Zhao Wenyu replied, confusion evident in his tone. I truly do not know how to convey my thoughts to you. However, given the dire circumstances, I am uncertain of the next steps. Grant me half an hour. I shall resolve everything within the room. Regardless, you must ensure that they remain outside for at least half an hour. Otherwise, should they enter, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, Zhao Wenyu bowed his head and began his treatment. At that moment, Zhang Qian dashed toward the door. Since Zhao Wenyu had made a decision, she felt compelled to comply. It was the most prudent course of action in this precarious situation. The butler awaited her return, fervently hoping for good news. However, upon seeing Zhang Qian's expression as she approached, he suddenly realized that Zhao Wenyu must have reproached him. Given the gravity of the situation, there was little they could do but respond as swiftly as possible. Further words seemed futile. What did your master say? The butler inquired anxiously, feeling powerless and seeking to ascertain Zhao Wenyu's stance. My master claims you are ungrateful, failing to recognize his authority. However, after my persuasion, he has agreed to grant you half an hour. You must ensure that these individuals wait quietly at the door. Otherwise, should they enter, the results will be unforeseen. And my master has made it clear that all consequences will rest upon your shoulders, Zhang Qian replied, standing resolutely beside him, rendering him speechless. The butler, feeling helpless, tapped his forehead in frustration. It was entirely his fault for acting impulsively earlier. Had he not taken such liberties, this predicament would never have arisen. Yet, all of this stemmed from his own decisions, leading to an overwhelming sense of fear and uncertainty about how to proceed. Observing the butler's bewildered expression, Zhang Qian smiled softly, reflecting, as her master had said, that had they known this would unfold, perhaps they would have acted differently from the outset. If it were not for his own boastful nature, this situation would not have arisen. Now that it has come to this, what more is there to say? Enough of this, esteemed elder, do not be too disheartened. When I sought out my master earlier, she chastised me, and I narrowly escaped her reproach. As long as today passes without any blunders, I will be able to assist my master in selecting a few worthy disciples. I am confident that by that time, you will surely have the opportunity to redeem yourself. Therefore, there should be no cause for concern. Do you not find my reasoning sound? Zhang Qian observed, offering comfort to the steward. Having accompanied the steward for such an extended period, she was well aware of the significance of this matter to him. However, the steward could only shake his head in resignation. Given the circumstances, there was little he could do but maintain an optimistic outlook. Otherwise, one could only speculate what unforeseen situations might arise next. How about it? Can we enter? Even if your disciples are currently in training, what does that have to do with us? We merely wish to find the person we seek. If you continue to deny us entry, it would imply you have something to hide, perhaps even a scheme at play. As he spoke, the man surged forward, intent on breaching the threshold. The steward, startled, recognized the potential chaos that could ensue if this individual were to enter. Zhao Wenyu had stated that everything would rest on his shoulders, and the consequences of this could be unpredictable. Stop right there. I assure you, there are ways to accommodate your request. It is indeed true that my disciples are engaged in their training, but if necessary, I can permit a few of you to enter and take a look. However, if you insist on bringing this entire group inside, do not blame me for being less than cordial. The steward promptly raised his hand in a gesture of authority. Since the other party sought to exclude him and inflict further harm, he had no choice but to confront them directly, lest they perceive him as an easy target. Must you always be so obstinate? Surely, we could communicate more amicably. There is little to be gained from this confrontational stance. We might even become good friends in the future. My words hold truth, and I am at a loss as to your intentions. Are the individuals inside not your comrades? The steward remarked pointedly. This approach was designed to buy some time and compel the group to reflect on their motives. Upon hearing this, the group grew increasingly agitated. So you admit there is someone inside? One person stepped forward, scrutinizing the steward. Suddenly, the steward realized his blunder. It seemed he had inadvertently misspoken. Yet, given the situation, he needed to resolve this matter expeditiously rather than engage in irrelevant dialogue. I have never claimed there is anyone inside. If you wish to enter, I can arrange for that, he asserted. However, at this moment, it simply cannot be avoided. If necessary, we shall confront them head-on. Do you think I fear you? The butler suddenly exhibited an unexpected resolve. If he did not take this stance, this group would undoubtedly bully him to the point of helplessness. Given this situation, he found himself with no other recourse. Zhang Qian, observing from the sidelines, found the scene somewhat amusing. Their butler was renowned for his gentleness. Since his arrival, this was apparent, and it was truly remarkable that today had provoked such a temper from him. My dear brothers, we neither seek trouble nor fear it. However, if you insist on a confrontation, we find ourselves at an impasse. The circumstances have escalated to such a degree that we are at a loss for what to do now. Therefore, there is little more to discuss. If you are determined to enter, let us engage in battle outside first. Should you manage to force your way in, we shall let it go, shall we? Zhang Qian stepped forward, and the butler felt a surge of hope, utterly astonished, yet at a loss for words. How is it that you remain so formidable? He thought. We have already conveyed our intentions. We wish to search within, and we have placed our bets. What purpose does your current speech serve? It appears to me that you are merely revealing your insecurities. My brother must be inside. Should he suffer even a slight harm, we will never let you off so easily. The man glared menacingly at Zhao Wenyu. Yet, Zhang Qian remained unfazed. Throughout the long duration of her experiences, particularly under her master's guidance, she felt compelled to stand her ground. She could not simply yield to others' whims without consequence. You wait. I will make you aware of my strength, and I shall not let you escape so effortlessly. Is it merely a matter of forcefully breaking in? Let us see just how formidable you truly are. As she spoke, she prepared to take action, confident in her own numbers. Even though this was within Zhao Wenyu's territory, he remained unfazed. As the group of individuals prepared to force their way in, the steward felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This was, at that moment, the most frightening time for him. Should this group truly venture inside, Zhao Wenyu's secrets would be laid bare for all to see, a prospect that filled everyone with trepidation, rendering them hesitant to speak or cause a commotion. What was there to dispute? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, leaving everyone at a loss as to how to proceed. The entire situation was utterly unexpected. Just as Zhang Qian turned her head, she discovered Zhao Wenyu standing right behind her, startling her greatly. She had never anticipated her master would appear before them so swiftly. Wasn't he supposed to take half an hour? Yet, only a few minutes had elapsed. At that moment, the steward's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. He was initially filled with anxiety, naturally fearing that he would be incapable of managing the situation alone. However, upon the arrival of Zhao Wenyu, everything became inconsequential to him. He held an unwavering belief that Zhao Wenyu would undoubtedly assist him in resolving the matter. Yet, at that moment, the group outside was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the identity of this individual. Surely, you cannot be jesting. Who is this newcomer? The figure clad in black wore an expression of utter disbelief. He initially disregarded the true identity of the individual before him. However, once his bottom line was challenged, he felt compelled to ensure that these individuals paid the corresponding price. Yet Zhao Wenyu appeared utterly bewildered, wondering why the steward felt entitled to usurp her identity so casually. This, indeed, was the price she had to pay at this moment. I am Zhao Wenyu. This attire belongs to me. You have come seeking me today, have you not? Any matters you wish to discuss can be addressed amicably. Zhao Wenyu asserted proactively. After all, everything within the room had already been meticulously arranged by him. Even if this group intended to confront him, they would need to furnish evidence. Otherwise, he would certainly not let the individual before him off the hook so easily. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, the onlookers felt an unsettling fear. Little did they know that the two Zhao Wenyus standing before them left them questioning which one was authentic. However, this was sufficient to indicate that at least one among them was lying. Did you not claim to be Zhao Wenyu? How is it that you have now transformed? One of the onlookers remarked with evident confusion. It seems your residence harbors many undisclosed secrets. Suddenly, Zhao Wenyu had an epiphany. He understood that the steward must have impersonated his identity. Yet, he had no reason to concern himself with the steward's actions. What purpose did the steward serve by engaging in matters unrelated to himself? Such behavior would inevitably provoke resentment from others. Steward, did I not make it clear that my affairs are my own? You need not involve yourself in them. What do you hope to achieve by acting this way? Do you believe they will trust your words? Zhao Wenyu provocatively stated. In doing so, he both complimented those around him and illuminated the identity of the person by his side. The steward, feeling helpless, did not intend to meddle. Rather, he often found himself with no other choice. I did not act with intention. I simply thought you were preoccupied with your cultivation. I aim to assist you by addressing certain issues. I assumed that by dismissing them casually, they would depart, only to find that you were ultimately drawn into this situation as well. I sincerely apologize. The steward hastily began to express his regrets. He naturally hoped to earn Zhao Wenyu's forgiveness, for that was what he ought to pursue most earnestly. Zhao Wenyu smiled wryly. He understood that the steward was reminding him at this juncture, yet it mattered little to him, as such reminders were entirely unnecessary. You have done enough. And you two have been busy for a while. Please, step inside. I will usher all these esteemed guests in, should they have any inquiries. I assure you I can provide them with the finest answers. Zhao Wenyu, ever the gracious host, warmly welcomed the entire group inside. Observing Zhao Wenyu's demeanor, they likely gleaned a deeper understanding of the situation. Are you truly Zhao Wenyu? Inquired the man in black, gazing intently at him. He is not entirely clear about the situation at present. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances that may arise, he must understand what everyone truly feels. So, who do you think I am? If you are able to articulate your thoughts at this moment, it would certainly not be inappropriate. However, I still wish to hear your evaluation of me at this juncture. Zhao Wenyu deliberately stated that, given the circumstances today, he had nothing further to say. I do not perceive you as anyone significant. Rather, I sense that you all seem to be deceiving me. Is my brother truly among you? If you could clarify this for me at this moment, I would not hold any grievances. All I desire is to see my brother. And I wish to discuss nothing else. I hope you can comprehend this. The man in black gazed at Zhao Wenyu, a sense of threat lingering in the air. His remarks were evidently aimed at extracting some information, and such inquiries would naturally pose no issue. Zhao Wenyu chuckled, recognizing that this matter still held significance for everyone involved. However, under these circumstances, it was unnecessary to prolong the discussion. Since there were doubts surrounding his identity, it would be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation before rendering any judgments. What purpose do trivial comments serve at this juncture? If you harbor suspicions regarding my identity, let us refrain from engaging in irrelevant discourse. There's no merit in dwelling on such futile words. The situation has reached this point, and it is best not to burden ourselves with meaningless chatter. You need not utter another word. Simply enter, and I shall assist you in your search. As long as you can locate your brother, I am willing to comply with any request you may have. Zhao Wenyu stated plainly. He was aware that these individuals were quite eager to engage in wagering. Given this, he resolved to test their resolve, curious to ascertain what rationale they could possibly articulate. Such an inquiry would undoubtedly clarify matters for everyone involved. The figures clad in black had not anticipated the rapid reversal exhibited by Zhao Wenyu. They had presumed that he would never permit them entry so readily. However, upon hearing his words, they felt a twinge of awkwardness. Could it be that she had overthought the situation? If that were the case, certain questions indeed warranted his contemplation moving forward. In essence, did this mean that we are free to search within this chamber, provided we ultimately retrieve my brother? Would you be willing to comply with any demands I might make thereafter? Zhao Wenyu inquired of the men in black, since he had resolved to proceed in this manner. It was imperative he ascertain a clear understanding to expedite his actions, lest he find himself at a loss. Zhao Wenyu nodded, remaining silent. Yet he was prepared to stand by his previous assertions. Confidence radiated from him, as he was indeed assured of his stance. He had thoroughly surveyed the entirety of the house long before. Only when he was certain of the situation did he permit the arrival of these individuals. Otherwise, what need would he have to engage in such actions? Noticing the way these people regarded him, Zhao Wenyu smiled, aware that every word they uttered was a test directed at him. Fortunately, he was already well prepared. What is it? I can stand by every word I have said. Earlier, I also heard the butler mention that if your search yields no results, each of you will be at my disposal, and I may select a few to become my apprentices. What do you think of that? Zhao Wenyu stated deliberately. The expression on the black man's face darkened immediately. He had not anticipated that these two individuals would share the same thoughts. However, since he had already entered, he naturally felt compelled to accept the wager, for otherwise it would serve no purpose. This was only natural. Having stepped inside, he had fully acquiesced to their terms. Thus, his presence here was devoid of any issues, though he merely hoped they would refrain from actions that could entrap themselves. The man in black gazed at Zhao Wenyu and spoke deliberately. Although Zhao Wenyu felt an overwhelming aversion within, he had nothing to say. He had resolved all matters, and there should be no complications, unless fate itself chose to turn against him. This was self-evident. If I dared to let you in, I must possess no fear. Otherwise, I would never have permitted your entrance at this juncture. Therefore, you need not harbor any anxieties. I am quite aware of how to navigate the forthcoming events. Zhao Wenyu remarked with a smile, confident that any decision he made would undoubtedly bear no problems. The man felt a twinge of discomfort. He had assumed that upon meeting him, Zhao Wenyu would alter his demeanor. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Wenyu exhibited no signs of intimidation, instead maintaining an air of unusual calmness. You know we have wagered. The man in black stated awkwardly, believing Zhao Wenyu to be oblivious to their previous agreement. Were that the case, he would surely know how to proceed. He was merely uncertain whether Zhao Wenyu was aware of the situation. Zhao Wenyu chuckled, confident that those beside him would communicate openly, for it was impossible to entrust the entire matter to others. This seemed entirely normal. Given this, what more was there to discuss? Continuing the conversation might only lead to unpleasantness. This was evident. Every word exchanged between them was heard by him, and every word spoken to him would be truthfully conveyed to me. He is my most loyal companion. I wonder if you possess someone of that caliber by your side? Zhao Wenyu teased. The man in black was on the verge of exasperation. He had certainly not anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would torment him in such a manner, leaving him speechless. However, there was little to say now, as the situation felt quite awkward. Do not make hasty assumptions about others. Such thoughts are merely your own. Not everyone aligns with your perspective. Thus, your method of conjecture is fundamentally flawed. Do you truly consider yourself formidable? The man in black disdainfully remarked, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wenyu. He would naturally not permit anyone to speculate about him, firmly believing that each individual beside him holds profound respect for him. However, Zhao Wenyu revealed an enigmatic smile that unsettled the heart of the man in black. He remained oblivious to the reason behind Zhao Wenyu's gaze, which bore an inscrutable quality, leaving him feeling rather uncomfortable. What could this mean? What are you implying by looking at me in such a manner? Surely, you must have gleaned some information. If that is the case, I would appreciate it if you could discuss it with me openly. After all, we both command a considerable number of people, and you should be able to understand my genuine concerns. The reason I am speaking to you now is that I sense this matter may have some impact on me. Otherwise, I would not bring it up. Do you not think my perspective is reasonable? I believe it is essential for us to clarify this issue. At least, that is how it appears to me, the man in black said hastily as he turned to Zhao Wenyu. He believed that Zhao Wenyu must have come to some understanding. Otherwise, why would he speak so freely? Initially, Zhao Wenyu was utterly reticent. However, given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to see this matter through to the end. Was it merely a performance? He was indeed capable of doing so, and as long as the act was executed well, it would undoubtedly buy him some time, something he desperately needed at this moment. The rest of the affairs could then be relegated to the back of his mind. Regarding your matters, I naturally possess some understanding. Otherwise, I would not dare to speak so candidly in your presence. Had I not witnessed certain things firsthand, I would never have spoken so freely before you, Zhao Wenyu deliberately asserted. Such words would inevitably provoke discomfort in the listener, thereby averting any further unpleasant occurrences. The expression of the man clad in black darkened further as he lamented the numerous misfortunes encountered en route. It became clear to him that these setbacks stemmed from specific reasons. Today, he was determined to unearth the individual orchestrating these troubles. He could not allow himself and his entourage to suffer humiliation before Zhao Wenyu. Tell me, who is this person? If you can reveal their identity, I shall ensure they do not accompany me back today. I will not permit any pests to infiltrate my ranks, the man in black stated with unwavering confidence, keen to project an image of formidable capability in Zhao Wenyu's presence. Yet, Zhao Wenyu observed everything keenly. A rational individual would never easily trust the words of another. And Zhao Wenyu was clearly sowing discord, though it remained uncertain whether the man truly comprehended this or was merely feigning ignorance. I apologize. Perhaps I misjudged, Zhao Wenyu responded. Initially, the man in black harbored some skepticism regarding the situation. However, upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's remarks, he suddenly felt that there might be truth in what was said. Zhao Wenyu's demeanor did not seem to suggest manipulation. Rather, he appeared somewhat bashful. Zhao Wenyu, if you have any thoughts, now is the time to share them. Although we have only recently acquainted ourselves, I can perceive from your eyes that you possess considerable insight into this entire affair. I trust that you can reveal who this individual is. As leaders, we are both deeply concerned about the presence of such a pest in our ranks. Thus, it is our duty to identify this person together. Would you not agree? The man in black earnestly articulated. He naturally wished to gain Zhao Wenyu's approval. Thus, he intended to utter such words, which Zhao Wenyu found utterly ridiculous. He could hardly fathom that matters would escalate to such an extent, leaving her in a state of disbelief. No, I still cannot divulge this to you, and indeed, at that moment, I did not perceive the situation clearly. Although that individual appeared to have exchanged a letter with someone from outside, perhaps it was merely a family member. If I were to speak out, it would seem as though I were meddling in affairs that do not concern me. How could those around you possibly concur with my perspective? After all, I am still contemplating bringing all of you under my wing, Zhao Wenyu remarked deliberately. Regardless, this group of individuals could search every inch of his room and would undoubtedly fail to uncover that which is concealed, since he dared to act in such a manner. He must have made adequate preparations, ensuring that no one would detect him. This was the most natural scenario. The man in black had not anticipated that Zhao Wenyu would be unwilling to share even that singular piece of information. However, he believed in the veracity of the situation. Today, he must investigate thoroughly before commencing the search, lest he remain oblivious to how much information might be revealed to him. Even though they were within Zhao Wenyu's residence, it was still exceedingly perilous. Bring everyone here at once and instruct them to cease their search. Upon the command of the man in black, those around him swiftly sprang into action. Zhao Wenyu stood frozen in place, astonished that the man in black would be so obstinate. Once he had made a decision, it was evident that he would see it through, a fact that Zhao Wenyu found profoundly admirable. How can you abandon the search? Did you not claim that your brother is undoubtedly in my courtyard? You might as well begin your search promptly. After all, we had previously wagered on this matter. I am uncertain how to convey this to you, but I assure you that you will undoubtedly lose. Nevertheless, I hope to seize this opportunity to bring all of you under my command. What do you think of such a proposition? Zhao Wenyu stated with intention. He must demonstrate his urgency to compel these individuals to retreat. Only by inducing them to reconsider their stance can this matter possibly be resolved. A fact that is undeniably true. The man in black fiercely slapped his own face twice, overwhelmed by profound regret for his past actions. Why did he wager with the steward? It was far from his forte, and he could sense that they had indeed fallen into Zhao Wenyu's trap, likely resulting in the entire team being dragged down alongside him. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to concede defeat, if circumstances permitted. He fervently hoped that Zhao Wenyu might dismiss his earlier remarks as mere jest, rather than being overly meticulous. Brother, a traitor has emerged within my ranks, and this poses a grave concern for me. Given the presence of treachery, I must unearth this individual, thereby facilitating your future management of the situation. However, I was merely jesting earlier. Have we not yet discussed whether the terms of our wager can be rescinded? The man in black hastily turned to Zhao Wenyu, this being his sole glimmer of hope amidst despair. Beyond this, he was at a loss for what course of action to take. Upon hearing these words, those nearby were taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of this individual's dramatic reversal, which left them feeling incredulous. It appeared that Zhao Wenyu was indeed a man of resolve, capable of persuading these individuals to withdraw voluntarily, a feat far preferable to achieving victory through exhaustive searches of the premises. No, no, no. How can this be? Since you do not trust me, we must resolve this matter decisively. Only then can we prevent future issues. Otherwise, if we cannot trust each other, what is the point? I believe we need not resort to such extremes at this juncture. If we have concerns, we can address them together. What is your motivation for your current actions? I find it somewhat difficult to accept. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wenyu expressed his reluctance, lamenting the lost opportunity to gather numerous disciples, now seemingly slipping away. If he were to act with utmost clarity, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among those present. The man in black crouched on the ground, vigorously striking his own face, consumed by regret over the foolish decision he had just made. Observing this scene, Zhao Wenyu realized that it was time for him to take action. This moment marked the commencement of her true benevolence. By garnering admiration from everyone, she would naturally cultivate a multitude of friends, ensuring that he would no longer attract any trouble, something that everyone was acutely aware of, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Your continued actions are causing me considerable discomfort, leaving me uncertain about how to proceed. However, since you have already articulated your intentions so clearly, I shall refrain from further commentary. The previous wager may be annulled. Nevertheless, you must leave several members of your team to assist me in proving my innocence, Zhao Wenyu insisted. The steward's face darkened considerably. Zhao Wenyu's request seemed utterly ludicrous, and the course of action he proposed was decidedly unwise, given that their ancestors indeed had such a person among them. The consequences of allowing those individuals to remain would surely be dire. Those permitted to stay in their residence were undoubtedly trusted confidants of the opposing party, a fact that should be well understood by all. Little did they know Zhao Wenyu's true intentions behind this maneuver. Has your master lost his senses? To retain a few traitors among that group would be the utmost disrespect towards us. They would certainly aid each other in gathering intelligence, and the outcomes of such an arrangement are unpredictable. It seems your master is becoming increasingly muddled with age, the steward lamented. Hearing the steward's complaints, Zhang Qian smiled, though she found it difficult to comprehend her master's actions at this moment. Yet, she was well aware that her master had always operated with a clear purpose. Since she had chosen to act in this manner now, it was indicative of her thoughtful consideration regarding the situation. Perhaps her perspective differed from that of others, which was entirely normal and consistent with her usual approach, nothing to be debated. I beg to differ. My master has always approached matters with remarkable steadiness. Moreover, once she makes a decision, there is no room for doubt. Since she has articulated her stance at this juncture, what is there to fear? Surely, you do not believe she is jesting, Zhang Qian remarked, rolling her eyes at the man in black. Although the steward had accompanied Zhao Wenyu for an extended period, he remained utterly unfamiliar with the individual, a fact that was silently acknowledged by all. Under such circumstances, further discourse seemed redundant. Zhao Wenyu offered an awkward smile, listening to the exchange between the two without uttering another word. However, she felt that it was indeed quite remarkable for the two of them to articulate such sentiments. He could naturally sense this, yet there was no need to elaborate further on the matter. If I were to proceed in this manner, you should be able to acquiesce to my request, correct? Although I suspect you may not possess a deeper understanding of this situation, I express this after considerable reflection. Of course, if you disagree, then this matter shall conclude here, and I shall never offer you assistance again, Zhao Wenyu stated with unwavering confidence. Given that he dared to speak with such conviction, it was evident that he had thoroughly contemplated his words, hoping to garner the support of all involved. The remaining details seemed trivial. Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's assertive tone, Zhang Qian nodded, aware that the situation would inevitably reach this point. Yet, it no longer mattered. Everyone understood that such circumstances were quite normal. Only previously had no one considered the consequences. Enough of these trivial discussions. Your words only serve to sadden me without yielding any benefits. Given the current state of affairs, I shall agree to your terms. However, the two individuals retained cannot be selected at your whim. At the very least, it requires my consent. Once we both reach a mutual agreement, there should be no issues. I have already expressed my stance, and I naturally hope to receive your support. Is that acceptable? The figure in black addressed Zhao Wenyu directly. With the conversation having reached this juncture, there was little else to be said, rendering any further dialogue unnecessary. Upon hearing the black-clad individual's remarks, Zhao Wenyu smiled. He undoubtedly comprehended the reasons behind the individual's words, possessing a clear understanding within his own heart. However, this realization may not be a truth he could readily accept at this juncture. If he were to allow others to harbor their thoughts about the matter, who could truly fathom what circumstances might unfold in the future? This is undoubtedly a source of great concern for everyone involved. No, this individual must provide me with certainty. If these are your own thoughts, I find it impossible to accept. I am genuinely perplexed by what lies within your mind. Nevertheless, your actions have indeed left me feeling disheartened, and I cannot condone such behavior. It is decidedly inappropriate, Zhao Wenyu explained. He is not a fool. Although he could easily handle this matter, he will not allow himself to be manipulated by others. This situation is particularly irksome to him, and he cannot permit any further complications to arise. The man in black recognizes that Zhao Wenyu must be an astute individual, and he regrets not having treated this affair with the seriousness it deserves from the outset. However, now that events have unfolded to this extent, he finds himself at a loss for words. What is your stance? The man in black inquired proactively. Since both he and Zhao Wenyu had reached a point of negotiation, it was prudent to ascertain each other's perspectives before deciding on the best course of action moving forward. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by the man's inquiry. Yet realizing the necessity of responding, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts. The selection of individuals to remain should be my prerogative. Although I may not have extensive knowledge of your team, this approach could help circumvent potential issues. Do not think I jest. My assertion is rooted in careful consideration. Of course, you are free to decline my proposition, Zhao Wenyu replied with a smile. Anyone is entitled to refuse his proposal. Yet he possesses his own rationale and the confidence to express it. Ultimately, whether to agree rests upon the collective sentiments of those involved, rendering further discussion unnecessary. The man in black was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a scenario and had never contemplated the consequences. Nevertheless, he found the matter somewhat inconsequential. Your words excite me and prompt a realization. But what if you choose to take away my most capable assistant? He voiced with evident concern. He perceived Zhao Wenyu as a person with grand ambitions, often grasping complexities that eluded him, and thus he felt the need to prepare meticulously. Yet Zhao Wenyu found the concern rather amusing. Unless the man was of unsound mind, why would he consider removing his most competent aide? Would that not be inviting trouble upon himself? The man in black fell into deep contemplation. While he did not reject Zhao Wenyu's words outright, he recognized the need to consult with his trusted confidants before reaching a decision. He could not act impulsively, guided solely by his own whims, lest he find himself without recourse for regret later on. I comprehend your sentiments, Zhao Wenyu. However, the situation is not as you perceive. I must confer with my inner circle before I can provide you with a definitive answer. I will communicate my final decision to you in due course. If that is agreeable, the man in black requested, casting a glance at Zhao Wenyu, aware of the tumult outside the door. Upon entering Zhao Wenyu's estate, they discovered that all the energy emanating from them had been completely suppressed by Zhao Wenyu, an undeniably remarkable feat. Hearing such a statement, Zhao Wenyu merely smiled. However, he was acutely aware that the cloaked figures surrounding him were unlikely to trust each and every individual in his company. After all those around him were shrouded in suspicion. Thus, this presented the perfect opportunity for them to turn against one another. Nothing could be more opportune than the present moment. Very well, since you wish to engage in a thorough discussion with your newly acquainted companions, why not proceed with that? He suggested nonchalantly. I am in no particular rush. This is merely a piece of advice I offer. Zhao Wenyu maintained an air of indifference, recognizing that to resolve this matter, one must regard it with the lightness of passing clouds. Master, have you concealed that person well? Zhang Qian swiftly inquired, seizing her chance. This was her foremost concern at that moment. Yet, Zhao Wenyu felt a wave of irritation. He detested how these individuals could not even wait for the final opportunity, resorting to reckless chatter. Should the adversary overhear them, his strategy would be jeopardized. Are you out of your mind? Why are you asking me such questions now? How have I instructed you in the past? Are you truly so fearful that others might discover those individuals are under my care? Zhao Wenyu replied, his annoyance palpable. He truly could not ascertain whether Zhang Qian possessed any sense at all. Although there were moments when he displayed remarkable intelligence, he often revealed his own folly, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Zhang Qian quickly sealed her lips, acutely aware of her master's current state of distress. She understood that uttering a word about the painting at this juncture could lead to significant repercussions. This was her foremost consideration. Zhang Qian, please escort them to the hall for tea. Of course, if they wish to stroll about our courtyard, that is also permissible. Zhao Wenyu declared intentionally in an exceedingly loud voice. He merely intended to convey his message to those nearby, wishing to assure them that he was not concealing anyone. Otherwise, his demeanor would not be so composed. I am uncertain whether you possess some exquisite tea, but we, having journeyed for so long, find ourselves yearning for the fine tea from our homes. Might you be so kind as to brew us a cup? The man in black proposed, casting a glance at Zhao Wenyu. At that moment, Zhang Qian forcefully hurled the object in her hand to the ground. The etiquette surrounding tea drinking is indeed significant. Their actions implied a complete disregard for Zhao Wenyu, perceiving him almost as a servant at their beck and call. Naturally, Zhang Qian would not permit her master to be treated in such a manner, nor would she tolerate any form of humiliation directed towards him. What are you doing? Do you truly expect my master to serve you? You must be deluding yourselves. My master is a dignified figure, not someone who can simply brew tea for you. Do you not find this amusing? Zhang Qian exclaimed, her anger palpable. In all her time, she had never witnessed anyone in this region daring to meet her master's gaze directly. Today had certainly opened her eyes, yet there seemed little more to say. Given how far events had progressed, the man in black appeared utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated Zhao Wenyu to exhibit such courage, leaving him feeling quite awkward. It was evident that a master of such strength would not have a weakling for a disciple. I had assumed you would not concern yourselves with such tea culture. He mocked, though Zhao Wenyu recognized the man's ulterior motives. He had no desire to engage in petty disputes. After all, vengeance begets vengeance. And it would be more prudent to await a more opportune moment. Zhang Qian, initially oblivious to the situation, found herself at a loss when the man in black regarded her with such disdain. How could he dare to speak so brazenly on his own turf? If this continued, what purpose would it serve? She did not wish for such an incident to unfold. Do not overstep your bounds. After all, we are on our own territory. I would prefer not to escalate matters, but I hope you grasp my true intentions. My master is a person of great stature, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. However, you should understand that not everyone is foolish enough to be bullied by you. Do you comprehend my thoughts? Zhang Qian expressed her distress, feeling both frustrated and uncertain about how to proceed. However, this certainly presents an exceedingly awkward situation for him at this very moment. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback by his disciple's ability to retort in such a manner. It appears that having a disciple indeed makes a difference. Moving forward, he must ensure that everyone is brought under his influence. In such circumstances, he would be able to do as he pleases, for those individuals are hardly his adversaries. Enough. Zhang Qian, you need not speak further. Do you think I do not comprehend your words? Nonetheless, he is a guest, and since guests arrive with requests, we must strive to accommodate them. What purpose does it serve to oppose him? Such remarks, I believe, border on impoliteness. As Zhao Wenyu spoke, he took the initiative to approach the table and prepare tea. This marked the first occasion in his life where he brewed tea for another, yet there was no alternative. Since someone had brought it up, to refrain from complying would indeed reflect poorly on him. Zhao Wenyu remained silent. Yet he felt that once he had agreed to someone else's request, he must see it through, even if he was presently unwilling. To renege would surely tarnish his reputation. However, Zhang Qian could discern Zhao Wenyu's current mood. As a disciple, she could not allow her master to endure such indignities in vain. Master, allow me to handle this. You have never personally undertaken such a task. If you do so now, I cannot fathom the repercussions, and it would trouble my heart. If the other senior brothers were to discover this, I shudder to think of their reprimands, Zhang Qian exclaimed. It is only when the opposing party is aware of their formidable backing that they would refrain from acting rashly. Otherwise, they might indeed overstep their bounds. The expression of the cloaked figure shifted immediately. She had presumed there were few allies beside Zhao Wenyu. Yet, Zhang Qian's assertion caused her to doubt her previous assumptions. Had she underestimated the gravity of the situation? Regardless, this was not the moment to continue such discussions. Your senior brothers are all preoccupied with their cultivation. This matter should be entrusted to me. Otherwise, how could I showcase my own charisma as your master? As my disciple, there is no need for you to regard me as a revered figure daily. As long as we can unite when it truly matters, there will be no issues. Do you think I jest with you? As Zhao Wenyu spoke, he promptly lifted the teapot. Zhang Qian had intended to articulate further thoughts, yet she instinctively withdrew her hand. She was acutely aware of the implications this matter held for him, as it was ultimately Zhao Wenyu's decision, rendering any further discussion futile. Instead of persisting in the conversation, she resolved to calm herself completely. The remaining details were inconsequential, as this was a perfectly normal circumstance. Zhao Wenyu had previously dedicated considerable time to studying tea cultivation, solely to remain undiscovered by individuals of great expertise who naturally possessed a keen interest in tea culture. He had long anticipated such interactions and understood the significance of his words. However, other concerns paled in comparison. What truly mattered was his perspective when confronting the situation. Observing Zhao Wenyu's seamless and graceful demeanor, Zhang Qian displayed an expression of incredulity. She had anticipated her mentor would be ridiculed by the assembly, yet in this moment, she recognized the unexpected depths of her mentor, revealing aspects she had previously overlooked. This is a premium tea gifted to me by one of my disciples. Today, it seems. You were fortunate enough to partake. I usually reserve it for special occasions. Since you are here, shall we indulge in the art of tea together? I believe we may have opportunities for collaboration, don't you think? Zhao Wenyu remarked as he poured the brewed tea into cups. At that instant, the man in black dared not make any further moves. He was utterly unsure of what might transpire next. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he knew he would struggle to contain his emotions. Perhaps it is best not to indulge in this fine tea. After all, let's save some for you. I have little to say, and truthfully, I lack a genuine interest in tea. The man in black feigned indifference. This audacious remark incensed Zhao Wenyu, who had not anticipated such a blatant insult. The man showed a complete disregard for him. And Zhao Wenyu found himself unwilling to remain in the company of someone so absurd. His patience had reached its limit. In the past, he had known how to navigate such situations, yet now he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his emotions. This individual was clearly toying with him like a fool before the eyes of many. If he did not act soon, others might genuinely perceive him as a simpleton. However, he absolutely cannot allow such a situation to arise again. Surely, you cannot be lacking in common sense. Just moments ago, you expressed your fondness for tea, prompting me to present this exquisite selection. Yet, after I painstakingly prepared it for you, you uttered such a remark. I find myself at a loss for words. Do you not realize how utterly dull you appear? Zhao Wenyu said with great exasperation. He found it utterly unbearable to endure the relentless words of the crowd, which left him unable to maintain control over himself, leading to an uncertain outcome. The man in black did not anticipate that his single remark would incite Zhao Wenyu's ire. He had assumed it was not too late to speak up. In that moment, he abruptly realized that perhaps everything stemmed from his own actions. Zhao Wenyu, I truly did not mean it. I sincerely apologize to you. I had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Could you refrain from holding grudges against me? Since I have already expressed myself to this degree, what more do you wish to discuss? The man in black hastily began to offer his apologies. After all, he was in Zhao Wenyu's territory, and though he felt deeply uncomfortable, he recognized that he could not afford to say much more in such a short span of time. This was something everyone could comprehend. Zhang Qian, too, found it intolerable that events had not unfolded as she had expected. She initially believed the child had already crossed the line, yet to her astonishment, he dared to utter such outrageous words in the end. This was indeed an affront that no sensible person could accept, and if things continued down this path, who knew what further indignities they might face? Was it possible that in such a vast domain, there was not a single capable leader? This notion was utterly unacceptable to her. Get out! Zhang Qian shouted vehemently. Her voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those around them. However, at that moment, Zhao Wenyu did not intervene. Perhaps his previous benevolence had emboldened them to speak so brazenly in his presence. Now, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. If he did not retaliate, would others perceive him as lacking even the capacity for resistance? Zhang Qian was his disciple, and he felt no need to concern himself further with the matter. It was perfectly natural for his disciple to have her own thoughts, and he had no power to control them. Thus, there would be no issue. Zhang Qian, this situation is truly a misunderstanding. Whenever I have the chance, I will explain everything to you thoroughly. However, the current circumstances do not permit me to elaborate further. And I hope you can understand. I did not act with malice. The man in black quickly began to acknowledge his faults. He yearned for someone to comprehend his thoughts, believing that only under such conditions could any issues cease to arise. However, Zhang Qian was unwilling to accept his explanations. Whether his words bore truth was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the essence of his thoughts and the significance of other matters to him. Please refrain from inundating me with your words. They are of no utility to me. Your mistreatment of my master is tantamount to bullying me. Perhaps I had not elucidated this matter to you before, but I wish for you to understand that attempting to bully my master is not as simple as you might think, Zhang Qian declared fiercely. Her ferocity was palpable. As a disciple, her sole duty was to protect her master, and she could not allow him to be toyed with. What purpose would that serve? Seeing Zhang Qian genuinely enraged brought a measure of solace to Zhao Wenyu. For at least this individual recognized the importance of standing up for him as his master, a commendable act. Enough of this fruitless discourse. I have come today to seek my brother. We can discuss other matters at a later time. For now, you must allow me entry so that I may find my brother. The remaining issues we can address shortly. If that is agreeable, the man in black swiftly interjected, believing it was the most prudent course of action at that moment. Yet, at this juncture, something arose that Zhao Wenyu found difficult to accept. He certainly does not wish for everything to be under the control of the other party, where they can act as they please. Under such circumstances, what kind of relationship could exist between them? He finds himself utterly unable to bear this situation. He cannot simply be toyed with by the other, without even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. He found himself utterly powerless, with no means to remedy the situation. However, the notion of allowing himself to be easily manipulated by the opposing party was entirely out of the question. Enough of this jesting. Is this truly your domain? You dictate the terms, yet have we not already reached a consensus? Should you disturb my premises and fail to uncover anything substantial, do not be surprised if I respond with indignation. Zhao Wenyu's expression darkened considerably. He could not afford to present himself as carefree and jovial before everyone. Such behavior would render it impossible for anyone to trust him. Ultimately, he would have to pay a severe price for this folly. It would be far better to adhere to his own principles. The man in black fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of Zhao Wenyu's words. If he had indeed committed no wrongdoing, he certainly would not wish for others to rummage through his abode. However, this did not grant him the leverage to speak so freely in the current circumstances, as the uncertainty of what might transpire next was undeniably anxiety-inducing. Zhao Wenyu, cease your incessant chatter. Am I not aware of your true intentions? You merely seek to intimidate me into making concessions, confident in your own position. Especially since my brother is indeed in your grasp. Do you think I am oblivious to such matters? If so, my presence here would seem rather futile. The man in black feigned an expression of great anger. He merely wished to observe Zhao Wenyu's reaction at this moment. However, Zhao Wenyu appeared utterly indifferent. Even if everything they uttered were indeed true, what difference would it make? Such assertions did not constitute the foundation upon which he spoke. Nor did he find it necessary to dwell upon them. This is merely your own perspective. If you believe your thoughts are without fault, then by all means, proceed as you see fit. Ultimately, I am limited to what I can accomplish, and I hope you can comprehend my considerations. Everything else is of little consequence to me. Zhao Wenyu expressed candidly. Perhaps no one would be inclined to believe him, yet what he articulated was certainly within his capabilities, and he hoped to garner the support of all. At that very moment, Zhang Qian began to feel a twinge of inner conflict. He was uncertain of Zhao Wenyu's true intentions. The ongoing situation weighed heavily on him, leaving him anxious about what the future might hold. What on earth is going on? Master, we cannot allow him to enter so easily. This is our territory. If he is permitted to come in, it may lead others to think that we are exceedingly fearful of him, which I simply cannot accept. Zhang Qian fervently conveyed his thoughts from the other side. This was, in his opinion, the most concerning scenario at present, and thus he felt compelled to voice it, hoping for the support of others. In that moment, Zhao Wenyu found himself at a loss. He could scarcely fathom what the final outcome would entail. However, the situation had spiraled beyond control. The arrival of the men in black to conduct their search was an inevitable occurrence, impervious to the opinions of any individual present. This was a truth that should have been clear to everyone, rendering further futile discourse unnecessary. Zhang Qian incessantly chattered, much to Zhao Wenyu's irritation. As a disciple, his role was to heed his master's counsel without question. If she insisted on taking the reins, it would only serve to create an impression of utter disorder among the others. Enough, Zhang Qian. You needn't say more. I grasp everything you've articulated. I understand your desire to demonstrate something to me, yet it bears no significance. What matters is how I choose to proceed from here on out. You need not concern yourself with the rest, understood? Zhao Wenyu replied, his frustration palpable. Were he to remain silent, this woman would undoubtedly continue her tiresome tirade of exasperating remarks. At this juncture, he could no longer permit such a scenario to unfold. Zhang Qian was poised to voice further objections, but she wisely opted for silence, fully aware of the implications this matter held for her. Should she persist, it would be her own folly. Observing the discord between these two individuals, the man in black found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, he perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him. Initiating the search now could effectively sow discord among the ranks. Zhao Wenyu was reluctant to acknowledge this reality. However, circumstances had left him with no recourse. Everyone awaited his lead. If he feigned ignorance of the unfolding events, The repercussions remained uncertain. Indeed, my mismanagement has rendered this situation inconsequential for me. Is it merely to prepare you a cup of tea? This is hardly beyond my capabilities. Why must you bicker with a woman over trivialities? Zhao Wenyu declared, promptly moving to the center of the hall, ready to take action. Zhang Qian felt a surge of anger. She had never witnessed her master exhibit such weakness before, and this revelation weighed heavily on her heart. Can you cease with these jesting remarks? What purpose do they serve? They only deepen my sense of discontent. It is not that I must quarrel with a woman, but rather that you failed to treat me as a guest. Otherwise, why would I stoop to utter such humiliating words? The man in black seethed with irritation. He understood that Zhao Wenyu's words were laden with reproach, which made it quite difficult for him to accept. Zhao Wenyu merely smiled faintly. Not perceiving the matter as particularly significant, conflicts, after all, are entirely commonplace. Zhang Qian found it impossible to remain tolerant. It was precisely because of her affection for her master that the earlier situation arose, a fact that brought her considerable solace. As a revered teacher, such circumstances were the most gratifying he had experienced in a long time, and there was no need to elaborate further on the remaining matters. In truth, your words struck a chord deep within me, rendering them hard to bear. However, I can assure you responsibly that each disciple beside me is profoundly courteous, and his pointed remarks were a result of you having genuinely crossed his threshold. If I were to ask you to have your parents engage in actions that you find unacceptable, how would you respond? Zhao Wenyu said with deliberate emphasis. He must diligently care for his apprentice, otherwise, who would genuinely wish to remain by his side in the future? This undoubtedly presents a rather unfortunate predicament. Although he finds it difficult to accept, he is uncertain about what actions to take. The figure clad in black is seething with anger, fully aware that Zhao Wenyu's actions are entirely aimed at him. Yet, at this moment, he finds it intolerable to be humiliated by Zhao Wenyu in front of so many onlookers, leaving him to ponder how they might discuss his disgrace. I shall forego my tea. I must commence my search at once. My brethren are undoubtedly here, the figure in black asserted with unwavering confidence. As he prepared to take action, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over Zhao Wenyu, who remained uncertain about the unfolding circumstances. Though he had been brimming with confidence moments ago, the gravity of the situation now weighed heavily upon him, leaving him unsure of the appropriate course of action. Were we not just conversing amicably? What has prompted this sudden shift in your demeanor? Zhao Wenyu remarked, feigning innocence. I am at a loss for words, and your abrupt change in attitude renders the situation rather awkward, does it not? He currently harbors no thoughts other than to proceed as he has, uncertain of what to do next. Should this group truly begin their search, he cannot guarantee that misfortune will not ensue. However, the man in black is resolute. Once he has made a decision, he will never waver. The recent humiliation inflicted by Zhao Wenyu has left him deeply unsettled. If he does not uncover the truth today, he feels unworthy of remaining in this place. A decision made is one that cannot be regretted. Given that events have unfolded to this juncture, he must locate his brother, which would also provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, he genuinely fears the repercussions of remaining oblivious. Do you think I can simply act as if I am unaware of everything? What purpose would that serve? The man in black declared with firm conviction. He will not retract his words. The situation has escalated to such a degree that what is there to fear? Such apprehension holds no significance. Very well. Since you wish to search, I find myself at a loss for further words. The matter has reached this point, yet I hope you will acquiesce to my request. Zhao Wenyu suddenly interjected. He currently finds himself without any recourse, merely wishing that this group of individuals would act in accordance with his wishes, thereby avoiding any unforeseen circumstances. However, at that moment, a certain awkwardness began to envelop the man in black, as Zhao Wenyu treated him not as a guest, but rather displayed an array of behaviors that reflected his own unease. You wouldn't happen to know where my brother is, would you? The man in black inquired directly, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wenyu. The suddenness of this question startled Zhao Wenyu momentarily. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, realizing that this situation posed no real issue for him. If I were truly apprehensive, why would I invite you in? He retorted. One cannot simply act upon your whims. That would be inherently unjust to me. Moreover, we should fundamentally stand upon the principles of mutual assistance. The reason I am able to converse with you now is that I still regard you as a guest. Otherwise, I would never have permitted you to cross my threshold. Zhao Wenyu stated coldly. He could not afford to appear so feeble. Otherwise, this group of individuals would certainly disregard him. Everything here is meticulously organized. If you were to involve yourselves, the outcomes would be unpredictable. My fellow disciples are engrossed in their cultivation, and your search would undoubtedly disrupt their efforts, rendering their day's toil utterly futile. Should you choose not to bear some cost for this, we would be left with no option but to confront each other head-on. Zhang Qian stated bluntly. Since her master had already articulated this, he must brace himself. Regardless of the forthcoming outcomes, he could no longer permit such occurrences. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zhao Wenyu simply let out a cold laugh. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. However, given the present circumstances, it seemed that her every action was rendered futile. In this situation, he could only strive to maintain his composure, refraining from further commentary on the remaining matters. In truth, the words exchanged between us provided me with a sense of solace. Yet, there are numerous instances where I find myself at a loss for what to articulate in this moment. I can embark upon my search with a sense of assurance, and I am willing to bear the consequences. Nevertheless, the notion that you could encompass all those I hold dear within your domain is undoubtedly an impossible endeavor. The figure clad in black gazed at Zhao Wenyu and continued speaking. Zhao Wenyu, however, remained silent. It was only natural for the other party to harbor such thoughts. Yet, he resolutely refused to conspire with them, for doing so would inevitably lead to dire repercussions, a reality that instilled in him both fear and frustration. Do not jest with me. Since your resolve is firm, let us proceed henceforth.